Victory. With the English announcement, the two large characters appeared at the top of the phone screen. Suyi let out a long sigh of relief as he gazed at the word victory, 1,000 matches as a king, and finally enlightenment. As Suyi's words faded, a prompt rang from the depths of his mind. Congratulations, host, for completing 1,000 matches as a king. The Hexagonal Warrior System is now bound to you. Your abilities have been elevated to passing levels. Reward: a beginner's gift pack. Do you wish to open it? Hearing the prompting sound again after a month and a half, Suyi felt a complex mix of emotions. Suyi's expression was complicated, his thoughts scattered. He was a transmigrator. He had crossed from the year 2022 into a parallel world of 2020. This world was no different from the previous one, except that Honor of Kings had become a wildly popular national mobile game. The esports industry was highly regarded. At this time, Suyi was still an entertainment streamer for Honor of Kings. He usually played low-level king-ranked matches, and his streams remained lukewarm due to his mediocre skills. The number of viewers in his live stream was always only a few dozen, and popularity was just a few thousand. The monthly income from streaming could barely cover the rent. Of course, the standard golden finger of a transmigrator was also present, but the binding condition required completing 1,000 king-ranked matches. It took Suyi a month and a half to finally finish those 1,000 matches. Hearing the system prompt again, Suyi didn't hesitate. Open the gift pack. The beginner's gift pack has been opened. Reward: 1 level max ability. The host can choose one ability to upgrade. Host Suyi. Ability panel: game mechanics 60, of game reflexes 60, game speed 60, game awareness 60, game understanding 60, macro vision 60. Ability details. Note the ability board is divided into 6 sections. The host can directly max. Looking at the beginner's gift pack reward and the system introduction, Suyi's eyes lit up. From the ability details, he learned that the average person's ability scores generally ranged between 20 and 60. Around 20 was considered relatively unskilled, usually stuck between gold and platinum ranks. 60 was the dividing line between an ordinary person and a professional player, also a passing line for pros. 70 was good, 80 excellent. Only top professional players could reach that level. For instance, the peak lane god Fly in his prime averaged around 85. The higher the number, the harder to improve, and the greater the gap. After binding the system, Suyi's 6 abilities were all raised to the passable level of 60, and his beginner's gift pack would allow him to raise one ability directly to 100, to the maximum human level. Looking at the 6 abilities on the panel, Suyi fell into deep thought. The ability I need most right now. After thinking it over, Suyi gritted his teeth. It is. Game mechanics. Game mechanics are the foundation and root of everything. Without mechanics, no matter how fast your reflexes, speed, or awareness, it would be futile. Game mechanics have been maxed out. Speed and reflexes partially upgraded. Mission issued: join a profession. After Suyi allocated the gift pack's max level reward to game mechanics, the game mechanics value on the attribute panel directly reached 100. And because game reflexes and game speed were also related to mechanics, they were upgraded to the excellent level of 8. After the ability upgrade, Suyi could clearly sense that his mind had become much sharper than before. All the hero combos and playstyles of Honor of Kings appeared in his mind. Feeling the changes in himself, Suyi couldn't wait to tap the settlement button on the screen. He directly started a new ranked match. The dozen or so fans in the live stream watched Suyi staring blankly, and the comments were lively. Haha, I've been watching this streamer for a month. The cringe plays are hilarious. No way someone actually watches for game streaming. Exactly. If the streamer weren't as handsome as Yinzu, hey, you could rely on your looks, but you insist on skills. Little Leaf, think about the ante again. Suyi was 185 centimeters tall, sunny, and handsome, his looks far surpassing popular male idols. Thus, half of the remaining dozens of old fans in the live stream were attracted by Suyi's cringe plays. The other half were drawn by his looks. Suyi smiled at the scattered comments in the live stream. Guys, I'm not hiding it anymore, I'm coming clean. There's a pro leading this game, watch carefully and learn. Hearing Suyi's words, the live stream was filled with haha and 666 comments. Which pro would still be stuck at low king stars after a month? Facing the doubt in the comments, Suyi didn't explain directly entering the game. Entering the game, Suyi still chose his previously favored top lane. He instantly locked in Ma Chao, the hero with the highest mechanics in the game. This was the hero he had loved to play but could never master. And when the game started, Suyi immediately noticed the difference from before. Ma Chaos spear, stashing spear, control spear, thrust. Even the more difficult mass style triangular kill. Suyi executed them all effortlessly in the game. As if it were muscle memory, he could pull them off without even thinking. Playing against low-star king players felt like playing against bots. Level 2 solo kill, level 3 solo kill, level 4 tower dive kill. The opponent realized Suyi was a pro, so the mid laner, jungler, and support came to gank him. Under a 4-man siege with his own jungler on the way, Suyi chose not to retreat, but to fight. In the end, at level 5, outnumbered 2v4, Suyi managed to kill 3 through kiting, almost getting a quadra kill. This play left the livestream audience completely stunned. Was this really the same cringe streamer they knew before? After this, whoever came to fight died. In 5 minutes, he crushed the top lane and started roaming across the map, killing everyone. At 8 minutes, he got a pentakill in the river skirmish. At 14 minutes, another pentakill in the dragon team fight. 2 pentakills in one game. Although the opponents were only low-star king players, it didn't prove much. But as the enemy's crystal exploded, the game time finally ended at 14 minutes. Within just 14 minutes, Su Yesma Chao had a luxurious score of 2,813, an average of 2 kills per minute. He was either killing someone or on his way to kill someone. He contributed nearly 70 of the team's total damage. Rating 16-0. A king-ranked match turned into a bot match. If Su Yi hadn't wanted to test his skill, he could have ended the game at 8 minutes. After finishing, Su Yi smiled at the screen. What do you say? My Ma Chao is pretty good, right? Hearing his boast, the livestream comments all exploded. Holy crap. Has he changed? Unfamiliar. Guys, type unfamiliar in the comments. Damn, this guy is insane. Nearly 30 kills in just over 10 minutes. TCH. It's just low-star king, try higher ranks. Looking at the mixed comments, Su Yi smiled and shook his head, not saying anything in explanation. In esports, when faced with doubt, let strength speak for itself. This match proved to Su Yi how terrifying a max-level mechanics ability could be. It brought him not only top-tier mechanics, but more than that, a side effect. With max-level mechanics, Su Yi had a perfect understanding of every hero's. In other words, he had an intimate knowledge of all heroes' cooldowns and timing. Knowing yourself and your enemy, you will never lose. Whether in a 1v1 or outnumbered, Su Yi could easily defeat his opponents now. In the following matches, Su Yi continued to dominate every single game. No matter which hero he used on the battlefield, he could break through the lane within 5 minutes and end the match in 7. With one victory after another, the audience in the livestream shifted from initial doubt and disbelief to utter astonishment. In 7 hours, averaging 8 minutes per match, 5 matches per hour. Excluding the time for bans, picks, and waiting, Su Yi had achieved 35 consecutive victories, 35 consecutive MVPs. He never lost a single match, climbing from King 5 stars to King 40 stars. During this period, the live chat erupted into chaos. Is this a booster? Holy shit, this is insane. This is unreal. Is this still the same streamer? The livestream's popularity skyrocketed, reaching over 10,000 in no time. After 7 consecutive hours of intense gameplay, Su Yi remained just as excited. He wished he could keep playing for a whole day and night, charging straight to 100 stars. Before his reincarnation, he had no talent. He streamed for 2 years and remained a small streamer. Now that he had the ability, he was bound to walk a path of cheat-like success. Just as Su Yi was about to continue the game, a knock came from the door of his rented room. A crisp voice came from outside. Brother, time to eat. The food is ready. Are you still streaming? Su Yi stopped his fingers and checked the time. He had been so absorbed that he hadn't noticed it was already past 8 in the evening. Su Yi replied loudly, got it, guys, time to eat. They'll be right back to continue the climb. After bidding farewell to the audience, Su Yi pushed open the door and walked into the living room. In the humble 10 square meter living room stood a small wooden table. On the table were 2 dishes and a soup, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, pickles, and plain congee. Though not lavish, it was cheap. The entire meal cost only 2 yuan. A girl with a delicate face sat obediently on a small stool, looking up as if waiting for something. Su Yi smiled and ruffled Su Yi's hair. Thanks, little sis. Sorry to make you cook on your weekend off. Receiving her brother's praise, Su Yi smiled sweetly. It's no trouble. You work hard every day, staying up late to stream and make money. Seeing how sensible his sister was, Su Yi felt gratified. Their parents had passed away early, so Su Yi and Su Yi depended on each other growing up, understanding hardship from a young age. Their financial situation didn't allow both to attend school. Su Yi dropped out early to let his sister continue her education. His sister never disappointed him. Her grades remained excellent throughout high school. Su Yi started streaming, hoping to cash in on the booming industry. Unfortunately, after half a year, there was still, but starting today, everything was different. With full-level operational ability in hand, Su Yi was confident he could make the stream big and earn substantial money. While eating, Su Yi looked at the 6 abilities on the system panel. His eyes grew increasingly fervent. Breaking the King's Yellow mechanism with 30 consecutive MVPs. Even a national server player couldn't do that. Just one full-level ability had already raised Su Yi's skill level to that of a national server player, even surpassing it by far. What if he acquired more abilities? What if all 6 abilities were maxed out? Then winning the KPL championship would be a mere formality. As he pondered, Su Yi had already set his goal. Complete missions, keep earning rewards, max out all abilities. Since the system's mission required him to join a professional team, he would do so. For now, Su Yi needed to climb the summit rank. Once he secured a good ranking and proved his strength, professional teams would naturally come calling. I'm full. Leave the dishes to wash them later. After hastily finishing his meal, Su Yi turned and went back to his room. He wasted no time and immediately began his climbing journey. Watching her brother acting so hasty, Su-yi looked puzzled. She couldn't understand why her usually calm and steady brother was so excited today. Back in his room, Su-yi changed the livestream title to starting from 1200 climbing to rank 1. Viewers saw the change and began buzzing with discussion. What? The streamer is getting ahead of himself. Number 1 in the summit. Even though winning 30 games in a row is impressive, getting number 1 in the nation is no joke. Getting too cocky. Definitely too cocky. Waiting for him to be humiliated. Those national server gods and pro players will teach him a lesson. Facing a screen full of doubt and ridicule, Su-yi smiled and shook his head. As always in esports, without hesitation he plunged into the summit rank. It was past 8, and there was still time before the summit closed at midnight. Plenty of time to gain points. From 1200 points, Su-yi steamrolled every match. No matter which hero he played, he crushed his opponent in the battlefield. He would break a lane in 4 minutes, and many games ended in a 6-minute surrender. Fastest in 6 minutes, slowest in 9. He averaged 6 wins per hour. In just over 4 hours, 24 summit matches, all consecutive victories. Due to gold medals and MVPs, each match added around 16-17 points. Su-yi's score jumped from 1200 to over 1580. By mid-season, 1,600 points generally meant skilled players. Of course, to current Su-yi, they were merely skilled players. Seeing the summit about to close, he quickly started one. The livestream's viewer count soared to over 3,000. Many veteran viewers had stuck around for over 10 hours. They watched as Su-yi didn't lose a single match, dominating every game. The most absurd part was that he seemed to be showing off playing every single hero on the battlefield in rotation. No matter which hero, he completely demolished the opponent. Seeing the screen full of 666 and praise, Su-yi smiled modestly. Keep it down, keep it down. Just low-level matches, easy kills. Just as he finished speaking, a large wave of viewers flooded into his stream. The popularity jumped from over 10,000 to over 30,000, more than double the original. Seeing this, Su-yi was baffled. Did the platform give him a recommendation? Collision. Collision. Streamer charge ahead. Carry Fatty Cien. Zhang Bingxin is on your team this time. Please take care, streamer. Whoa. This streamer is kind of handsome, almost as much as me. Haha, shameless. By the way, are you sure this isn't a face streamer? Seeing the lively chat, Su-yi realized he had collided with a major streamer, and a huge one at that. The top streamer on the same Yaya platform, Zhang Daxian. Su-yi was all too familiar with him. He had entered the streaming industry because of watching Zhang Daxian's streams. The great immortal was skilled and attractive in his youth. His live streams and short videos were immensely popular, although he later became overweight and less skilled. With both skill and looks declining, he became merely an entertaining chef. However, his relaxed and humorous streaming atmosphere, along with his good manners of never swearing, kept his popularity high. Calculating, Su-yi could be considered a fan of Zhang Daxian. Currently, the peak games that Daxian played were all in casual matches, roughly at a rank of 1500. It's not too surprising to run into each other. After figuring out the situation, Su-yi said with a smile, "Don't worry, brothers. I'm also a fellow immortal. We're all on the same side. This match will definitely be a blast." Upon hearing Su-yi's words, the barrage in the live stream erupted with 666. As they joked with the barrage, both sides had completed their picks and bans. Blue side Charlotte in the side lane, Sikong Jun as jungler, Wang Zhaojun in mid Sun Shangxiang as marksman, and Su Lai as roamer. Red side Milan in the side lane, Li Bai as jungler, Jihua Wu in mid, Marco Polo in the farming lane, and Zhang Fei as roamer. Su-yi played Charlotte while Daxian played the support Su Lai. In a peak match at 1,500 rank, there was basically no need to watch the team compositions get all depended on the player's skills. The side with the better players would win. Seeing that Daxian had not turned on his microphone, it seemed he didn't want to be recognized by strangers. Su-yi also had no intention of giving commands over the mic and directly went online to compete against Mulan for the lane. In this kind of match, one could simply go for kills. Since he was live streaming, he also needed to interact with his fans. While contesting the lane, Su-yi explained, "Brothers, in bringing 9 harmony runes, there's no need to fear Mulan. Just grab the long sword to secure level 2. No need to rush the skills. Use the minions to store passive, and after securing the lane, just chase Mulan down to finish her. If she doesn't leave, she will die." As Su-yi's voice fell, Mulan behind him cleared the minion wave first and reached level 2, with Su-yi's Charlotte following closely. Both sides flashed a white light, sequentially both reaching level 2. After reaching level 2, Mulan charged towards Su-yi's Charlotte first, throwing her second skill, sending light swords spiraling towards Charlotte. Upon reaching level 2, Su-yi immediately learned his first skill, dodging the light sword with his movement, and then throwing his first skill back at Mulan. Radiant Triangle Sword. As Charlotte raised her western sword, a green sword light shot towards Mulan, hitting accurately. Mulan, seeing Su-yi charging and showed no signs of fear, and aimed to silence Su-yi with her second skill. Facing Mulan's attack, Su-yi advanced instead of retreating, using his second skill to dash forward into the fountain. In the moment they clashed, By utilizing the minions to store his passive in advance, Charlotte stacked 3 layers of passive, unleashing the 7-star Radiant Slash. Mulan activated her passive, silencing Charlotte while dealing considerable damage. However, due to quicker combo, his Charlotte's passive activated before Mulan's, granting a 35 damage reduction effect from the passive 7-star Radiant Slash. In this exchange, had the upper hand. Furthermore, with the passive's attached damage reduction effect, Mulan was no longer a match for Charlotte. Mulan is already dead. As Suye's words fell, Mulan seemed unaware that she was at a disadvantage, still engaging with Charlotte. However, as they stood and fought, Mulan suddenly found herself at low health. By the time Mulan realized the situation and attempted to retreat, it was already too late. Charlotte's second skill was off cooldown. He advanced using the fountain's movement to follow up and prepare to eliminate Mulan. Mulan reacted quickly, instantly flashing back under the tower. But Suyi followed up with his own flash. With just one basic attack, he claimed the nearly dead Mulan. The first blood, observing Suye's smooth and decisive solo kill, the barrage in the live stream was flooded with 666. Such tower dives for strong kills could be seen in nearly every match. No matter what hero Suyi played or what hero he faced, he could rely on skill and technique to achieve solo kills. In Daxian's live stream, he was currently controlling Su Lai in the mid lane to help secure the wave. While securing the lane, Daxian glanced towards the top lane. There's a fight happening up top. I see Charlotte is quite aggressive. Mulan can't handle him, she's been killed. This Charlotte is playing well. Although Daxian's own skills weren't as sharp anymore, his eyes remained keen. Watching Charlotte's combos flow smoothly, without unnecessary maneuvers, he could tell she was a skilled player. After this exchange, Daxian unconsciously kept glancing towards the top lane. He wanted to see how Charlotte performed in the top lane. In the opposing voice channel, upon seeing Mulan get soloed, several teammates began to complain. Li Bai, what's going on? Soloed under the tower at level 2. Jihuowu, bro, that's a bit lacking. Seeing his teammates' taunts, Mulan awkwardly replied, I was careless. I didn't flash. If only I had flashed earlier. But this Charlotte really knows how to play. Wait for the jungler to come up and help me catch her. The match continued. After soloing Mulan, she became wiser. She played very cautiously, hiding under the tower to farm minions and reach level 4. Suyi had no opportunity to solo kill Mulan again. Thus, both sides remained in a stalemate until the 1-4. At this time, both junglers reached level 4 simultaneously and headed towards the top lane. Meanwhile, Daxian helped his bottom lane Sun Shangxiang gank the opposing Marco Polo. Unfortunately, Sun Shangxiang missed her second skill, allowing the opposing Marco Polo to escape with low health. What a pity, if only I had hit him, he would have been killed. Daxian, while recalling in the bush, glanced towards the top lane. At this moment, he saw both sides' junglers had already engaged in battle. The opposing Li Bai initiated the attack on Charlotte. Mulan followed up. Just as Li Bai made his move, the jungler Sikong Jun, who had been waiting in the bush to ambush, charged out. Suyi countered with a big move that knocked Li Bai back. Sikong Jun unleashed his ultimate, shattering the darkness with thunder. After 3 punches, Li Bai was reduced to low health. Suyi used his first skill, Radiant Triangle Sword, to secure the kill on Li Bai. However, the opposing Mulan was also quite formidable, responding with a set of basic combos followed by her first skill. This combo eliminated half of Sikong Jun's health. After both sides showcased their skills, Charlotte and Mulan were both left with low health. Daxian exclaimed, this isn't good, Charlotte is going to be in danger. Charlotte has no flash, it's going to be tough against Mulan, and Jihuowu is also closing in. As Daxian's words fell, Mulan was seen retreating towards the original magic array to wait for her skills to cool down. Meanwhile, her teammate Jihuowu, accompanied by Zhang Fei, approached to support Mulan. Seeing her teammates arrive, Mulan gained confidence and turned to counterattack. However, Su Yi executed a forward dash with his second skill into the fountain, activating the passive 7-star Radiant Slash. He directly killed Mulan, achieving a double kill. Just as Jihuowu and Zhang Fei, Daxian shook his head. It's over, it must be over. Charlotte has no flash. However, the next moment, watching Charlotte's maneuvers, Daxian's eyes widened in disbelief. Following the Immortal's gaze. On the top lane, because the opposing Kurenai was at half health, there was no rush to engage. Instead, the full health support Zhang Fei was sent in first. Facing a 2-man siege, Charlotte showed no fear, frantically moving and using skills to refresh her passive through the support Zhang Fei. Seeing the low health Charlotte being so arrogant, Kurenai could not hold back any longer. She immediately used her second skill followed by her first skill to kick in. However, all that was seen was Charlotte turning around to dodge Kurenai's fan and first skill. Then the low health Charlotte, instead of retreating, advanced and started chasing Kurenai. The Immortal exclaimed, oh, Kurenai made a mistake. She missed her skills. As the Immortal's shout faded, Charlotte dodged Kurenai's fan again with a sidestep during the chase. Then she single-handedly chased down both opponents. During the pursuit, Charlotte made a sudden turn and swayed. The fan flying from the top lane bush was dodged again. Fan dodge X3. The Immortal's eyes widened as he continued to exclaim, "Wow. This Charlotte is too amazing. Such quick reactions. I saw him. Wow, no way. He dodged another fan. So handsome and falling for you, Charlotte." As the Immortal's words faded, Charlotte had already caught up to the low-health Zhang Fei and successfully eliminated him. Triple kill. Triple kill. Seeing her support killed right in front of her, Kurenai went berserk and charged in with a fourth fan followed by a second combo kick. However, Charlotte once again made a 90-degree sharp turn dodging the fourth fan, while simultaneously using her ultimate's invincibility frames to evade Kurenai's crowd control. Turning back with a 7-star radiance slash, she narrowly killed Kurenai. Quadra-kill. As the quadra-kill announcement sounded, the Immortal was completely stunned. No way, my dude. He didn't die. Not only did he not die, he even killed them. A 1-of-3 clutch quadra-kill. Is this guy a monster? Alongside the Immortal's series of exclamations came the barrage of comments in the stream. Holy crap. Awesome. 666. That wave was too cool. Dodging 4 fans in a row. Charlotte. My god. So skilled, pretty cool. Which pro is smuffing here? Wait. It just said we must be a streamer. Go check it out. Seeing the heated discussion in the comments, the Immortal realized the Charlotte player was a streamer, likely a one-trick specialist. So pulling off such plays wasn't surprising. Still, the 4 fan dodges with those movements had truly impressed the Immortal. In the opposing team's voice chat, the bottom laner Marco Polo, who had been playing it safe, roared, "What the hell? 3 of you ganged up on one and got killed instead. Can you even play?" Marco Polo was on an 8-game losing streak and was already fuming. Seeing his teammates mess up like this, he couldn't hold it in any longer. Hearing Marco Polo's roar, all 4 teammates fell silent, playing dumb. Being outplayed in a Tuversusfer was just too pathetic. They couldn't even find an excuse. In Su Ye's stream, after securing the quadra kill, Su Yi smiled slightly and said casually, "Got it." His expression was extremely calm and composed, as if it were just a routine play. It didn't seem like he had just outplayed 4 opponents to get a quadra kill. The thousands of viewers in the stream were all hyped. Even though they knew this was just a low-rank 1500-point game, they couldn't resist how cool the streamer's plays were. They couldn't resist the smooth combos and artistic movements. Su Yi pressed recall and looked at the stream chat. Besides the screen full of 666 and awesome, there were also many visitors from the Immortals fan group. The stream's popularity was skyrocketing. In no time, Su Ye's stream hit over 100,000 viewers and was still climbing rapidly. Su Yi smiled, not surprised. This was the traffic from a top streamer. The Immortals streams usually had over 10 million viewers. Just by pulling off a flashy play in his game, he could attract this much traffic and popularity. Seeing the comments flooding about the matchup, Su Yi spoke up, "Guys, hit that follow button. I'm also a fan of Brother Immortal. We're all on the same team. In the next 2 days, I'm aiming for the top rank and peak. Follow now, and you'll be an old fan later." As Su Yi finished speaking, the viewers in the stream started following him. Just for that 1-of-3 clutch play, he deserved a follow. The game continued. At the 3-minute mark, a team fight broke out in the mid-left bush. Their jungler Sikong Jun was ambushed by the opposing Hua Mulan and Li Bai. Su Yi quickly moved Charlotte towards the mid lane. The Immortal also moved his Su Lai towards the mid lane. By the time they arrived, the jungler Sikong Jun had already been killed. Seeing all 4 opponents there, the Immortal was about to retreat. However, engaged with a ping, Charlotte charged alone with her sword into the enemy group, instantly eliminating the low-health Hua Mulan. So aggressive, the Immortal exclaimed, quickly flashing back and using his second skill to follow Charlotte. Charlotte was focused down to low health by 4 enemies. With the Immortals' Su Lai drawing aggro, Charlotte temporarily retreated. The 3 opponents focused on the Immortal's Su Lai. Just as the Immortal thought he would be abandoned, the low-health Charlotte turned back and charged in again with her sword. The Immortal shook his head. Let's go, saving me is enough." 2 low-health players against 3 opponents. The Immortal didn't think they could win. However, the next second, the Immortal's eyes widened. Charlotte started making plays again. First, she dodged Kurenai's fan with movement. Then she used her ultimate's invincibility to knock up Li Bai. Using her second skill, Forward Fountain, to predict Li Bai's retreat path, she killed him. Double kill. At this point, the Immortal's Su Lai was beaten into his passive state by Kurenai and Zhang Fei. After injuring and forcing Kurenai back, Charlotte didn't choose to pursue further. Instead, she turned back to help the Immortal's Su Lai by stepping on 3 lamps to revive him. Seeing Charlotte's incredible plays and heartwarming gesture, the Immortal exclaimed, "I love it. This Charlotte. Such aggressive play, and stepping on the lamps was really nice too." The comments in the Immortal stream buzzed. They ran into a pro. "Charlotte is carrying hard. So cool, so strong. This Charlotte is definitely at the national level. Skilled. Got the goods. Brother Immortal, why not recruit him?" Seeing the wall of comments, the Immortal laughed. "Let's see more." Then he returned to the bottom lane to stick with the Marksman. While the Immortal was protecting the Marksman bot, Kill announcements kept coming from the top lane. Legendary. Unrivaled. A quadra kill in 4 minutes. Down in the bottom lane, the Immortal exclaimed repeatedly, "Who is this Charlotte? Which solo queue king is so ferocious?" Although this was a low-rank 1500-point game, slaughtering the opponents like bots still showcased Charlotte's skill. The Great Immortal was forced to recall after losing his health in the bottom lane. Seeing his teammate already boasting a score of 124 at the 5-minute mark, he shook his head and muttered, "How can we possibly lose this match? My teammates are just too fierce." As he spoke, he panned the camera to the top lane, where Charlotte was crouching in the bushes. She had ambushed 2 enemies all by herself. The opposing teams, Hua Mulan and Li Bai, were clearing the minion wave. Charlotte struck without hesitation. Wielding her sword, she danced nimbly between Mulan and Li Bai. She used her second skill to dodge damage and her ultimate's invincibility to negate crowd control. Each of the 3 skills was executed flawlessly. She effortlessly took down Mulan and then tower dived to eliminate Li Bai. Legendary. Unparalleled. Double kill. The seamless combo and clear tactical thinking left the Great Immortal utterly mesmerized. It was as if he were watching an elegant dancer performing a waltz. The Great Immortal nodded in satisfaction. This Charlotte truly has something special. Just looking at her combos and mechanics, she's almost on par with Cuxi. Cuxi was the top lane player of the Great Immortal's national championship team, XYG. With 7 or 8 national level titles under his belt, his strength was formidable. Since this was a low-rank match, the Great Immortal's assessment was quite measured. However, after the next team fight, the Great Immortal raised his evaluation even higher. Their Sun Shangxiang was caught while pushing the bottom lane and was taken down. Then their mid laner Wang Zhaojun was ambushed by Huo Wu in the blue jungle area. The Great Immortal sensed trouble and rushed to support. Meanwhile, Su Yes Charlotte was also heading toward the blue jungle from mid lane. By the time they arrived, Wang Zhaojun had already been slain by Huo Wu. However, Huo Wu was left critically wounded by Zaijin's counterattack. The Great Immortal activated Su Lai's second skill and charged forward, aiming to knock Huo Wu into the air. But Huo Wu immediately flashed backward to retreat. Su Yes Charlotte arrived just in time from mid lane. She first used her first skill to hit the wolves and gain a speed boost. Utilizing the speed boost, she closed in quickly, using her second skill to dash forward and strike with a basic attack, finishing off the low-health Huo Wu. Legendary. Unparalleled. After eliminating Huo Wu, the enemy, Li Bai, Mulan, and Zhang Fei all arrived to reinforce. They immediately encircled Su Yi and the Great Immortal. Seeing the overwhelming numbers, the Great Immortal turned to flee. But Su Yi tapped on the Great Immortal's Su Lai flash and commanded, "Fight back." The Great Immortal instantly understood Su Yes' intent. Pretending to retreat, he hid in the blue buff bush and began charging his ultimate. Su Yes Charlotte turned back alone, sword in hand, using herself as bait. The Great Immortal's Su Lai pretended to flee, leaving only Su Yes Charlotte behind. Li Bai and Mulan were ecstatic. 3 against 1. What could go wrong? Time for revenge. The trio charged straight at Su Yi. Li Bai lunged forward with his first skill, while Mulan chased with her sword dance. Fearing that Su Yi might escape, they pursued relentlessly and clustered tightly together. Kill, kill, kill. The concentrated fire quickly brought Su Yi down to half health. Seeing Charlotte only using her first and second skills, without her ultimate, the trio assumed she had given up. But then a flash of yellow light streaked through the air. Su Lai burst out of the blue bush with a fully charged ultimate. He flashed forward and slammed down his ultimate. All 3 were knocked into the air. Su Lai's ultimate deals more damage the more targets it hits. The single strike removed nearly a third of their health. What the heck? Seeing Su Lai suddenly appear, Li Bai and Mulan panicked and frantically spammed their skills to escape. But it was already too late. Just as the trio was about to land, Su Yes Charlotte unleashed her ultimate, the sky-shattering light sword, knocking them airborne again. 7-star light slash followed by a second skill and another 7-star light slash. Her Prestered passive paid off as both light slashes dealt full damage. With a nearly 2,000 gold lead, her damage was explosive and Li Bai melted instantly. Hua Mulan and Zhang Fei were both left critically wounded. Double kill. As Li Bai fell, Mulan flashed to retreat and Zhang Fei turned to flee. But Su Yi used her second skill with flash to chase, killing Mulan first and then pursuing Zhang Fei. She chased all the way from the blue jungle to the bottom lane's second tower. Triple kill. With the triple kill announcement, the Great Immortal spotted the enemy's Mark Polo, who had just finished healing at the bottom lane's high ground, and his eyes lit up. "I think we can get a pentakill." Saying this, the Great Immortal stealthily retreated and circled around from the blue jungle to flank the enemy's high ground. By the time he reached the bottom lane high ground, Su Yes Charlotte had already tower dived to kill the low-health Zhang Fei at the second tower. Quadra kill. After securing the quadra kill, Su Yi planned to retreat. But the Great Immortal suddenly shouted into the mic, "Come here, my darling. Pentakill." Hearing the Great Immortal's excited yell, Su Yes' eyes sparkled, "Coming." The great immortal had cornered Mark Polo at the high ground, blocking his retreat. He used his second skill to push Mark Polo towards Su Yi. Mark Polo had no purify at this moment. After being stunned by the great immortal's Su Li's second skill, he was knocked up by a Prestered first skill. Su Yi immediately unleashed her first skill, the swift triangular light sword, and her second skill, the forward fountain thrust, followed by a basic attack, bringing him to critical health. As her passive, the 7-star light slash activated, Mark Polo's health bar vanished instantly. With the kill announcement echoing, the words "Pentakill" appeared in massive letters at the center of the screen. All 10 players in the match were stunned. Both teammates and opponents furiously spammed "well played." After helping Charlotte secure the Pentakill, the great immortal nodded with satisfaction. So satisfying. If only every teammate were as good as this Charlotte. In just 6 minutes, she had already achieved a quadra kill and a Pentakill. Even their own teammates were bewildered. The chat in the great immortal's livestream was buzzing. Let the chubby immortal get carried, right? Indeed. Who wouldn't envy a Charlotte like this? If I had a teammate like that, I'd be in king rank by now. Damn, how is this Charlotte so cool? 2 versus 5, and she casually gets a Pentakill. And it's only been 6 minutes, guys. In Su Yi's livestream, the chat was flooded with 666, yet Su Yi remained unusually calm after the Pentakill. In the afternoon's ranked and peak matches, he had grown tired of getting Pentakills. In low-rank games, he got Pentakills in almost 3 out of 5 matches. Killing 14 in 6 minutes was impressive, but it was common in his earlier games. From the initial excitement to the current numbness, Su Yi had been through it all. Brothers, just basic moves. Basic moves. Hit follow so you don't get lost. Top lane warrior aiming for peak rank 1 in 2 days. As Su Yi continued to dominate, some teammates couldn't help but speak up. Peak summoner 1 is Sima Zhan, awesome Charlotte. Helping early and getting a quadra kill, straight to the top. Seeing Sima Zhan's message, Su Yi smiled silently. Then the great immortal spoke again. Good brother. He will definitely soar. Not because of the quadra kill, but because he's just too strong. With skills like that, he's bound to dominate. Hearing the great immortal hype him up, Su Yi smiled knowingly. But the teammates recognized the voice. They identified the great immortal. Peak Summoner 2, whoa, is that Brother Cien? Peak Summoner 3, great immortal, I'm your fan. Seeing that his teammates recognized him, and perhaps because he was in a good mood from being carried, the great immortal didn't mute his mic and started chatting. It's me. Su Yi also unmuted and asked with a laugh. Brother, since I'm carrying this match, can anyone give me a follow? Hearing Su Yi's words, the teammates chimed in, definitely following. Bro, which platform are you on? What's your name? They all wanted to know which streaming platform Su Yi was on. But Su Yi didn't rush to answer. He waited to see what the great immortal would say. The great immortal nodded with a smile. He'll definitely follow you. Your Charlotte is quite fierce, at least at national level, right? Hearing the great immortal's praise, Su Yi humbly replied, it's just average. I don't really like Charlotte, I don't play her often. This was genuine modesty from Su Yi, but in others' eyes it was pure flexing. You have a Charlotte this strong, and you call it average. What counts as impressive? In the enemy team's voice chat, all 5 were utterly dumbfounded by Su Yi's Charlotte. Mark Polo, damn. Milan, how can you feed so much? 14 kills in 6 minutes. Hua Milan can't help it. This Charlotte is a pro, 3 or 4 of us can't even catch her. Li Bai, next game. This is boring. Hua Wu, I'm crying from being outplayed, I'm uninstalling after this match. Zhang Fei wailed, this Charlotte has cured my gaming addiction. After the complaints, Marco Polo angrily initiated a surrender vote. His teammates immediately cast their votes in favor. 4 votes in agreement, and the surrender was accepted. Su Yi had already pushed to the enemy's high ground by the 7th minute, planning to finish the match in 8. But then the opponent's surrender prompt appeared. Victory. As the screen shifted and the victory sign emerged, Su Yi shook his head regretfully. I wanted to interact more with Cien. Why did they surrender? They have no competitive spirit. He said, promptly reporting all 4 opponents with negative. 3 out of 4 reports were successful. Mulan, Hua Wu, and Li Bai all received point deductions and suspensions, unable to continue in the peak matches. Listening to Su Yi's complaints and witnessing his ruthless actions, the livestream chat erupted in laughter. That's hilarious. Beaten like that, and they still talk about competitive spirit. If I were the opponent, I'd surrender in 6 minutes just to deny you a Pentakill. The streamer is such a jerk. Not only does he dominate, but he also reports them to twist the knife. He's so bad, I love it. Amidst the barrage of comments and the growing viewership. Thanks for the gifts, boss. Minors, please don't send gifts. After expressing his gratitude, Su Yi smiled, shook his head, and queued up for the next match. After the match, Cien reached the post-game screen. Curious, he clicked on Su Yi's Charlotte stats, wanting to see the background of this player who had gotten 14 kills in 7 minutes. Upon opening it, Cien saw that Su Yi's lane hero power wasn't particularly high, only 7,000 at best. This left him somewhat puzzled. Let's check the match history and ratings, Cien said, opening Su Yi's past records. The moment he saw the page, Cien's eyes widened in disbelief. Oh my god, Are these stats even real? As Decien's exclamation echoed through the stream, Su Yes match history revealed a streak of victories, each with a clean MVP. Decien scrolled down the page. Over 20 consecutive wins in peak mode, another 20+ in solo ranked matches. All were MVPs. The uniform victories and red MVP labels were stunning. Each match boasted 10 to 20 kills, occasionally 30. Most notably, across these 40+ games, Suyi had played almost every lane hero available. Even tanky lane heroes racked up over 10 kills, showcasing Su Yes' terrifyingly deep hero pool. Is this record even human? Decien couldn't help but exclaim again, utterly dumbfounded by the stats. Despite playing Honor of Kings for 5 or 6 years, he had never seen such a magnificent record. Clicking on any match, most ended in 7 or 8 minutes. The longest was only 14 minutes. If the match history page could display more than the most recent 49 games, Decien seriously suspected this player's win streak would be even longer. Then, struck by an idea, Decien quickly navigated to the rating page to check Su Yes scores. The ranked stats seemed normal and unremarkable. With over 1,000 ranked matches, his lane rating was only around 70, average for a casual player. But when he opened the peak match ratings, the lane win rate was 100, and the rating broke through 100, reaching 120. After seeing this, Decien had his answer. This Charlotte player must be a top-tier booster playing on someone else's account. With this thought, Decien excitedly, "Alright guys, I'm off. See you tomorrow at 7:30 p.m. After shutting down the stream, Decien immediately pulled out his phone. He sent a message to the XYG team manager, "Watch my stream, keep an eye on that Charlotte player, and find his main account. Check his peak ranking on his main account. If he's good, try to recruit him." The XYG team, which Decien had personally founded, had recently won the national championship. This victory earned them spots in the Winter Champion Cup qualifiers and the KPL A-League. Initially thinking the gap between his team and professional teams was small, XYG was brutally crushed during the Winter Cup qualifiers, especially against KPL teams, where they were nearly shut out every match. The final match against the veteran team, Chongqing Gapi, shattered the morale of all 5 XYG members. Thus, Decien was determined to recruit more talented players. Seeing Su Yes' prowess, Decien was filled with admiration for talent. He wanted to see Su Yes' main account's performance and whether he met the tryout standards. After instructing the team manager, Decien called his Douyin operator, asking him to post the highlights of Su Yes' Charlotte game on his Douyin account. Meanwhile, after finishing over 50 consecutive peak matches, Su Yi was finally feeling exhausted. He smiled and bid farewell to his fans. Today's stream ends here. Tomorrow morning, he'll continue pushing for a 100-star ranked win. By noon, he'll aim for the top of the peak leaderboard. I plan to reach peak number 1 in 2 days. Hit subscribe, guys. You'll all be my old fans. Hearing Su Yes' words, many viewers in the chat were reluctant to leave, clearly not having had their fill. After all, every one of Su Yes' matches was spectacular. His fluid, seamless gameplay was like a performance art in the canyon, a joy to behold. After the stream ended, his subscriber count skyrocketed. His follower count jumped from 500 to over 8,000. Nearly all online viewers had subscribed, many coming from Decien's stream. Su Yes' promise of being an old fan was enticing. With an afternoon and evening of such brilliant plays, Su Yi was destined to soar. Subscribing early meant being a veteran fan. After shutting down his computer, Su Yi walked to the small kitchen corner in the living room. He intended to wash the leftover dishes from dinner. The kitchen was merely a cabinet by the living room door. Upon arriving, he found the pots and dishes already spotlessly clean, neatly arranged on the cabinet. His little sister must have washed them earlier. Su Yi sighed, clenching his fists involuntarily. "Don't worry, little sis, I'll make sure you have a good life." The next day, Su Yi woke up early. Su Yi had already made breakfast and left for school. Su Yi walked to the small dining table. On the table sat a bowl of poached eggs, still warm. Beside it was a small note which he picked up. It was from Su Yi: "Brother, I'm off to school. I'll take care of myself. You take care of yourself too. Eat well, sleep early, and wake early. Eat less instant noodles. Eat less instant noodles. Eat less instant noodles." Important things said 3 times. At the end of the note, she had drawn a funny face. Gazing at the note, Su Yi smiled warmly. After wolfing down his breakfast, he could hardly wait to start he had to keep climbing the ranks. If he were still losing more than he won, he wouldn't be this enthusiastic. But feeling himself grow stronger and rack up consecutive victories was addicting. As soon as he went live, many viewers were already waiting. Su Yi glanced at his subscriber count. It had skyrocketed from 8,000 to over 30,000. It was about to break the 40,000 mark. This terrifying growth left Su Yi stunned. "You're here? Early today, streamer. Let's go. I can't wait to learn some skills." A streamer this fierce. Hard to imagine how he used to pull off those new plays. "Now I believe he can reach number 1. I came from seeing Brother Cien's highlight reel on Douyin. A top-tier Seeing the comments, Su Yi seemed to understand why. Brother Cien Douyin highlight reel. With that thought, he quickly opened Douyin and found Zhang Decien's page. Sure enough, Zhang Decien's latest video was titled "With a Charlotte like this as a teammate, who wouldn't love it?" He clicked in and saw Su-Yi's Charlotte dominating the match. Posted late at night, the video had already amassed over 100,000 likes in just a few hours. In the comments, many fans pointed out that the Charlotte was Su-Yi from his livestream. Having a top streamer like Decien promote him, that was why Su-Yi's follower count was exploding. Su-Yi felt a surge of gratitude toward Decien. Such a shout-out was clearly a gesture of kindness. On the Miaya platform, Decien had never shown this kind of favor to a small streamer before. Su-Yi greeted the audience with a smile and immediately queued up for ranked games. Since so many new viewers were here, he had to seize the moment and conquer them with his skills. Head turned them into mindless 666 spammers bowing to his prowess. In one morning, he achieved another 30-win streak. Su-Yi pushed his rank stars all the way to 70. By now, the livestream audience had no more doubts. All that remained were 666 and praise. After all, Su-Yi had completed over 80, nearly 90 consecutive wins. Achieving such a high win streak solo in king-level matches, even pro players might not pull it off. Not long ago, Zhang Laosan, Sangjia, and Bei Mual tried to solo queue for 100 wins, but they mostly failed even in bronze and silver ranks. Seeing these national server streamers fail in low ranks showed how hard it was to maintain a win streak solo. After all, it's a team game. Even with one of 5 skills, teammates can sabotage you. Unless you're like Su-Yi with max-level human reflexes capable of 1 of 9. No matter how bad his teammates were, he could carry them. After finishing the morning ranked session, Su-Yi's livestream subscriber count broke through 50,000, reaching 53,000. This growth rate making it in streaming required opportunity. Had streamed for 2.5 years with only 500 followers. Now in less than 2 days had gained this many. With a benefactor's help, everything changed. Of course, one must also be skilled. Taking off required enough talent to retain those fans. Watching his follower count surge, Su-Yi didn't even bother with lunch and kept going. He hastily made a pack of instant noodles, slurping them, while seeing Su-Yi eating only instant noodles for lunch, the fans couldn't stand it. Damn, a player this good can't just streamer him sending a magic book. Go get a decent meal. Exactly. You need energy to keep climbing. This is so satisfying, dominating all morning. I think I can do it too. Give me 6 minutes. Gifts flooded the screen. Su-Yi mumbled thanks between slurps. Thanks for the gifts, bros. Minors don't send gifts. Thank you. During hero selection, he finished the entire pack of noodles. From noon until 2 p.m., he achieved a 100-win streak before stopping. He didn't continue, fearing frequent bans when the peak mode started at 6 p.m. Guys, take a nap. See you at 6 p.m. for peak mode. Let's keep pushing for first. After going offline, Su-Yi dozed off on a small cot nearby. He only resumed streaming when peak mode began. From 6 p.m. until midnight when peak ended. In 6 hours excluding ban time, Su-Yi played 27 matches. He lost only one, ending his win streak at 121. In that loss, a teammate's jungler went AFK. The jungler's importance to a match's outcome was undeniable. Su-Yi was essentially carrying 3 players fighting 4 versus 5, and nearly turned the tables. In the final Storm Dragon King team fight, the enemy jungler stole the dragon, costing them the match. It was a hard-fought loss. After the defeat, Su-Yi didn't blame the AFK jungler. Instead, he felt regret. If his other skill could he have carried? This only strengthened his desire to improve. After a day of grinding, his peak score reached 2,100, a ranking around 100th nationally. He was about to break into the national top 100. Once he did head meet the tryout standard. The national number 1 was currently at 2,280. A 180-point gap. Still need to work harder. The viewers saw Su-Yi's talent and his dedication. They loved him even more, sending gifts nonstop. His follower count steadily increased, smoothly surpassing 40,000. As Su-Yi continued to dominate and his peak score rose, his max-level human reflexes became unforgettable. Whether carried by Su-Yi or crushed by him, everyone recorded his amazing plays and posted them on Douyin. Those incredible plays quickly garnered massive traffic and popularity. This sudden solo queue king dominating peak mode crushed numerous streamers and national server players. Su-Yi was gradually gaining fame in the King of Glory community. His in-game ID was Pixiao, meaning daybreak, signifying that darkness had ended and light had arrived. After lying low for so long, it was time for Su-Yi to embrace the light. Time passed to the next evening. Victory! Victory! As the word victory appeared on the screen, Su-Yi let out a long breath. Phew. Finally, second. One more match. He'll be first soon. As he spoke, a thrill of excitement surged through him. After breaking into the national top 100, he clearly felt the matches getting tougher. At this rank, almost everyone was a national server streamer, solo queue king, or pro player. Dominating like slaughtering chickens was no longer so easy. A gap of 180 points equivalent to 18 clean wins. However, after breaking into the top 100, Su-Yi encountered actors and lost 3 matches in a row. Moreover, the top player's score was also rising. Su-Yi had to grind through 24 matches, relying solely on his flawless mechanics to claw his way to second place nationwide. With midnight approaching and the peak time closing, this final match was the crucial one for Su Yi to claim the top. After taking a deep breath, Su Yi decisively clicked to start the game. 10 seconds later, he entered the match. During the ban pick phase, Su Yi immediately requested a position. Let me take the solo lane, bros. Give me the solo lane and I'll carry. But no sooner had Su Yi sent his request than the fifth player revealed a national level solo lane badge, 106 segments. The fifth player then pre-selected Fuzi. Bro, let me have the solo lane. Please just fill for one match. Hearing the fifth player's voice, Su Yi found it oddly familiar. Sure enough, the next moment other teammates recognized the fifth player as Fu Lai. Is that Fu Lai? And that voice is definitely Fu Lai. Let the second slot give it to the fifth. Carry us, brother Fu Lai. Hearing his teammates praise, Fu Lai chuckled. It's me. Good brother, just let me have this one. Su Yi's face showed a hint of hesitation. Although Su Yi possessed flawless mechanical skills and could play every role and hero exceptionally well, his love for the solo lane meant. He had played almost exclusively the solo lane over the past 3 days, barely touching other positions. For this pivotal match, to claim the top spot, playing a different role and leaving the outcome to others was not Su Yi's style, so he decided to leave the choice to his livestream audience. The viewers, all fiery and blunt, chimed in. Who cares who it is? Just take it. Exactly. With he guess skills, who's he afraid of? Just go for it. So what if it's Fu Lai? The streamer is a national level solo laner. Who's he gonna back down from? This match is crucial. Gotta take it. Seeing the unanimous support for him to play the solo lane, Su Yi nodded and directly revealed his peak score. Bro, I'm at 2,293 points, ranked second nationwide. After this match, it'll be first. Let me have the lane. Hearing Su Yi's score, Fu Lai was stunned. Huh? That high, bro? Wait, your voice. Are you Pixiao? Su Yi wasn't surprised that Fu Lai recognized him, as they had clashed twice during the climb. His Ma Chao had solo killed Fu Lai 3 times in a row, utterly dominating him. A memory Fu Lai likely couldn't shake. Seeing Su Yi silent, Fu Lai suggested, how about we go dual solo lane this match? The jungler can pick Tiger. Hearing Fu Lai's proposal, Su Yi glanced at the enemy lineup. After a brief thought, he agreed. Alright, dual solo lane works. Let's go, bros. Win this, and it'll be first. Hearing Su Yi's approval, Fu Lai breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry, good brother. With our dual solo lane, we'll crush them for sure. Su Yi smiled and nodded. Perhaps due to Su Yi's fearsome Ma Chao, recent high-stakes matches had all banned Ma Chao. This match was no exception. The enemy immediately banned Ma Chao. Su Yi had no choice but to pick his Charlotte. After the ban pick phase, the blue team consisted of Fuzi Nationalval in the solo lane, Tiger jungler, Ingzheng mid laner, Charlotte in the development lane, and Sunbin roamer. The red team featured Lu Bu in the solo lane, Luna jungler Nationalval, Yang Yuhuan mid laner Nationalval, Di Renjia in the development lane Nationalval, and Lu Ban master roamer. With both lineups locked, and the loading screen appeared. Su Yi was pondering how to handle Di Renjia in the opening when Fu Lai's voice rang through the voice channel as he chatted with the audience. What? Luna is Baimu. We're matched against them. 2 pros. The whole enemy team is stacked with experts. Hearing about the strong opponents, Su Yi grew intrigued. What's their lineup? Fu Lai replied. The audience says Luna is Baimu, the development lane is Menglan, and the support is Fanfan from Gappy. The mid laner is also a national level Yang Yuhuan. Su Yi raised an eyebrow. They were indeed all top-tier players. Having streamed Honor of Kings for years, Su Yi knew the game's streamers well. Baimu, the ceiling of Luna players, had once topped the iOS QQ server's peak rankings. Menglan had repeatedly topped the Android QQ server and was currently ranked first. A prodigy who emerged from peak matches, he dominated the leaderboards at 16 and was recruited by the KPL team Foshan GK, now their starting marksman. Fanfan was the support for the veteran powerhouse Chongqing QGHAPPY. These were all major streamers and pros Su Yi had once looked up to. Knowing the enemy were all experts, Su Yi felt not tension but excitement. With Menglan present, winning this match would secure the top spot. If he claimed the peak ranking, Su Yi believed his exceptional win rate and rating would attract professional teams to. As he mused, the game began. Su Yi controlled Charlotte toward the development lane, while Fu Lai's Fuzi headed for the solo lane. This lane assignment was Su Yi's initiative. In the development lane, a melee hero against a ranged one would suffer before level 4, making early game tough. Su Yi volunteered to endure the pressure and lane against Menglan to stifle his growth, fearing Fu Lai might lose to Menglan and let him snowball. Upon reaching the lane, Su Yi didn't contest the minions with Di Renjia, as GK's starting marksman Menglan's skill was arguably the ceiling for pub players. Rushing to clear the wave would only leave him poked down to half health. Su Yi patiently waited for the minions to enter the tower, secured the tower minions to reach level 2, then immediately contested the river crab. Menglan whittled the river crab to low health and used Di Renjia's first skill to finish it. Su Yi meticulously released his own first skill, Swift Light Triangular Sword. A green sword beam pierced the dying crab. Got it. Securing the first river crab boosted Su Yi. He declared to his stream audience, should be able to solo kill D-Rengia unless he dares to pressure me. Hearing his words, the viewers were skeptical. They believed in his skills as everyone had witnessed his prowess over the past. But the doubt stemmed from the fact that the enemy D-Rengia wasn't a low-rank player. He was the current peak rank 1, a true prodigy marksman with impeccable mechanics, awareness, and judgment. How could Suyi solo kill him? As everyone wondered, the second wave of minions arrived. Suyi began executing his solo kill plan. He launched his first skill, hitting both the minions and the enemy hero. Then, just as the passive stacks mark was about to fade, he used his second skill to stab a minion, briefly retreating before turning back for another stab. This sudden turn seemed like a positioning error, bringing him into Menglan's attack range. A chance for the enemy. Menglan's D-Rengia immediately abandoned the minions, kiting Su-Yes Charlotte with auto attacks, reducing her to half health in a single burst. Upon witnessing this scene, all the fans were left in a daze. Wasn't it said that a solo kill was to be achieved? How did a sudden positional error lead to such a severe blow? Just as everyone was puzzled, Menglan's D-Rengia moved in with the minion wave ready to put pressure on the tower. Suyi turned around and threw out his second skill, the Swift Light Triangular Sword. After the first skill hit, a smile crept across Su-Yes' face, hooked. With his magnetic voice echoing, Su-Yes Charlotte began to counterattack. The second skill pierced through both the enemy and the minions. The passive 7 stars Radiance Slash triggered. It not only reduced movement speed, but also attack speed. A wave of the 7 stars Radiance Slash directly took away a substantial portion of Menglan's D-Rengia's health. Seeing the once oppressed Charlotte suddenly become fierce, Menglan sensed something was amiss and thought it was quickly activating his second skill to retreat. However, Su-Yi continued the chase. After Charlotte used his first skill, the cooldown for the second skill significantly shortened to just 3 seconds. Once the cooldown was ready, Su-Yi unleashed his second skill, charging towards the fountain. It struck true. After the second skill hit, the 3 layers of marks were fully stacked, resulting in the second 7 stars Radiant Slash. Menglan's D-Rengia was left with barely any health. Goodbye. At this moment, the cooldown for the first skill was back up. Swift Light Triangular Sword. As Su-Yi threw out his first skill, he confidently turned around. A true man never looks back at the explosion. Almost at the instant, Su-Yes green sword light shot out. A yellow light flashed. Menglan's D-Rengia, quick on his feet, activated his flash. However, in the next moment, all the viewers in Su-Yes livestream were left dumbfounded. They saw that the direction in which Su-Yi threw the Swift Light Triangular Sword was exactly the same as where Menglan had flashed. This first skill predicted Menglan's flash. First blood. The first blood. The first kill was directly secured. Upon witnessing this scene, the barrage in the live stream erupted. What the heck? Amazing. Brother Yi is incredible. Wow. He really got a solo kill. So cool. Brother Yi always delivers, that's awesome. This play was so smooth and fluid. 2 consecutive 7 stars Radiance Slashes. Brother Yi must have calculated everything right. That prediction, everything was under Brother Yi's control. Looking at the barrage filling the screen, Su-Yi smiled and nodded. Indeed, it was all part of my plan. Did you think I would make a mistake? What was called a mistake was merely bait for the enemy. Pro players are always stable. If I didn't show weakness, how could Menglan be so aggressive? How could I go for a solo kill on him? Hearing Su-Yes' words, the viewers in the live stream all had a moment of enlightenment. However, there were still quite a few lower-ranked fans who didn't quite understand. A knowledgeable viewer in the live stream quickly explained, Menglan is a pro player, he definitely plays very cautiously. If Brother Yes Charlotte had been at full health, Menglan would never have approached to pressure the tower. Though Brother Yi appeared to be chased by D-Rengia, he was actually leveraging the minions to stack his passive. It was all to save up 2 layers for the 7 stars Radiant Slash. When Menglan saw Brother Yi at half health, he let his guard down. Thus, he was directly counter-killed while at full health. Watching the live stream, there were still some skilled players present. Su-Yi nodded with a smile, exactly. As the report of Su-Yes solo kill appeared, Fu Lai also praised, good job, brother. A solo kill on the pro player Menglan. Unlocked the solo kill achievement for pros. Faced with Fu Lei's praise, Su-Yi merely smiled and remained silent. For Su-Yi, this solo kill was merely an appetizer. In the opposing voice channel, Menglan was visibly distressed. This is tough, I fell for the trap this time. This Charlotte is a skilled player, I need to find a chance to gank him. Menglan's thoughts were pretty much all anticipated. When he saw Charlotte making a positional error, Menglan thought he was just a fool. But upon seeing Su-Yi execute 2 7 stars Radiant Slashes, he realized he had been deceived. The last predicted first skill was what truly sealed his fate. After being solo killed, Menglan was convinced. Hearing Menglan's words, his teammates all nodded. To kill Menglan, who was at a longer range with a shorter range character, this Charlotte must indeed be skilled. Yang Yuhuan, I'll go for a gank soon. Fan, I'm coming too. Menglan, just play cautiously for now. The game continued. After Su-Yi taught Menglan a lesson by taking him down, Menglan also became cautious and evasive. He directly avoided fighting Su-Yes Charlotte and chose to farm safely under the tower. However, Su Yi, having seized the advantage, would not be passive. He directly blocked Minglan's minion wave. Whenever Minglan tried to come up to farm, he would face a barrage of attacks. A wave of harassment reduced Minglan's Renjia's health to half. Unable to endure any more, Minglan called for help. The game time reached 1 minute and 50 seconds. Fan's Luban Master rushed down to escort Minglan. The minion wave reached level 4. Both junglers had moved to the top lane. Su Yi spoke up, "The support is with me, you can pressure the top lane." At this time, Fu Lai and the four were all pressuring the tower in the top lane. Even if the enemy mid laner came to assist the top lane in a 4 versus 3 situation, they should still be able to apply pressure easily. Without Su Yi's reminder, Fu Lai, after reaching level 4, had already led his teammates to pressure the tower. Seeing Minglan daring to come out to farm under the protection of Luban Master, Su Yi swayed left and right, tossing his first skill to chip away at the minion's health. Storing the passive with the second skill, he carefully timed the skill intervals, ensuring the passive was ready, waiting for the 2 low-health minions at the back. Without any hesitation, he decisively activated his second flash charge, charging straight at Minglan's half-health Renjia. However, almost at the moment Su Yi activated his second flash charge, a figure dashed out from beneath the enemy tower. It was the enemy mid laner Yang Yuhuan. Instead of going to the top lane, she came to the bottom lane to gank Su Yi. Seeing this, the viewers in the live stream all became tense. 1 against 3. This was not a low-ranked match where one could casually kill. However, in the next second, after witnessing Su Yi's maneuvers, the live stream's barrage instantly erupted. On the live stream screen, they saw Su Yi facing the 3-man siege remain remarkably calm and composed. He retaliated with the already stored passive, 7 stars Radiance Slash. It directly took down Minglan's half-health Renjia. At the same time, the damage from the 7 stars Radiance Slash also eliminated the 2 half-health minions. A surge of experience points illuminated from Su Yi. Su Yi's Charlotte successfully leveled up to 4, breaking Light Sword. As Charlotte's ultimate activated, both Luban Master's first skill and Yang Yuhuan's second skill control were negated by the invulnerability. After securing the kill, Su Yi was left with low health from the combined attacks of Luban Master and Yang Yuhuan. Su Yi quickly utilized Charlotte's second skill to retreat back to the fountain. In the opposing voice channel, Minglan inhaled sharply. "What kind of damage is this? Damn it. Chase him. Fan, can we let him escape?" Watching their teammate being killed right in front, Yang Yuhuan and Luban Master relentlessly pursued, wanting to take down Su Yi. Killing the marksman right in front of them was a humiliation for them. Not killing Su Yi was not enough to quell their fury. However, "Who said I was going to run away?" With Su Yi's resolute voice echoing, they saw Su Yi, who had already returned to the tower, suddenly turn around. The first skill, Swift Light Triangular Sword, followed by the second skill, advancing to the fountain. The second 7 stars Radiance Slash. Both of them were hit, and the health of Yang Yuhuan and Luban Master quickly plummeted. Right after the second skill, Forward Fountain, he instantly unleashed the third 7-star Radiant Slash. After 2 7-star Radiant Slashes, the fully healed Luban Master was directly countered and reduced to half health. Yang Yuhuan was beaten down to critical health. Holy crap! Staring at the explosive damage from Charlotte before them, both Yang Yuhuan and Fan were stunned. The clash lane granted the most experience and the fastest leveling. Although Su Yi had reached level 4, Yang Yuhuan was only at level 3. Without her ultimate, she could only use Flash to retreat. However, Su Yi waited for his second skill cooldown to reset before unleashing it, thrusting forward with Forward Fountain. He instantly eliminated the nearly dead Yang Yuhuan. Then, with only a sliver of health left, Su Yi advanced instead of retreating. He chased after Luban Master and started fighting. Fan was utterly baffled by Su Yi's display of skill. Without any thought of counterattacking, he turned and fled. Yet, just as Fan's Charlotte reached the edge of the bottom lane outer tower, her first skill cooldown refreshed. Su Yi countered with a combo of first and second skills, followed by the fourth 7-star Radiant Slash. Fan's Luban Master fell as well. Triple kill. A fluid combo smoother than silk, relentlessly chaining 4 7-star Radiant Slashes through masterful kiting. As the triple kill announcement echoed, Su Yi smiled confidently. "I'm waiting for my passive, what are you waiting for?" Hearing Su Yi's confident words, the livestream chat erupted. Holy crap, what is this? 1 versus 3? This is the true meaning of a Ana versus 3. Damn, too cool. 1 versus 3 and kills all 3. Kills 2 full health enemies while on a sliver of health. This play is legendary. A ceiling level Charlotte. Absolutely the ceiling. Bro Yi is so handsome. It's worth noting that this Charlotte was different from the one that carried Daxian yesterday. That game was against 1,500 point players. This game was against national level players with over 2,200 points. The 3 killed included 2 KPL pros and a national streamer. Even so, they were still slaughtered by Su Yi as if they were mere minions. The impact on the fans was doubled. In response to this play, the fans frantically sent gifts. Watching the barrage of comments and gifts, Su Yi smiled. Thanks. Hit that follow button, guys. He'll be #1 on the leaderboard soon. Then you'll all be old fans of the top player. While Suyi was fighting 1 versus 3 in the bottom lane, a team fight broke out in the top lane. Fu Lai along with the Tiger Sun Bin and Ying Zheng pushed together. The opposing Lu Bu and Bei Mu's Luna actually decided not to give up the tower. The two intended to defend stubbornly. So Fu Lai's team initiated a dive. Fu Lai used flash to bind Bei Mu's Luna, aiming to kill him with the help of his 4 teammates. However, Bei Mu truly lived up to his reputation as a ceiling-level Luna. Facing the charge of 4, Bei Mu showcased his mechanical skill, executing his Moonlight Infinite combo within the circle of Fuse's ultimate. A smooth combo unleashed all of Luna's damage. In just 2 seconds, he managed to execute 5 skills, 1, 3, 2, 3, A3, including 3 ultimates. The Moonlight Infinite combo maximized the damage output. Before dying, he dealt all his damage, coordinating with Lu Bu to kill Fu Lai's Fuzi in return. Although the Tiger pounced to finish off Bei Mu's Luna, he was also reduced to critical health by Luna and Lu Bu. After Fu Lai fell, he shouted excitedly, kill Lu Bu, he's not level 4 yet." But the moment he spoke, Lu Bu started showing off. After empowering his first skill, Fontian Huaji, he killed the critically wounded Tiger with 2 strikes and leveled up to 4. He immediately upgraded his ultimate and activated Heavenly Demon Descends. Upon landing, the knockup allowed him to kill Sun Bin with a single strike. Fu Lai was left utterly bewildered by this play. For people ganked 2, yet 3 were killed in return. Fu Lai muttered to himself, "That's a bit of a loss." Just as Fu Lai was shaking his head in regret, several teammates frantically pinged Su Yes Charlotte avatar. Charlotte alive, level 4, Charlotte alive, level 4. Then Su Yes triple kill announcement appeared at the top of the screen. Fu Lai was dumbfounded. "Holy crap, how did you get a triple kill?" As he spoke, Fu Lai quickly panned the camera to the bottom lane. Seeing Su Yes critically wounded Charlotte surviving Ana vs 3, Fu Lai began to question his own existence. Damn, he fought 3 alone and killed them all. Not only did he kill them, he didn't even die. This was beyond Fu Lai's comprehension. Suyi chuckled, "The enemy carries didn't have flash. I was forced into that counter kill, I didn't mean to. They were too aggressive." Hearing Su Yes humble brag, Fu Lai nodded, "Worth a replay. Our top lane almost got wiped in a 4v2, while you killed all 3 in a 1v3 in the bottom lane. That makes me look so stupid." Fu Lai's words made Suyi burst out laughing. Fu Lai's livestream chat with Little Lai, watch and learn. See how well he plays. Exactly. That play was so sloppy. Learn. Now that's skill. That's a true pro. Seeing the teasing comments flood the screen, Fu Lai didn't argue. After all, a Ana vs 3 play like that in the early game was something an ordinary player could never pull off. He must be a Charlotte specialist. The game continued. After securing the triple kill, Su Yi returned to the lane to face Meng Lan and Fan Fan. Protected by Fan Fan's Luban Master, Meng Lan dared to come out and clear waves. Fu Lai meanwhile lived up to his title of Tower Terror, relentlessly pushing the top lane. Leading Ying Zheng and Sun Bin, he relentlessly destroyed the top lane outer tower. Su Yi held his ground in the bottom lane solo against the Marksman and support duo. Meng Lan quickly pushed the minion wave under the tower. Using his range advantage, he continuously chipped away at the tower's health. However, Su Yi was not one to passively endure pressure. Di Renjia is already dead. Seeing Di Renjia throw out his yellow card, Su Yi immediately declared Meng Lan's doom. Even though the enemy Marksman and support were together, and Su Yi was alone, he still decisively charged forward with his first and second skills. Just as Fu Lai finished destroying the top tower, Su Yes Charlotte in the bottom lane started fighting again. Fu Lai quickly panned the camera down. He only saw Su Yi facing Meng Lan's Di Renjia and Fan Fan's Luban Master as they pressured the tower. Di Renjia's yellow card stunned Su Yi. Yet Su Yi, outnumbered, showed no fear and refused to back down. After stacking his passive with the minions, he struck decisively. First and second skills into 7-star Radiant Slash. After the 2-second cooldown on his second skill, he charged forward again. One man, one sword, charging relentlessly. 3 consecutive dashes combined with explosive burst damage reduced Meng Lan's Di Renjia to critical health. Seeing the danger, Fan Fan quickly activated Luban Master's ultimate, trying to pull Charlotte away to protect Meng Lan. However, Charlotte's ultimate granted her super armor just in time. She directly negated the control from Luban Master's ultimate. She executed her second 7-star Radiant Slash. Even though Meng Lan's Di Renjia used Flash to retreat under the tower, Charlotte followed up with Flash and a basic attack to secure the kill under the tower. Watching Su Yes' fluid execution, Fu Lai was utterly amazed. He commentated rapidly, "Wow, that Charlotte combo was incredibly smooth. All 3 skills were perfectly executed with almost no animation delay. He even used his super armor to negate Luban Master's peel. That Charlotte is truly impressive. I have to say, so meticulous. His mechanics are on point. He always stores up 2 7-star Radiant Slashes before engaging." Fu Lai's chat was flooded with 666. It wasn't over yet. Their jungler the Tiger was ambushed and killed by Beimu's Luna in the red buff area. Suyi returned to the tower to grab a health pack. Then he charged toward their own red buff area to chase down Beimu's critically wounded Luna. Suyi used his first ability to throw a bird into the red zone, reducing the cooldown of his second ability. He chased after Beimu's Luna and engaged in combat. The two segments of his second ability were released in succession at the fountain, forcing Beimu's Luna to cut her ultimate and flee. Just as Suyi was about to catch up with Beimu, Fan's master Lu Ban arrived using a chain to pull Beimu away. However, Suyi chose to continue the pursuit and was determined not to give up. Seeing Suyi relentlessly chase Beimu was about to be caught again. Ultimately, Fan's master Lu Ban turned back and used his first ability to knock Suyi away. Sacrificing himself, he meticulously dismantled the fire, saving Beimu's Luna. Godlike. A sweeping victory. In just 4 minutes, Suyi had already claimed 6 kills. He was about to become a god. Watching Suyi's rampage, his teammates frantically tapped on his avatar, showering him with compliments. The barrage in Suyi's livestream was a buzz. Goodness. At first I thought the streamer could only play in low-ranked matches, but he's slaughtering in the top 100 ranks too. So fierce. The streamer said he'd reached the top in 3 days, and he's really doing it. I thought he was just bragging. A streamer with both skill and looks. I'm in love. I'll follow him as a sign of respect. This Charlotte is absolutely top tier. After a day of slaughter, Suyi's livestream subscriptions and popularity skyrocketed. The subscription count rose to 90,000. Popularity directly broke through to 800,000. There were already over 400 VIPs. The top donor had already sent over 1,000 gifts. While thanking for the gifts, Suyi continued his rampage. Thanks for the gifts. Brothers, pay attention. I have other heroes in the offlane who are even stronger. Charlotte is my weakest hero. In the opposing voice channel, the 5 players were all stunned. Looking at Menglan's 0-3 score. If it weren't for recognizing Menglan's voice, several players would doubt if this Rengia was a fake Menglan. Menglan lamented, "This is my fault. I didn't expect a Charlotte to be this strong." Hearing Menglan's complaints, the other 3 nodded in agreement. Except for the top lane's Lu Bu, who wasn't harassed by Charlotte, the other 4 had experienced Suyi's prowess with Charlotte. So no one blamed Menglan, they were all just focused on playing. After this wave, Suyi directly swapped lanes with Fu Lai, sending Fu Lai to the bottom lane to push towers, while Suyi went to the top lane to split push. Suyi excelled at fighting multiple enemies alone. But when it came to taking towers, it was still Fu Lai's expertise with the tower's sorrow in the canyon. Sure enough, Suyi swapped to the top lane to split push. Lu Bu and Beimu, not believing in evil, attempted to catch Suyi alone. Suyi showcased his skills using his abilities to dodge and interrupt Luna's ultimate, causing Beimu to cut his ultimate. After that, he turned around and delivered a fierce blow to Lu Bu and Beimu. Legendary. Unmatched in the world. Suyi single-handedly countered 2 opponents with Lu Bu's ultimate, dismantling the fire, ultimately allowing Beimu's Luna to escape with barely any health. Watching that Charlotte move like a script, Lu Bu shook his head and sighed. This godlike Charlotte is too fat, can't fight her. Suyi restrained 2 enemies in the top lane, while Fu Lai in the bottom lane had Sun Bin and Ning Zheng providing support. Pushing towers went smoothly, directly taking down 2 defensive towers in the bottom lane. Game time reached 6 minutes. Fu Lei's ultimate ensnared the opposing Yang Yuhuan. Suyi arrived to assist and kill her, while also severely damaging Fan's master Lu Ban. Legendary. Unmatched in the world. With the sound of the godlike prompt ringing out again under the cooperation of Fu Lai and Suyi, they destroyed the enemy's bottom lane high ground in just 6 minutes. After taking down the bottom lane, Suyi and Fu Lai directly headed to the mid lane. The pace was very tight. The opponents waited for Yang Yuhuan to revive before defending the mid lane together. First, a wave of skirmishes. Suyi and Fu Lai were both pressured down to half health by Yang Yuhuan and Lu Bu. The opponents saw that both sides were low on health. They hurriedly pushed out to start a team fight. However, the opponents were a bit too anxious. With support from Sun Bin, Suyi's team quickly retreated using the second ability, avoiding the first wave of counterattacks from the enemies. Fu Lai was even bolder and more meticulous, suddenly turning back to counterattack, ensnaring Lu Bu with his ultimate just as it landed. The team fight was about to ignite. Suyi, seeing Fu Lai take hits, didn't rush to engage. Instead, he continuously used small skills to store Charlotte's passive. Once the passive was sufficiently charged, both sides became overly aggressive. Seeing 3 enemies positioned closely, Suyi finally activated his second skill to charge in. The second skill advanced to the fountain, triggering the passive 7-star Radiant Slash. The ultimate ability Void soared along with the passive 7-star Radiant Slash. The 2 waves of 7-star Radiance Slash dealt damage. Under the overwhelming economic advantage, he unleashed a high burst, directly collaborating with teammates to eliminate the 3 frontline enemies. After completing the kills, Suyi didn't pause for a moment. He used his second skill to advance to the fountain, and then his first skill, the Quick Light Triangle Sword, to kill the low-health Menglan. Once the cooldown of his second skill was ready, he directly flashed in to follow up on the low-health Yang Yuan. The third 7-star Radiance slash struck. The low-health Yang Yuan fell. Triple kill, quadra kill, pentakill. A series of kill notifications rang out. With the 5 consecutive kills prompt appearing, everyone present was stunned. Another pentakill. After completing the kills, Su Yi casually remarked, "Top rank 1 easily achieved." Looking at Su Yi's handsome and calm face. Hearing that confident and resolute voice. The barrage in the live stream went wild with 666. 666. Yigo is awesome. Goodness. In just 3 days, Yigo has gotten over 20 pentakills right. Is he really getting pentakills like Dr? It's a bit terrifying. This is Yigo. Yigo will definitely become popular in the future, I'm telling you. In 3 days, he reached the top rank 1. A pentakill in 7 minutes against the opponents. Who else? Watching Su Yi's outrageous pentakills, his 4 teammates behind him were also excitedly shouting. Fu Lai was in shock. A pentakill. This just happened. Awesome. Why does it feel so easy? Time to push the bottom lane, let's go. Fu Lai led his teammates directly towards the bottom lane. At this moment, the bottom lane high ground had already been pushed down. The minions were at the crystal. Fu Lai and the others frantically pushed the tower. In the opposing voice channel, watching that Charlotte easily get a pentakill, all 5 players felt extremely frustrated. Menglan. Sorry. My bad, everyone. Fan. Next match. Beimu, playing against this Charlotte is so torturous. This match concluded amidst the sighs of the 5 players. After winning the match, Su Yi eagerly clicked to the summary page. Looking at the number 1 on the national real-time ranking display with a peak score of 2,303. Even though he was mentally prepared, Su Yi couldn't help but grin. Who would have thought that this national top-ranked genius player was just a struggling... After enjoying the moment, Su Yi smiled and said, "Brothers, I kept my word. I reached the top rank in 3 days. I did it. If you think the streamer is good and enjoyable to watch, subscribe." As Su Yi aimed for the top of the leaderboard, the live stream's popularity had already exploded tonight, smoothly breaking through to 1 million viewers. The subscription count of the live stream surged wildly, directly skyrocketing to 1,000 followers and still climbing. Gaining 1,000 followers in 3 days was considered an impressively fast growth rate on the Miaya platform. In Fu Lei's live stream, the screen showed he was currently ranked 5th in the nation. As he checked the peak leaderboard, he saw Pixiao at number 1. Fu Lai muttered, "Damn, how is this kid so good? What's going on? Let me check the replay." With that, Fu Lai saved the recording and started watching the replay. While watching the replay, Fu Lai muttered to himself, "I thought he wasn't good at playing Marksman. Good thing I didn't swap with him at the start, and good thing he insisted on going to the development lane. Otherwise, this match would have been tough. I would have suffered landing against D. Renjia in the early game." At the start, Fu Lai had intended to go to the development lane to endure pressure. But Su Yi was determined to face Menglan. Now it seems Su Yi was confident and sure of himself. And so Fu Lai led the audience in his live stream to appreciate Su Yi's skillful plays. After watching Su Yi's outplays, taking down 3 opponents alone, 2 alone, and numerous multi-kill maneuvers, Fu Lai exclaimed it was absurd and concluded this kid is a true big-heart player. When others are low on health, their first thought is how to run. This guy's mind is full of how to counterattack and kill. With that kind of confidence, no one else has it. And his Charlotte gameplay is definitely superior to everyone. I mean, every top laner I've seen, including the national champions and pro players I've encountered. Every time he seems to make a mistake and lose health, he's actually baiting, storing his passive, and looking for an opportunity to strike back. In short, with our Dragon Tiger duo teaming up, we'll take down the enemy in 7 minutes. Listening to Fu Lei's summary, viewers saw his 0-15 scoreline next to Su Yi's Charlotte at 13:01. The live stream chat buzzed with comments. "Huh? You're 0-15, well, what does winning have to do with you? Dragon Tiger duo. It's clearly a Dragon Mouse duo. Yeah, you were just freeloading this round. Charlotte carried hard. Too invincible." Seeing the taunts in the chat, Fu Lai simply laughed them off. Players like him, national champions with signature heroes, were full of confidence and pride. He wouldn't think his old master was worse than others. Even if carried, Fu Lai wouldn't openly admit he was inferior to Su Yi. At the Foshan GK training base, Menglan's wails echoed through the facility. "Off. How the hell am I supposed to play this? We got steamrolled in 7 minutes. Damn." Menglan stared at the screen, seeing his national ranking drop from 1st to 3rd. His heart ached. Hearing his cries, the other 4 GK teammates curiously gathered around. They wanted to know what godly lineup could flatten Menglan in 7 minutes. When Menglan checked the rankings and saw the first place was the same Charlotte that had crushed him, he felt even worse. "This hurts." By show, seeing the ID Pixiao on the Charlotte, exclaimed, "Damn, it's this guy? He stomped me too." That match ended in 8 minutes. Then Menglan opened his mailbox to find his 0-4 D Renjia from the last match had been reported. He lost 4 points. Menglan's mental state shattered. "Damn, which jerk? So petty." Bai Shou replied confidently, no need to guess. It's definitely that Pixiao. Don't ask me how I know. Last time my 07 Ma Chao got reported too. Meanwhile, Su Yi chatting with his live stream audience suddenly sneezed. Rubbing his nose, he murmured, who's in Daxian's live stream? Folks, today's stream ends here. See you tomorrow at 7:30 p.m. After bidding farewell to the viewers, Daxian signed off. As he logged off, something seemed to occur to him. Hey, what rank is that Charlotte I encountered 2 days ago now? With his skill and ability, he should have reached 2000. With that, Daxian pulled up his match history from 2 days ago and found the profile of the Charlotte player named Pashi. The moment he opened the profile, Daxian's curious expression froze, replaced by shock. Absolute shock. Daxian's already large eyes widened to their fullest, his dark pupils nearly popping out. Voila. 2303. Am I seeing things? Or is it lagging? So stunned was he that Daxian, who never cursed, almost let slip a national expletive. He rubbed his eyes. The score remained 2303. He exited and re-entered the profile, and the score was still 2303. This kid gained 800 points in 2 days. He's truly a monster. After exclaiming, Daxian quickly pulled out his phone and found the phone number of the XYG team leader, Xiao Quan. How's that Charlotte player you've been monitoring? Xiao Quan's slightly hurried voice came through. Bro Xian, I was just about to call you. Pixiao has reached #1 on the peak leaderboard. In his last match, he crushed 2 pro players and Bei Mu in 7 minutes, directly securing the top spot. Hearing this, Daxian gasped, can we contact him? If not, ask me, I offer his info. Recruit him quickly. Don't let other teams snatch him first. Team leader Quan nodded. Got it, bro Xian. With that, team leader Quan hurriedly hung up and joined the scramble to recruit players. Acting alongside Daxian were over a dozen KPL teams. In the KPL, almost every team had data analysts. These analysts not only analyzed match data, but also kept an eye on the top 100 players in the peak leaderboard. Based on the players' stats, they identified promising talents to bring into their youth training programs. This was how teams recruited new players. New talents discovered in the peak leaderboard often had great potential and came at a low cost, making them favorites among all teams. Many now famous players were scouted from the peak leaderboard as solo Q kings, like Menglan Yao Dao and Xiaoyan from Shaman VG. Su Yi's emergence was like the most dazzling meteor streaking across the sky, instantly capturing the attention of all team data analysts. Shortly after midnight, the leaderboard had largely stabilized. Su Yi's second-place national ranking was already eye-catching enough. Yet just 10 minutes later, Su Yi had directly surpassed Meng Lan to claim the top spot nationally, while Meng Lan fell to third. The team analysts all opened Su Yi's profile page and began analyzing his peak tournament data, attempting to gauge from the statistics what level his personal skill might rank among professionals. However, upon opening Su Yi's peak tournament rating data, every single analyst was utterly dumbfounded. They saw that Su Yi had played a total of 75 peak tournament matches with a win rate of 95. What did this 95 win rate signify? In 75 matches, he had only lost 4. And his comprehensive peak rating had directly surpassed. It had reached a staggering 120 points. At the Chongqing Cappy training base, the sound of a shattered water cup rang out. The Cappy data analyst stared in disbelief, his cup slipping from his hand. Holy crap. A comprehensive rating can exceed 100. What kind of freak is this? No way. We need to recruit him fast. The QG analyst, not even bothering to clean up the cup, immediately pulled out his phone to make calls. In the dead of night, he called the manager, the coach, and the team leader. It was no wonder he was so excited. In all his years as QG's data analyst, this was the first time he had seen a peak tournament comprehensive rating exceed 100, let alone 120. For context, a rating of 80 was already considered master level. Most professional players had a comprehensive rating around 85. Those who could surpass 90 were rare. Su Yi's 95 win rate and 120 rating had shattered the analysts' understanding. Analysts from other teams were equally stunned. In the training bases of various clubs, exclamations of shock filled the air. Players who were training were drawn in by the analysts' cries. They all asked what had happened. Upon learning of Su Yi's win rate and rating, even the star professional players from various teams called it absurd. FLY, are these stats even humanly possible? Why, holy crap. Recruit him. We have to get him to S-star. Ching ching, damn. These stats are insane. My rating is only 88. That night was destined to be sleepless for every KPL professional team. All because a prodigy's rise to the top of the leaderboard had ignited the entire KPL esports scene. Now, whether it was the top-tier group teams like Wuhan Star Pro and Chongqing Cappy, or the A and group team, any team with some ambition was springing into action, searching for Su Yi's contact information to reach out. And on Douyin, the trending topics were dominated by Su Yi's spectacular plays. One post was rapidly climbing toward the top 3. Pixiao 75 matches national #1, clicking and revealed Su Yi's terrifying peak tournament data. Netizens below were in an uproar. Is this humanly possible? Cheating. Definitely cheating. So terrifying. First in 75 matches. I've played 750 and am still at 1500. Su Yi himself had bid his viewers goodnight and ended his stream. Many team leaders who came to his stream found they all began sending private messages to his Miao account. After the stream, Su Yi didn't go to sleep immediately. He was waiting. He knew that his feat of reaching number 1 in 3 days would undoubtedly catch the attention of all the teams. So he waited for them to contact him. He planned to negotiate the best deal based on the benefits each team offered. With his skills, he was a hot commodity. Sure enough, within no time, all of Su Yi's contact channels started buzzing. Private messages on Miao, friend requests kept popping up on QQ and WeChat. Various notification sounds chimed incessantly. Even his phone rang. Wow, so fast. This many people. In no time, over a dozen people were adding him and sending messages. The scale of it genuinely startled Su Yi. He cleared his throat and answered the call. A man's voice came. Hello, is this Mr. Su Yi? I'm the team leader for XYG. I'd like to invite you to try out for our team and join the XYG family. Would you be interested? The voice on the other end was very polite, using honorifics. Clearly, they were positioning themselves humbly. Hearing that the first call was from XYG, Su Yi raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. According to his pre-transmigration knowledge, XYG had immense potential. In their first KGL tournament, they had won second place and advanced to KPL. Upon entering KPL, they immediately achieved a top 4 finish. For a team formed only a year ago, that was impressive. Su Yi pondered for a moment before replying, well, whether I'm interested depends on the sincerity your team can show. In just this short time, over a dozen teams have already contacted me. To be honest, I plan to negotiate with all. Whichever team offers the most sincerity and satisfies me, that's where it'll go. Hearing Su Yi's words, the man on the other end fell silent for a moment. It seemed he was consulting with someone. Su Yi waited patiently, understanding that such decisions weren't made by a team leader alone. He would need to contact the boss, Zhang Daxian. In a luxurious villa in Shanghai, Daxian, with his flowing hair and slightly plump figure, answered the phone anxiously. Hello. How is it? He wants sincerity. Tell him. If his skills are real and he passes the tryout, our sincerity will be absolute. No matter what offers other teams make, we can match and exceed them. Yes, just like that. Spare no expense to get him here for a tryout. After hanging up, Daxian breathed heavily, lying on the sofa in tense anticipation. As a top honor of King's streamer, he had the confidence to offer Su Yi the utmost sincerity. His founding of XYG was to fulfill the regrets of his youth. Due to circumstances, he had never been able to become a professional player and chase his esports dream. Now that he had achieved success, he naturally wanted to build a team of his own, entrusting it with his passion to pursue that dream. After waiting anxiously, still feeling uneasy, he sent another message to the team leader Xiao Quan, offer him a double-value performance-based contract and see if he's willing to sign. Su Yi waited for about a minute. The male voice on the other end spoke. I understand what you mean. I just contacted our boss and he gave the green light. No matter how good the offers from other teams are, we can match them and do better. As long as you pass the trial, you can. Listening to the man's response on the phone, Su Yi was somewhat surprised. Daxian was determined to secure him. Daxian's resources and financial strength were by no means inferior to those clubs. If Daxian was set on having him join, other clubs would find it hard to compete. After a brief moment of thought, Su Yi chuckled. All right, I understand. They'll contact you later. No sooner had Su Yi hung up than calls came pouring in without a break. Hello, Mr. Su Yi. I'm the HR manager of Foshan GK. May I ask how old you are, and do you have any plans to go professional now or in the future? Hearing the inquiry from the HR manager of Foshan GK, Su Yi responded calmly. I'm 18, and I do plan to go professional. Having already secured a promise from XYG's Daxian, Su Yi felt more confident when negotiating with other teams. Upon hearing Su Yi's words, the HR manager of Foshan GK became visibly excited. Are you familiar with Foshan GK? Would you consider joining GK for your professional career? Rest assured, we'll offer you the most generous terms in the industry. Our boss. The manager from Foshan GK launched into an enthusiastic introduction of their club. The backer of GK was a top male celebrity nationwide. With substantial financial resources, the offer included a signing fee of 3 million yuan, a monthly salary of 500 yuan plus bonuses, and streaming revenue shares. Upon joining GK, the club would handle all streaming arrangements, taking only a 30 cut. Su Yi responded with a smile. I'll think about it. The HR manager, being astute, understood that Su Yi was waiting for a better offer. He added, if other teams offer better terms, we can continue negotiating. Su Yi nodded and hung up. The calls kept coming without pause. Then came Wuhan Starpro, Chongqing, Gapi, Guangzhou, TTG, Nanjing, Hero, Jiujing, Chengdu, AG Superplay, and others. All the strong teams that regularly competed in the S and A groups, as well as several well-known clubs, contacted Su Yi. He had thorough discussions with each of them. Summarizing the offers, the monthly salaries generally ranged between 5,000 and 8,000 yuan, with signing fees between 3 million and 5 million yuan. The lowest offer came from Gapi with a signing fee of 3 million yuan and a monthly salary of 5,000 yuan. The highest was from AG with 5 million yuan and a monthly salary of 8,000 yuan. The significant difference in offers was because Gappy already had Fly as their top laner while AG had long struggled in that position. AG's top lane had always been weak, lacking a stable carry who could lead the team. Thus, they showed great sincerity in wanting to sign Su Yi. All teams also promised salary increases based on future performance. From Su Yi's understanding, AG's offer already matched the salary level of top-tier KPL players. Indeed, KPL players' salaries were neither as low nor as high as the public imagined. The highest-paid KPL players, like the ultimate top laner FLY, the star player Inua, and the transcendent side laner Qingqing, earned monthly salaries between 18,000 and 2,000 yuan, the maximum in KPL. These figures were the result of years of hard work and accumulated popularity. For a newcomer like Su Yi, the signing fees and monthly salaries offered by various clubs were already remarkably high and showed great sincerity. Su Yi continued talking until 1:30 a.m., finally compiling all the offers. Phew, he looked at the notebook on his desk and let out a long breath. Who would have thought that 3 days ago he was struggling just to get enough to eat, and now so many high-paying teams were vying? After reviewing everything, Su Yi decided to call XYG. After all, XYG was the first to reach out, and the only one that hadn't disclosed their salary. As the XYG team leader had said, they could offer more than any KPL team. This was definitely worth discussing. The call was answered immediately, showing they had been waiting for him. The familiar male voice came through. Mr. You've spoken with the other teams, haven't you? Which team offered the best terms? Tell me. Su Yi chuckled and replied. AG gave the most. 5 million signing fee and 8,000 monthly salary. Of course, AG said it's negotiable. Hearing that Su Yi didn't reveal everything, Quan, the XYG team leader, realized Su Yi was no pushover. He immediately said, signing fee of 8 million. Monthly salary of 1,000. That was a figure Su Yi couldn't refuse. An 8 million signing fee and 1,000 monthly salary. Money that most ordinary people could never earn in several lifetimes. Su Yi swallowed hard, forcing himself to stay calm. Seeing that Su Yi didn't respond, Quan thought he had reservations and quickly added, if you're not satisfied, that's fine. I have a double salary betting agreement here. Would Mr. Su be interested? Hearing this, Su Yi came to his senses. Send it over, and he'll take a look. As soon as Su Yi finished speaking, a Word document arrived. Opening it, he saw the double salary betting agreement. The agreement clearly stated a monthly salary of 1,000 yuan. However, if Su Yi could help XYG win the championship or runner-up in top-tier leagues, his monthly salary would double to 2,000 yuan. All salaries paid before the achievement would also be retroactively doubled. Top-tier leagues referred to the KPL, the World Champion Cup, and the Challenger Cup. In these leagues, KPL teams leading XYG, a team fresh out of the national competition, to such achievements in these leagues was nothing short of a fantasy. But even if Su Yi failed to win the championship or runner-up, he would lose nothing. His salary would remain 1,000 yuan. This was Daxian's promise to Su Yi. If Su Yi could lead XYG to great results, he would receive the top salary in KPL, on par with Inoa and Fly. After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Yi directly agreed. Alright, he'll sign this bet agreement. I will also claim the championship. Now, with max-level mechanics at his disposal, he could effortlessly crush top-ranked players, national server streamers, and professional competitors. Moreover, once he joined a professional team and completed the mission, he would unlock other abilities. By then, with 2 max-level abilities in hand, even professional matches would be a breeze. The XYG team's strength was considerable, or else they wouldn't have reached the top 4 upon entering KPL. According to Su Yi's assessment, the reason XYG failed to win the championship was merely a lack of a good commander and a backbone. Established powerhouse teams all possessed their own team spirit. Gappy's FLY Starpros Huahai AG Smunglei Inua. With Su Yi joining as the leader of leading XYG to dominate and seize the championship in KPL was not impossible. Su Yi's greatest joy was in challenges, challenging every impossibility. Joining established teams and winning easily with their solid foundations held no appeal. Leading a new team from the K-League into KPL and clinching the championship was the true challenge. A perfect template for a satisfying story. That made it far more interesting. Hearing Su Yi's confident reply, the team leader Quan on the phone was overjoyed. Excellent. Excellent. Then I'll send you the bet agreement and electronic contract shortly. After you've reviewed them and find no issues, you can. As for the trial, it can be arranged according to Mr. Su Yi's schedule. Su Yi nodded with a smile. No problem. After hanging up, the agreement and contract were already sent over. Su Yi scrutinized them carefully, reading every word meticulously. Although Daxian's character and integrity were beyond question, contracts required caution. After ensuring there were no loopholes or pitfalls, he signed directly. With the contract signed, Su Yi officially became a member of the XYG team. He had formally become a professional player of Honor of Kings. The 8 million signing fee would be deposited into Su Yi's bank account in full by the end of the month. Just then a system notification chimed. Ding, mission to join a professional team completed. Reward 1 max level ability for the host. Host may choose which ability to upgrade. Detected host signing a bet agreement. New mission released, lead the team to the 2021 honor of King's World Champion Cup Finals. Hearing the familiar prompt in his mind, Su Ye's eyes lit up. Here it comes. Seeing the reward was another max level ability, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Another max level ability. Woo, let's soar. He had already tasted the sweetness of max level mechanics. With just mechanics, he could reach the peak of the rankings. Su Yi knew exactly how formidable max level abilities were. A new mission had also been issued. As long as he completed missions continuously, he would eventually upgrade all abilities and become a true hexagonal warrior. However, Su Yi looked at his attribute panel and his decision paralysis struck again. Aside from the already maxed mechanics, the other 5 abilities were all incredibly enticing to Su Yi: game reflexes, hand speed, game comprehension, game sense, and macro vision. After a sigh, Su Yi made his decision. Among the 5 abilities, what he lacked most at the moment was game sense. In honor of King's, experts were divided into 2 schools: mechanics-oriented and sense-oriented. Mechanics-oriented players could reach the peak with top-tier techniques. Sense-oriented players could also reach the peak with top-tier game sense. For instance, streamer Han Han was sense-oriented with less impressive mechanics. Relying solely on sense, he had the strength of the top 10. With mechanics added, he only fell to the top 100. Yet with his excellent sense, Han Han had dominated the top 3 spots in Season 18. The tale of Season 18 spread far and wide, lingering for 2.5 years. If Su Yi could possess both top-tier mechanics and top-tier sense, then striding unopposed through KPL would be no issue. Upgrade game sense to max level. As Su Yi applied the max level ability to game sense, the score for game sense on the attribute panel filled up, reaching 100. Meanwhile, a flood of game sense knowledge surged into Su Yi's mind. For instance, when the enemy jungler would start farming, when they would gank, how the support should rotate, and where they might appear when out of sight. It was like having X-ray vision, granting absolute control over enemy movements. In the game, praising someone's sense was often compared to having X-ray vision. With max-level sense, playing felt no different from having X-ray vision. Sensing the change within himself, Su Yi couldn't help but feel he had chosen the right ability. In professional matches where everyone had mechanics, the true contest was in game sense. After everything was settled, it was already 2 in the morning. Sleep, sleep. Health comes first. As soon as Su Yi's head hit the pillow, his snores were already thundering. The fatigue of 3 days finally released, pouring out completely. Su Yi intended to sleep soundly and replenish his energy to prepare for the upcoming professional matches. This sleep lasted until past 9. He was even late for. After a quick brush of his teeth, Su Yi turned on his computer and started the stream. Seeing the subscriber count, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. When he had ended the stream last night, the subscriber count was just over 1,000. Now after one night, it had surged to 23,000 followers, and the number was still growing visibly. After a brief thought, Su Yi pulled out his phone and opened Douyin. Sure enough, it was all thanks to Douyin's promotion. The top trending topic on Douyin was Su Yi's achievement of being #1 in the nation after 75 matches. With over 10 million viewers on Douyin, it was no surprise he gained over 1,000 followers overnight. Su Yi put away his phone and looked at the stream's chat. Many fans were already cursing him for being late. Su Yi quickly apologized. Sorry guys. I slept too late last night and woke up late. This morning's stream will be about pushing to 100 stars. Let me check, it's past 9 now. I'm at 86. With some effort, he'll try to win 14 matches before noon and reach 100 stars. The fans who were calling him a slacker were immediately distracted by his stream content. Less than 3 hours, win 14 consecutive matches, gain 14 stars. How could that be possible? The chat was flooded with skeptical comments. But many veteran fans stepped forward with a chuckle. Huh? Don't believe it. Just wait to be proven wrong. Yigo climbed to #1 in 3 days with a 95 win rate. Do you understand what a top lane god? All Heroes national server. Do you know what a hexagonal warrior means? As long as Yigo wants, reaching 100 stars is as easy as killing a chicken. Seeing his loyal fans placing such trust in him, Su Yi naturally would not let them down. He immediately started ranked matches for the final sprint. With max level awareness backing him, Su Yi fought even more fiercely. From beginning to end, the movements of the 5 opponents were almost entirely within his control. Coupled with max level skills, even nearly 90-star ranked matches were like slaughter to Su Yi. Each match lasted 6 or 7 minutes, and in an hour he won 6 games straight. In just 2.5 hours he reached 100 stars. Su Yi glanced at the time in the bottom right corner. It was only 1130 p.m., even shorter than expected. If you think the streamer's gameplay is decent, hit that follow button. Hearing Su Yi's words, the live chat instantly erupted. Holy crap, you call that decent? 100 stars in 6 or 7 minutes. Damn, I'm completely convinced. The streamer is absolutely insane. I apologize for my earlier doubts. Brother Su Yi is forever the GOAT. Not only is he as handsome as the readers, but his skills are just like theirs too. Love it. I'm following first. He'll be an old fan from now on. With skills like this, why not go pro and make a name instead of being a small streamer? Watching the lively chat, Su Yi smiled happily. This streaming atmosphere was exactly what he loved. Through streaming, he could earn money and bring joy to his fans. It was a win-win situation. If not for the need to become stronger, Su Yi would have been willing to stream forever. But he knew there was a bigger stage waiting for him in this world. He could always stream again after achieving fame and retiring. Looking at the last comment, Su Yi smiled and said, "Brothers, I definitely will go pro. This afternoon I'm heading to Shanghai for a pro tryout. I might not be able to stream tonight, so don't wait up. If the tryout succeeds, you'll see me on the KPL stage." Hearing Su Yi's response, the chat was filled with blessings, all hoping his streaming career would thrive. The fan who suggested he go pro was stunned. "Holy crap. I was just joking." The flight ticket to Shanghai had already been booked by XYG, and travel expenses to the club were also reimbursed. Su Yi took a taxi to the airport costing a few hundred yuan, which made him feel a bit bold. After nearly 2 hours of flying, the plane landed smoothly. As soon as he got off the plane and entered the arrivals hall, he immediately spotted several familiar figures. A tall, broad-shouldered man with flowing long hair was waving at Su Yi. Beside him stood 5 youths and a young man. Although Zhang Daxian was wearing a mask, his iconic long hair made him instantly recognizable. He had brought the entire team to welcome Su Yi. The 5 youths were the 5 players of XYG: top laner Kuxi, jungler Jiua, mid laner Lingming, marksman Shoto, and roamer Xia. At this time, XYG had just won the national championship and entered the K-League not long ago. The 5 were not yet famous and no passersby recognized them. Seeing the streamer he had once admired in the flesh, Su Yi felt a sense of unreality. Daxian's cheerful, humorous voice rang out, "Su Yi." Su Yi snapped back to reality, stepped forward with a smile, and shook hands with Zhang Daxian, "Brother Xian." Zhang Daxian shook his hand and said with a smile, "I really have to thank you for carrying us the day before yesterday." Daxian's words immediately put Su Yi at ease. No, I should thank you for giving me the chance to go pro." Daxian patted Su Yi on the shoulder. Great. Truly a young hero. I never expected there to be such a skilled player on our Miaya platform." Su Yi smiled and shook his head humbly. "It's okay, good enough for peak matches. Pro games aren't that easy." Seeing Su Yi's humility despite his skill, Daxian's gaze grew increasingly approving. "Let's go to the base. He'll introduce you along the way." Once in the car, Daxian introduced the 5 XYG members to Su Yi. Although Su Yi already knew the information about the 5, he listened attentively, knowing these 5 would likely become his teammates. It was important to understand his own players. Yes, even though he hadn't passed the tryout, yet Su Yi was already eyeing the captain's position. By the time the car arrived at the base gate, Su Yi had already bonded well with the 5 XYG players except for top laner Kuxi. After all, Su Yi was here to compete with Kuxi for the position. Plus, Kuxi was naturally aloof, earning him the nickname Cool Guy. So their interaction during the ride was minimal. But Su Yi knew Kuxi was a good person, just not great at expressing himself. The 5 youths in the car had all just left school and entered society. They were all pure-hearted and simple, here solely to chase their esports dreams. That was one reason Su Yi chose XYG. Before his transmigration, many KPL teams had been embroiled in scandals and controversies. But XYG was like a big family, free from the infighting of other teams. The 5 in the car were like uncut jade, waiting for Su Yi to carve their shapes and outlines. Getting out of the car and looking at the standalone villa before him, Su Yi once again marveled at Daxian's wealth. Even the training base was a rented villa. It was lavish, and the future training environment would surely be excellent. Led by Daxian and the 5 players, Su Yi toured the entire training base. There was a gym, a media room, training rooms, lounges, and streaming rooms, all fully equipped. After the tour, Su Yi began his tryout. The tryout consisted of 2 phases. The first was a simple professional test to see if Su Yi met the pro. The second phase was a practical tryout. Su Yi had to face XYG's current top laner Kuxi in a 1v1 solo match. Best of 3. After that, there would be a BO5 scrim for Su Yi to play. The final decision on whether he passed the tryout would be based on the results of both phases. Though called a tryout, it was really just a formality. Su Yi's peak stats and ratings already proved he had topped. The reason for the tryout was that every player joining XYG had to go through it to ensure the existing members and other trainees were convinced. A professional team harbors no slackers and no weaklings. In the training room, the first phase of the XYG trial has begun. There are many testing instruments beside these can test the contestants' reactions, hand speed, dynamic vision, and various other abilities. Su Yi went through the tests one by one. Due to all abilities scoring 60, he reached the qualifying line of a professional player. Thus, he easily passed the first phase of testing. Team leader Quan and coach Glucose were discussing Su Yi's test report enthusiastically. "This is really bizarre. It shouldn't be." The two felt something was off as they examined the report. Given Su Yi's impressive data, his hand speed and reaction times should have been top tier. However, the test report showed that his hand speed and reaction were merely at a normal professional level comparable to the existing 5 team members of XYG. Confused, the two continued to watch the trial. As the second phase began, they soon found their answer. The first assessment of the second phase. A solo battle assessment. Su Yi and Ku Xia were seated facing each other, directly opening a 5v5 room in the canyon. Both sides chose the same hero, heading to the confrontation lane with the outcome determined by the first tower destroyed. Decian reminded Ku Xia, "Cool guy, don't hold back. Just give it your all." Hearing Decian's words, Ku Xia nodded without replying. In the first solo match, both Su Yi and Ku Xia locked in Ma Chao. Since this was a trial, they needed to use heroes with high pick rates in matches. The tentative 3 heroes were Ma Chao, Guan Yu, and Xiahou Dun. The match began. At this time, Ma Chaos Xunwei skin had not yet been released. Both players used the default survivor skin. Su Yi and Ku Xia controlled Ma Chao towards the top lane. Upon reaching the top lane bush, they both waited with their weapons ready for the minions to arrive, aiming to secure level 2 first. After reaching level 2, Su Yi's Ma Chao unleashed a skill that pierced through the frontline minions. He then quickly picked up the weapon and aimed it at Ku Xia's Ma Chao. Seeing Su Yi ready to engage, Ku Xia decisively activated his sprint and began to trade blows with Su Yi. During their exchange, Ku Xia's sprint provided him with a damage boost. Su Yi's health was dropping significantly faster than Ku Xia's. Realizing he was at a disadvantage, Su Yi's Ma Chao retreated towards his tower. Noticing Su Yi's retreat, Ku Xia's Ma Chao naturally pursued, relentlessly reducing Su Yi's health to a critical level. In contrast, Ku Xia's Ma Chao still had half health. Seeing this, everyone watching, including Decian, each person's expression was filled with deep confusion. Wasn't Su Yi's Ma Chao supposed to be strong? Why was he being pressured like this by Ku Xia? However, in the next moment, the expressions of the viewers changed drastically. They saw Su Yi's critically low health Ma Chao halt its escape at the edge of the defensive tower. He directly activated his sprint and counterattacked. With a wave of a return shot followed by a skill, he pushed Ku Xia's half-health Ma Chao down to a third of its health. Seeing Su Yi, who had low health, dare to counterattack against his half-health, Ku Xia naturally wouldn't let Su Yi off easily, launching his Ma Chaos second skill to hit and wear down Su Yi. After his skill went on cooldown, Ku Xia chased Su Yi and began to auto-attack. After 2 auto-attacks, Su Yi's Ma Chao was left with barely any health. Just one more auto-attack would seal the deal. However, as Su Yi, on the brink of death, suddenly cracked a smile, he said, "I'm waiting for my skill cooldown. What are you waiting for?" With his words finished, Su Yi's Ma Chao swiftly unleashed his second skill in a smooth double strike. With the speed boost from his sprint, Su Yi pierced Ku Xia's half-health Ma Chao down to critical health with 2 strikes. Moreover, during the double strike, Su Yi skillfully dodged Ku Xia's Ma Chaos first skill. With Ku Xia's only first skill missing, he could only continue to auto-attack Su Yi. However, Ma Chaos strikes restored health upon hitting, and the double strike healed Su Yi twice. This meant Ku Xia's auto-attacks couldn't finish off Su Yi. As Su Yi lightly threw out his first skill, Ku Xia's Ma Chao was directly pierced by the spear. His health bar emptied. First blood. The first blood. Looking at the dimming screen, Ku Xia's expression was filled with disbelief. He still had half health. How could he be suddenly killed? All he needed was one more auto-attack to finish off Su Yi, but why couldn't he land the killing blow? Was it just luck, or was it? At this moment, Ku Xia couldn't comprehend why he had lost when victory seemed assured. What happened? How did I get countered? What a guy. Countering from low health to half health, is this some kind of magic? I have to say, Su Yi's operation really does have that magical flair to it. This is dancing on the edge of a knife. Though Decian and the younger brothers beside him didn't understand how Su Yi accomplished the counterattack, they knew that being able to counterattack from low health to half health surely meant something impressive. Compliments were well deserved. The match continued. After Su Yi secured the first blood, he quickly pushed the second wave of minions into the tower while Ku Xia was still respawning. Even so, he still missed 2 minions. With 2 minions lost, and having given up first blood, Ku Xia found it very hard to fight back, having to play cautiously under the tower to clear minions and reach level 4. As the game reached 1 minute and 40 seconds, Su Yi gained a level 4 due to securing the river crab and consuming more minions before Ku Xia. Upon reaching level 4, although Su Yi's sprint was still on cooldown, he did not hesitate and activated his ultimate to attempt a tower dive to kill Ku Xia. Ku Xia, needing to farm minions, couldn't retreat too far, which gave Su Yi an opportunity. Su Yi's Ma Chao continuously pulled and struck while also dragging the tower along. Every time the tower was about to fire, Su Yi always managed to exhaust Ku Xia and promptly withdrew from the tower's attack range. Just like that, Su Yi skillfully executed a tower dive and killed Ku Xia's Ma Chao. After the tower dive kill, Su Yi retreated with barely any health remaining. A textbook-level tower dive execution. Watching the screen dim again, Ku Xia shook his head in regret. He knew he had lost this round. Indeed, when Ku Xia returned to lane and reached level for the game, time hit 3 minutes and 30 seconds. After Su Ye's ultimate came off cooldown, he pushed the minion wave again and began to tower dive once more. Yet Su Ye's Ma Chao executed flawlessly. Each thrust of his spear was not merely for dealing damage, but also to evade Ku Xie's Ma Chaos attacks through the displacement of the thrust. He truly achieved a state of unity between man and spear. In the end, Ku Xie's skills were repeatedly dodged, and even with the protection of his turret, he could not outplay Su Yi. He was once again killed under the turret. Su Ye's Ma Chao, after diving the turret and securing the kill, retreated with a sliver of health. In the first round, Su Yi won 3-0. De Xian nodded from the side. A duel between masters is all about a single mistake. A single error can determine the entire course of the match. Jungle players September agreed. Indeed, the rhythm was completely in Su Ye's hands. Ku Xie was having a really tough time. AD carries Xiao Do. There's no helping it. That early counterkill was just too absurd. None of us expected it, and it definitely caught Ku Xie off guard. Ku Xie let out a long sigh. How I lost. Though he admitted defeat verbally, the expression on Ku Xie's face showed he was still somewhat unconvinced. After all, if not for the hiccup in the first exchange, he wouldn't have been so thoroughly suppressed afterward. Su Yi smiled and nodded, looking at Ku Xie. Your Ma Chao is quite good, but you were a bit too careless in the early game. Have you ever heard a saying? After dueling with Ku Xie, Su Yi could tell that Ku Xie's Ma Chao mechanics were at a very high level. It was at an elite level capable of scoring 85 points. However, Su Yi preferred to use his brain while playing thinking more, which was why Ku Xie lost so decisively. Hearing Su Yi's words, Ku Xie frowned, his gaze turning hostile. What's saying? Su Yi chuckled. A true hunter often appears as the prey. With that, Su Yi fell silent, leaving Ku Xie to ponder the meaning. Ku Xie initially thought Su Yi was about to mock him, but instead heard this cryptic remark. It immediately set him thinking. Then, under De Xian's hosting, the second 1v1 solo match began. A Guan Yu duel. This time, neither side rushed to reach level 2 upon arriving in lane. Instead, they jockeyed for position, each seeking an opportunity to land the first strike with Guan Yu's skill. Whoever could land the first hit would seize the early rhythm advantage. Both Su Yi and Ku Xie's Guan Yu were constantly weaving and probing in the lane. Each waited for the other to show a weakness. Just as Ku Xie attempted to strike Su Yi with his first skill, Su Yi's first skill also activated. They struck simultaneously, but Su Yi's skill was slightly off angle. This allowed Ku Xie's Guan Yu to land both damage instances of his first skill. Ku Xie's Guan Yu gained the upper hand in the first exchange. Su Yi once again started at a disadvantage. After securing the health advantage, Ku Xie played very aggressively. He pushed Su Yi right under his turret. However, Su Yi meticulously held the minion wave just outside his turret range. The two continued to trade and jockey for position in front of Su Yi's turret. Time reached 1 minute and 40 seconds. It was time for both to contest reaching level 4. Ku Xie then sensed something was amiss. Because Su Yi had been at a health disadvantage from the start, Ku Xie pushed the wave very proactively. Now 2 of his minion waves were piled up in front of Su Yi's turret. For Ku Xie to reach level 4, he would have to go under Su Yi's turret to last hit the minions. Just as Ku Xie was about to give up on reaching level 4 and wait for the wave to push back, Su Yi's Guan Yu suddenly launched an aggressive move. A well-angled first skill cleaved through 4 minions. After this 4 minion kill, a flash of experience light passed. Su Yi's Guan Yu instantly reached level 4. Immediately after, Su Yi activated both his ultimate and his sprint, charging straight at Ku Xie. It's over. Trouble. A level 4 Guan Yu and a level 3 Guan Yu are entirely different champions. Ku Xie's level 3 Guan Yu was completely tossed around by Su Yi's level 4 Guan Yu. Helpless, he was ultimately pushed back under his own turret and slain. First blood. Seeing Su Yi claim first blood once again, De Xian nodded in admiration. Nice. Good one. If Su Yi's victory in the first round could be attributed to luck or chance, then securing first blood and gaining an advantage in this second round was undeniably a testament to his own skill. The other team members also exclaimed in awe. TSK. Su Yi is playing the fool to catch the wolf. Wow, that wave management to rush level 4 was incredibly meticulous. It's hard to control the wave with Guan Yu. Amidst their heated discussion, Ku Xie grew increasingly tense. Sweat began to form on his forehead and hands. When Ku Xie returned to lane, he remained very composed. He didn't engage Su Yi directly, waiting instead until the 4-minute mark when both their sprints were off cooldown to fight. After a brief exchange of feints, they clashed. Su Yi took the initiative, his movements faster than Ku Xie's. They collided head-on. However, because Su Yi struck first, he seized the initiative. Ku Xie's horse legs were constantly interrupted, disrupting his rhythm, leaving him unable to compete. A second kill was easily secured by Su Yi. Then after Ku Xie revived, another exchange occurred. This time Su Yi relied on his item advantage to overpower him. Su Yi's Guan Yu had built an early ominous omen, while Ku Xie had gone for offensive items like the Pendant of Dusk. Each time Ku Xie pushed, he was slowed by the ominous omen's passive. This left Ku Xie unable to outrun Su Yi. Killing spree. Su Yi once again won 3-0. The second stage of the trial was also passed with ease. Decien applauded from the side. Well done. Both of you played very well. The details were on point. After clapping, Decien opened his arms to Su Yi. Welcome to the XYG family, Su Yi. Having passed both stages of the tryout, Su Yi was now an official member of XYG. The other 4 teammates also joined in the applause. No wonder he's Pashao, the man who reached number 1 with a 95 win rate. Impressive. He's quite strong. Welcome to XYG. Su Yi smiled and nodded, sharing a firm embrace with Decien. The defeated Kuxia also let out a long sigh. I lost. And I concede defeat wholeheartedly. I finally understand the meaning of your words. Hearing Kuxia's words, Su Yi responded with a smile. Good. You figured it out so quickly. Smart. Meanwhile, Decien and the other teammates were somewhat puzzled. What word? What does it mean? Su Yi looked at Kuxia. Will you explain, or should I? Kuxia sighed. I'll do it. Seeing Kuxia in such a state, the great immortal and his teammates grew even more curious. Without keeping them in suspense, Kuxia smiled bitterly and explained. Su Yi said that the true hunter often appears as the prey. He is the hunter disguised as prey, while I am the prey. In the first round, my Chaos level 1 duel was a deliberate ploy to make me waste his health. Seeing his missteps in positioning and movement, I thought his Ma Chao wasn't that formidable, so I grew careless. I pursued too aggressively, only to be killed by him despite his low health. In the second round, he again feigned weakness, deliberately giving me an advantage in health. This pushed me to overextend in lane, falling right into his trap of controlling the minion wave. Thus he reached level 4 before me, and I couldn't win the fight. After hearing Kuxia's explanation, the great immortal and the 4 teammates all suddenly understood. In simple terms, Su Yi would initially pretend to be weak, intentionally losing health. Then when Kuxia grew complacent, he would turn the tables with a series of sharp maneuvers, securing a kill. He had completely read Kuxia's mind. Though they understood, the great immortal still asked curiously, what's the point of Su Yi doing this? Why not just dominate from the start? Su Yi smiled and explained, the point is to gain an early advantage. If I played aggressively from the start, Kuxia would be very cautious. In that case, it might take 5 or 6 minutes for the first kill and over 10 minutes to end the duel. Although this strategy is risky and demands high skill, one wrong move and the feigned weakness becomes real. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Hearing Su Yi's explanation, everyone present understood. In high-level duels, it's usually hard to determine a winner quickly. Both sides probe each other for a long time. Only after finding a mistake can a decisive blow be struck. By feigning weakness from the start and counterattacking on the opponent's error, Su Yi ended the duel in a minute and gained the advantage. The reward was indeed substantial. As everyone was still savoring Su Yi's words, the great immortal waved his hand. Come on, let's start the training match. Let's see how Su Yi performs in a team setting. With that, the great immortal began arranging the details for the training match tryout. To truly test Su Yi's strength, the great immortal went all out. He directly contacted Gappy, the team that had recently defeated XYG in the Winter Champion Cup selection rounds. Chongqing Gappy was a long-standing powerhouse in the KPL, consistently in the S and A groups. They had already won 5 cup and league championships. Their strength was undoubtedly formidable. The 5 XYG members were shocked when they learned they would be scrimming against Gappy. At that moment, they lacked confidence against such a strong team, believing their chances of beating Gappy were nearly zero. Soon the great immortal had contacted all 5 Gappy members. Both sides set up a custom bandpick room and began the tryout. Since XYG's official account had not yet announced Su Yi's addition, other teams were unaware of his whereabouts. For this training match, Gappy approached it casually. Fly directly picked Ma Chao, intending to practice the Ma Chao Gujuo combo. Su Yi used Kuxia's account for the tryout. Seeing Fly pick Ma Chao, Su Yi countered with Charlotte. The great immortal nodded in satisfaction. Charlotte counters Ma Chao. This round should be easier for Su Yi. With that, the bandpick phase concluded. Su Yi directly controlled Charlotte to lane against Fly's Ma Chao. Though it was a training match, Fly, before level 4 he avoided fighting Su Yi. However, after reaching level 4, Fly's Ma Chao grew aggressive, frequently trading hits with Su Yi's Charlotte. Su Yi in turn repeated his tactic, deliberately making multiple mistakes. He was reduced to low health by Fly's Ma Chao, while Fly still had over half health. With his sprint, an ultimate-ready Fly intended to kill Su Yi. However, Su Yi's Charlotte shed her prey disguise and counterattacked at the edge of the tower. Relying on skills and movement to dodge Fly's attacks, he executed 3 consecutive 7-star flash slashes, miraculously killing Fly despite being at critical health. First blood. The first blood was drawn. Seeing Su Yi secure a solo kill top lane, the great immortal's eyes lit up. Wow. Impressive. A solo kill on Fly. That low health counterkill from Su Yi was truly cool. The other team members also praised Su Yi for securing first blood. After all, the opponent was FLY, a man known as the pinnacle of the top lane. Su Yi achieved the solo kill achievement in his very first landing encounter. This spoke volumes about his strength. In Gappy's base, Fly stared at the screen in disbelief. Wait, this Charlotte was so clumsy early on, how did she suddenly become so fierce? Fly couldn't figure out how the low-health Charlotte, who had shown no movement skills early on and had been whittled down by his spear throws, managed to kill him. 2 of his spear thrusts were dodged, which was incredibly absurd. The other 4 Gappy members snickered. Being solo killed by a top laner from the national tournament was quite embarrassing. The tryout continued. Suyi's solo kill on Fly proved his landing prowess. Next came his team fight. Although Suyi gained an advantage, top lane XYG's mid laner Ling Meng and bottom laner Shodo were caught out by Gappy. They gave up 2 kills. Overall, XYG was at an early disadvantage, suppressed by Gappy. Then at the 7-minute mark, Gappy moved to invade the blue buff. A team fight erupted in the river near the blue buff, with both sides trading health. Suyi had pre-ambushed the blue buff bush, catching Xiaopeng's Agujuo, who had just used his ultimate and lost his panda form. With a Charlotte combo of skill 1, 2, 3 and basic attack, he instantly killed Agujuo's true form, then used skill 2's forward fountain to chase down and kill Fanfan's Giguzi. He secured 2 kills, turning the tide. Seeing Suyi chase 3 opponents alone and kill 2 the great immortals, eyes nearly popped out. Is he this powerful? His positioning is spot on. Xiao Yi, your game sense is incredible. Ku Xian nodded repeatedly. His thought process in team fights is very clear. He waits for the right moment to engage, and when he strikes, it's lethal. Hearing their praise, Suyi just smiled. With his max-level game sense, he could almost predict the enemy's every move. Ambushing in bushes was simple. The match continued with both sides trading blows. Finally, at the 12-minute mark, Suyi and support Shihi's Tai perfected their engagement. Tai flashed in and stunned 2, while Suyi's Charlotte used her ultimate flash to knock up all 4 Gappy members. With 7-star flash slashes, he relentlessly pursued and annihilated Gappy. A triple kill left the streamer utterly dumbfounded. Hey, well played, my precious. That flash-enhanced ultimate was too cool, what do you say? Is there a chance to finish it in one push? The mid lane has minion wave advantage. As the streamer's words fell, XYG's 5 members directly pushed the mid lane with the minion wave. Gappy's remaining Agudo had no ability to defend the tower or clear waves, so it was a direct push. Victory in the first battle. Suyi's Charlotte went 603, securing the MVP, seeing that they actually won the first match. Although Gappy had underestimated them and were careless. But in the end, they still won. Just a short while ago, XYG had been brutally swept by Gappy with a clean sheet. The streamer jumped up from the sofa in excitement. All right. Well played. This improvement is just too massive. His 4 teammates beside him were also somewhat astonished. It was as if they couldn't believe they had won so effortlessly. This match felt like it ended after just 2 crucial team fights. And in both team fights, it was Suyi's Charlotte wreaking havoc and setting the pace. After this match, what XYG's 5 members felt was, Suyi didn't seem like a newcomer who just joined XYG. He felt more like an old teammate who had been meshing with XYG for a long time. Ku Xian beside him was sincerely convinced Suyi's Charlotte is truly formidable. It's like man and sword become one. His execution technique is top-notch. The timing of his engages and skill usage are all perfect. Team leader Quan also nodded in admiration, to be able to coordinate so well with the brothers. This is also a kind of talent. A talent for team synergy. Hearing everyone's praise, Suyi just smiled faintly and said nothing. Inside the Gappy training base, staring at the word defeat on the screen, Fly looked utterly exasperated. Hiss. My bad. I was careless this round. I didn't expect Ku Xian's Charlotte to be this fierce. Fanfan also nodded. This Charlotte does have some skills. It reminds me of that certain guy in ranked games. The Marksman Yao Dao chuckled. No more fooling around, alright. Losing this scrim to a national tournament team would be really embarrassing if it gets out. Hearing Yaodao's reminder, the others also dropped their playful expressions. They all began to get serious. It was a bow 5-match best of 5. The second match started quickly. In this round, Suyi played Guan Yu while Fly played Lu Bu. The early game was still a standard landing phase. However, after reaching level 4, Suyi immediately seized the opportunity when Fly's Lu Bu didn't have flash. He activated his ultimate, and Ghost then made his move. He forcefully pushed Fly's Lu Bu down to low health. Just as Suyi was about to solo kill Fly's Lu Bu again, the enemy jungler Xiaopeng's Nakaru arrived. She dove down with her ultimate straight at Suyi, but Suyi's Guan Yu seemed to have anticipated it, perfectly kiting away. A sudden turn in his movement path dodged Nakaru's ultimate. Then instead of retreating, Suyi advanced. He turned back for a counterattack, swung his blade, and cleaved into both Fly and Xiaopeng. He relentlessly solo killed Fly's Lu Bu. After securing the solo kill, Suyi retreated all the way, escaping from Xiaopeng with a sliver of health. Seeing Suyi had solo killed again and still survived, the streamer looked incredulous. He killed him again just like that. Hiss. Is that really Fly on the other side? Ku Xian beside him had stars in his eyes. It's definitely Fly. That Lu Bu on the other side is very skilled, but Brother Yi is even more amazing. His Guan Yu maximized the kiting, and Fly's Lu Bu couldn't land a single first skill on Brother Yi. Ku Xie, who was usually somewhat aloof and taciturn, was now fully engrossed in observing Su Ye's plays. Su Ye's second solo kill completely converted Ku Xie into a devoted fan. Even his address changed to Brother Yi. The script of the second match was almost identical to the first. Su Yi gained an advantage in the top lane, but on the bottom lane Yao Dao coordinated with the mid laner to kill the Marksman Shodo. The bottom lane outer tower was destroyed early, but during the Dragon Team fight, at the 8-minute mark, Su Ye's Guan Yu executed a surprise flank, pushing into 4 members of Cappy. With continuous knockbacks and control 1 man and 1 horse charging in, he brutally killed Cappy's dual carries. Although Su Yi eventually fell in battle, it was a 4v3 situation for XYG on the front line and Cappy was without their carries. Naturally they won. Then came the mid lane team fight at 13 minutes as both sides contested vision around the Lord. Fly's Lu Bu landed a great ultimate initiation and it looked like XYG was about to be wiped out. Su Ye's Guan Yu 1 rider on a single steed charged from 1,000 li away and killed Cappy's 2 backline carries again. After finishing the job, he escaped with a sliver of health. This instantly turned the tide of the frontline team fight. XYG wiped out Cappy and pushed straight down the mid lane. 2 consecutive wins. If the first match was lost due to Cappy's carelessness, then this second match was a testament to Su Ye's solid genuine strength. Watching Su Ye's elusive Guan Yu, who always found the perfect flanking opportunity. Good. Well played, my precious Yi. That flank was truly handsome. At this moment the streamer was already somewhat incoherent, unsure how to praise Su Yi enough. But the streamer knew that spending a fortune to recruit Su Yi to XYG was definitely the right move. The 4 teammates beside him now had eyes brimming with excitement and thrill. They had defeated Chongqing QGHAPPY. They had beaten a KPL team, although it was just a scrim. In the subsequent third match, Su Yi brought out. In the early game, he still suppressed Fly's Zhu Beiji. He kept Fly pinned under his tower. In the mid-game, he constantly found opportunities to initiate with flash-enhanced first skill, disrupting Cappy's formation. Cappy tried to counterattack, but Su Ye's Jiao Chan was like an immortal war god. They simply couldn't kill him. However, Cappy also had their tricks. In the early and mid-game, they traded blows with XYG. In the late game, Yaodo's Geronimo got his core items. Su Ye's Jiao Chan started to struggle. In the end, XYG lost to Cappy's late-game composition. They were pushed over in a single wave. The score. In the fourth match, Su Yi dropped all pretense and pulled out his signature hero Ma Chao. He coordinated with September's Agudo to execute a Ma KO-centric strategy. Fly even brought out his signature hero Huang Mulan, wanting to clash with Su Yi. But right at level 2, Su Yi once again solo killed Fly's Mulan. Ku Xie, watching closely, saw that Su Yi used his old trick again. Feigning weakness, he baited and then solo killed Fly's Mulan, who was at half health, while he was low on HP. Seeing this, the streamer was already somewhat calm, as if he felt that with Su Ye's skill solo killing Fly was only. With an early lead, things became simple. Su Yi directly took command of the entire map. His teammates played around Su Ye's Ma Chao in the top lane. They destroyed the outer tower at 4 minutes. At the 6-minute dragon fight, Su Yi secured a triple kill. At the 10-minute Dark Lord fight, Su Yi activated his ultimate and Ghost on Ma Chao, unleashing the full damage of the mass-style triangle kill. He secured a quadra kill. XYG achieved a 1-for-4 trade against Cappy. In the final team fight, Su Yi was solo pushing the side lane. Fly's Hua Mulan along with Xiaopeng's Luna and a guy's support Liu Bang gave chase to Su Yi. Su Ye's Ma Chao executed flawlessly, first using spear thrusts to dodge Mulan's silence, then interrupting Xiaopeng's Luna ultimate. Activating his sprint. Facing 3 opponents, Su Yi dared to counterattack. Decian, watching, exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, maybe retreat first. Little Yi. Oh, looks like we can fight. Counterattack." He turned the tables. "My boy." As Decian's excited shouts rang out, Su Yi, right before Fly's Mulan and a guy's Liu Bang, brutally killed Xiaopeng's Luna, whose ultimate had been interrupted. Fly and Fan, enraged, sought to kill Su Ye's low-health Ma Chao, but XYG's reinforcements arrived, trapping both of them. A clean wipe. In the scrim, XYG decisively defeated Chongqing Cappy with a 3-1 score. Seeing his teammates actually beat Chongqing Cappy, Decian excitedly patted Su Yi on the shoulder. "That was really well played, my boy. That final counterattack was incredible. You maxed out your mechanics. I never would have guessed." Su Yi humbly replied, "It's mainly because my teammates played well. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had such room to operate." These words were truly from Su Ye's heart. A team emerging from the national tournament staying composed against Cappy was commendable. If his 4 teammates had been crushed by Cappy, Su Yi couldn't have carried alone. After the tryout, the 4 XYG players crowded around Su Yi, chattering excitedly. They all wanted to know how Su Yi had performed so brilliantly. "Wow. Su Yi, how did you solo kill Fly 3 times?" "Exactly. That's really unbelievable. I'm always nervous playing against Gappy. I don't dare to make plays, let alone get solo kills. How did you get such a high win rate and rating in peak matches? Listening to their questions, Su Yi was at a loss. He didn't know which question to answer first. Decien waved his hand. All right. Since the tryout is over, it's time to welcome Su Yi. Let's go, dinner is on me. We can chat while we walk. As Decien finished speaking, the players all clapped in approval. Meals with Brother Cien were always sumptuous feasts. Decien arranged a nearby 5-star hotel. He treated Su Yi to a lavish welcome dinner. Aside from Decien being older, the rest of the team were young peers. Naturally, the youngsters had much in common. At the table, they ate and chatted joyfully. Their bond grew quickly. After the meal, they were already arm in arm, calling each other brothers. Decien nodded approvingly at the harmonious atmosphere among his boys. He didn't want the team to be just a cold, impersonal organization. He hoped XYG would be a warm family. Thinking this, Zhang Decien asked the 6 players, boys, we all know why you came to XYG, right? As the oldest in the team, Decien affectionately called the players boys. Hearing his question, the boys responded, September, of course. To chase our esports dream. Xiaodo, indeed. My dream is to win the championship, the KPL championship. Ling Ming, I love playing Honor of Kings. I love the feeling of winning, and even more, I love the feeling of being champion. Shihi, I love the sense of constant self-improvement, the feeling of getting stronger. Listening to the 4 express their aspirations, Su Yi smiled silently. They had said what he wanted to say. After hearing the boys' words, Decien tossed his flowing long hair and summarized, great. These are everyone. As for my dream, it's to fulfill all of yours. Seeing you grow and improve reminds me of my younger self. As he spoke, a nostalgic expression crossed Decien's face, as if reminiscing about his own youth. Hearing this, the boys were all inexplicably moved. Su Yi also pondered Decien's words. Each XYG member's dream might be to win the championship and realize their esports aspirations. But Decien's dream alone was to fulfill everyone else's dreams. His passion for esports and Honor of Kings had reached a level of devoutness. After the dinner, Decien went home to continue streaming. As he put it, founding a team was too expensive. If they made it into the KPL later, the slot fee alone would be tens of millions. Only by working hard at streaming could he sustain the team. Before parting, Decien earnestly urged everyone, telling the team's boys to strive for success, train hard, and aim to win the current KGL championship, and to strive for a spot in the KPL. The boys pounded their chests, assuring Decien to rest easy. Su Yi smiled knowingly. According to the normal course of history, XYG should have been the KGL runner-up and advanced to the KPL. But with Su Yi's addition, history was bound to change. Back at the base, Su Yi finalized arrangements with the club. Accommodation and training facilities were set. From today, he was officially a member of XYG. With the KGL matches currently intense, Su Yi, just gaining momentum, had to pause his streaming. He turned to join the boys in XYG's rigorous daily training with no time for streaming. Su Yi, who had just emerged from obscurity, vanished again. The viewers he had stood up in his live stream were furious. However, many longtime fans knew he was chasing his. They expressed understanding, as with Su Yi's talent, being a small streamer was truly a waste. Only a bigger esports stage could better showcase his gifts. In esports, strength reigned supreme. Knowing Su Yi's prowess, he would surely become the team's core. And in scrims, his game sense and shot calling were excellent. Thus, the 5 XYG players treated Su Yi well. The training atmosphere also greatly satisfied him. The 5 boys were talented and hardworking, with little leisure time. Even in breaks, they seized time to train or watch matches to learn. This often made Su Yi feel he had truly come to the right place. Though subsequent training was intense, he maintained his rank as the peak server's #1. Whenever someone reached second place trying to surpass him, he would raise his score 50 points higher. In his spare time, Su Yi didn't forget to video call Su Yi. He urged Su Yi to study hard, spend money when needed, not be too frugal, and treat herself well. Su Yi always listened, earnestly nodding obediently. During Su Yi's video calls, the boys nearby would compliment Su Yi's beauty, saying it was no less than Su Yi. The clever Xiaodo even called her sister-in-law. One call was followed by 4 more. Su Yi looked at them warily. What? She's still in school? Time flew by in the blink of an eye. Su Yi had been with the team for half a month. XYG was about to face the second major tournament final in its history, the KGL Grand Finals. The Huizhou Convention and Exhibition Center was the venue for this KA League Grand Finals. One of the teams advancing to the finals was XYG, a national tournament team, while the other was GOG, a seasoned powerhouse of the KA League. XYG had hardly lost any matches since the KA League group stage. GOG was also formidable, having lost only once to XYG in the group stage and winning all their other matches. Their strength was formidable and not to be underestimated. Inside the venue, though, there was still a long time before the match began. Both teams had already arrived early at their respective lounge rooms. Everyone was preparing for the match in advance. In the XYG lounge, Coach Glucose was guiding Su Yi and the other 5 players in reviewing match footage, analyzing GOG's gameplay during the group stage. After a thorough analysis, Coach Glucose's expression turned solemn. GOG is indeed very strong. But I believe we are even stronger. However, in terms of teamwork, they are an established veteran team, and we fall short. Moreover, this match is a best-of-7 global Bampic format, which we have never played before and lack experience in. Hearing Coach Glucose's summary and analysis, Su Yi and the other players nodded in agreement. XYG had been established for too short a time, had too little match experience, and lacked cohesive teamwork. These were indisputable facts. To make up for this shortcoming, they could only gain more experience by playing match after match and cultivate better team. Coach Glucose shifted the topic, but don't worry too much. After all, we have a trump card. As he spoke, he turned to look at Su Yi. The other players also grinned at him. Su Yi felt a bit uneasy under the Coach Glucose chuckled and revealed his plan. Little Yi, the reason we kept you off the field before was to hold you back as our secret weapon. In this grand finals, let the other players take the lead first. If they can't win, then we'll send you in. Su Yi nodded in response, no problem. During the tryouts, Su Yi had demonstrated overwhelming strength crushing Gappy. Although Gappy might not have gone all out during the tryout. Defeating a strong script team from the KPL still proved that Su Yi's skill could easily sweep through KA League. Throughout the group stage, Coach Glucose had kept Su Yi off the field, only allowing him to play practice matches and watch games, all to have him ready for the critical moment. To catch the opponent off guard. With the strategy set and Su Yi as their trump card, Coach Glucose and the XYG players felt at ease. After completing all preparations, everyone relaxed and adjusted their state in the lounge. Time quickly arrived at 6 p.m. The King of Glory A-League Spring Tournament was about to begin. As the staff came to call them Coach Glucose, and all the players stood up and headed to the venue. At that moment, the spectator seats in the venue were packed to capacity. Such a scene was rare in the KA League in the past, as most players focused on the top-tier KPL League. This secondary league rarely garnered much attention. The reason for today's excitement was XYG's participation. Founded by Zhang Daxian, XYG naturally brought its own traffic and popularity. Many fans and followers were closely watching XYG's matches. As soon as both teams appeared on stage, the audience erupted in cheers. XYG, 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 GOG, GOG. Fans of both sides cheered for their respective teams. But the cheers for XYG were noticeably louder than those for GOG. As both teams appeared on the stage, the big screen began showcasing the journey of both teams in the KA League. Both teams had started from the B and A groups of the KA League. Fighting their way into the S group, their journey included victories and defeats, peaks and valleys. The highlights of both teams flashed across the screen. Moments of low performance were also recorded to remind every player on the team. After reviewing both teams' histories, the camera shifted directly to the stage. All players from both teams stood in front of their seats. Each player was full of confidence and spirit. The players took their seats. Then the big screen played a documentary about Huizhou. After the documentary ended, welcome to the 2021 King of Glory A-League Spring Tournament Grand Finals. All three commentators took their positions. I'm commentator Xiao Lu. I'm commentator Yu Yu. After the introductions, Xiao Lu smiled and looked at Bottle. Yes, the old father is here today. Yu Yu also looked at Bottle with a smile. Bottle, being very humble, cupped his hands toward the camera. Xiao Lu, the previous 2 times XYG won championships, the TGA and the national tournament. Bottle was there to commentate. Bottle nodded with a smile. No jinxing today. Oh, today, I predict a 50-50 split. Because I believe that in all of XYG's past matches, their toughest opponent is today's rival GOG. As a KPL and official King of Glory commentator, Bottle was also a longtime fan of XYG. He had commentated from the TGA and national tournament all the way to the KA League finals. He had watched XYG grow, which earned him the nickname Old Father from Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu nodded. Yes, that's right. Let's take a look at the data comparison between the two teams. As Xiao Lu finished speaking, the big screen displayed the data comparison between the two teams. In a comprehensive comparison, XYG's KDA was the highest in the entire KA League, ranking first. In contrast, GOG ranked third. However, in terms of damage output and jungle control, GOG surpassed XYG. Then came the unknown comparisons of the players. After all data comparisons were complete, the match officially began. Both coaches took the stage to start the Bampic deployment. A good Bampic is half the battle won. It could be said that the match started from the Bampic phase, where the strategic battle was already underway. In the best-of-7 global Bampic format, heroes used in earlier matches could not be used in subsequent ones. Therefore, every hero choice was crucial. Coach Glucose from XYG and Coach Jijian from GOG were both experienced veterans. Thus, the Bampic phase was executed exceptionally well by both sides. In the first match, XYG was on the blue side. They banned Hua Wuyuji, Liu Bang, and Zhu Beiji. They picked Lu Bulan, Shun Mengshi, Di Renjia, and Dun Shan. GOG banned Luban, Master Gongsun, Li Shishir, and Jiang Zia. They picked Mingqi Mirror, Zhouyu Marco Polo, and Dongwang Tai. In the live stream of the Great Immortal, he had already started his broadcast and prepared orange peels to watch the match. Before the game, he boasted that if they won the finals, he would eat the orange peels raw. Looking at the promising lineup in the Bampic phase, the Great Immortal nodded in satisfaction and said, "Not bad. The lineup is excellent. This match has potential." In the XYG restroom, Su Yi frowned involuntarily as he observed the Bampic on stage, his brows furrowed with deep concern. As a time traveler, Su Yi knew the outcome of this match. According to the historical progression, XYG would lose 3 consecutive games, ultimately falling to GOG with a score of 4-1. Judging solely from the lineup, XYG's composition was indeed formidable, consisting entirely of T0 and T1 tier heroes. Lu Bu could counter GOG's Meng Qi, but XYG's lineup leaned heavily toward the early game. If they failed to close out the match early, GOG's Marco Polo Zhou Yu and Meng Qi would become overwhelmingly strong in the late game. During the half-month of training after joining XYG, Su Yi identified the team's biggest flaw. XYG's individual skills were exceptional, and they performed brilliantly in the early to mid-game, often building significant advantages. However, they lacked the ability to swiftly capitalize on those advantages and secure victory. If they couldn't finish the match before the 15-minute mark, they were prone to being overturned in the late game. And indeed, as the match progressed, everything unfolded as Su Yi had predicted. In the early game, XYG relied on September's Lawn to secure first blood and jungle advantage. They dominated GOG, achieving a 9-3 kill ratio by the 10-minute mark. However, the younger players lacked the initiative to engage in team fights and were slightly inferior to GOG in minion wave management. They were constantly led by the nose, eventually dragging the match to the 20-minute Storm Dragon team fight. By then, both sides had full builds, and the economic advantage had evaporated. GOG seized an opportunity in XYG's red jungle area and wiped them out in one decisive push. As XYG's crystal shattered, the 3 casters shouted in unison, "Let's congratulate GOG on winning this match." GOG had seized the chance to stage a comeback. With the victory, the 5 members of GOG erupted in excited laughter, while the XYG players wore expressions of disappointment. After all, being overturned from a leading position was demoralizing, and their fighting spirit was significantly diminished upon returning to the restroom. Coach Glucose spoke softly, offering psychological support and encouragement to the 5 players. In the Great Immortals livestream, he shook his head and said, "First match. Probably the young lads are a bit nervous. No big deal." Then the second match began. Coach Glucose executed a perfect Bampic, securing the T0 combo of De Qiao and Li Bai. It seemed impossible not to win. Yet, the same script played out again. XYG gained an early advantage, but failed to expand it into a decisive victory. During the 10-minute Dragon Team fight, GOG's top laner DAT used Guan Yu and utterly shattered XYG. 3 players were about to return via De Qiao's teleport circle, but all were pushed out. A 0-for-5 team wipe ended the match in just 11 minutes. Guan Yu's push completely broke the morale of XYG's 5 players. After this, GOG won 2 consecutive matches, triggering the Destiny match rule. XYG could select 1 hero without it counting toward their usage limit. Seeing the dejected young players, Su Yi remained silent, waiting for Coach Glucose to speak and for the optimal moment to step in. In the Great Immortals livestream, fans buzzed with discussion. What? With such a good lineup, they still lost. What are the young lads doing? Are they not awake yet? How can they continue with this De Qiao Li Bai plus Lien Pa lineup and still lose? Watching the sudden collapse, the Great Immortal was visibly pained. Why does their form seem off today? But don't worry, brothers, we still have a trump card. Let's watch one more match. If they still can't win, well, bring out the trump card. The Great Immortal's words gradually calmed the restless livestream audience who were curious about XYG's. However, many fans remained skeptical. Even with a trump card, after losing 3 matches, could they really achieve a reverse sweep of 3 consecutive wins? The match continued. In the third game, Coach Glucose's Bampic was again excellent, selecting heroes that the young players excelled with. But history repeated itself with striking similarity. The young lads gained an early advantage, but couldn't push forward or secure the win. The match dragged on to 40 minutes. All 3 of XYG's outer towers were destroyed, and they couldn't even clear the super minions. Finally, they were defeated as GOG directly targeted their crystal. 3 consecutive losses. It was a door-die match. Seeing the young lads lose 3 in a row, even Coach Glucose was shaken. He had done his best with the Bampic. He secured T0 heroes like Jing and Lan, and the perfect T0 combo of De Qiao and Li Bai. In terms of Bampic, they had dominated GOG, yet they still couldn't win. At this time, De Qiao hadn't been nerfed yet. Returning home via her teleport fully healed, combined with Li Bai, they were nearly unstoppable. How could they lose with this? These 3 matches left Coach Glucose mentally shattered. The Great Immortal watching was equally distressed. Forget it. Bring out the trump card. He made 2 phone calls, one to Coach Glucose. Coach, put Su Yi in, and another to Su Yi. Yibao, it all depends on you now. Play well. I know a reverse sweep is tough, but I believe in you. The Great Immortal's tone was sincere, almost pleading. Seeing the 3 consecutive losses was expected, but after receiving the call, Su Yi knew it was time for him to perform. Don't worry, Xian Go. It'll easily take down the opponents. A reverse sweep. Piece of cake. Back in the restroom, the 5 young players were all dejected. 3 consecutive losses had numbed them, leaving them unsure how to win. Coach Glucose hung up the phone and gritted his teeth. Last match, Suyi goes in. Let's give it our all. There's still hope. With Suyi here, a reverse sweep isn't impossible. The XYG players had no objections to the substitution. Suyi had remained on the bench until now precisely to turn the tide in critical door-die moments. Recalling Suyi's fierce performance against Team Wolf, the shattered morale of XYG quickly stabilized. With a carry player on their side, the pressure of a reverse sweep felt much lighter. Thus, Coach Glucose submitted the substitution request to the officials during the halftime break. After the break, the 4th match, the door-die game, officially began. The players entered the stage. At the caster desk, the 3 casters received the substitution request. Bottle, already anxious about XYG's losing streak, was stunned to see them bring in a rookie for the decisive match, confused by their strategy. Despite his confusion, Bottle began to explain, "We've received word. XYG has initiated a substitution request. XYG. Cuxi is benched, and XYG. Paxiao is coming on." As Bottle's words faded, the audience below erupted in murmurs. Who is Paxiao? Never heard of him. No idea, must be a new addition to XYG. What's going on? Subbing in a rookie during a door-die match. Is this a joke? If they kept playing, they might still pull off a reverse sweep, but bringing in a newcomer, that's game over. Dacian, however, remained remarkably calm, because he knew this Paxiao was XYG's secret weapon. Hence, the viewers in his livestream weren't as agitated as the live audience. The next moment, as both teams' players entered the arena, the camera on the big screen locked onto Suyi. Upon seeing his tall, perfectly proportioned 185 centimeters frame and his sunny, handsome features, the audience below erupted in cheers. The screams of female fans echoed throughout the venue. Daxian's livestream chat was also boiling over. Holy crap! Who's this handsome guy? No way. Did he wander onto the wrong set? Walking with the others, is this the so-called secret weapon Paxiao? Wait, that's the Charlotte who carried Daxian in the peak game before. Damn. He could rely on his looks for a living, but he chooses to rely on skill. Many still recognized Suyi, and they were all thrilled. If it was the man who topped the leaderboard with a 95, perhaps he could achieve the reverse sweep. Watching the lively chat, Daxian chuckled and tossed his flowing hair. Indeed, this kid's looks rival even mine in my youth. On the field over at GOG. After winning 3 games, they expected the crowd to chant their names as they entered for the decisive match. Instead, everyone was cheering for a newcomer. This was something the 5 GOG players couldn't stomach. DAT on the clash lane, damn it. Stealing the spotlight, huh? Just wait till I smash you in the landing phase. Blue Cat the jungler. They'll just camp him and teach him a lesson. When D the mid laner, exactly what use is being handsome? Aohan the Marksman, heard he's peak rank 1. Laughable. Being good in the peak game doesn't mean squat in a tournament. Mingwa the support, let's give him a lesson. Amidst the heated discussion, jealousy was palpable. It was clear the players harbored significant hostility towards the handsome Suyi. After this brief interlude, both teams' players took their seats and began to set up their equipment. The coaches from both sides also came on stage to prepare for the BP phase. The 3 commentators began to discuss and analyze the current situation. Bottle at this point. GOG already has 1 foot through the championship door. Xiaolu smiled. I think it's more than 1 foot. Having won 3 consecutive games. GOG has both feet and both hands through there, about to touch the championship trophy. Yuyi. Yes, as long as they play it steady in the final game, they can take it. Bottle. The feeling GOG has given us today is like playing the underdog. In the first 3 games, GOG didn't even use strong lineups, and XYG couldn't win even with great drafts. It's clear GOG came prepared. From the coaching staff to the players, everything is well thought out. Xiaolu, that's right. GOG let XYG have their strong T0 junglers Jing and Lan, and even the unbeatable Xiaoli combo. These are lineups with high win rates, but GOG still beat them. Yuyi, it just shows that the entire GOG team is full of confidence. Even when XYG uses their signature systems, they're not afraid. They can fight, and they can win. After analyzing GOG's advantages, Bottle began to dissect XYG's chances of winning. Now down 3 games with GOG holding 4 match points, the hope for XYG to win is very slim. Xiaolu nodded. Indeed. In the finals, the difficulty of a reverse sweep is immense. It's a test of the player's mentality and skill. Yuyi, in the KA League, and even the entire KPL, only TS managed a reverse sweep last year. The league has been around for so long, and only 1 team has ever done it. Bottle nodded. What's more, even if XYG wins, they still face GOG's fate game. And then the final game's peak showdown. For XYG, this is now a hellish difficulty. I wonder if this new Clash Lane player holds a special significance for XYG. The 3 commentators' analysis was very accurate. They clearly laid out XYG's current predicament. Pulling off a reverse sweep in the finals is much harder than winning the KA League title and entering the KPL. As the three commentators continued their analysis, the BP phase officially began. The loser got to choose sides, and XYG opted for the blue side. For this match, the blue side was XYG, and the red side was GOG. First round of BP. XYG banned Jing and Deqiao. They secured the Ma Chao, A Gu Du, and Ji Nu Ji Wu Mage Core lineup. Meanwhile, GOG banned Meng Qi and Zhou Yu, and secured the Lu Ban Master Zhu Ba Jie and Jiang Ziya Slingshot combo. Bottle hey, here it comes. In the decisive game, GOG has finally pulled out a system. This slingshot system might be their secret weapon. Xiaolu nodded, very possible, although we haven't seen GOG use the slingshot much before. But since they're bringing it out in a door-die match, they must have prepared for it. Yu Yi GOG is also very confident, still giving XYG the Ma Chao core system. XYG has entrusted the key to the final game to their newcomer Pixiao. It all depends on how Pixiao performs with Ma Chao. Second round of BP. XYG banned Lan Ling Wang and Luna, targeting GOG's jungler Blue Cat. They picked Jia Luo and Tai Yizhenren. In the second round, GOG banned Lu Ban, Chi Hao, and Marco Polo, targeting XYG. Shoudo? They picked Li Yuan Fong and Na Kolulu. The lineups were set. Blue side XYG Clash Lane XYG. Pixiao. Ma Chao Sprint. Jungler XYG. September. Agudu Punish. Mid lane XYG. Ling Ming. Ji Nu Ji Wu Flash. Gold lane XYG. Shoudo. Jia Luo Flash. Rome XYG. Shihi. Tai Yizhenren Flash. Red side GOG Clash Lane GOG. Dat. Zhu Bajia Punish. Jungler GOG. Naka Lulu Punish. Mid lane GOG. Wendi. Jiang Ziya Flash. Gold lane GOG. Ao Han. Li Yuan Fong Flash. Rome GOG. Minghua. Luban Master Flash. The three commentators began to analyze both teams' lineups. Ultimately, they concluded that the key to victory for both sides lay in the core of their respective systems. The Ma Chao core and the slingshot. Whichever system developed better and played better would have the higher chance of winning. Gemini Brother Gu was also watching this KA League final in his Douyu livestream. Looking at the lineups, Brother Gu shook his head. I don't favor XYG. GOG holds 4 match points. XYG is under immense pressure, and they've brought in a rookie. We don't know about their chemistry and coordination. Hearing Brother Guess words, the livestream chat instantly exploded. Don't jinx it, Teacher Go. It's settled. With Brother Guess reverse jinx, XYG will definitely win. Oh man, I'm a GOG fan and am already panicking. As the predictions from casters and streamers outside continued, the match officially began. The audience below started cheering for their favorite teams. XYG. The game is set. XYG. The game is set. GOG. Victory. GOG. Victory. As the cheers of the fans faded, the 5 members of XYG all went online as usual. However, GOG's approach was different. Because DAT's Zhu Beiji carried the Punisher talent, he was bound to stir up trouble early against the Guizhou, who lacked jungle defense capabilities. Bottle O. GOG's Zhu Beiji is taking mid lane. This means trouble. Xiaolu. They're probably aiming to steal September's blue buff. After all, a Guizhou is very weak in the early game. On the big screen, DAT's Zhu Beiji followed Jiang Ziya and Luban Master straight to mid lane. After arriving at mid lane, Wendy's Jiang Ziya used his first skill to burn the back row minions before immediately heading towards September's blue jungle. He left not a single mid lane minion for his team, giving them all to DAT's Zhu Beiji to quickly reach level 2, and then invade the blue jungle to steal September's Agujuo blue buff. Sure enough, after clearing the mid lane minions, DAT's Zhu Beiji rushed straight to the blue jungle. Upon spotting Zhu Beiji's appearance in mid lane, Su Yi decisively moved forward to contest the lane. While contesting the lane, Su Yi glanced at mid lane and his own blue jungle. Initially, GOG's early game decision was flawless. September's Agujuo started at the red buff. A level 2 Zhu Beiji accompanied by Jiang Ziya and Luban Master invaded the blue jungle. XYG had no way to defend the blue buff. However, after DAT's Zhu Beiji cleared the mid lane minions, Su Yi keenly noticed that Zhu Beiji hadn't reached level 2. This was because in this version, killing minions grants full experience. A back row minion with low health in the mid lane was killed by Wendy's Jiang Ziya's burn. DAT's Zhu Beiji didn't gain experience from that minion, so he failed to level up. At the commentary desk, the 3 casters were watching with great excitement. Bottle exclaimed, triple kill. A direct triple kill. Although Zhu Beiji managed to steal the blue buff, XYG still came out ahead without a loss. Xiaolu added, that's right. 3 kills handed over and GOG is completely shattered. Yu Yu chimed in, Poxio's Ma Chao is going to be unstoppable in the early game. In GOG's voice channel, all 5 members were utterly bewildered. The jungler Blue Cat said with a pained expression, what the hell are you guys doing? Trying to steal a blue buff and ending up getting yourselves killed? DAT exclaimed, damn it. I didn't even reach level 2. My bad, my fault. When D said what? Is my chaos damage this high? He poked me to near death with 2 thrusts. Mingwa complained, I died so unfairly, completely caught in the crossfire because of you and D. The marksman Ao Han urged, alright. Stop the chatter. Pull yourselves together. Don't invade the jungle for now, just stabilize. After winning that team fight, Su Yi, having secured 3 kills, headed to the top lane with great satisfaction. His teammates showered him with praise. Listening to their compliments, Su Yi felt an immense sense of pleasure. What could be more satisfying than being lavishly praised by a group of professional players? Hexagonal made its way to the top lane, releasing wild creatures along the way. He helped Su Yi secure the level 4 wave. After Blue Cat's Nakaruru cleared the top lane, he didn't rush to engage, but waited for DAT's Zhu Beiji to respawn and share the minion wave. Su Yi and Jiu exchanged a few cautious skirmishes with DAT and Blue Cat, testing each other's strength. After the exchange, both sides had lost about a third of their health. Following the skirmish, both junglers headed towards the mid lane. With the bottom lane support and Marksman already paired up, the jungler needed to assist in securing the mid lane priority. It was at this moment that Su Yi spoke up to command again, Jiu. Don't leave this time, come and set up an ambush with me. We can kill the pig. Hearing Su Yi's reminder, Jiu, who had been about to head to the mid lane, obediently followed Su Yi to set up an ambush for the pig. Just then, the big screen shifted to the bottom lane. Xiaodo's Geronimo and Shihi's Tai were brutally pummeled by the opposing Ao Han's Li Yuanfang. Geronimo was reduced to critical health, barely escaping death. Bottle commented they made a move. It felt like they were determined to kill. Xiaolu added they were going for the kill. Xiaodo used flash to retreat, surviving by a hair's breadth. Yu exclaimed, hey, look at the top lane. They can set up an ambush. They're making a move. Zhu Beiji is in danger. The scene then abruptly shifted to the top lane. Su Yes Ma Chao and Jiu Segudo, after clearing the minion wave, stealthily circled around. They slipped into the river brush of the top lane to lie in wait. After clearing his wave, DAT Zhu Beiji went to the mid lane and then returned to the top, inadvertently passing right by their hiding spot. The moment DAT Zhu Beiji entered the brush, Su Yi and Jiu attacked simultaneously. Ma Chaos Spear was already primed, and as his ultimate skill 10,000 Blades was activated. Each thrust Su Yi landed on Zhu Beiji was accompanied by the damage of another recalled spear. It was the Mastile Triangle Kill Ma Chaos highest damage combo. Jiu Segudo also deployed an acceleration field to boost Su Yes Ma Chaos damage before unleashing her ultimate, summoning a panda to pin down the enemy. Although DAT Zhu Beiji was tanky at just level 4, he couldn't withstand their coordinated ambush. Without flash, even retreating under his tower couldn't save him from being eliminated. His health bar was emptied. Rampage. Unstoppable. Within 2 minutes, 4 kills were secured. Seeing this, the audience erupted in cheers once again. Decien widened his eyes in astonishment. Hey, that was a well-executed ambush. This ambush was incredibly clever. Zhu Beiji had no idea. For kills already, he's practically taking off. The live stream's chat was flooded with praise for Su Yi. Look at that triangle kill combo, so smooth. He's definitely a top-tier Ma Chao. The damage output is maxed out. Even a tank like a pig gets killed. Brother Poxio's Ma Chao is so cool, I love it. This round is pretty much secured. No wonder it's the trump card lineup, the Ma Core. In GOG's voice channel, DAT gasped sigh. That Agudo didn't leave. My bad, I was careless. I shouldn't have face-checked that brush. Blue Cat's expression shifted repeatedly. Bro, whatever you do, don't let Ma Chao get fed. They're running a Ma Core lineup, Bill help you gank him later. DAT nodded, better come multiple times. We need to target him hard. After killing Zhu Beiji once more, Su Yi now had 4 kills under his belt. He immediately purchased a meteor, boosting his damage by a noticeable margin. His ghost ability cooldown was almost up, and Su Yi was confident that if Zhu Beiji dared to come out and farm under his tower, he could dive and kill him. Even if the enemy jungler came to gank them together, Su Yi was still capable of turning the tables. While DAT was respawning, Su Yi fully committed to the Ma Core strategy, even sharing the mid lane minion wave with Ling Meng's Huowu. When DAT's Zhu Beiji respawned, Su Yi returned to the lane and began freezing the wave, preventing Zhu Beiji from even touching the minions. Whenever Zhu Beiji dared to step forward, he was met with a flurry of attacks from Su Yi. This left DAT utterly frustrated. To counter Agudo's jungle invasion, he had deliberately taken Smite. Now trapped under his tower and unable to leave, that Smite was completely wasted. After securing the blue buff, Blue Cat noticed DAT's anxiety and quickly tried to reassure him. I know you're anxious, but don't rush. They'll skip the red buff and help you gank right away. Hearing Blue Cat's words, DAT's eyes lit up. Great. This Ma Chao is way too cocky. He's an easy target. On the big screen, Blue Cat's Nakaruru, after taking the blue buff, didn't even bother with the jungle monsters in the red area. He headed straight for the top lane, knowing that Su Yi with 4 kills was very fed. When Dis Zhangzia also followed to the top lane for safety. A 3-man pincer attack. Up in the top lane, Su Yes Ma Chao was still freezing the wave against Zhu Beiji. Seeing this, Xian's heart immediately raced with worry. Hey, what does Nakaruru think he's doing? Skipping the red buff just to gank top. Zhang Zia is coming too. Oh no, Yi Bao is overextended. This is going to be trouble. Xian's concern was justified. Su Yi held all of his team's kills and had the highest gold in the game. He couldn't afford to die. If he got caught and killed, all the early game advantages and momentum would be lost. Watching Su Yes Ma Chao casually freezing the wave as if nothing was wrong, Xian's heart sank. The fans in the audience also began to lament, as if Su Yi had already been caught. In reality, in professional matches, a honor versus 3 scenario was nearly impossible. On the big screen, as Blue Cat's Nakaruru crept into the river brush, DAT's Zhu Beiji suddenly changed his passive demeanor, charging aggressively at Su Yes Ma Chao. Su Yi raised an eyebrow, instantly realizing that reinforcements had arrived. But Su Yi remained unfazed. He wanted to see how many were coming. If it was just one, he would kill them all. If 2 came, he would take 1 down before retreating. If 3 came, then he would simply make a clean getaway. Upon seeing only the Blue Cat Nakaruru and Zhang Zia appear, Su Yi smiled and said, "Sorry, you'll kill one before leaving." As he spoke, Su Yes Ma Chao picked up the spear and headed towards the upper lane's bushes. The Blue Cat Nakaruru and DAT would naturally not allow him to escape. DAT's Zhu Beiji used his second skill and charged towards the wall in the upper lane. Meanwhile, the Blue Cat Nakaruru executed a left kick, launching her ultimate towards the bushes in the upper lane. Emperor Wen's Zhang Zia tossed his first and second skills into the bushes. They aimed to slow down and repel Su Yes Ma Chao. However, upon seeing Su Yes' position in the bushes, the audience gasped in surprise. At the commentary desk, the 3 commentators widened their eyes as well. The bottle-faced commentator exclaimed, "Ah, did Breaking Dawn not run away? Not only did he not escape, but he also wants to counterattack." The little deer shouted excitedly, "The sprint ultimate is activated. He wants to counterkill Zhang Zia." Oh my god, Zhang Zia didn't flash. The damage is so high. 1 shot took half health. Yu shouted excitedly, "I can't believe it. He really killed him. Counter-killed him. What kind of heart-stopping player is this?" With the 3 commentators incoherently shouting, the big screen showed Su Yes Ma Chao entering the upper lane bushes without fleeing. Instead, he approached the edge of the bushes near Gioji's first tower, causing Nakaruru and Zhu Beiji's predicted second skills to miss. After dodging the control, Su Yi activated his ultimate and sprint. Wandering Gui Chao was unleashed, retracting the spear and flying towards Su Yes Ma Chao. On the way, the spear first pierced through Nakaruru and Zhu Beiji. Finally, it followed up with a thrust that pierced through Emperor Wen's Zhang Zia. A triangular kill, and Emperor Wen's Zhang Zia directly lost half his health. What the hell? Protect me. Protect me. Emperor Wen's expression changed drastically as he began to shout. The Blue Cat and Deity were also stunned, quickly turning to chase and attempt to kill Su Yi. However, both of their mobility skills were wasted while probing the bushes. By the time they caught up to Su Yes Ma Chao, Emperor Wen's Zhang Zia was already a corpse. Su Yes' incredibly swift triangular kill executed 1 per second. In just 2 seconds, he eliminated Emperor Wen. Unstoppable. No one can stop him. Seeing their own carry being killed right in front of them, DAT and the Blue Cat angrily unleashed their skills on Su Yi, wanting to avenge Emperor Wen. However, after securing the kill, Su Yi chose not to retreat. Instead, he continued to turn around and kite, repeatedly throwing and retracting his spear with smooth combos. He aimed to kill the Blue Cat's Nakaruru. "How dare you!" DAT roared as he charged towards Ma Chao with his first skill, a meatball impact. He wanted to knock Su Yes Ma Chao airborne. However, with a quick sidestep, Su Yi dodged Zhu Beiji's knock-up effect. Seeing the danger, DAT hurriedly launched his ultimate, shouting, "Retreat." But Su Yes Ma Chao executed a reverse shot, piercing through the wall of Zhu Beiji's ultimate, directly stabbing Blue Cat Nakaruru to low health. He then quickly threw his first skill, seamlessly picking up and stabbing with the spear, ultimately killing DAT's Nakaruru by the tower. In the end, only DAT's half-health Zhu Beiji managed to escape. Su Yes Ma Chao, surrounded by 3, not only didn't run, but also counter-killed 2. After the counter-kill, he still had a little health left. Double kill. 2 kills in a row. Seeing this kill broadcast notification, the audience erupted in excitement. "Oh, no way. He counter-killed 2. 1 against 3, counter-killing 2. This must be a mod." The big fairy stretched his neck in disbelief, staring intently at the big screen as if he wished to sink his head into it. The live stream's bullet comments were buzzing. "What the heck? 3 against 1, and he counter-killed 2. Can't they play properly? Ma Chaos moves are so sick." He showcased 3 at once. Facing a 3-man ambush, his first reaction wasn't to run, but to counterkill. This Breaking Dawn is absolutely absurd. Where did this god come from? Damn, is this the man who topped the charts with a 95 win rate? So terrifying. In the Geo, angry curses and wails echoed. Emperor Wen put on a mask of pain, saying, "What the hell? He killed me directly. This damage is too insane. The blue cat said with an unhappy expression, I admit defeat. If my ultimate hadn't missed, he would have definitely died. Deity looked pained, saying, it's over, it's only 3 minutes in, and this Ma Chao is about to go God mode. Captain Mingwa quickly reassured the team, don't engage with this Ma Chao. Just play safe and develop. Don't give him any more opportunities. We should continue to drag it to the late game, they won't be able to handle it then. Hearing Mingwa's words, the 3 players who had been outplayed felt a bit better. In the previous 3 matches, XYG had maintained an early advantage only to be turned around in the late game. In this game, they didn't expect anything unusual to happen. The later it got, the more powerful their Jiangxia and Lu Ban master combo became. There was no possibility of losing. In the XYG voice channel watching, Su Yi continuously dominate since the Jiu Yu exclaimed, awesome awesome. Brother Yi is amazing. Ling Ming said, wow, he's killing like crazy. Shi added, 1 against 3 counter-killing 2, that's absurd. Facing the praise from his teammates, Su Yi simply chuckled and said, the opponents aren't as strong as I imagined. This remark nearly made his teammates spit out old blood. If they're not strong, then how did they turn the tables in the first 3 matches? Clearly you were too strong, okay. After Su Yi killed Emperor Wen's blue cat, Jiu Yu's Aga duo accompanied by Ling Ming's Shiranui, Mai approached the upper lane. With 3 pressing the tower, deity's half-health Zhu Beiji couldn't defend at all. The upper lane first tower fell within 4 minutes. As Jiuji's upper lane tower was pushed down, Su Yes Ma Chao immediately began to farm the mid lane. Both mid and upper lane's minion waves were cleared, and his economy soared. After this wave, Jiuji quickly adjusted their strategy. Knowing that Su Yes Ma Chao couldn't be targeted, they simply shifted their focus to the lower lane. Emperor Wen's Jiang Zia and deities Zhu Beiji kept running towards the bottom lane. Xiaodou and Shihi were feeling very uncomfortable being beaten. Fortunately, Shihi picked Tai Yi Zhenrun, who could survive with his ultimate. The match continued until the 6-minute mark. Xiaodou and Shihi were able to withstand Jiuji's 3 consecutive attacks. After the 3rd conflict in the lower lane, both sides had used all their flashes and ultimates. Still it was a but then the big screen switched. The camera focused on the mid lane where Su Yes Ma Chao ambushed the blue cat Nakaruru in the middle left bushes. A triangular kill ensued with 3 shots in succession. The godlike prompt sounds. The audience erupts in astonishment once again. The great master continuously applauds, saying, it's still the best Yi Bao. He stepped up at the crucial moment again. 6 minutes of godlike performance, just sneaking away with the game. At the commentary desk, Pingzi exclaimed, Su Yes Ma Chao combo is simply too fast. Flowing like water, like an art form in the canyon. Xiaolu nodded, yes, just watching is a delight. Yaya added, the most important thing is that Su Yes Ma Chao has excellent awareness. He can predict the retreat path of Na Kalu Lu every time, directly predicting and striking. Blue Cat is completely helpless. In the GOG lounge, coach Ji Jian looked at the rampaging Ma Chao on the field, his face turning ashen. Where on earth did this guy come from? I have no data for this match, how am I supposed to study it? I didn't expect XYG to have such a hidden ace. The assistant coach frantically searched through the materials and finally shouted excitedly, found it. This Dawn is the one who recently topped the peak as the #1 side lane warrior. Hearing the assistant coach's words, Ji Jian frowned. Isn't he the genius boy with a 95 win rate in 75 matches who reached the top first? The assistant coach nodded, that's right, it's him. Upon receiving confirmation, Ji Jian's expression grew even darker. Su Yes Ma Chao is clearly on a different level than these class teams on the field. Such operations and ferocious playstyle, Ji Jian had only seen during the peak of Fly. We must target him in the subsequent BP. As Su Yi continuously farmed the double lane, the match time reached 8 minutes. Su Yi's economy has already soared to 6,600. The highest in the entire match, outpacing Blue Cat's Na Kalu Lu by 1,200 and his own Kalo with Tai E by 2,000. He already has 3 core items, CD Boots, Black Cleaver, and Ice Shard Gauntlet. The Fury Blade has also been completed, indicating he intends to build resistance boots. In this situation, Ma Chao only needs to activate Sprint to cut down squishies. The triangle kill requires just 2 shots. The match time is now 8 minutes. On the GOG side, 4 players grouped together aiming to take down the heavily damaged bottom tower of XYG. At this moment, Shihi Tai Yi has no ultimate left. Ling Ming's Huowu was also knocked down to low health by the slingshot. The younger players planned to let go of this bottom tower. However, Su Yi began to command, we can defend this wave, I can reach to support you, just hold the tower. Upon hearing Su Yi's words, Xiaodou, who initially intended to retreat, halted. He would coordinate with Shihi to defend the tower, while September's Agu duo would help with a counter ambush. As the minions entered the tower, deities Zhu Beiji charged forward, pressuring the position. When Dis half-health Jiang Zia continued to attack from the back with the slingshot, Xiaodou and Shihi were forced to retreat. Just as the bottom tower was about to be taken down, Xiaodou deliberately created an opening. He allowed deities Zhu Beiji to land his second skill on him. Seeing this scene, the three players of GOG became excited. Shihi Tai has no ultimate, and Su Yes Ma Chao had just finished pushing the lane in the top. As long as he engages, it's going to be an easy fight. One wave could turn the early disadvantage around. At the commentary desk, the three commentators saw Xiao Dou's positioning error and were about to exclaim. Pingzi reacted the quickest, noticing Su Yes Ma Chao. Dawn is at mid-right. So fast. He was just clearing the lane at the top. Xiao Lu shouted excitedly. He built the sprint boots. He got the sprint boots. Yaya widened her eyes, then this wave. Dawn's Ma Chao is flanking GOG. On the big screen, Su Yes Ma Chao, equipped with sprint boots, darted around, constantly throwing and piercing, moving at incredible speed. He has already approached the mid-right river. The three players of GOG in the bottom lane are still unaware of the impending danger. Aohan Li Yuan Fong directly rolled in with his second skill to output. Ming was Lu Ban Master also jumped forward with his first skill. He was about to unleash his ultimate to pull Xiao Dou. DAT's Zhu Beiji charged at Xiao Dou's Kalo with a flurry of attacks. But just as these three players from GOG lunged at Xiao Dou and Shihi, a flash of yellow light appeared. Shihi's Tai moved forward instead of retreating. With a sudden turn, he stunned all three GOG players. What the hell? Seeing this support, Tai daring to fight back, the GOG players were left dumbfounded. 4 against 2, and you dare to counterattack. Isn't that asking for death? DAT shouted excitedly, take them out. The next moment, September's Agu duo emerged from the red zone. DAT's eyes narrowed. No problem, take them all out. Just as DAT's words fell in GIO, run, when this heart-wrenching shout echoed in GOG's voice channel. The next second, legendary, unmatched in the world. The godlike prompt sounded again. The three players of GOG changed their expressions drastically, hurriedly looking back. They saw that when Dis Jiangxia was already a corpse. DAT immediately put on the mask of pain. It's over, this is a big problem. As Su Yes Ma Chao entered the scene, he charged in like a wolf among sheep, causing the three GOG players to scatter in fear. Ma Chao, the survivor, merged with his spear, continuously shifting between the three GOG players with his long spear, flying back and forth. Each shot was smoother than Defei. Aohan Li Yuan Fong seemed to have been pierced in the carotid artery. One shot down to half health, another shot down to half health. The GOG players frantically flashed and struggled, managing to take down Xiao Dou's Kalo just before their demise. Double kill. A double strike. Su Yi and September each secured a double kill. A team fight resulted in a 1-for-4 trade. Seeing this scene, the audience erupted in cheers. The Great Master also leaned back after the tactical play. Nice. This wave of Yi Bao's flank was crucial. 1,000 miles on a lone horse. Rushing from the top to the bottom with sprint boots, GOG probably never expected this. The live chat was also flooded with messages. 666. Awesome. Brother Yi is amazing. The ceiling of Ma Chao. This wave is indeed critical. The advantage has turned into a victory. If this continues, I can't wait to see how the opponent will fight. Let them chase 3-for-4. Let them chase 3-for-4. At the commentary desk, Pingzi spoke rapidly. Dawn's Ma Chao has gone insane. One shot down to half health, one shot for a small boy. GOG exploded in an instant. This wave resulted in a 1-for-4 trade. Xiao Lu nodded. This wave caused GOG to collapse. The mid lane tower is about to fall. The bottom lane tower is also going to fall. And they are going to lose the dragon. GOG has suffered tremendously. The remaining blue cat went to the top lane to farm, only to find all his teammates dead and was left dumbfounded. Where's everyone? Oh no, how can I defend this? I can't defend. On the big screen, all 4 members of XYG were seen rotating mid, directly destroying GOG's first and second mid towers. Lan Mao's Nakaruru could only stand by helplessly. The camera panned across the 5 members of XYG. Apart from Su Yi, who remained calm and confident, the other 4 were visibly excited, screaming like monkeys. Woohoo! We're taking off. This feels great. Yigo is awesome. This round is so satisfying. The pent-up frustration from the previous 3 reverse sweep losses dissipated. All of it vanished into thin air. After that team fight, the entire XYG team soared. With morale boosted, the match became straightforward. With Su Yes' max-level game sense, he had perfect knowledge of GOG's movements. Shihi handed over the in-game shot calling to Su Yi. With Su Yes calls, GOG couldn't even split push to stall for time. As soon as Lan Mao's Nakaruru crossed the river before even touching the minion wave, Su Yes Ma Chao had already set up an ambush. With a 3,000 gold lead, killing Nakaruru was like slaughtering a chicken. Legendary. Unrivaled. Legendary. Unrivaled. As the legendary kill announcements echoed, Decien watched with fervor. How come the brothers' macro play has improved so much? The pace is much faster too. How can the opponent drag it to the late game? Finally, XYG took both buffs at 10 minutes and executed a tower dive at the high ground. Ling Ming's fire dance had a highlight play, hitting Yuan Fong with a fan and then flash ulting to instantly kill Aohan. Su Yes Ma Chao charged into GOG's backline alone, killing 3 and securing a triple kill, utterly shredding GOG. Although Su Yi was eventually killed under tower, by focused fire the brothers cleaned up and ended the match. At 12 minutes, a 1-for-5 trade destroyed GOG's crystal. The three casters were also thrilled by Su Yi's rampage, shouting excitedly, "Let's congratulate XYG. They take the match 192. They easily tied the series." The veteran caster Bottle was the most excited. XYG played incredibly well this round. Their performance truly surprised me, especially the new player Pa Xiao's Ma Chao. Xiaolu nodded, a 14-13 Ma Chao. Over 90 kill participation. He set the pace from start to finish. He's just too strong. Yu shouted excitedly, a 192 kill ratio, it's a complete one-sided slaughter. With Pa Xiao's Ma Chao, GOG couldn't drag it to the late game. And they had no chance for a comeback. This is XYG's trump card. Decien was also ecstatic in his stream, shoving orange peels into his mouth and mumbling, good. What a match. Yi Bao's Ma Chao is truly amazing. Now it's clear that recruiting Yi Bao was the right choice. On stage, Su Yi and the four bros were all beaming. Su Yi smiled because he had won his first professional match. The brothers smiled because this carry was so satisfying and comfortable. On the other side, GOG's 5 players were deeply frustrated. All 5 were crushed by Su Yi's Ma Chao. The expression on each face was as bitter as eating dung. Both teams headed to their respective restrooms. The big screen cut to the commentary desk. The 3 commentators were full of praise for Su Yi's Ma Chao. This Pa Xiao's Ma Chao is truly incredible. Whether it's mechanics or team fighting, he's on point. This is a textbook match for the Ma Chao core composition. That's right, a 1v3 in the early game with 2 kills. That's a guaranteed highlight moment. Any single play from Pa Xiao's Ma Chao would be a highlight reel. Then the big screen displayed the match's post-game stats. Su Yi's Ma Chao boasted an impressive 14-13 record. Next came the damage charts. After seeing Su Yi's Ma Chaos' terrifying damage share, the audience couldn't help but gasp. Su Yi's Ma Chaos damage share was an astonishing 56. He dealt more than half of his team's total damage. What does that mean? Normally the highest damage dealers are the 2 carries, the Marksman and the Mage. But in this match, Su Yi alone dealt 56 of the damage. That's even higher than the combined damage of his own Marksman Xiaodu and Mage Ling Meng. It even surpassed the total damage of GOG's 2 carries plus their top laner DAT. An absolutely insane damage output. Finally, it was time for the MVP reveal. As Su Yi's sunny and handsome poster appeared on the big screen, the MVP was unsurprisingly awarded to his 14-13 Ma Chao. Seeing this, the audience erupted. Whoa, handsome and this skilled. I'm in love. I do have Pa Xiao's baby. Seriously, with Pa Xiao, XYG might actually win the series. Win? Huh, you think a reverse sweep is that easy? Below the stage, XYG and GOG fans argued fiercely, while the audience debated. Both restrooms were intensely preparing for the next match. In XYG's restroom, Coach Grape looked at the He let out a long sigh of relief, his eyes full of admiration for Su Yi. Not bad. Xiao Yi's Ma Chao is indeed ferocious. I didn't expect him to perform this brilliantly on stage. Faced with Coach Grape's praise, Su Yi smiled modestly. It was alright, mainly because the brothers coordinated well. Without their cooperation, we wouldn't have won so smoothly. Su Yi's words immediately brought smiles to the brothers' faces. Although Su Yi had set the pace throughout the match and deserved most of the credit, he didn't take the glory and even gave credit to his teammates. This gesture made the other 4 XYG members feel good. They all remarked on how humble Su Yi was. Coach Grape smiled and nodded. We've won 1 round, but we can't let our guard down. To achieve a reverse sweep, we need to win 3 more in a row. For the upcoming bans and picks, we'll center everything around Su Yi. Any objections? Hearing Coach Grape's question, the 4 bros shook their heads vigorously. Are you kidding? When you have a carry who can win the game, why wouldn't you build around him? Coach Grape nodded with satisfaction. My draft plan is: He will play a tank support, and Su Yi will prioritize carry-oriented fighter lanes. Coach Grape being an experienced coach. Even though GOG held 3 match points, his subsequent draft strategy remained clear-headed. The first 3 games, despite giving the team many strong compositions and T0 picks, still ended in losses. Since centering around Su Yi won them the match, they might as well make him the absolute core. In the GOG lounge, Coach Jijian furrowed his brow, his eyes rapidly scanning the data sheet in his hands. The sheet displayed that Su Yi was proficient in 30 heroes. What? Are you sure this data is correct? This guy's hero pool is this deep. How many top lane heroes? After reviewing all of Su Yi's peak tournament data, Coach Jijian couldn't help but question the data analyst beside him. The data analyst shrugged innocently. This is all of Poxio's peak data. In 75 matches, he never used the same hero twice in a row. He played each top lane hero as if he was showing off his hero pool. Hearing the data analyst's words, Coach Jijian felt a throbbing headache. How am I supposed to ban and pick against this? I'm so done. Sigh. This kid's skill is indeed not to be underestimated. Everyone bring out your best in the next round. DAT, you take a tanky side laner and hold the line. If the enemy gets an early advantage, stall until the mid to late game and overturn them through macro play. Hearing Coach Zijian's words, the 5 members of GOG nodded firmly without objection. After all, the previous 3 matches had already proven Coach Zijian's coaching ability. All they needed to do was follow the plan step by step to defeat XYG and claim the KA League Championship. After the first match ended, numerous posts surged onto the trending lists of major platforms. Shock. Prodigy Pixiao has joined. XYG strikes back. Paxio's Ma Chao dominates. Can XYG achieve a reverse sweep? Thanks to the immense popularity and hype of Daxian, these trending topics climbed rapidly, reaching the top 10 within moments. The KA League usually attracted few viewers, as most preferred the more thrilling KPL. However, many people intrigued by the trending topics curiously opened streaming platforms to watch the KA League. The viewership of the official KA League broadcast continued to rise. After both teams finished their rest and adjustments, the 5th match officially began. The players from both sides entered and took their seats as Su Yi and his teammates stepped onto the stage. The director was meticulous, knowing who the focus of the match was. The big screen's camera immediately locked on. Seeing Su Yi's tall figure and sunny handsome face, the female fans in the audience couldn't help but scream. Su Yi smiled and waved to the audience as he took his seat. After a brief equipment check, the ban and pick phase officially began. The losing side chose their side. GOG opted for the blue side, leaving the red side to XYG. In the first round of bans, GOG banned Mingqi and Zhu Beiji, 2 strong tanky side laners targeting Su Yi. They then picked Luna Yuji and Xiahou Dun. XYG, on the other hand, banned Lan and Gongsun Li, 2 T0 heroes, and secured the combo of Luban Master Jing and Zhang Zia. Seeing the first round picks, Pingzi couldn't help but laugh. GOG is bringing out their signature heroes. Lamio's signature Luna. Ayahan's Yuji. Xiaolu nodded. That's right, XYG has secured the slingshot combo and the T0 jungler Jing. In terms of team composition strength, XYG seems stronger. Yaya added, indeed, but I'm still more curious about which top lane hero Pixiao will pick. Hearing Yaya's words, Pingzi and Xiaolu also nodded in agreement. After all, from the last match, Pixiao was clearly XYG's carry, and whether XYG could win the game would largely depend on which carry top lane hero Pixiao would choose. Second round of bans. Seeing that Su Yi's top lane pick was still undecided, Coach Zijian immediately banned Charlotte and Mulan, then picked Yuinga and Giguzi. Seeing GOG use 4 bans on the top lane, the audience in the stands erupted in exclamations. The 3 casters also joked that Paxio's Ma Chao from the previous match had scared GOG. Daxian widened his eyes. What? They directly banned 4 of Yes heroes. Isn't that a bit too targeted? Yi has an ocean of heroes though. I wonder if they can ban them all. The bans continued. XYG banned Sun Bin and Mozi, then picked Li Yuanfang and Meng Tian. With the appearance of Meng Tian, the audience and the 3 casters became excited. After all, Meng Tian is a formidable hero capable of both offense and defense. If played with high mechanical skill, he too could be a hero capable of creating miracles. The lineups were finalized. Blue side, GOG. Top lane, GOG. Dat. Xiahou Dun Flash. Jungler, GOG. Lan Mao. Luna Smite. Mid lane, GOG. Wendy. Yuinga Flash. Gold lane, GOG. Ayahan. Yuji Flash. Roamer, GOG. Minghua. Giguzi. Red side, XYG. Top lane, XYG. Pixiao. Meng Tian Flash. Jungler, XYG. Jiyue. Jing Smite. Mid lane, XYG. Lingmeng. Zhang Zia Flash. Gold lane, XYG. Xiudo. Li Yuanfang Flash. Roamer, XYG. Shiha. Luban Master Flash. In the KA League Finals, there was a fated match mechanic. After GOG won 2 consecutive games, the fated match was triggered. In the third match, the hero Jing used by Jiyue was designated as the fated hero, not counting towards the usage limit. Thus, in the 4th match, Jiyue was able to use his signature Jing again. The 3 casters analyzed both lineups. Although XYG had relied on Su Yi's Ma Chao to steamroll GOG in the last match, few favored XYG to win. Ultimately, it was because the hope of a reverse sweep in the finals was too slim. Pingzi said GOG is relying purely on mechanical outplays here. Luna, Yuinga, Giguzi. They want to crush XYG with skill. Xiaolu noted XYG, on the other hand, has the slingshot system paired with Jing and Meng Tian. Honestly, this lineup is still T0, very strong. Yaya added, based on the lineups alone, I think XYG will win. But it's hard to say how. It still depends on the form of all 5 players in this match. Pingzi nodded. For XYG to win now, all 5 players need to be in top form. Maximum cohesion, maximum synergy. Only then can they win this match, and possibly even complete the reverse sweep. Listening to the casters, Daxian couldn't help but nod in agreement. That's true, but I feel that Yes Meng Tian will surely surprise me again. In Gemini's livestream, fans were eagerly awaiting his infamous Jing. Old Good took a sharp breath. Hiss. Could it really be that superstitious? Then he'll continue to favor GOG this round. I don't believe it. The match began amid everyone's predictions. XYG. The outcome is sealed. XYG. The outcome is sealed. GOG. Victory is certain. GOG. Victory is certain. Suyi directly controlled Meng Tian and headed toward the clash lane. As he walked, he began to command and deploy. September, this round you go straight to steal Luna's red buff. Does he let Li Yuanfang take the mid lane to clear the wave? If Luna starts with the red buff, decide whether to use the smite based on the situation. After I clear the top lane and reach level 2, I can harass Luna at the blue buff area. If you still have the smite, we can steal the blue too. Hearing Su Yes command. Sigh. Is this that ruthless? September couldn't help but gasp. Su Yes command was indeed bold and greedy. Although GOG's Luna was weak in the early game as a jungler directly stealing both buffs. Wasn't on the big screen, Su Yes Meng Tian was seen heading straight for the top lane. The other players also followed Su Yes deployment to clear waves and invade the jungle. Lan Mao had originally planned to start with the red buff, but seeing all 4 XYG members rush toward the red area after clearing the mid lane, Lan Mao could only curse and abandon the red buff, heading straight for the blue area. September also heeded Su Yes command. Seeing Luna abandon the red buff, he didn't use the smite. After securing the red, he immediately charged toward Lan Mao's blue area. Watching XYG's orderly deployment, Pingzi couldn't help but exclaim, hey! They directly stole the red buff. What now? This wave of 4 invading together, Lan Mao's Luna has no choice. They can only give up. Xiaolu widened her eyes. Wait, September's path. Is he planning to steal the blue buff too? Yaya nodded. Possible. September didn't use the smite on the red. This is quite bold. Just as Yaya finished speaking, the camera on the big screen shifted to the top lane. Although DAT's Xiahou Dun had been repeatedly solo killed by Su Yi in the previous round, he still didn't learn his lesson this round. Seeing Su Yes Meng Tian clearing the wave, he also started clearing to reach level 2. As a result, Su Yes Meng Tian reached level 2 first and relentlessly beat him down. Xiahou Dun was beaten to half health, while Su Yes Meng Tian remained at full health. Seeing Su Yes Meng Tian suppressing DAT's Xiahou Dun again, the audience below the stage couldn't help but gasp. Daxian also sat up straight. Xiahou Dun is low on health. This blue buff can be stolen. As Daxian's words fell, Lan Mao's Luna had already reached the blue area and was attacking the blue buff. But just as she was halfway through, Su Yes Meng Tian, September's mirror, Zodis Li Yuanfang, and Zai's Lu Ban all rushed toward the blue area. Lan Mao's expression changed seriously. Again, brothers, help me guard the blue. Hearing Lan Mao's call, 3 of GOG's members quickly moved toward the blue area. September didn't hesitate, using his first skill to leap over the wall and charge straight toward the blue buff. Zai Udis Li Yuanfang and Zai's Lu Ban also joined the charge. Meanwhile, Su Yi had reached the river near the blue area. Seeing Luna isolated in the blue area, he made a quick decision. Shiha, can you open on Luna? If you can kill her. Hearing Su Yes' words, Shiha nodded. I'll try. Just as the blue buff was about to reach the smite threshold, GOG's teammates finally arrived at the blue area. But before when Dis Yuan Gu and Ming was Ghost could react, a flash of yellow light streaked by. Zai's Lu Ban master used his first skill and flash to knock up Lan Mao's Luna. A smite light flashed from the blue buff. September's mirror successfully stole the blue buff. After stealing it, September didn't hesitate, using his first skill to close in and attack Lan Mao's Luna. Seeing this, Daxian shouted excitedly, hey! Stolen! September stole it again. What now? Luna can be killed. At this moment, Lan Mao's Luna was still at pitiful level 1. Facing the combined fire of September Shoto and Shiha, there was no escape. Su Yes Meng Tian flanked the battlefield and knocked Lan Mao's Luna into the wall again. Lan Mao's level 1 Luna, facing the combined fire of 4 enemies, had no way out and directly gave up. First blood. First blood. First blood. The kill was secured by Su Yes Meng Tian. Seeing this, the audience below the stage, Daxian shouted excitedly, hey! Nice. First blood again. This wave is a huge profit, right? With an early advantage, you have to play this aggressively. The barrage in Daxian's livestream was also buzzing. Exactly. If you have an advantage but don't dare to fight, isn't that just waiting to lose? So satisfying. Directly stealing both buffs. Luna starts with 0 buffs. How can she play it? The players are really aggressive this wave. I love it. What's going on? It feels like the commander has changed. The team style has completely changed. The little monsters in the livestream clearly noticed the difference in XYG, but they couldn't pinpoint what was different. If they had to say, XYG was playing more aggressively than before. In GOG's voice channel, Lan Mao put on a pained expression. Oh, I give up. How am I supposed to play this? A Luna with 0 buffs, this is so painful. Hearing Lan Mao's words, team leader Mingwa quickly tried to stabilize morale. It's not a big deal. We're a bit weak in the early game, just hold on, and we can fight easily in the mid to late game. Just start farming the small jungle monsters for now. And so Lan Mao's Luna began farming from the small monsters in the blue area, heading toward her own red area. Just as Minghua thought they could develop peacefully in the early game. DAT's trembling voice came from the top. I feel like this Meng Tian is about to dive me. Minghua quickly moved his camera to the top lane. Seriously. You're at full health. Can he tower dive you? As Xiahou done. Don't be ridiculous. DAT swallowed hard. But he's pushing the waves so fast. Holy crap. He's actually coming. At the commentator seats. The three commentators were still reminiscing about XYG's performance in the regular season. But in the next second the camera suddenly shifted from the bottom lane to the top lane. Su Yes Meng Tian cleared the top lane wave and smoothly reached level 4. After reaching level 4, instead of rotating to support, he activated his ultimate and charged toward DAT's full health Xiahou done with his minion wave. All troops form ranks. Meng Tian's voice echoed across the arena. Pingzi widened his eyes. Huh? What's this? Trying to tower dive Xiahou done. Xiaolu was also confused. DAT's Xiahou done is still at full health. Yaya frowned. He's probably just trying to deny DAT the wave, not wanting him to get the farm. Before she could finish, Yaya's expression changed. On the big screen, Su Yes Meng Tian with his ultimate minions chased DAT's Xiahou done and launched a flurry of basic attacks. All three commentators exclaimed in unison, he's actually doing it. No wonder the three commentators were so astonished. Although DAT's Xiahou done was only level 3, the tank build granted him a full 5,000 health points. Yu Meng Tian at just level 4 are going to dive the tower and kill Xiahou done. Decian watched Su Yes move, his heart instantly leaping into his throat. This is a bit rash, Yi Bao. Everyone believed that Su Yes Meng Tian would be killed in this dive. However, in the next second something shocking happened. Su Yes Meng Tian activated his ultimate, but didn't release any skills, just basic attacking over and over. He attacked DAT's Xiahou done together with the 4 soldiers summoned by his ultimate. Because Meng Tian's ultimate soldiers counted as minions, Su Yes basic attacks on Xiahou done did not draw the tower's aggro. The tower continued attacking the minions in front of it. Su Yi kept moving and attacking, whittling DAT's Xiahou done down to nearly half health. What the hell? Why do I feel like I'm the one being tower dived? DAT exclaimed in shock, frantically using all his skills to retaliate. But Honor of Kings is a fair 5v1 competition. How could Xiahou done alone defeat Meng Tian's 5-man squad? Despite giving it his all, DAT's Xiahou done's health was still pushed down to 1/3. Seeing Su Yi actually make his move, Pingzi spoke rapidly. Here it is. Poxio's Meng Tian is directly diving the tower. It's really happening. Basic attacks to chip down health. Level 4 against level 3. DAT is in a tough spot. He wants to last hit the minions, but can't. His position is blocked. Xiaolu shouted excitedly. He's down to half health. He's going to get the kill. Yaya yelled passionately. Xiao. As Xiaolu's words faded, Meng Tian's voice line echoed through the arena. A defeated general dares to enter my formation. Only then did Su Yes Meng Tian finally start using his skills. As Su Yes' slender fingers swiftly slid across the screen, an incredibly fast combo was executed. Meng Tian's first skill knocked back, followed by a basic attack, then the second skill knocked back again, followed by a charged thrust. This combo perfectly integrated skill and basic attack damage. Even though DAT's Xiahou done still had over 1/3 of his health, he was instantly burst down. After completing the tower dive kill, Su Yi still had over half health and retreated safely. XYG. Xiao has defeated GOG. Dat. As the kill announcement sounded, the big screen cut to a close-up of Su Yes' face. A slight smile curled at the corner of Su Yes' mouth, his expression one of complete control. Seeing Su Yes' confident and handsome close-up, the audience erupted. Decian's eyes widened. Huh? No way. He actually got the kill. Honestly, this is insane. A tower dive kill on a full health Xiahou done. This is definitely a showcase of Yi Bao's skill and personal strength. The bullet comments on Decian's stream were buzzing. No way. A tower dive kill on a full health Xiahou done. Truly ridiculous. Good lord. Why didn't the tower hit Yi guess Meng Tian? I don't get it. It's Meng Tian's mechanic. When diving, let the minions go in first, then basic attacks won't draw tower aggro. Yi guess understanding of Meng Tian has reached its peak. Just being handsome is enough. In GOG's voice channel, DAT's roar erupted. Damn. This Meng Tian is so disgusting. He nearly killed me with just basic attacks. Minghua, who witnessed the entire solo kill, frowned. Don't you have flash? Why didn't you flash away? DAT's face was pained. It's useless. If I flash, he would just flash after me. I couldn't defend and I couldn't leave. I should have just given up the tower. The XYG members landing bottom didn't know what was happening until they saw the kill notification. Jiu Yua, what the? Yi go. What happened? A tower dive kill. Su Yi replied casually. Yeah, level 4 against level 3, an easy kill. Hearing Su Yes' response, the other teammates gasped. If they didn't know DAT's skill level, it would be one thing. But they had been thoroughly dominated by DAT in the first 3 games. especially in the match where XYG used the Qiao Li combo DATs. Guan Yu single-handedly pushed back all 4 of them. He completely wrecked their formation, and they were pushed to a loss in just 12 minutes. So the teammates knew exactly how strong DAT was. He was definitely much stronger than Ku Xie at this stage. And yet this formidable top laner was solo killed multiple times in the first match. And now tower dived in the second. This is a professional tournament, not a ranked or peak match. It was truly unbelievable. He was indeed the man who solo killed Fly. After Su Yi tower dived and killed DATs, Xiaohou Dun Lan Mao's Luna had to go top to clear the wave and defend the tower. Down in the bottom lane, Jiu Yu was very comfortable and took the tyrant. Su Yi continued commanding from top. Jiu Yu goes straight for the blue buff. He'll hold Luna off up here. Hearing Su Yi's command, the teammates immediately sprang into action. The big shots orders were absolute. Up top, Su Yi's half-health Meng Tian tangled directly with Lan Mao's Luna. Although Luna had her ultimate for infinite dashes, she had no blue buff. After trading a wave of health with Su Yi, she ran out of mana and had to use her ultimate to retreat and recall for resources. Taking advantage of Su Yi's distraction, Jiu Yu led Xiaodo and the others straight to Lan Mao's red jungle area. They successfully stole Lan Mao's red buff. Seeing XYG's rhythm so tight, Pingzi couldn't help but remark, this XYG in this match is truly different from the first 3. Their pace is too good. They've completely taken control of Luna's jungle. If this rhythm continues, GOG will find it very hard to win. Xiaolu nodded. That's right. The key is still Su Yi's Meng Tian. He tower dived for a kill and then took out Lan Mao's resources. Jiu Yu could invade the jungle freely. Yeah, I have a feeling they're going for this blue buff too. On the big screen, Jiu Yu's Jing didn't use his smite when taking the red buff. After finishing it, he immediately turned and led Ling Ming and Xiaodo charging towards GOG's blue jungle. They had their eyes set on Lan Mao's blue buff. Up top, after the skirmish, Su Yi and Lan Mao both recalled to restore their status. After restoring to full, Su Yi rushed straight to the blue jungle. Wait for me this wave. I still have flash. We can kill anyone. Ill flash engaged. Whoever I catch we kill. Su Yi's confident and firm voice resonated through XYG's voice channel, instilling an inexplicable sense of trust in his 4 teammates. Let's do it. On the big screen, the blue buff refreshed. The blue cat's Luna arrived eager to secure the blue. However, Jiu Yu and his 3 brothers were all surrounding and disrupting. This made the blue cat hesitate to seize the blue buff, immediately fearing that Jiu Yu's mirror would take it away. Both sides fell into a brief stalemate. Bottle, is GOG still waiting? Dawn's Meng Tian is coming soon. If they reach this blue, it'll be a lost cause. Yue, they're here. It's on. Jiu Yu directly activates his ultimate. As Su Yi's Meng Tian arrived at the river entrance, Jiu Yu's mirror took the lead and initiated the attack, activating the ultimate to unleash the Flying Thunder God against the blue cat's Luna. The blue cat's maneuvers were equally precise. Moonlit Infinite combo was wreaking havoc in the blue zone. After flying through, he used his ultimate to secure the blue buff with a decisive strike. Goodbye. He finally claimed his first buff of the match. The blue cat was grinning from ear to ear. Jiu Yue, on the other hand, cursed, damn it, I didn't steal it. However, just as both sides were planning to withdraw, the words, all troops form up, echoed from Meng Tian, followed by a flash of yellow light. Su Yi's Meng Tian charged in with a blink. In an instant, he collided with the blue cat's Luna, and when Dis Yuan Gu beside the blue buff's bush, he crashed into both with a blink. After the initial collision, Su Yi unleashed a smooth combo. Basic attack into second skill to knockback, then a charge strike. After a series of combos, he directly reduced the blue cat's full health Luna to a sliver. When Dis Yuan Gu retreated after using his ultimate, narrowly avoiding instant death. What the hell? The blue cat cursed angrily, immediately retreating towards the wolf pit. Earlier, he had used all of Luna's skills to contest the blue, leaving only his ultimate. Yet he only saw Su Yi charge up a strike. This shot was not charged for long, as the spear thrust out. The spear reached out at the extreme distance, touching the blue cat's Luna. Killing spree. The brilliant. Seeing this scene, the audience gasped in unison. Bottle spoke rapidly, excitedly shouting, both sides are preparing to retreat. Dawn can't hold back, directly charging in to take 2. A combo reduced the blue cat's Luna to low health. Another shot to finish her off. Little Deer clenched his fist. Ming was Guguzi wants to come up and dismantle the fire, but he too was left behind. In this match, Dawn's Meng Tian is truly a great general. Yu shouted excitedly, we're waiting for the big brother, what are you all waiting for? On the field, upon seeing Su Yi, Ming was Guguzi turned to pull someone in to help his teammates dismantle the fire, but was focused down and killed by Jiu Yu and his team. A 0-for-2 team fight. The blue cat had just secured the blue buff, and it hadn't even warmed up yet. It was directly transferred to Su Yi's Meng Tian. Su Yi's combo instantly eliminated Luna. Seeing this, Daxian was filled with excitement. Wow, that was great, my treasure. One shot. Directly eliminated. Nice. This play was crucial. In Daxian's livestream chat, comments flooded in. Wow. The younger brothers were all preparing to leave, but Yigu turned back and just attacked. So fierce. The fighting was so intense. But I like it. Damn. This is just so satisfying. Kill them all the way down. The wild core Luna has been blown up. Let's see how the opponents fight. Without the blue buff, the blue cat's Luna couldn't execute the Moonlit Infinite combo. Without blue, she had to return home, severely affecting her jungle efficiency and growth speed. As long as they continued to control the blue cat's blue buff, then GOG's early to mid-game would be completely wasted. In the GOG voice channel, the blue cat was already in a state of fury. Damn it. They stole 4 of my buffs in a row. What does the other side want to do? Seriously, aren't you guys going to care about your brother? How can I fight if my Luna can't develop? After dying twice in a row and having 3 buffs stolen since the beginning, I just lost the buff I had just secured. Anyone in this situation would be furious. It's only because they are still in the competition, otherwise the blue cat would have directly transformed into a pressure cooker, outputting on his teammates. Hearing the blue cat's roar, GOG's 4 members felt a chill down their spines. Who would have thought that Su Yesmeng would be so bold and deal such high damage? Suddenly, he blinked in and eliminated someone. DAT, stay calm, my good brother. It's not a big deal. Come and farm off my line. When D also nodded, feel free to farm in the mid lane. Seeing his teammates' positive attitude, the blue cat couldn't say anything more, only to swallow his frustration. In the XYG voice channel, Jiu couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Competing against Yigu really is too tragic. Suyi chuckled and shook his head. Is this tragic? This match is about playing aggressively in the jungle. The goal is to ensure this Luna gets no buffs. Hearing Su Yes' words, several younger brothers also inexplicably grew excited. In the subsequent match, Su Yi also kept his word. As soon as the protective mechanism of the tower vanished at the 4-minute mark, Su Yi demolished GOG's top lane turret. DAT's Xiahou Dun didn't have the courage to even glance at Su Yi under the tower. The match time reached 5 minutes and 20 seconds. At this moment, Jiuyu's mirror finished its online time and went straight for the Lord. While Jiuyu was attacking the Lord, the blue cat's Luna alongside DAT's Xiahou Dun, and when Dis Yuangu was observing outside the dragon pit, they were hoping to find an opportunity to steal the Lord. However, as the 3 peeked in for a look, Su Yesmeng came up from the dragon pit. After a smooth combo, he dealt 2 shots, taking a third of DAT's Xiahou Dun's health, forcing his ultimate out. Su Yesmeng was equipped with the chain of Shi He and Lu Ban Master. The blue cat's trio did not dare to engage Su Yi. The explosive damage from this combo scared them away from the Lord. The Lord was thus secured by Jiuyu's mirror. Daxian nodded. Exactly. Just like that. The pace is too tight, the opponents can't handle it. Don't rush, take it slow around Yi Bao. At the commentary desk, Bottle couldn't help but exclaim, Su Yesmeng is playing too fiercely, the other side fears seeing him. Little Deer nodded with Su Yi. Here the pace has been raised. In just over 5 minutes we've gained a 2,500 gold lead. Yu suddenly exclaimed, hey, it's starting again. Shi He and Lu Ban took the lead and grabbed Xiahou Dun. DAT has no ultimate. On the big screen, Su Yi finished his combo and retreated toward the top lane with September. Midway, September headed to the top lane to push the wave. Su Yi stayed in the red jungle to provide cover for September. At that moment, Shi He using Lu Ban Master ambushed from the bush on the left side of the mid lane. Knowing that DAT's Xiahou Dun had no ultimate, Shi He used his first skill followed by his ultimate to pull DAT's Xiahou Dun back. Xiaodo's Li Yuanfang applied his first skill mark from the side, weaving attacks while moving. Ling Meng's Jiang Zia slowed DAT and reduced their defenses with his first and second skills. Under the combined assault of the 3, DAT's health plummeted. Just as DAT was about to be eliminated, a flash of yellow light streaked by. DAT's Xiahou Dun flashed toward his own red jungle. That was close. Before DAT could catch their breath, a figure emerged from the red buff area, charging at DAT with 4 soldiers. It was Su Yesmeng. Bottle shouted excitedly. The 3 from XYG are focusing their fire. DAT is about to be wiped. He used flash, but Pixiao is here. 1 spear strike finishes him off. That's a wasted flash. Su Yesmeng took down DAT's low-health Xiahou Dun with a single spear thrust. Rampage. Unstoppable. Xiao Lu cheered. Pixiao flanked them this round. He knew DAT would flash to that spot. Yu nodded. That Meng Tian is the executioner. He sealed DAT's fate. He's still circling around. As Yu's words faded on the big screen, Su Yesmeng, after eliminating, pretended to head back toward the top lane. After a few steps once out of GOG's vision, Su Yi executed a sudden U-turn. He circled into GOG's blue jungle. After some maneuvering, Su Yesmeng had crept into the area between GOG's first and second mid lane towers. As September, Ling Meng and Xiaodo pushed the mid wave into the first tower, 3 GOG players defended under it. Ao Hans Yu used her first skill, and when Dis Yuanga tossed his second skill, Ming was Giguzi tried to pull the minion wave. At that moment, a flash of yellow light streaked from GOG's blue jungle. Speed is paramount. Meng Tian's timely line rang out. Su Yes Meng Tian like a divine warrior charged straight at the 3 GOG players under their mid-tower. Flash. His brutal charge stunned and knocked back all 3 GOG members. Holy crap. Brother Yi is insane. The 4 teammates yelled, rushing in to follow up with damage. Ling Meng's Zhang Zia swept in with his skills. Xiao Dou's Li Yuanfang unleashed his ultimate, and September's Jing executed her mirror dance, constantly shifting positions. With perfect coordination, Ao Han's Yuji and Ming was Giguzi were instantly eliminated, when Dis Yuinga barely escaped by using his ultimate and flash. Unstoppable. No one can stop him. Suyi took down Minghua with 1 spear strike, bringing his kill count to 5. The kill score had reached 7. The audience erupted in cheers. Bottle shouted excitedly. He flanked again. Pixiao. His flash follow-up with damage, and Yuji and Giguzi are both down. They're killing people at the second tower before the first tower is even destroyed. Is this Poxio's General Meng Tian? Xiao Lu cheered. Wow. The first tower can be taken, and the second tower is also possible. Yu Yu nodded. GOG has no one to defend. Lan Mao's Luna is stealing jungle in XYG's red side. At this moment, 3 GOG members were dead, and when D was fleeing with low health, only Lan Mao's Luna was at full health. Seeing all his teammates dead mid, Lan Mao knew he couldn't defend and ran to XYG's red jungle to steal some camps and cut his losses. Thus, Suyi led his 4 teammates to push the towers. They managed to destroy both of GOG's first and second mid lane towers. Daxian was gesticulating with excitement. Nice. Nice. Well played, my precious Yi. That flank was absolutely stunning. He stunned 3 at once. Both towers are down. How can the enemy fight back? The chat in Daxian's stream was buzzing. Holy crap. Brother Yi is amazing. Damn, that Meng Tian play is top tier. I've watched countless pro matches, and this Meng Tian is the best. This game is solid. After XYG destroyed GOG's second mid lane tower, the game time reached 5 minutes and 55 seconds. Lan Mao's third set of red and blue buffs was about to respawn. Suyi immediately took September to steal the blue buff. Xiao Dou's Li Yuanfang went for the red buff. They left Lan Mao with no buffs. Bottle couldn't help but marvel. Wow. The 5th game of the finals. In under 6 minutes, the kill score is 7-0. Isn't that terrifying? Xiao Lu nodded. GOG has no power to fight back. Their jungle is complete. They can't hold in team fights either. Yu Yu added, no choice. Poxio's Meng Tian is too strong. 2 flanks have completely dismantled GOG. All 3 casters were awed by Su Yes Meng Tian's flashy flank and 3-man stun showering him with. In GOG's voice chat, all 5 were dazed. DAT said, seriously, I'm dead, and you guys still. Aohan replied, what fight? Didn't you see Meng Tian flank again? Minghua added, damn. That Meng Tian is ferocious. Guys, focus on Meng Tian in team fights. Don't let him flank. Otherwise no one can stop him. Lan Mao sighed, my jungle is gone. I'm completely useless. Otherwise I could go toe-a-toe with him and find his position. Luna is actually a good counter to Meng Tian, but only if their development is even. Now with 5 kills, the highest gold in the game, and his black cleaver finished, if Lan Mao's Luna went after Su, he should likely be one shot. Finally, GOG decided on a strategy to stabilize and farm. However, their plan was sound. But seeing Xiao Dou and Shihi pushing the bottom lane, they destroyed GOG's first tower and stayed to push further. Minggua's eyes lit up. Opportunity. This is our chance. We can catch Li Yuanfang and Luban Master. Everyone come. If we kill them, they're done. At that moment, from GOG's perspective, Su Yes Meng Tian and Ling Ming's Zhang Zia had just cleared the wave and headed top. September's Jing was out of vision. Only Xiao Dou's Li Yuanfang and Shihi's Luban Master were in the. This wave, GOG had 5 against 2. Even if September's Jing was helping to countergank, 5 against 3 was still an easy fight. As long as XYG's most fed Meng Tian wasn't there, it would be like slaughtering chickens. The other 4 members of GOG quickly reacted. Hey, charge, charge, charge. With that, all 5 rushed towards the bottom lane. DAT's Xiaoho Dun and Ming was Giguzi had preemptively ambushed in the bush beside the bottom lane's second tower. Lan Mao, Wen Di, and Ao Han were all waiting behind the tower or in the blue jungle area for the 2 to initiate the team fight. As long as they could catch either Li Yuanfang or Luban Master, GOG's 5 would swarm in and eliminate them instantly. With GOG's 5 moving swiftly, the 3 casters also noticed GOG's plan. Pingzi, hey, what's the call here? XYG's bottom lane is still pushing. All 5 of GOG have enveloped them. Feels like they want to fight. Something's going to happen. Xiaolu no Pixiao Meng Tian and September Ling Ming are also moving towards the bottom lane. They gave a fake vision. This time XYG is going to counter-encircle GOG. Yaya nodded. XYG's bottom lane duo should be the bait. What's the call? They're making a move. On the big screen, the director showed XYG's red side vision. In XYG's vision, none of GOG's 5 members were visible. Even so, Xiao Dou's Li Yuanfang and Shihi's Luban master were still advancing behind a cannon minion. When Xiao Dou's Li Yuanfang entered the attack range of the second tower bush, go! With Ming was Deity's Xiahou Dun initiated the team fight, landing a precise ultimate on Xiao Dou's Li Yuanfang. Ming was Giguzi activated his ultimate to grant stealth and movement speed to the entire GOG team as they charged forward. The next moment, all 5 of GOG rushed directly into the faces of Xiao Dou and Shihi. 5 enemies appeared in Xiao Dou's vision like a scene from a horror movie. However, facing GOG's charged Xiao Dou and Shihi remained calm. Xiao Dou immediately used his second skill followed by Flash to retreat. This caused GOG's first wave of attacks to miss. Even so, GOG wasn't about to let the prey slip from their grasp. Go! The 5 pushed forward relentlessly. Even Ao Han's Ug used her second skill for speed and Flash plus ultimate to kick Xiao Dou. They managed to pin down Xiao Dou's Li Yuanfang. Under the concentrated fire of 5, Xiao Dou's Li Yuanfang was instantly melted. Shihi's Luban master also lost over half of his health. Just as GOG's 5 were about to continue their pursuit to eliminate Shihi, a yellow beam swept from behind Shihi's Luban master. Ling Ming's Jiang Zia had fully charged his ultimate from the river position. After connecting to Shihi's Luban master's tether, a slingshot blast swept through, hitting all 5 of GOG. Jiang Zia's fully charged ultimate dealt devastating damage, instantly reducing the health of all 5 GOG members by nearly half. The next second, September's Jing also charged out from the bush beside the first tower. One person actually rushed towards GOG's 5. Seeing September charging GOG's 5 were enraged. How dare you? However, all troops form ranks. Let us finish this swiftly. The voice of General Meng Tian rang out. GOG's 5 felt a chill down their spines, and their scalps tingle. At that moment, behind the 5, a majestic figure charged out from the blue jungle entrance. It was none other than Su Yes Meng Tian. Seeing that Meng Tian and Jiang Zia, who were supposed to be heading to the top lane, had all appeared in the bottom lane, all 5 of GOG were stunned. September's Jing executed the Flying Thunder God combo, weaving through the GOG crowd. And because GOG's 5 had used all their crowd control skills on Li Yuanfang and Luban Master, no one could now lock down September's Jing, allowing September to deal full damage. With Jing ahead and Meng Tian behind, GOG's 5 were caught in a dilemma. More importantly, they had almost all used their flash during the initial pursuit. Retreating was already too late, as Su Yes Meng Tian entered the fray with 4 soldiers in a 9v5 situation. Despair filled the hearts of GOG's 5. The imposing figure behind them was an insurmountable mountain. Pingzi spoke rapidly. Here it comes. XYG's counter-encirclement. The slingshot blast sweeps in. Jing enters the fray. Pixiao Meng Tian flanks from behind. GOG is completely sandwiched this time. Caught between a rock and a hard place. Xiaolu shouted excitedly, there's no way out. No place to retreat. 1 thrust. 2 thrusts. Meng Tian's damage is explosive. Ug falls. Giguzi falls. Xiahou Dun is gone too. Yaya yelled in excitement. Pixiao Meng Tian is taking them down one by one like children. How can they fight this? It's impossible even if it's 4 against 5. XYG came prepared, as the 3 casters continued to shout in excitement. 4 of GOG's members fell one after another. Su Yes Meng Tian took down 2 with consecutive thrusts, securing a double kill. Then September's Jing and Ling Meng's Jiang Zia each claimed a kill. Finally, only Lan Mao's Luna managed to escape by canceling her ultimate and retreating into the blue jungle. Seeing this, the audience erupted in cheers. Dexian was also stunned. This team fight was too fierce. 4 against 5, and they won. A pincer, absolutely incredible. When did Yi Bao circle around to the blue jungle? I didn't even notice. The director had only shown XYG's vision earlier, so the audience couldn't see the movements of the players. The bullet comments in Dexian's live stream were buzzing. Holy crap. Awesome. Yigu is awesome. 1 shot 1 kill. Isn't this like slaughtering chickens? So easy. So simple. I feel like Duzi's Li Yuanfang was just bait. Too insane. I can only say it's too insane. An insane team fight. At the caster desk, Pingzi was already incoherent with excitement. A perfect team fight. A perfect 1-for-4 team fight. GOG initiated but got crushed by the counterattack. The true hunter always appears as the prey. This wave seemed like GOG was encircling XYG, but it was actually XYG encircling GOG. Yaya nodded. They can push the second tower. They can even push the high ground. Xiaola's eyes widened. It's only 7 minutes and 10 seconds. The high ground is about to fall. A blitzkrieg. On the big screen, the players pushed forward relentlessly, eventually destroying both GOG's bottom lane, second tower, and high ground tower. In 7 minutes, they broke through a lane of high ground. If not for the short respawn times in the early game, everyone would have suspected XYG was going to end the game right there. Seeing GOG respawn, XYG didn't give the enemy any chances. After taking the high ground, they immediately retreated. They played very steadily. Seeing their own high ground raised within 7 minutes, the 5 members of GOG all wore expressions of agony. Aohan cursed, "Damn it. Didn't Meng Tian head to the top lane? How did he appear behind us?" Lan Mao grimaced in frustration. "Damn it. We were tricked. He must have given us a false vision." Ming Guo lamented, "This is really tough now." Wen Di urged, stay calm, brothers. They'll find a chance to take out Jiang Zia. Without him, their slingshot combo is useless, easy pickings." Over on XYG's side, the younger players were shouting with excitement. September exclaimed, "Awesome, Brother Yi. That bait was so meticulous." Ling Ming added, "Right. Now I finally understand what you meant by that." Xiaodo, though killed, was grinning. "I executed that bait so perfectly." Shihi laughed heartily. The enemy must be dumbfounded seeing Brother Yi flanking from behind. Hearing the praise, Su Yi merely smiled faintly. "Everything is under control. Follow my commands and you won't go wrong." A minute earlier, while clearing waves in mid lane, Su Yi had deduced GOG's next move through the economy panel and his peak level game sense. He knew GOG was likely to gank bottom lane. However, Su Yi did not warn Xiaodo and Shihi to retreat. Instead, he planned to turn the tables and set up an ambush. September helped with a preemptive counter gank while Su Yi and Ling Ming gave the enemy a false vision of heading to top lane. Once the vision disappeared, they quickly moved toward bottom lane. GOG had blown all their skills to rush Xiaodo. With Su Yi and September sandwiching them from both sides, they completely crushed GOG. It could be said that this team fight's overwhelming victory was due entirely to Su Yi's meticulous command. Of course, the younger players' performance and cooperation were also flawless. The match continued. Although XYG already had a 5,000 gold lead over GOG, Su Yi had learned from the previous 3 rounds and remained exceptionally calm in his commands and rotations. He did not let the lead or huge advantage make him reckless, giving the enemy no chance. Now GOG held 3 match points and could afford to lose. But XYG had no room for another loss. If they lost even one round, it would be total defeat and the championship would slip away. Thus, Su Yi pushed his peak level game sense to the limit. He first directed the younger players to take down GOG's top lane's second tower, then continuously invaded the jungle to squeeze GOG's space, expanding the gold lead into an unstoppable advantage. Finally, they waited for the 10-minute dragon group to respawn. Watching Su Yi play so steadily, Decien couldn't help but nod in approval. "That's right. This is exactly how it should be played. The previous 3 rounds were lost because we were too hasty. We gave the enemy openings. With a lead, GOG should be the ones panicking. Take it steady and secure the win." Coach Pu Tao Tang also praised endlessly Su Yi's command is truly steady. This is the style that best suits professional matches. Skilled yet not reckless. With an advantage yet not impatient. Truly bearing the demeanor of a great general. In truth, after experiencing the dreamlike comebacks of the previous 3 rounds, Coach Pu Tao Tang had even considered resigning since even 3 dreamlike drafts had ended in defeat. A team like this was impossible to carry. But with Su Yi joining, Coach Pu Tao Tang saw the soul of XYG and the immense potential of this team. He secretly resolved to stick with XYG all the way, aiming for KPL. When XYG eventually won the championship, wouldn't he, Coach Pu Tao Tang, become a championship-winning coach, a meritorious one? With Su Yi's continuous commands, XYG smoothly secured both the Dark Dominator and Dark Tyrant at the 10-minute mark. This round featured the Head Dragon buff. Skills dealt additional damage to enemies, which was a perfect match for XYG's slingshot combo. One slingshot blast would take more than half health. At 11 minutes into the match, after securing both dragons, Su Yi directed the younger players to push with mid and top lane minion waves. They advanced with 2 lanes simultaneously, ignoring the bottom lane. The bottom lane's super minions were still marching through the river. As the dragon-empowered minions entered the towers, all 5 GOG members immediately went into defensive mode. They relied on Wen Dis Yuinga and Aohan's Consort Yu with their long range to clear waves. But Ling Ming and Shihi's slingshot combo was not idle either. They unleashed a slingshot ultimate, directly sweeping Aohan's Consort Yu and Wen Dis Yuinga to critical health instantly. Damn it! Aohan and Wen Di each cursed, quickly retreating to the fountain to restore. Then only 3 GOG members rotated to defend the top lane. While healing, Wen Di felt something was off. Something doesn't feel right. Aohan nodded, then suddenly realized, Has the enemy Meng Tian been off the map the whole time? As Aohan's words fell, the 3 GOG members under the top tower felt a chill run down their spines. Sure enough, irresistible force. Meng Tian's line rang out. They saw Su Yi's Meng Tian having activated his ultimate at some point, charging from the bottom lane high ground toward the top lane. Because the bottom lane had no high ground tower or minions, there was no vision. Su Yi's Meng Tian seemed to appear out of nowhere on their own high ground. A flash of yellow light streaked by. Su Yi's Meng Tian used a flash combo, instantly stunning and knocking back all 3 GOG members defending the top tower against the wall. Damn it! DAT's Lan Mao and Ming Guo cried out in anguish almost simultaneously. Su Yi thrust his spear, taking a quarter of each of their health. The next second, all 4 XYG members swarmed in. The 3 DAT members were instantly focused down and killed. Ping Zi spoke rapidly. Oh my god. Pashao has flanked again. This position is both a flanking and a harvesting spot. Xiao Lu shouted excitedly. Flash combo opens up 3. Lan Mao and the others were instantly deleted. Yu exclaimed. Who could have predicted Pashao's flanking position? He's still chasing. Pashao is directly blocking the 2 carries at their fountain. What is this? On the big screen, Su Yes Meng Tian, after his flash combo opening, immediately dropped his defensive stance. He charged straight toward Jiuji's fountain, then resumed his defensive stance to charge up and thrust. One thrust took a quarter health, then another, instantly killing when disewing a puppet. 2 more thrusts later, he actually trapped Jiuji's 2 carries inside the fountain, preventing them from coming out. Seeing this, the entire venue erupted. Decien widened his eyes. What? No. Is this how Meng Tian is supposed to be played? Blocking both carries at the fountain and not letting them out. How is that even fair? The live chat was buzzing with comments. Wow. The high ground tower isn't even down yet, and they're already blocking the fountain to kill. That's a bit ridiculous, buddy. Does this count as fountain camping? This is purely a display of, yes, individual skill. Too fierce. Both carries of GOG are completely stunned. Never encountered this before. On the big screen, Su Yi was seen recklessly attacking in front of the fountain. When Dis Yuinga and Ao Han's Yuji were both trapped in the fountain. Watching the dragon minions being led into the crystal by the 4 XYG members, when D and Ao Han were so anxious they flashed out of the fountain. They bypassed Su Yes Meng Tian to clear the minions. However, even though they exhausted every means to clear the dragon minions, they couldn't withstand the focused fire of 5 enemies. XYG killed them first, then pushed the tower, destroying GOG's mid-lane high ground tower before taking the crystal. As GOG's crystal shattered, all 3 casters shouted in unison, "Let us congratulate XYG." They defeated GOG 161. Under immense pressure, they've won 2 consecutive rounds, securing victory with absolute dominance. With this match easily won aside from Su Yi, who remained calm and composed, the other 4 brothers all looked visibly relieved. After all, the psychological shadow and pressure from the previous 3 consecutive losses were immense. Winning the first match under Su Yes leadership only gave them a glimmer of hope. But the overwhelming victory in the second match directly restored the confidence of the entire XYG team. The 5 of them chatted and laughed as they headed to the lounge. In Daxian's livestream, Daxian excitedly picked up a piece of orange peel from the table and stuffed it into his mouth. After swallowing, he shouted indistinctly, "Good. Good. Well played, my treasures. Keep it up. Let's reverse sweep." The live chat was flooded with 666 and go, go, go. In contrast to XYG's atmosphere, the faces of the 5 GOG players were grim. If they had lost 2 matches in a row, they could accept it. But being overwhelmed and crushed in both matches was utterly demoralizing. The 5 sighed incessantly as they staggered towards the lounge, their faces devoid of the arrogance they had shown in the first 3 matches. On the big screen, the 3 casters were still expressing their amazement. Bottle Poxio's Meng Tian is truly masterful at flanking. Every flanking position he finds is fatal for GOG. Little dear, that's right. XYG's teammates have immense trust in Pashao. As long as Pashao engages, they follow up promptly and swiftly. Yeah, although a reverse sweep is very difficult, even seemingly impossible. But all 5 members of XYG are in top form, so give it their all. Fight for it. Maybe they can truly create a miracle. Little dear indeed. GOG is only 1 step away from the championship and the Yuelong Cup. If they want to win it, they must withstand the pressure and quickly adjust their mindset. After sharing their insights, the broadcast switched to the commentary desk. The 3 commentators lavished praise on Su Yes Meng Tian, showering him with compliments. Next came the post-match statistics screen. Su Yes Meng Tian boasted an impressive 808 record. XYG had secured a total of 16 kills in this match, and Su Yes' kill participation rate was still 100. Su Yes' damage share was astonishingly high at 37. His damage taken share was also 40, capable of both attack and defense. Finally, it was time for the MVP reveal. Without even looking, Daxian laughed and said, "No need to look. Yi Bao's MVP, it's well deserved." As Daxian's words faded, Su Yes' radiant and handsome poster appeared on the big screen. The audience erupted in cheers and screams once more. Then came the highlight reels and in-game voice comms. Watching Su Yes' relentless flanking maneuvers, the commentators were left in awe. The released voice comms revealed to everyone that Su Yi was the in-game shot caller for XYG. His calm and confident voice resonated throughout the entire match. After listening to the comms, everyone understood that the GOG bot lane ambush on Shoto and Xia was a trap set by Su Yi. It made one marvel at how Su Yi truly played the game with his mind. In the lounges of both teams, the coaches had already begun their psychological preparations. At this point, XYG needed to avoid getting carried away after 2 consecutive wins. They had to stay steady and secure victory in the third match. Only by dragging the series to a decisive final match would both sides be on equal footing. Meanwhile, GOG needed to quickly adjust their mindset and state. GOG still had 2 match points. They couldn't panic or lose their composure. They had to unleash the full potential of the team and prevent XYG from reaching the final match. Having fought their way from the KA League group stage to the finals, both teams possessed strong adaptability. They quickly optimized their mental and physical states for the next match. This 6th match would be a do-or-die battle for both sides. If XYG won another match, achieving 3 consecutive wins and forcing a final match, XYG's morale would undoubtedly peak. Meanwhile, GOG's mentality would suffer, facing immense pressure. Then the advantage would shift. GOG would be the one panicking, not XYG. If GOG were truly reverse swept, they would forever be XYG's stepping stone, just as people associate reverse sweeps with TS and DYG. Therefore, for GOG, this match was a must. After both teams rested and adjusted, the 6th match officially began. On the big screen, all players returned to their seats with high morale. The coaches from both sides engaged in the BP phase. Seeing GOG in good form, Pu Tao Tang frowned. This match is going to be tough. What do you think? Xiao Yi, do you still want to play a carry top laner? They'll likely target your carry top laners. In response to Pu Tao Tang's question, Su Yi thought for a moment, then shook his head. I'm also quite good at tank top laners. Let's go with tank top for the next 2 matches. Hearing Su Yi's words, the other brothers turned to look at him. September, Yi go. Don't worry about us. Just go with a carry top laner. Xia, we can play tank supports and give you resources. Through half a month of training, they knew the depth of Su Yi's champion pool. Even with champions like Chao Chao Yao or Yuing Su, Yi could perform brilliantly. Su Yi waved his hand. No need. He'll play a tank this round. I'm actually fiercer as a tank than a warrior. Hearing Su Yi's words, his teammates stopped trying to persuade him. They knew that once Su Yi made a decision, he wouldn't easily change it. Coach Pu Tao Tang nodded quietly beside. After all, in professional matches, tanks are definitely more favored than warriors. If Su Yi played tanks equally well, then XYG would have struck gold with a phenomenal player. The ban pick phase began. In this match, GOG chose the blue side again. In the first round of bans, GOG immediately banned Mingqi, a strong side laner for the current meta, followed by Charlotte. The intention was clear. Bottle O. Still targeting Pixiao. It seems GOG's coach came prepared. They've already figured out Poxio's hero pool. XYG continued by banning Lon and Gong Sun Li. Little dear, XYG is still banning GOG's 2 signature heroes. Lamio's Lon and Aohan's Gong Sun Li are both master-level picks. Then GOG picked Sun Bin Lubu and Ji Nu Fire Dance. Meanwhile, XYG chose Zhu Beiji Luna and Bai Li Shouyu. Seeing Pixiao pick Zhu Beiji, the audience erupted in cheers. Yue, here it comes. Poxio's tank Zhu Beiji. He plays Ma Chao and Meng Tian so well, I wonder how he'll handle this tank. Something to look forward to. In the second round of bans, GOG banned Marco Polo and Mosey, then picked Jialaw and Pei Qinhu. XYG banned Pangu and Zhao Yun, then picked Zhang Fei and Lu Ban No. 7. Both teams' lineups were finalized. Blue side, GOG top lane, GOG. Dat. Lubu Flash. Jungler, GOG. Lan Mao. Pei Qinhu Punish. Mid lane, GOG. Wendy. Jinu Fire Dance Flash. Bot lane, GOG. Aohan. Jialawa Flash. Roaming, GOG. Minghua. Sun Bin Disrupt. Red side, XYG top lane, XYG. Pixiao. Zhu Beiji Flash. Jungler, XYG. Jiyue. Luna Punish. Mid lane, XYG. Ling Meng. Bai Li Shouyu Flash. Bot lane, XYG. Xiudo. Lu Ban No. 7 Flash. Roaming, XYG. Shiha. Zhang Fei Disrupt. Adjustment phase. Coach Pu Tao Tang couldn't help asking, Xiao Yi, aren't you taking punish this round? Against Pei Qinhu as jungler, Jiyue is under a lot of pressure. Taking punish would help defend the jungle a bit. Su Yi shook his head confidently. No need. A Zhu Beiji with flash and one without flash are 2 different heroes. They'll stabilize the early game, trust me. Seeing Su Yi's confidence, Coach Pu Tao Tang nodded. Alright, I trust you. The 3 commentators began analyzing both lineups. Bottle, both teams are in good form today. But with this lineup, I favor XYG. Juyu's court jungler Luna tank Zhu Beiji and support tank Zhang Fei. They have crowd control damage and high margin for error. Little deer, exactly. GOG lacks tankiness, but they have high burst damage. 3 late-game powerhouses. Fire Dance, Jella Lubu. They're aiming for a late-game showdown with XYG. Yue, indeed it all depends on whether XYG will give GOG the chance to stall. In Gemini, listening to the 3 commentators' analysis, Brother Gun nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the livestream chat urged him to use his infamous reverse curse. Brother Gun looked innocent. I'm not taking the blame. I don't believe in curses. I'm favoring XYG. This GOG can't possibly win, right? Hearing this, XYG fans in the chat were in despair, while GOG fans were ecstatic. With brother guess reverse a curse wasn't victory assured. After the ban pick phase, Daxian returned to his seat. Come on, brothers. Win this round, and it's the final showdown. Our chances are still high. Even Daxian, who had seen it all, couldn't help but get excited. After all, this wasn't like the third-rate TGA or national championships. This was the K-Armor, the top-tier league, second only to KPL in the King of Glory esports scene. Winning the championship would be highly prestigious, and XYG would also qualify for the World Championship and KPL autumn season. XYG. Victory is sealed. XYG. Victory is sealed. GOG. Must win. GOG. Must win. The fans' roars echoed through the venue. The sixth match, a door-dive battle, officially began. Even before the game started, Su Yi quickly took command. Start at the red buff. Doozy go mid to contest the wave. Meng stay with us in the red buff bush. Watch if the tiger comes to invade. If he does, attack immediately. Hearing Su Yi's commands, his teammates had no objections. The previous two matches had proven that Su Yi's strategic thinking was not only correct, but top tier. The teammates quickly moved into action. Su Yi led Lingmeng's Shou Yu and Jiyu's Luna into the red buff bush. Meng, as soon as the tiger or Lu Bu shows up, fire at close range. Jiyu had just learned your first skill. As he spoke, a slight smile crept across Su Yi's lips. He was 80% sure this ambush would catch GOG's tiger. Before the match, Su Yi had watched many of GOG's games. Combined with his peak-level game sense, he could roughly deduce their opening strategy based on their lineup. On the 3 XYG players were seen hiding in the red buff bush. Meanwhile, GOG also didn't go to their lanes normally. DAT's Lu Bu went mid to clear the wave with his first skill. Lanmio's Pei Chin, who lurked in the mid-left bush waiting for something. After clearing the wave, DAT's Lu Bu didn't return to the top lane. Instead, he followed Lanmio's tiger toward XYG's red buff area. DAT's Lu Bu advanced deeper into the red zone, while Lanmio's tiger moved toward the red buff bush. Seeing this, the 3 commentators straightened up. Bottle spoke rapidly. Oh, what's happening here? Are Lanmao and DAT going to invade the red buff? But there are 3 people in the bush. Lanmao, as the commentators' gasps echoed. On the big screen, Lanmio's Pei Chin, who switched to tiger form, ensuring he could leap away if ambushed. The tiger form Lanmao swayed left and right as he entered the red buff bush. The moment they entered the red back grass patch, Lanmao's Pei Chin, who directly ran into 3 burly men. What the a? Seeing Su Yi and the other 2 all there, Lanmao felt a sudden chill, hastily trying to use his tiger's second skill to leap over the wall and escape. But how could Su Yi let the prey at his fingertips fly away? Moved. With Su Yi's furious shout, Lingmeng's Baili Shou Yu raised his hand and fired a shot. Bang. Just one shot took nearly half of Lanmao's Pei Chin's health. September's Luna also threw out her first skill, chasing after Lanmao's tiger with basic attacks. Just as Lanmao's Pei Chin, who used his second skill to leap onto the red buff wall, intending to jump away and retreat. Retreat. Su Yi's level 1 Zhuba Jia had actually learned his second skill, 9-tooth nail rake. Lanmao's tiger had just leaped onto the wall, not yet having time to jump away. Zhuba Jia swung his 9-tooth nail rake, slamming him hard against the wall. Damn it. Lanmao cursed, seeing that he couldn't escape in tiger form, quickly switched to human form, activated his second skill, shield, and turned to run. However, before he could take 2 steps, Su Yi's Zhuba Jia struck again. Extending his 9-tooth nail rake, he hooked Lanmao's Pei Chin Hu back. Bang! Lingmeng's Shou Yu fired another shot, reducing Lanmao's tiger to a sliver of health. With one rake from Su Yi, Lanmao's Pei Chin's health hit rock bottom. First blood. Seeing his jungler fall, DAT's Lu Bu on the side swung his halberd and turned to flee without a backward glance. Watching the first blood come so easily, the 3 commentators were stunned. Ping Zi killed. Just like that. Xiaolu Zhuba Jia learned his second skill directly. Yu Yue, excellent understanding. The audience below the stage erupted in cheers. Desien's eyes widened in disbelief. Huh, that's it. Just killed him. That first blood came way too fast. This tiger walked right into the trap. A bit ridiculous. The bullet comments in Desien's livestream were buzzing. Wow, that ambush was absolutely brilliant. Did the brothers predict the tiger would counter the red buff? GOG is finished now. Their jungler died right away, no rhythm. Charge. Keep fighting like this. Take. In GOG's voice channel, Lanmao's roar echoed through. What a? How is Luna here instead of taking the blue buff? And isn't the mid laner Lu Ban number 7? Why is Baili here? I'm so damn frustrated. This furious roar, filled with resentment, was so loud it hurt the ears of the other 4 GOG members. Aohan took a sharp breath. Why are you shouting so loud? Giving away first blood isn't exactly your first time. Hearing Aohan's question, Lanmao was bewildered. Already furious from being ambushed, Lanmao was about to start a fight, and Aohan was walking right into it. Captain Mingwa quickly stepped in. No big deal, no big deal. Even if they got first blood, they can't invade the jungle. It's useless. Lan Mao snorted. Fine for the captain Sake, I'll let it slide. Ao Han sneered. Just don't feed them. In the previous 2 matches, Lan Mao's jungle being invaded and destroyed had led to the team's collapse. The bot laner Ao Han, who had been landing passively, had long been dissatisfied, while GOG was having internal conflicts. In XYG's voice channel, they were laughing their heads off. The tiger tried to counter jungle and got himself killed. Ling Meng, he never dreamed we'd all be here. Suyi nodded in agreement. He probably never figured it out until the end. Why a level 1 Zhuba Jia would learn his second skill. And he definitely didn't expect me to knock him straight out of the... If Suyi's Zhuba Jia hadn't learned the second skill, the tiger would have definitely leaped away and they wouldn't have been able to kill him. It was another one of Suyi's small details. After securing first blood, Suyi returned to the top lane to continue landing against DET's Lu Bu. DET was clearly intimidated from the previous 2 rounds. Even with Lu Bu, who counters Zhuba Jia, they didn't dare play too aggressively. Suyi was happy with this. After all, Zhuba Jia's strength lies in teamfight initiation and control. It's normal to be suppressed in the landing phase against a counter. However, GOG's Wen Di and Mingwa seemed worried about DET. After clearing the mid-wave, they came straight to the top lane to pressure Suyi's Zhuba Jia's health, helping DET's Lu Bu gain lane priority. Facing 3 enemies contesting the wave, Suyi could only play safe under the tower. He watched DET's Lu Bu act arrogantly. Lan Mao's tiger, after reviving, headed to the red buff area to clear a path to the solo lane. Meanwhile, September's Luna was clearing from the red buff area to the blue buff area to gank the development lane. Both sides were developing steadily, waiting for the junglers to reach level 4 before making a move. In GOG's camp, while taking the blue buff, Lan Mao glanced at the top lane. Seeing DET's Lu Bu freezing the wave against Suyi's level 3 Zhuba Jia, Lan Mao's eyes lit up. We can gank top. Take the wave, DET, you'll hit 4. When D go around through the enemy red buff area. This kill is guaranteed. Hearing Lan Mao's suggestion, both DET and Wen Di got excited. After being crushed in the last 2 games, this was their chance for revenge. If Suyi's Zhuba Jia were level 4, they wouldn't dare to try anything even with 3 people. But Suyi's Zhuba Jia was only level 3. 2 level 4s and 1 level 3 against 1 level 3. How could they not kill him? On the big screen, Lan Mao, after finishing the blue buff, rushed excitedly to the top lane. When Diswawu smoothly infiltrated XYG's red buff area. Pingzi, hey. GOG is all converging on the top lane. Are they targeting Pashao's pig? Xiaolu, danger. Pashao isn't level 4 yet. DET's Lu Bu is about to hit 4, still not backing off. Yuiwa, this feels like trouble. Pashao, doesn't he sense the danger? The 3 commentators were worried for Suyi about GOG's deployment. In XYG's camp, after clearing the bottom lane, September reminded Suyi, bro Yi, the enemy tiger might have gone top. Be careful. Ling Ming nodded. Horwu is missing too. This top lane is dangerous. Maybe just give up the wave. Give up the tower for now. Suyi smiled and shook his head. You want me, a solo laner, to give up my tower and minions? Impossible. Where the man stands, the tower stands. As Suyi finished speaking, Lan Mao's tiger had already arrived at the top lane. After helping DET's Lu Bu push the minion wave into the tower, DET's Lu Bu smoothly reached level 4. Seeing the 2 advance, their intention to attack was clear. Suyi's Zhuba Jia remained unmoved, still under the tower. The next second, when Dis Buji Huowu appeared from the red buff area, behind, flying towards Suyi. Desian's expression changed. Oh no, this is bad. The plot thickens. The 3 from GOG drop the act and strike directly. The screen displays Don Zhu Beiji is in danger. Not even level 4. This situation looks grim. The goal is to attract the tower's aggro. Blue Cat's Pei Kinhus follows closely, launching a stunning first punch at Suyi's Zhu Beiji. Wendy's Shihuo Wu charges in from the direction of the second tower, leading with a fan. Despite being surrounded by 3 opponents, Suyi remains calm in the face of life or death, exuding an air of control. As Suyi's long fingers glide swiftly across the screen, Zhu Beiji follows suit. Suyi's Zhu Beiji does not rush to use skills against the fierce assault from the 3 GOG members. Instead, he first dodges Shihuo Wu's fan with his positioning, then retreats under the tower, increasing the distance from Lu Bu. To avoid losing too much health, DET's Lu Bu initially retreats from the tower before re-engaging, trying to reset the tower's damage. However, at this moment, Wendy's Shihuo Wu has already made her move. The tower's aggro is immediately drawn to. Seeing this, Suyi smirks. It's a trap. Only then does he begin to unleash his skills. First, a skill that charges directly at the front-facing Lu Bu. As Lu Bu tries to output damage after retreating, both he and Blue Cat's tiger get struck accurately by Suyi's Zhu Beiji's charge. After completing the knock-up operation, Suyi swiftly retaliates with a counterattack towards his own tower. The 3 from GOG line up in a straight line. In the next second, Suyi's Zhu Beiji along with his allies charges forward. The second skill's counterattack knocks all 3 GOG members beneath the first tower in the upper lane. Following that, he instantly activates the passive effect of the counterattack, pulling all 3 GOG members back in front of him. After finishing, Su Yes Zhu Beiji turns to attack the minions under the tower. The tower's damage continues to rain down, resulting in a chain control effect. Wendy Shihua Wu is left with very low health due to the tower strikes. Although Wendy uses flash to escape the tower's assault in the end, the tower's damage still follows, leading to a direct kill. Seeing Shihua Wu die unexpectedly, the commentator's expression changes. Wait, what? There was a play? Dawn still has a play. Shihua Wu was counter-killed. Still pursuing. Can still show off. Can counterattack. Damn it. Kill him. After Wendy's death, he roars in anger, assigning the task of revenge to Deity. Seeing Su Yes Zhu Beiji still half-health, Blue Cat's tiger shifts into tiger form and pounces. Deity's Lu Bu also swings his sword, reducing Su Yes Zhu Beiji to low health. As the two seem about to slay Su Yes Zhu Beiji, a flash of white light appears on Zhu Beiji as he continuously attacks the minion. The Light of Experience. After Su Yes Zhu Beiji kills Wendy and a minion, he successfully reaches level 4. Almost instantly after the Light of Experience flashes, Deity and Blue Cat's faces change dramatically. Not good. After Wendy's Shihua Wu's death, the tower's aggro shifts to Blue Cat's tiger, who is also low on health. Just as it seems he will be killed by the tower. However, Blue Cat's tiger still holds back, not using the second skill, while trying to kill Su Yi. Upon seeing Su Yi reach level 4, Blue Cat's tiger immediately uses the second skill, attempting to escape the tower by leaping over the wall. Yet, almost the moment he hits level 4, Su Yes Zhu Beiji has already countered with his ultimate. The ultimate is released at a very clever angle. Blue Cat's tiger's wall jump directly collides with the wall created by Su Yes' ultimate. The commentator excitedly shouts, "Oh my god. Dawn Zhu Beiji has reached level 4. Ultimate deployed. The tiger crashed into the wall. How to fight? Another counterkill is coming. Damn it. It's over." Blue Cat screams in despair after crashing into the wall. In the next second, the tower's damage descends. It instantly kills Blue Cat's tiger. Double kill. A consecutive strike. The GOG trio that went under the tower is now reduced to just Deity's Lu Bu. Deity finds himself in a difficult position, fearing that his ultimate will be dodged by Su Yes Zhu Beiji's invulnerability. Thus, he refrains from using his ultimate first, seeing both teammates fall. He can no longer hesitate and hurriedly activates Lu Bu's ultimate, hoping to avenge his fallen teammates. However, as Deity's Lu Bu's ultimate descends, Su Yes Zhu Beiji's second skill is already ready. The charge evades Lu Bu's ultimate. Upon seeing Zhu Beiji invulnerable, the commentator excitedly shouts, "Oh my god. Dawn's first skill dodged the knockup. What's this? Can he counterkill? This is outrageous." Deity gasps, "What the?" Seeing Zhu Beiji so difficult to kill, he is left dumbfounded, watching as he is knocked up by Zhu Beiji. Deity Lu Bu hurriedly uses flash, dodging the knockup from the charge and retreating outside the tower. Trying to run. "Did you ask me first?" As Su Yes' mocking voice rings out, he cancels his ultimate, while simultaneously using the counterattack. Zhu Beiji's massive body skillfully slams into the upper lane wall. He accurately predicts the direction of Deity Lu Bu's escape. It crashes Deity's half-health Lu Bu into the wall. After slamming into the wall, Su Yes, barely alive, Zhu Beiji swiftly adjusts his position with an A-flash. Using the passive effect of the counterattack, he pulls Deity's half-health Lu Bu back beneath the tower. What the A? No way. Witnessing this A-flash from Su Yes Zhu Beiji, Deity is left dumbfounded. He hurriedly turns back, attempting to auto-attack to exchange his life for Su Yes Zhu Beiji. However, Su Yes Zhu Beiji has already created a distance, and he has no chance to exchange anymore. The tower strikes 3 times consecutively, depleting Deity Lu Bu's health. Triple kill. A triple victory. 3 kills. 3 against 1, and they were all counter-killed. Witnessing this scene, the audience erupts into a frenzy. Cheers and screams instantly ignite the entire arena. Dawn, King of Pigs, King of Pigs, King of Pigs. Watching the battle scene, the bloodied war god Zhu Beiji and the Pig King left everyone stunned. The master was in shock, his eyes almost bulging out. What the hell? 3 against 1, and they got killed. Yi Bao. My treasure. Well done. I'm starting to doubt my own eyes. This play was truly breathtaking for the match. Initially, it was believed that Su Yi would perish surrounded by 3 opponents, but unexpectedly he not only survived, but also eliminated all 3. Such an outrageous maneuver unfolded within just 2 minutes. At this moment, the chat in the Master's live stream was buzzing with excitement. What the hell? He didn't die, and he countered. What kind of divine operation is this? This is the truth. This is unbelievable. This is not Zhu Beiji at all. It's clearly Martial Tianpa. So damn cool. Yi Bao's Zhu Beiji is way cooler than those wild kings. Sorry. Tiger King has already fallen under Yi Guess Pig King. The 3 commentators were momentarily speechless. This Zhu Beiji from Padon is terrifying. The execution was perfect. The details were flawless. This play left the three players dazed from initial skepticism to sheer shock. The three of them felt like they were on a roller coaster. In the GOG voice channel, all 5 players were in an uproar. When D exclaimed, "What are you guys doing?" Blue Cat replied, "You asked me, who should I ask? This is just ridiculous." DAT chimed in, "Damn, we just got completely outplayed. Ooh, our mentality is shattered. They'll probably laugh at us for the rest of our lives." Aohan said, "What the hell? 3 against 1, and they countered all 3 while remaining unharmed. Are you guys acting?" Mingwa looked pained. "If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it." In the GOG lounge, the coach was also in disbelief. "No way. What kind of game is this? What the hell is going on here? This coordination is painfully poor." Although Su Yezhu Beiji was impressive, the coach attributed GOG's failed tower dive to poor communication among the 3 players. After all, in a professional arena, 3 against 1 resulting in a counter is definitely a problem with the 3. Everyone was fully focused on the big screen, eager to see exactly how Su Yi executed that maneuver. Watching Su Yez agile Zhu Beiji dodging the fan, he used his first skill to evade the control from Huo Wu while knocking 2 enemies airborne. The second skill pushed back 3, and the ultimate sealed the escape route, causing the tiger to crash into the wall, followed by evading Lu Bu's crowd control. A hook and counter kill. This calm and bold smooth operation was undoubtedly the pinnacle of Zhu Beiji's gameplay. After witnessing it, the audience erupted in exclamations. This maneuver never ceases to amaze. If shared on external platforms, it would surely garner 500k likes. After watching carefully, the coach gasped, "Wow. Okay, I admit this pig is indeed too impressive. It's not the player's fault." After winning this round, Su Yi directly held 4 kills, wielding double buffs, transforming into a tyrant in pig skin. DAT's Lu Bu was rendered useless. He didn't even dare to clear the waves. Su Yezhu Beiji was exerting immense pressure. In this state, even if GOG sent 3 more players, it would be difficult to take him down. Finally, GOG made meticulous adjustments. They opted to swap lanes, putting the confrontation lane and development lane in exchange. DAT's Lu Bu went to the development lane to withstand pressure, while Aohan's Jiao Luo and Mingwa's Sun Bin aimed to suppress Su Yezhu Beiji. To prevent Su Yezhu Beiji from developing too well and becoming invincible in the late game. Seeing the 2 players who switched lanes, Su Yi smiled and shook his head. "I can take on 3, can't I handle 2? I'll wait for September to come up with a flash to collect the heads." Hearing Su Ye's words, September nodded excitedly. "All right." After the lane swap, both sides continued to develop steadily. Initially, Blue Cat's Tiger had the advantage in the jungle early on. However, after giving up 3 kills on the top lane, it was enough to not get countered by September's Luna. Both sides maintained steady development until the 5-minute mark. On the big screen, both junglers were heading towards the top lane. The 3 commentators immediately sensed the impending team fight. Bottle remarked, "Hey, it looks like a fight is about to break out in the top lane. Are GOG going to pressure the tower with 4 players?" Xiao Lu said, "Aohan's Jiao Luo is pushing the lane quickly. It seems like they are going for it. The minions are entering the tower, it's coming." As Yu finished speaking, the minions were already led into the tower by Aohan's Jiao Luo. In the bushes next to Aohan, 3 burly figures lay in ambush, planning to strike at the top lane. Even if they couldn't kill, they aimed to push the defensive tower. However, before GOG could make a move, September's Luna took the initiative. She used the minions as her ultimate quickly approached Jiao Luo, and her second skill pulled him back. Although September had made a move, Su Yi did not rush to use his skills. He merely followed from behind, seemingly waiting for something. As soon as September made her move, the 3 in the bushes charged out. Blue Cat's Tiger was shocked by the first punch from Chang'an. 1D's Huo Wu delivered a full chain of control. Mingwa's Sun Bin threw out his ultimate, silencing September's Luna. Under the concentrated fire of 4 players, September's Luna was instantly reduced to critical health. She hurriedly tried to retreat toward the tower. Seeing September escape with low health, they turned back and began attacking Su Yezhu Beiji. Aohan's Jiao Luo activated his first skill, continuously attacking. Under the concentrated fire of 4, Zhu Beiji's health quickly dropped below half. Kill. Seeing this, the 4 GOG players were filled with murderous intent. They were about to attempt another tower dive, this time with Mingwa's Sun Bin providing interference. Su Yi activated his first skill's unstoppable state to evade the fire dancer's control and retreated. After the interference ended, Su Ye's critically injured Zhu Beiji turned back. Seeing Su Yi retreat and the interference effect conclude, GOG intended to give up the chase. Yet noticing Su Ye's low health, dared to turn back. The 4 GOG members couldn't tolerate it. With Mingwa's Sun Bin assisting by tanking the tower, the other 3 launched their attack directly. However, Su Ye's Zhu Beiji seemed to be walking out of the tower as if offering himself. His health bar was nearly depleted. The next second, a flash of yellow light streaked by. Su Ye's Zhu Beiji executed a flash-enhanced second skill. As the second skill, backward strike, charged under the tower, he simultaneously used flash to adjust his positioning. He directly knocked the 3 GOG members behind him back under the tower. After the collision, Zhu Beiji followed up with a hook and his ultimate. This ultimate sealed off the retreat path for the 3 GOG players. Having done that, Zhu Beiji with a sliver of health turned and fled. Witnessing this, Decien excitedly straightened up. Hey, what's this? Another display of skill. Yi Bao. Flash enhanced second skill. Good. Pulled 3. Can counterkill. A Ming is also here. This fight is won again. The tower's damage rained down relentlessly, and Minggua's Sun Bin was killed by the tower. Unstoppable. Unstoppable. The kill notification sounded. Wen Di and Lan Mao intended to pursue Su critically injured Zhu Beiji. However, Ling Ming's fully healthy Kan Shu had arrived. A single shot sent away Wen Di's critically injured Fire Dancer. Seeing the dire situation, Lan Mao quickly leaped away. Ling Ming's countershot missed. But it didn't matter. AXYG had still achieved a perfect 1-for-2 team fight. 4 against 3, yet they managed to kill 2 in return. Utterly astonishing. The audience below erupted in cheers once more. Decien's live stream chat was flooded with 666 and Pig King. At the 5-minute mark, the kill score stood at 6-1. XYG also led GOG by 2,000 gold. Suyi's consecutive 2 plays had shown everyone. Don't dive me, there's no result. GOG's 2 consecutive tower dives were both outplayed by Suyi. Pingzi couldn't help but exclaim, this is a true 9-tooth rake. Pu Xiao has mastered it to a divine level. Xiao Lu nodded. No one expected a critically injured Zhu Beiji to dare turn back and use a flash-enhanced second skill to counterattack. Yu added, such audacity is not something ordinary people possess. This round won't be easy for GOG. And indeed it was as Yu said. With 5 kills under his belt, Zhu Beiji soared. During the river team fight at 7 minutes, Zhu Beiji ambushed from a small bush in the mid lane. He hooked and flashed to pull Minggua's Sun Bin, coordinating with his teammates to eliminate him again. In the subsequent team fights, Zhu Beiji was not only unstoppable at initiating, but also unparalleled at peeling. Despite having many kills, Suyi didn't get carried away. He never forgot his duties as a tank in team fights. GOG's multiple attempts to eliminate Xiao Dou's Luban No. 7 were all interrupted by Suyi's crucial peeling and crowd control skills. When Lubu leaped in with his ultimate, he was knocked airborne by Suyi upon landing. When Dis Fire Dancer tried to dive and eliminate Xiao Dou's Luban No. 7, Zhu Beiji used his second skill to slam him against the wall. This created a perfect damage-dealing environment for Xiao Dou's Luban No. 7. After 2 team fights, XYG achieved a 1-for-2 exchange each time. They subsequently destroyed GOG's mid lane outer tower and both side lane second towers. Xiao Dou's Luban No. 7 was perfectly protected, racking up kills effortlessly. In XYG's voice channel, Suyi's consecutive peels to save him moved Xiao Dou to tears of gratitude. Brother Yi, I love you. Your peels are amazing. From now on, you're my real brother. Hearing Xiao Dou's excited shouts, Suyi smiled faintly. Just basic plays, keep it low-key. The dragon fight is in 10 minutes. Don't make any mistakes. Take the dragon and finish the game in 1 push. Hearing Suyi's command, his teammates nodded excitedly. They were about to tie the score and enter a decisive showdown. At this moment, anyone making a mistake would be an eternal sinner. The match time reached 9 minutes and 40 seconds. Suyi had already led Shihi Zhangfei to start securing vision around the dragon pit. This game featured a dual resistance dragon. Fortune seemed to favor XYG again, as they had 2 frontline tanks. Once they secured the dual resistance dragon, GOG would be powerless to retaliate. GOG was evidently aware of the situation. Thus, except for when Dis Fire Dancer handling the side lane, the other 4 moved towards the Dark Tyrant. As Suyi and Shihi continuously cleared vision, September suddenly exclaimed in the voice channel, holy crap. Suyi's expression changed, and he quickly moved his camera to the top lane. What they feared most had happened. September, after clearing the top lane, minions didn't leave, but stayed to ambush in a bush, hoping to secure a solo kill. However, although September ambushed when Dis Fire Dancer, the Fire Dancer was backed up by Lan Mao's Pei Qinhu, who was also lurking. 2 against 1, September was no Suyi and lacked top-tier mechanics. He was forced to cancel his ultimate and flee. Yet even as he fled to the river, he was pursued and killed by Lan Mao's Pei Qinhu, who leaped over a wall. Seeing a crucial kill drop at the 10-minute dragon fight, the audience below all sighed. Decien also, you, it's over, something's wrong. Feels like well lose the dragon. Not good. Yi Bao doesn't have smite either, we might have to give up this dragon. Decien's live stream chat buzzed with discussion. Holy crap. It's over. Losing this Dark Tyrant means losing the Lord too. Damn. How could he drop at this critical moment? September was just trying to create a pick to secure the dragon. He got ambushed. No big deal. No big deal. It's only 10 minutes, just stall it out. At the caster desk, Ping Zi said September was too impatient this round. Lan Mao's Pei Qinhu hadn't shown on the map. He shouldn't have engaged. Xiao Lu added the Dark Tyrant, and Lord just spawned at 10 minutes. This dual resistance dragon is crucial for XYG. It looks like they'll have to give it up. Yu said Lan Mao and Wen Di are heading straight to the Dark Tyrant. They're going to start the dragon directly. In XYG's voice channel September said guiltily sorry my bad. I was too impatient. Maybe we should give up the dragon and wait for the next wave. Hearing September's words, Suyi focused his gaze. No need to give up. I have flash and we're 4,000 gold ahead. No need to fear. Watch for my flash initiation this fight. Suyi had his own plan. XYG's tempo had been excellent unstoppable, but after this kill drop, once GOG secured the Dark Tyrant, they would gain its dual resistance buff. XYG would be forced to avoid fights and also give up the Lord. This would completely disrupt XYG's pushing rhythm and likely invite a counterpush from GOG. It would give GOG the chance to drag the game into the late stage. And if it truly dragged past 15 minutes, allowing GOG's dual carries to farm up and complete their core items, then Su Yes Zhu Beiji would no longer be able to withstand the burst damage from Jian Luo and Huo Wu. Unable to tank the damage, all his skillful maneuvers would be useless in team fights. Therefore, rather than letting GOG seize the tempo, it was better to take a gamble and fight for a chance. Turn a bicycle into a BMW. Of course, Su Yes' decision to engage in a 4 vs 5 was not reckless. At this moment, XYG hadn't lost a single outer tower. Even if they lost the fight, the worst outcome would be losing a second tower. If they didn't fight, they'd lose the second tower. If they fought and lost, they'd still lose the second tower. Would they rather die standing or live kneeling? The answer was clear. Just go for it. Hearing the unwavering confidence in Su Yes' voice, the remaining 3 teammates were also infected by his spirit. If Su Yi alone could defeat 3 enemies under the tower, why couldn't the 4 of them take on 5? The teammates shouted in unison, go. Su Yi spoke rapidly. Don't use your ultimate too early. Wait until I initiate, then use it. Pay attention to the timing of the Lord's knockup. If we coordinate well, it'll still be a 5 ever sus 5. 5 ever sus 5. Though the teammates were somewhat confused by his words, Shi nodded firmly. Oi. De Xian watched as GOG started attacking the dragon, his heart pounding. No. Can they steal it? Yi Bao has a plan. Go for the steal, find an opportunity. I believe in the boys. Seeing that the teammates weren't about to give up the dragon, De Xian's gaze shifted from worry to trust and determination. On the big screen, GOG's 5 members were seen directly engaging the dragon. With all 5 attacking, the Dark Lord's health dwindled rapidly. In no time, it was more than half depleted. Then Su Yes Zhu Beiji charged forward with Shihi Zhongfei. Xiao Dou's Luban No. 7 followed closely behind. Ling Ming's Shoyue was sniping from the bush on the mid-right. Seeing that XYG's jungler was dead, yet they still refused to give up, Ming Guo let out a sinister laugh. DAT. Stop them. Kill the dragon and secure the takedown. Hearing Captain Ming Guo's command, GOG's 4 members swiftly moved into action. After being humiliated in the previous 2 games, the 5 were burning with rage. Now that they finally had an opportunity, they were determined to crush XYG. DAT's Lu Bu directly used his first skill Fangtian Huaji to strike Shihi's Zhongfei. He then used his second skill to absorb a shield, attempting to deter Su Yi and Shihi. However, Su Yi and Shihi remained unfazed. They kept circling outside the dragon pit, waiting for the Dark Lord's health to drop to the execution threshold. Lan Mao sneered angrily. Damn it. Let them come closer. Do they think I don't have smite? Or that I'm dead as a jungler? I could steal it with one hand, even if I were blind. Without a jungler, XYG's 4 members still dared to contest the dragon. This was an insult to Lan Mao the jungler. Thus, he was determined to secure the Dark Lord with smite and send XYG into the abyss. Su Yi kept pacing around, his eyes fixed on the game timer in the top right corner, waiting for the perfect moment. The Dark Lord's health had dropped to 1/5, nearing the execution threshold. Now, with a sharp command, Su Yes Zhu Beiji leaped with his first skill toward DT's Lu Bu. On the big screen, Ping Zi spoke rapidly. The Dark Lord's health is almost gone. What will they do? Will they still fight? Oh, here it comes. Pashao makes his move. As Ping Zi's words trailed off, Su Yes Zhu Beiji launched his meatball charge toward DT's Lu Bu, but at the same time, the Dark Lord, being focused by GOG's 4 members, suddenly leaped into the air, soaring high. The next second, it slammed down heavily onto the ground. With the Dark Lord's landing, all 4 GOG members attacking it were knocked into the air. In the moment they were air, a flash of yellow light streaked by. Su Yes Zhu Beiji, after hitting DT's Lu Bu with meatball charge, used flash to reposition and leap toward the Dark Lord. As Zhu Beiji's meatball charge landed, the 4 GOG members, just recovering from the Dark Lord's knockup, were sent flying again. Witnessing this, all 3 casters were astounded. Ping Zi shouted excitedly. The Dark Lord struck down and hit all 4. Pashao's Zhu Beiji flat and knocked all 4 up again. What now? A counterattack with a backward rake, pushing all 4 into the dragon pit wall. Ultimate to block the path. A backward rake to pull them back. Zhang Fei follows up with his ultimate. Xiao Lu cheered. Zhang Fei then stuns all 4. The dragon is stolen by Pashao. Xiao Dou's Luban No. 7 unleashes a barrage. Maximum damage output. Oh my god, they're all eliminated. Yu exclaimed when D falls first. Aohan also goes down. Lan Mao and Mingwa couldn't escape either. DAT's Lu Bu uses his ultimate, but it's too late. He's killed on landing. A direct team wipe. XYG. For versus 5045 team wipe. The casters were practically screaming as the team fight was too spectacular. On the big screen after Su Yes Zhu Beiji pushed the 4 onto the wall, Zhang Fei decisively used his ultimate, knocking back and stunning all 4 GOG members. A perfect chain of crowd control left GOGs for completely immobilized. Xiao Do's Luban No. 7 had an ideal position, landing all 3 scans from his ultimate and 2 skills. With 3 core items, Luban's lethality needed no explanation. GOG's 4 squishy targets couldn't withstand it. DAT's Lu Bu upon landing his ultimate was also focused down and eliminated. Xiao Do's Luban No. 7 secured a double kill. Su Yi, Ling Ming, and Shi He each claimed 1 kill. Seeing this, the audience erupted in cheers. When the Dark Lord knocked up 4 enemies, De Xian leaped from the sofa. What a Dark Lord. Watching the perfect coordination of his teammates, De Xian's expression shifted from excitement to shock. They won. No way. 4 versus 5, and they wiped the enemy team. What kind of godly coordination is this? Is this still the XYG I know? The impact of this perfect 4 versus 5 team fight was even more intense than Su Yes Ana versus 3 under the tower. After all, this was a professional match. Fighting against the odds is always difficult. But Su Yi, with an almost absurd sequence of plays, kept GOG's 4 locked down, coordinating with his teammates to achieve a 0-4-5 wipeout. De Xian's live stream chat exploded. Holy shit. Awesome. The boys are incredible. Yiga was so cool this round. I'm totally in love. That Dark Lord, so crucial. Haha. GOG never expected to be backstabbed by a Dark Lord. At the commentary desk, Bottle was still reeling from the sheer impact of the team fight. Shaking his head vigorously, he exclaimed, "A perfect team fight. This is what a truly perfect team fight looks like. Such coordination is something even many KPL." Xiao Lu nodded, counting. "Let me tally this. The Tyrant's knock-up, Pashao's Zhu Beiji flash knock-up, the stun from his second skill bouncing off the wall, and Zhang Fei's ultimate knockback and stun. Good heavens, that's 4 consecutive crowd controls. A chain of stuns lasting 3 to 4 seconds. The entire GOG team was locked down, unable to move an inch. Absolutely insane." Yu took a deep breath. The most crucial part is, Su Yes Zhu Beiji slammed all 5 GOG members together. Luban No. 7 dealt maximum damage. GOG was instantly shattered. In GOG's voice channel, the morale of all 5 players completely collapsed as they collectively wore expressions of anguish. They had believed this was the turning point of the game, a chance to turn the tide. But they never expected such a golden opportunity to be ruined by that foolish tyrant. Lan Mao cried out in frustration, "Damn it. There's a traitor. This tyrant is a damn traitor. I was stunned so hard I couldn't even press smite him done. How are we supposed to fight this?" When Dis face twisted in disgust, "Screw this. My mentality is broken. I was mashing my ultimate button so hard I almost broke the screen and I still couldn't cast it." Ming Guo grimaced, "Who isn't? I was spamming Sun Bin's second skill. Couldn't get it off. This tyrant is just too damn annoying." Aohan was so devastated he couldn't speak. Dat growled, "Son of a bitch. When I get back, I'm killing the tyrant 100 times in practice mode. No, 1,000 times. That's the only way to quell the hatred in my heart." The others wailed in agreement, +1. Losing a team fight in such a frustrating manner was worse than death itself. In XYG's voice channel, after wiping out GOG, the 4 younger players were already losing their minds with excitement. Zhou Yue, who had initially feared disaster when he got caught, was now the most ecstatic, letting out wild howls. "Oh, awesome. Bro, you're amazing. You guys are my real brothers. No, my fathers. That was incredible. Dads." The other younger players were also shouting incoherently, a cacophony of excited voices. "We're all awesome. All dads. All fathers. Ooh, that felt good. Amazing." Only Su Yi remained the calmest, chuckling softly. "My good sons." In their frenzy, the younger players didn't even care what Su Yi was up to. They pushed the minion wave straight towards GOG's mid lane, destroying the inner turret, and then the high ground turret. After that, they took down the bottom lane high ground turret as well. They captured 2 high ground turrets in a row. They only retreated after all 5 GOG members had respawned. After this team fight, the kill score stood at 154 in XYG's favor. The gold lead had also ballooned to over 5,000. GOG had completely lost the ability to confront XYG Hedon. On the big screen, XYG's 5 members turned back to take the Dark Tyrant. GOG, however, didn't even dare to glance their way. They were terrified of being caught by Su Yi again. As the younger players were attacking the Tyrant, they were all knocked back by its swipe. Watching the Tyrant's knockback animation, Jiu suddenly seemed to think of something and asked, "Brother Yi, did you know the timing and mechanics of the Tyrant's knockup?" Hearing Jiuyu's question, the other younger players, before engaging Su Yi, had said that if they coordinated well, it would be a 5v5 fight, not a 4v5. Had he factored in the Tyrant's knockup? Their fifth teammate was the Tyrant itself. The thought sent shivers down their spines. If that were true, Su Yi's understanding of the game was terrifyingly deep. Su Yi shook his head with a smile. I don't know. This fight was all thanks to Brother Fairy. Brother Fairy. The younger players were puzzled by the sudden mention, having no idea what Su Yi meant. Su Yi laughed. I felt the power Brother Fairy transmitted to me, so I executed the perfect team fight. Hearing his joking tone, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. So it was just luck. Jiuyu nodded. That makes sense, you scared me. But despite his words, a smile lingered at the corner of Su Yi's lips. At his current stage, he indeed hadn't unlocked the highest level of game knowledge and didn't fully understand the jungle and minion wave mechanics. However, don't forget Su Yi was a transmigrator. Before his journey, he wasn't a great player, but he frequently watched short videos on Douyin, especially the Douyin accounts of Decian and Honor of King's Fortune Report. These accounts shared many useful tips and tricks about the canyon. One particular video documented the Tyrant's skill cooldown interval was 10 seconds. Regardless of which skill the Tyrant used, the next one would always come 10 seconds later. By constantly checking the minimap, Su Yi had noticed that the Tyrant released its first shockwave skill at 10 minutes and 11 seconds. According to Decian's research knowledge, the Tyrant was guaranteed to use its knockup skill at 10 minutes and 21 seconds. That's why Su Yi kept glancing at the game timer in the top right corner. In a way, Decian deserved a good deal of credit for enabling this perfect team fight to happen. The match continued. After securing the Dark Tyrant, Su Yi led his teammates to push again, destroying Jiuji's top lane high ground turret. With all three high ground turrets destroyed, Jiuji had almost no chance of a comeback. Su Yi directed his team to press hard, aiming to finish the game in one push. However, Jiuji, as an established strong team, still showed resilience and decent base defense capabilities. Two waves of minions were cleared by Luban, with the Tiger and Garo providing support. Su Yi commanded, no rush. We can only fight if we catch Garo. Fall back for now. Shi prepare to activate the Wolf's Pursuit. Retreat first, then charge back in. Hearing Su Yi's orders, the younger players nodded excitedly. The decisive moment had finally arrived. Bottle commented, with all three high ground turrets down, XYG's chances of victory are very high. Xiao Lu agreed, that's right. Now XYG just needs to stay steady, be patient, and not rush. They can wait for the double dragons to spawn at 14 minutes and secure the win safely. Yu added, yes. Wait. They've activated the Wolf's Pursuit. XYG is charging. As you use exclamation faded XYG's 5 members retreated from the base after pressuring the crystal. Seeing XYG finally pulled back, GOG's 5 players healed up and cautiously stepped out. AO Han's Garo protected by Sun Bin, and the Tiger approached the high ground edge. At that moment, a wolf's howl echoed across the entire canyon. Shihe's Zhang Fei activated the Wolf's Pursuit, leading Su Yi and the others in a charge. At this moment, AO Han had just arrived at the edge of the high ground. Before he could react, 5 burly men charged toward him. What the hell? How did they come back to kill us again? AO Han Galero quickly retreated. However, at that moment, the only frontline warrior with crowd control, Lu Bu, had already gone back home to recover. Mingwa Sun Bin's ultimate skill Silence was still on cooldown. No one could stop Su Yi's Zhu Beiji Heaton. All that could be seen was Su Yi's Zhu Beiji leaping onto the back of a wolf, turning the tables as he charged right at AO Han Galero. The first skill, Meat Egg Scallion Chicken, jumped towards AO Han. The other 4 from XYG quickly followed suit. AO Han hurriedly used Flash to withdraw and create distance. However, almost at the moment AO Han used Flash, Su Yi's Zhu Beiji had already followed up with his own Flash. The commentator Pingzi exclaimed excitedly, oh my god, Dawn. Zhu Beiji predicted AO Han's Flash. One Flash sends him flying. The ultimate skill hits. This wave leaves AO Han with nowhere to go. Little Deer shouted excitedly, Mingwa Sun Bin has also been caught. The middle lane has minions, they are going for it. I can't help but marvel this Zhu Beiji from Dawn. Truly the king of pigs. A ceiling level Zhu. When this pig appears, who can contend? As the 3 commentators continued to shout, Su Yi had already trapped both AO Han and Mingwa. Jiuyu Luna and Xiudo Lu Ban, Chi Hao swiftly finished them off. Shortly after, minions arrived from both the middle and bottom lanes. The 2 waves converged and they were going for the dragon. As the minions approached the tower, Su Yi's Zhu Beiji charged and dancing on the opposing high ground. The minions moved towards the crystal. Although the 3 from GOG knew the hope was slim, they still rushed out to take a chance, hoping for a miracle to happen. However, in a 3 versus 5 situation, where were there that many miraculous team fights? The brothers surged forward, completely annihilating GOG. As GOG's crystal shattered, the 3 commentators shouted in unison, let us congratulate XYG. They successfully defeated GOG with a score of 2-0-4. They have equalized the score. Both sides are about to enter the peak showdown. Pingzi exclaimed, "Great." XYG executed the team fight perfectly. They directly turned around the previous 3 matches' decline, quickly expanding their advantage into a winning momentum. GOG is struggling to hold on. That's right, XYG's pivotal player Dawn. Just like his name, he is XYG's Dawn. After darkness, dawn breaks. XYG is about to be reborn. Yaya said, next both sides are in a life and death match, the deciding showdown. In this hero selection, both sides can pick their strongest lineups. Between the strongest lineups, who will be the king of this spring? Who will claim the championship of this KGA? Let's wait and see. Listening to the passionate roars of the 3 commentators, Daxian waved his hands excitedly. That's great, my treasure. Directly dancing on the opposing high ground. Is this the Zhu Beiji from Yibao? Amazing, brothers. Just take it. Letting 3 chase 4. It's just in front of us. Saying this, Daxian eagerly grabbed half an orange peel and stuffed it into his mouth. Even though the orange peel was bitter and astringent, Daxian's face was filled with joy and satisfaction. The joy of the brothers, equalizing GOG, far surpassed the bitterness in their mouths. If it meant the brothers could win the championship, Daxian would even be willing to eat durian peels. Letting 3 chase 4 seemed like an impossible miracle in everyone's eyes. After GOG's 3-0 lead with 4 match points, almost no one had faith in XYG. No one believed XYG could win this BO7 final match. But the 5 brothers from XYG stood firm against immense pressure. They broke free from layer upon layer of shackles, carving out a bloody path. They won 3 consecutive matches, equalizing the score. Now both sides were back on the same starting line with 1 game deciding the winner. As the grand and imposing background music of the peak showdown played, the atmosphere in the entire venue surged to its highest point. There was no halftime. The final peak showdown was about to begin. Father Pingzi felt the adrenaline surging as he excitedly shouted, "When we enter the peak showdown selection screen, I hope to hear the loudest cheers from all the fans on site. Cheer for them." The 2 words of encouragement made Pingzi's voice crack. The audience and fans below also became excited. Everyone shouted with all their might, cheering them on. The coaches of both sides walked onto the stage amid the cheer. Coach Glucose and Coach Finger. The camera focused on the 2 who walked confidently onto the stage with their hands behind their backs as both coaches took their places. Pingzi shouted excitedly, "XYG fans, let us hear your loudest cheers." As soon as Pingzi finished speaking, all XYG fans stood up. Thunderous cheers erupted from the audience. XYG, XYG, XYG. The outcome is set. The outcome is set. Dawn, Dawn, Dawn. XYG fans shouted with all their might. They wanted to transmit their strength to the 5 players on stage. Where are GOG's fans? Although the number of GOG's fans was small, they were equally unwilling to show weakness. All GOG fans also stood up. Each person was screaming, "GOG, GOG, GOG, victory, victory, victory." Each team had their own experiences and stories along the way. It was not easy to stand out from the more than 10 teams in KGA to reach this point. Having come this far, who would be willing to give up the championship in hand? No one wants to lose, everyone wants to win. The director shifted the camera from the 10 young players on stage. The Huizhou Convention and Exhibition Center, a super large exhibition hall that can accommodate 5,000 people. At this moment, it was packed to the brim, a sea of people. Wherever the camera passed, there were cheering light boards and fans waving glow sticks. Seeing the audience and fans so passionate, the 3 commentators couldn't help but express their feelings. While this is esports, this is the charm of electronic sports. At this moment, the 10 players on stage had not yet put on their headsets. Listening to the enthusiastic cheers around them and watching the throng of people below, Suyi felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, the pores all over his body tightening and the hair standing on end. The blood in his heart burned and boiled continuously. If before this moment Suyi only regarded esports as a career that could earn money, now at this very moment, feeling the roar of so many fans calling out for his team and his name, Suyi seemed to finally grasp the true allure of electronic sports. Standing behind the 5 members of XYG were the hopes of tens of thousands of fans. The expectations of the fans could never be betrayed. This final round could only end in victory, not defeat. Coach Putao Tang also solemnly inquired about Su Ye's opinion. For this ultimate showdown, any top lane hero was available for Su Yi to choose. After a brief moment of thought, Su Yi gave his answer, "I'll take Lian Pe. My Lian Pe is formidable too." Hearing Su Ye's words, Coach Putao Tang hesitated for a moment, but still nodded in confirmation. The hesitation stemmed from the fact that in this ultimate showdown, Su Ye's Lian Pe would definitely be built full tank. He could only initiate fights and absorb damage, unable to carry the entire game single-handedly. However, recalling how well Su Yi played tanky heroes like Zhu Beiji, his Lian Pe would surely be no different. In just a few exchanges, the lineup for the ultimate showdown was decided. After the equipment was debugged, the 7th game of the 2021 King of Glory Professional League Spring Finals, the ultimate showdown officially began. In the Ultimate Showdown, heroes were not banned, and both sides selected blindly. They could choose what they believed to be the strongest lineup. First up were the top lane heroes. On the big screen, both top laners instantly locked in Lien Pa simultaneously. The three casters shouted excitedly, "Here it is. Lien Pa versus Lien Pa. One game decides everything." Daxian's eyes lit up. "What's the word?" "Yi Bao's Lien Pa. This is going to be a spectacle." Next was the jungle selection. Pingzi coming up jungle. Jing versus Jing. Xiaolu, that should be it. Yeah, Jing versus Jing. As the three casters spoke, both junglers locked in Jing. Then came the mid lane. Alright. Huowu versus Huowu. Nothing more to say. Come on. Let's take a look at this identical matchup. The three casters burst into hearty laughter as they spoke. For them as casters, being able to commentate on such an exciting match was a great fortune in their careers. Especially a match destined to be etched in K-League history, they too would be remembered by the audience and fans along with it. On the big screen, both mid laners indeed picked Buji Huowu. Marksman position. Gongsun Li versus Gongsun Li. An identical lineup showdown. The one who wins is the most deserving champion. In the marksman position, both sides locked in Gongsun Li simultaneously. Then there's no need to say more. The last one will definitely be to Qiao. The ultimate showdown. An identical lineup. This game is bound to be spectacular. For the last slot, both sides locked into Qiao. Both lineups were confirmed identical in heroes and summoner spells. Top lane, Lien Pa. Jungle Jing. Mid lane, Buji Huowu. Farm lane, Gongsun Li. Roaming to Qiao. This lineup of 5 heroes represented the strongest composition of the current patch. The top lane Lien Pa was both tanky and dealt high damage. His skills crowd control immunity, allowing him to return to base via elevator with certainty. The jungle Jing was the T0 of the patch with crowd control immunity on her ultimate, making her the apex of the jungle role. The mid lane Buji Huowu needed no introduction, a superpowered mage combining burst damage and area crowd control. The bottom lane Xiaoli combo could endlessly return to base via elevator to restore status, a solid T0 system. In GOG's voice channel, the 5 members were cheering each other on. "Winnie brothers, rise up. Let's teach them let Lingming know what real Huowu is." Aohan chuckled, "Then I must show Shiodo who the marksman god is. My ultimate Gongsun Li will definitely humble him right." After the trash talk, GOG's side burst into laughter. The pressure from being chased down greatly diminished. On XYG side, everyone was very calm, not uttering any provocative words. They simply waited quietly for the match to begin, because they intended to let their strength speak for itself. In Daxian's livestream, Daxian clasped his hands and took a deep breath. "Come on, brothers. Come on, young brothers. This last round we must win it smoothly." The barrage in Daxian's livestream was a buzz. "Having fought all the way here, we must win. Go, go, go. Brother Yi, I believe in you. Brother Yi, carry the brothers one more time. Please. This most crucial round, don't let us down." In Gemini's livestream, Brother Gu puffed out his chest. "See. Last round, I favored XYG and didn't. Forget this cursed nonsense, don't slander me anymore. I still favor XYG this round." The 5 XYG members have a great mentality right now. It all depends on whether GOG can adjust their mindset. Various live streams shared their own insights. Coach Joja frowned hard to say. The league has statistics. The blue side's win rate in the ultimate showdown is as high as 75. Although it's somewhat superstitious, the blue side does have a higher chance of winning. Based on the data, I favor GOG this round. At the caster desk. "Pingzi, I think this match has reached such a level today. The loser will certainly have regrets. But it won't be the kind of regret we think of anymore." Xiaolu, right. "I think the outcome of this match can no longer define either team. By the rules, one team may have to lose, but for both teams to have come this far and fought to this extent, both, no matter who wins or loses this match, is destined to be recorded in K-League history. It is destined to be remembered. Come on, let's enter the game." The 7th round, blue side, GOG, red side, XYG. The winner is champion, the loser is eliminated. As the match officially began, the fans of both sides cheered and rallied once more. On the big screen, both teams coincidentally chose to swap lanes. The Xiaoli combo went mid to compensate for Huo's slow wave clear. Suyi walked towards the top lane, while instructing his brothers, "This round my Lien Pa definitely can't go on a rampage anymore. I can only rely on team fights to initiate a good engage. Just hold steady in the early game. Once I reach level 4, I'll abandon my lane and roam to support you all." Hearing Suyi's words, the brothers nodded in agreement. They were well aware that the ability to win 3 consecutive rounds and tie with GOG relied entirely on Suyi, the top lane warrior. If they didn't play around Suyi, this final round could very likely be overturned. Since both top laners were playing Lien Pa, 2 tanks that couldn't kill each other, it was very uninteresting, so the directors simply ignored the top lane. The camera stayed focused on the mid lane. Both Xiaoli combos stepped forward to contest the mid lane minion wave, trading blows and health during the push. Aohan's Gongsun Li was indeed performing exceptionally well. After a brief skirmish, Shiodo's Gongsun Li had lost more health. However, that was the extent of it, as there was no significant gap in skill between the two. In the professional arena, solo kills were impossible in the early game. Both sides continued to farm steadily. This persisted until the 1 minute and 40-second mark. Both junglers had reached level 4, signaling the first tempo spike. For GOG, Lan Mao's Jing started on the red buff and headed to the solo lane. Meanwhile, for XYG, Jiuyu started on the blue buff and also moved toward the solo lane. Both were farming from the bottom up, aiming to gank the solo lane. The camera locked onto the top lane. Suyi was playing Lian Pa, but even between Lian Pa players there was a despair. After several exchanges of fire, Suyi's Lian Pa still had nearly 2/3 of his health, while DAT's Lian Pa had been pressured down to half health. Moreover, DAT's Lian Pa had his flash on cooldown forced out by Suyi in the previous skirmish. Suyi's Lian Pa had also pinned the minion wave in front of his own tower, zoning DAT's Lian Pa away from the farm, perfectly demonstrating what it meant to be a lane bully. Both junglers playing Jing finished their jungle clear and crept into the brush. Lan Mao stealthily slipped into the top lane brush, while Jiuyu quietly moved into the river brush. At this moment, both Su Yi and DAT knew the enemy jungler was present. Whoever struck first would be at a disadvantage. It was a test of acting skill. Whoever could act better and bait out the enemy's abilities would gain the opportunity to strike second. Su Yi's eyes narrowed. Forget it. They'll bait them first. Jiuyu, hold back. I need to hit level 4. Hearing Su Yi's reminder, Jiuyu, who had been about to follow up, stopped and nodded. On the big screen, Su Yi's Lian Pa used his first and second skills to rush toward the level 4 minion wave, aiming to reach level 4 first. However, almost the moment Su Yi used his skills, DAT's Lian Pa countered with his own 121 combo, charging forward. And from the top lane brush, a Jing suddenly appeared. Lan Mao's Jing, without a word, used his first skill, followed by his ultimate, initiating the Flying Thunder God technique and focusing all his attacks on Su Yi. Under the combined assault, Su Yi's Lian Pa's health plummeted rapidly, dropping below half. Ping Zio. Here it is. The first tempo. Both Jings have reached level 4 and are counter-ganking. What now? Xiao Lu, the fight has begun. Su Yi's Lian Pa cleared the minions first. DAT and Lan Mao are engaging directly, trying to burst down Su Yi. Yue, Jiuyu remains calm and collected, waiting for the right moment to enter. Watching Jiuyu's Jing stay motionless in the brush as if nothing was happening, Decian was getting anxious. Jiuyu, why aren't you going in yet? This is going to be a disaster. We absolutely cannot give away first blood. As Decian's words faded, Su Yi's Lian Pa successfully secured the level 4 minion wave. A flash of experience light passed, and Lian Pa instantly reached level 4. Su Yi immediately activated Lian Pa's ultimate. He was about to take on 2 opponents. The GOG top laner and jungler immediately sensed something was wrong. They had cleared this level 4 wave. But because Lan Mao's Jing had leached experience, DAT's Lian Pa hadn't reached level 4. The next second, Jiuyu appeared from the river brush. He immediately used his first skill into his ultimate, initiating the Flying Thunder God. On the big screen, the 2 Jings showcased their mechanical prowess for all to see, constantly swapping positions and outputting damage. However, with the 2 Jings evenly matched in skill, the outcome depended on the support Lian Pa. DAT's level 3 Lian Pa had exhausted all his 121 combo skills and could only helplessly chase Su Yi's Lian Pa with basic attacks. In contrast, Su Yi used his ultimate to leap twice, slowing the enemy. Just before the third slam landed, he used his first skill to change the ultimate's landing position. As Lian Pa's third heavy punch struck the ground, DAT's Lian Pa was knocked airborne. Jiuyu's Jing unleashed a flurry of Flying Thunder God combos, instantly bursting down DAT's Lian Pa, who still had a sliver of health. First blood. First blood. Although Lan Mao's Jing used his unstoppable state to dodge the knockup from Su Yi's Lian Pa ultimate, he still took the full damage from the ability. Seeing he couldn't win, Lan Mao, now at half health, quickly used his first skill to escape, retreating toward the river. However, just as Lan Mao reached the river, he was met with a fan. Ling Ming's Huowu arrived and executed him with a combo. It turned out that when Su Yi reminded Jiuyu in the top lane, Ling Ming was already rotating toward the top lane. Knowing the top lane was the star player, they naturally had to support it more. Seeing XYG Strong start securing 2 kills within 2 minutes, the audience erupted in cheers. Decian also clenched his fists and let out a long breath. Great. That was an amazing initiation. Yibao reached level 4 first this wave, so the enemy stood no chance. The chat in Decian's stream was abuzz. Here it is. Leave it to Brother Yi. He created the tempo instantly. That ultimate was godlike. The enemy Lian Pa was completely stunned, trying to mess with Brother Yi. Too early. First blood secured. This game is in the bag, right? Easy win. In GOG's voice chat, DAT was in agony. What the? We messed up. You took my experience, and I was just short of level 4. Lan Mao took a sharp breath. It's not about the minions. That Jing in the brush also leached a lot of experience. Did the enemy take the river crab? DAT scratched his head. Yeah, I couldn't contest the river crab. Team Captain Ming was shook his head. Stay calm, everyone. DAT just play safe in the top lane and focus on supporting Ao Han. Ao Han's Gongsun Li is clearly better than the enemies. Hearing Ming was reminder the rest of GOG nodded silently. To win this game, they couldn't let Su Yi outplay them anymore, they had to leverage their own strengths. The match, after the team fight, Su Yi coordinated with Jiu Yu to take down the Lord, securing the early advantage. Then after replenishing his health, Su Yi moved toward the mid lane. Jiu Yu, the top lane farm is yours. He'll go help ward and look for picks. Jiu Yu nodded, okay. In pro play, tanky side laners often played this sacrificial role, leaving farm for the jungler. Meanwhile, they helped their teammates with vision, absorb damage, and bore the brunt of the enemy's assault. Su Yi first helped Ling Meng secure the mid wave. After clearing it, he held vision in the mid lane. Just then GOG's Jing Lan Mao, after respawning and taking the red buff, headed straight to the bottom lane to take the tyrant. Su Yi quickly began to direct, we can fight this. We'll take them down in this fight. At this moment, Mirror from September had just finished clearing the blue buff and was still in the blue jungle area. All 5 members of XYG were present while deities Lien Po was still in the top lane. They could steal the dragon and secure kills. Hearing Su Yi's command, his teammates swiftly gathered toward the dragon pit. At this time, Lan Mao's Mirror along with Ao Han's Gongsun Li had already whittled the tyrant down to low health. Seeing the tyrant's health bar nearly depleted, Su Yi didn't hesitate and executed a 121 combo. September's Mirror also lunged forward with a skill ready to contest with Smite. Meanwhile, after clearing the top lane wave, deities Lien Po used the origin array to teleport toward the dragon pit. Su Yi's gaze sharp and watch out for Lien Po. He still has his ultimate. As Su Yi's Lien Po detonated his second skill, XYG. Po Xiao had slain the tyrant. Bottle shouted excitedly, will they fight now? Deity has teleported. What now? The fight has started. The dragon was stolen by Po Xiao. A precise dragon steal. But deities Lien Po has teleported down. His ultimate splits the battlefield. Xiao Lu exclaimed enthusiastically, oh, here it comes. When Dis Huo Wu enters the fray, he flash ultimates and hits too. Combined with deities Lien Po, they wipe them all out. As Xiao Lu's words faded on the big screen, Su Yi's Lien Po, lacking his ultimate, stood alongside September's Mirror to absorb the initial burst from GOG's Mirror and Ao Han. They were immediately reduced to critical health. However, Su Yi's Lien Po had flash available and could escape instantly. But trouble struck the back line. When Dis Huo Wu found a flanking opportunity from the side, he tossed his fan, hitting Ling Meng's half-health Huo Wu, and with a flash ultimate kicked both Shihe's to Qiao and her. Combined with deities Lien Po's ultimate, they secured a double kill. September's Mirror had no escape and was eliminated on the spot. After the team fight, GOG achieved a 0-for-3 exchange. Yu Yu exclaimed, a perfect team fight. GOG executed a flawless battle. 0-for-3. When Dis Huo Wu made the crucial play, that Huo Wu was incredible. Double kill. A streak of 2 eliminations. As the double kill announcement echoed, the audience erupted in cheers. Desien's eyes widened. Huh. They lost this fight. It's over. Disaster. This loss is too costly. All the momentum from the previous phase is gone. Desien's live stream chat was flooded with question marks. How could they lose this fight? Although Su Yi's Lien Po had secured the dragon, losing 3 teammates was too detrimental. In GOG's voice chat, Deity shouted, awesome. Brothers, you're amazing. When D laughed, haha. I flash opened on 2. Maximum performance. What do you say? Lan Mao added, brilliant. Invade the red buff. Just invade the red buff. Isn't this the advantage we needed? In XYG's voice chat, the teammates were disheartened. Ling Meng sighed, my fault. I got caught off guard, I should have flashed away. I was too conservative with my skills. She said, my bad. I was too slow with the circle. September lamented, this hurts. I didn't have my ultimate. I got outplayed. After losing the team fight, none of the teammates blamed each other. They all took the blame upon themselves. Su Yi shook his head, this one's on me. I shouldn't have engaged. I didn't expect DAT to teleport so quickly. Originally, they planned to fight a 5v4 and secure kills first. But seeing the tyrant at low health, Su Yi couldn't resist stealing it. Otherwise, using his skills to peel against Huo Wu would have prevented such a disaster. Su Yi silently reminded himself to stay vigilant. The previous 3 victories had come too easily, making him overconfident and underestimating the opponents as fools. Without a fully developed macro perspective, commanding required more caution. After reflecting, Su Yi adopted a more measured approach. In the commentary booth, watching Lan Mao sweep September's entire red jungle after winning the fight, Bottle shook his head. XYG is in a tough spot now. Lan Mao has invaded the red jungle and stolen September's red buff. Once it happens, it will happen again. Xiao Lu nodded, indeed. GOG has finally secured an early advantage. They will surely look to expand. Yu Yu chimed in, now XYG needs to stabilize, fortify their jungle defenses. However, Su Yi didn't adopt the cautious approach the commentators expected. When the next red buff spawns, if they dare to invade, we fight. I have flash and my ultimate. If they come, they want. Hearing Su Yi's confident words, the teammates nodded in agreement. The match timer hit 4 minutes. The second wave of jungle camps respawned. GOG's 5 members converged mid lane, and after clearing the wave they headed straight for XYG's red jungle. Their intent to steal the red buff was unmistakable. Bottle commented, "Here they come." With the advantage, GOG is still targeting the red buff. Let's see how XY. Suyi had already hidden in the red buff bush. Seeing GOG actually approach, he quickly commanded, "Kite them. Watch out for Lian Pe and Huowu, don't let them engage." The key to the team fight lay in who landed their crowd control better. Whoever locked down more enemies first would likely secure victory. The teammates calmly kite backward. The red buff's health dropped to half. September and Lan Mao simultaneously contested with Smite. Ultimately, September's mirror claimed the red buff. Seeing the steal fail, GOG's 5 members prepared, trying to leave. "I didn't say you could," Suyi sneered. After reaching a flanking position, he decisively. Bottle was the first to notice Suyi's position. "Wait. Poxio's Lian Pe hasn't been seen, he's about to flank." Xiaolu spoke rapidly. "What now? Can he engage? Are they counterattacking?" Yu shouted, "Here it comes." Flash into skill 1. As the two teams contested, the Suyi's Lian Pe had stealthily moved from the red buff bush to the area behind it. Now as GOG's 5 members retreated, they clustered near the back of the red buff and the 3 lizard camp. A flash of yellow light. Suyi's Lian Pe used flash into his first skill, knocking up 3 of GOG's members. Immediately after, he followed up with his ultimate, leaping into the enemy crowd. XYG was prepared and quickly followed up with damage. Holy crap! Seeing the sudden flash engage from Lian Pe, GOG's 5 members panicked, scrambling to retreat. But Suyi's Lian Pe pressed forward with his ultimate. Even as when Diswo with flash on cooldown tried to escape using his ultimate, Suyi still managed to use his first skill to close in and follow up with his ultimate's knockup. Upon landing, his ultimate instantly knocked up 3 of GOG's members. Deity's Lian Pe tried to turn back and unleash his ultimate to block XYG's assault, but he was too slow and failed to stop them. The younger players charged straight in, with September executing his Flying Thunder God technique to enter the fray. Ling Meng's Huowu used a flash ultimate to dive in. With a fierce charge, they eliminated GOG's dual carries and support all at once. Although Ling Meng's Huowu was eventually taken down in exchange, XYG still managed a 1-for-3 trade, reaping massive gains. Seeing Suyi's perfect initiation, the audience erupted in cheers. Decian leaped from the sofa in excitement, exclaiming, "Hey, perfect engage. A flash ultimate catching 3. They're all dead, all dead. Well played, my treasure. Isn't this looking up?" The chat in Decian's live stream buzzed with comments. "Wow, that flash ultimate was truly magnificent. You've got to hand it to Brother Yi. He steps up when it counts. Did you think you could just waltz into the younger player's jungle as you pleased? Let's sound the horn for the counterattack." Watching the darkened screen in GOG's voice chat when D gasped, "Hiss. I knew something was off when I didn't see that bastard show up." Aohan nodded. "This Bashao is so damn annoying. We finally built an advantage and it's gone again." Mingwa shook his head. "No big deal, brothers. The enemy has shown their weakness, now understand. We'll just find a chance to strike back." Mingwa's words steadied the team's morale. After Suyi executed the perfect team fight, the confidence of XYG's younger players was reignited. However, in the following minutes, all 10 players on both sides were in top form. Everyone wanted to step up and carry. At the 6-minute mark, Ling Meng's Huowu was split pushing top lane, but got ambushed by Wen Dis Huowu. Fortunately, September arrived in time to secure the kill and minimize the loss, resulting in a 1-for-1 trade. At 7 minutes, XYG's 5 players pushed GOG's mid-tier 1 tower. Thanks to both teams having to Chiao, they could engage in 2 waves of combat, retreating after a poor first wave and using the ultimate to return for a second fight. Both sides Jing were flying around with Flying Thunder God, while both Huowu dazzled with flash ultimates. Gongsun Li's umbrella shifted positions everywhere. The scene was chaotic, leaving the casters unsure which play to comment on first. However, Suyi's Lian Pe made a move, charging alone into GOG's 5 players. With a final flash ultimate, he predicted the direction of Aohan's Gongsun Li's displacement, knocking her into the air. September's Jing swept in wildly, securing the kill on Aohan's Gongsun Li. GOG's mid-tier 1 tower fell. XYG still held a slight advantage. After losing the team fight, GOG began to split push using the Deqiao strategy. GOG's macro play was clearly superior to XYG's. Despite Suyi's max-level game sense allowing him to track GOG's movements, every attempt to gank ended in failure. The teams traded blows evenly. By the 9-minute mark, the kill score was 9-6. XYG 9, GOG 6. All outer towers on both sides had fallen. The situation was intensely heated. Then, the match time reached 10 minutes. XYG's 5 players pushed the top lane, while GOG pushed the bottom lane. Su Yi and his team moved to take the Lord. Ling Ming's Huowu went mid to clear the minion wave. On GOG's side, Blue Cat and Ao Han's Ali took the dragon together, while the other 3 moved toward the Lord. GOG didn't want to trade dragons. They aimed to secure both. Bottle exclaimed, "GOG won't give it up." Xiaolu nodded, "They'll likely harass." They won't let XYG take the Dark Lord so easily. Yu added to Qiao has her ultimate, she can teleport in. As Yu's words trailed off, the Lord's health rapidly drained. DAT's Lien Po was poised to act. Indeed, Ming was to Qiao deployed the elevator, intending for DAT's Lien Po to attempt to steal with his 121 combo, a massive gain if successful or a safe escape via the elevator if not. Seeing GOG's arrogance, Su Yi was the first to lose patience. He activated his ultimate shouting, "Watch my position. Leave them all here." At Su Yi's command, the younger players focused intensely, locking onto GOG's 3. September used his smite precisely to secure the Lord, foiling DAT's Lien Pa's steal attempt. Realizing they couldn't take the Lord, GOG's trio headed for the elevator, intending to teleport away. However, just as the elevator's countdown was about to end, a flash of yellow light streaked by. Su Yi's Lien Pa flashed out of the Lord pit, charging straight for Dichao's elevator. Seeing Su Yi's flash, the 3 casters were baffled. Why flash when they were about to teleport? The next moment, all 3 casters erupted in cheers. Bottle spoke rapidly. Wow. He knocked them up. Su Yi's flash ultimate sent 2 flying. They didn't teleport back. September and Ling Ming followed up with damage, eliminating them all. Double kill. Xiao Lu shouted excitedly in the last second of the elevator teleport. Pa Xiao's Lien Pa knocked up both Dichao and Huo Wu with his flash ultimate. Yu yelled passionately, "It's a 3D game." As everyone knows, Honor of Kings is a 3D game. On the battlefield, except for DAT's Lien Pa, who was in unstoppable state from his ultimate, both when Huo Wu and Ming was Dichao were knocked into the air by Su Yi's flash ultimate. The elevator countdown ended, but the 2 didn't return. Caught in an awkward position, they were instantly focused down by XYG's 5. In this exchange, GOG not only failed to steal the Lord, but also lost 2 heroes, a massive loss. With a 0-for-2 trade, the audience roared with excitement. Decian kept clapping in approval. Nice. Yibao's ultimate was so crucial. It interrupted their recall. See if you dare to be cocky now. If GOG hadn't been so greedy, Su Yi wouldn't have found the opportunity. On the field, Su Yi led the younger players in a relentless push. They managed to destroy both of GOG's side tier 2 towers, further extending their advantage. In GOG's voice chat, when D roared, "Damn, we didn't get back? How is that even possible?" Mingwa gasped, "We were knocked up at the Lien Pa's ultimate has a very high knockup. That's why we didn't return." There are only 2 ways to interrupt Dichao's elevator: pushing someone out of the circle or knocking them high enough. A simple knockup usually wouldn't suffice, but Lien Pa's ultimate heavy punches can launch enemies to the highest point in the canyon. Beyond the range of Dichao's elevator circle, they naturally couldn't return. Ao Han, while taking the Dark Tyrant with Blue Cat, frowned. "Play steady. I'm almost fully farmed. Well, keep split pushing to apply pressure and find a chance to fight during the Dragon Team fight." Ao Han had secured his 100% win rate Gongsun Li in the K-Armor League. All he needed was for his equipment to come online, and he could rely on his mechanical skill to turn the advantage around. The rest of GOG just had to hold steady. Hearing Ao Han's reminder, the other 4 members of GOG nodded in unison. GOG's playstyle became markedly more cautious. After that team fight, XYG had claimed the Shadow Dominator and taken down 3 opponents. They promptly crushed GOG's mid-lane second tower. With that, all 3 of GOG's outer towers were gone. Now they just needed to find an opportunity to push the high ground. But every assault XYG launched was neutralized by GOG's Jiao Chan, splitting the lanes. GOG relied on Jiao Chan's elevator and ultimate to aggressively push lanes and steal towers. 2 or 3 players held the high ground on the front line, while Lan Mao's mirror and Minggua's Jiao Chan went out to split push, bringing the minion waves right up to XYG's towers. This forced XYG to send someone to clear the waves, preventing them from pushing the high ground in time. It was a classic reverse pressure split push tactic often seen in professional matches. The effect was obvious. To prevent GOG from stealing their high ground towers, XYG had to send Jiuyu's mirror to handle the side lanes. With fewer players on the front line, the boys could only chip away at the high ground's health. A team fight never quite broke out. Thus, both sides fell into a brief stalemate once more. This was the brilliance of the Jiaochan composition. With the elevator for a quick recall, they could push the lanes deep. The moment an enemy came to gank, they would ride the elevator home. And if the enemy didn't come, they would use the ultimate to summon all teammates over to destroy the tower. Faced with GOG's relentless split push, XYG had no choice but to join in on the lane pushing game. It became a contest of lane management. And when it came to pure macro play, GOG had the upper hand. Through their split push pressure, GOG slowly picked off all of XYG's outer towers. Both teams were left with only their high grounds, bringing them back to the same starting line. The match clock hit 14 minutes. With his max level game sense, Su Yi had a general idea of where all 5 GOG members were. Judging from the minion waves that GOG was about to push the bottom lane, Su Yi decisively led Xiu Do and Shihi on a surprise assault on the mid lane, leaving Jiu Yu and Ling Ming to defend the base. The sudden strike managed to tear down GOG's mid-lane high ground. After the push, the boys turned and rode the elevator to escape. The 4 members of GOG immediately recalled and charged out of their base to pursue. But Lan Mao's mirror hadn't taken the elevator home. Instead, he had circled around to a flanking position. As Su Ye's trio retreated to the second tower position in the mid lane, Deities Lien Pa charged forward with Ao Hans Li and Ming was Jiao Chan. Meanwhile, Lan Mao's mirror cut in from the blue buff jungle area for a flank. All 4 converged on Xiao Dou's Li, aiming to burst him down instantly. Seeing Lan Mao's mirror in such a perfect flanking position, De Xian's heart leaped into his throat. Hey yeah, do. Dizzy. No. As De Xian's cry of alarm rang out, Xiao Dou's Li pulled off a stunning maneuver. Facing Deities Lien Pa and Lan Mao's mirror charging in, Xiao Dou used Li's first skill to dash backward, cleverly dodging Lan Mao's mirror ultimate snare. As Lan Mao's mirror pursued with his flying Thunder God swap, Xiao Dou countered by unleashing Li's ultimate, pushing Lan Mao's mirror back. You guys go. Su Yes Lien Pa activated his ultimate to peel, successfully holding back Ao Hans Li and Ming was Jiao Chan. A perfect disengage allowed Xiao Dou to escape with a sliver of health. Seeing Xiao Dou escape with a hair's breadth of health, De Xian let out a long sigh of relief. Phew, close one. You scared me to death, my Dou. Don't scare your Xian go like that, and my blood pressure just spiked. The twin dragons were about to respawn. If Xiao Dou's Li had been caught here, the dragons would surely be lost. Once they secured the dragons, the advantage would swing to GOG. Pingzi was ecstatic. What a push. If not for Xiao Dou's Gongsun Li ultimate pushing them back, it would have been a disaster. This final match is a real nail-biter. Absolutely thrilling. A peak showdown, trading blows back and forth. Xiaolu nodded. That's right. This is what a grand final should be like. It's already a do-or-die game. Both sides are going all out. Yu added, the gold difference isn't huge right now. XYG has a slight advantage, but in the late game it only takes one team fight to decide everything. It all comes down to which side makes a mistake first. As you use words, faded XYG claimed the Shadow Dominator while GOG took the Shadow Tyrant. The teams swapped dragons once more. The gold gap remained steady at around 3,000. Seeing this, De Xian's face showed clear concern. In this peak showdown, GOG's form was noticeably better than in the previous 3 games. Even with Su Yes Lien Pa executing multiple perfect engages, it wasn't enough to turn their advantage into a winning position. The later the game went, the smaller the gold gap became. Dragging it out further would not bode well for XYG. The match clock hit 16 minutes. On the big screen, both sides had pushed the minion waves out again. Su Yi directed Shihi to sneak over to GOG's bottom lane high ground and activate the ultimate. With that done, aside from Ling Meng's fire dance, the other 3 all teleported in for a forced high ground steal. With Su Yes Lien Pa tanking the tower, they could theoretically take down half a high ground tower's health without minions in one go. 2 rounds would be enough to destroy a full health high ground tower. However, just as Shihi's Jiao Chan activated her ultimate at GOG's bottom lane high ground, a Jiao Chan ultimate also appeared at XYG's top lane high ground. GOG had the same idea of stealing the high ground. Ming was Jiao Chan activated the ultimate, and apart from when Disfire danced, the other 3 GOG members teleported to steal the high ground. The 2 sides had an eerily identical plan, like mirror images. Seeing this, the audience couldn't help but gasp. The 3 casters exclaimed in unison, both sides are stealing the high ground. Exactly the same idea. De Xian's eyes widened. They're both stealing the high ground now. Sai feels like they need to head back. On the field in GOG's voice chat, Minghua, who was stealing the high ground, saw that the mid-lane minion wave had already been brought over by Deities Lien Pa. He shouted excitedly when can you keep them there? Push them. If you can push them out, we can end. Hearing Minghua's exhilarated yell, when Dis' eyes were filled with resolve and determination, I'll do my best. If they could win the match, what did it matter if he died 1,000 times? In XYG's voice chat, seeing that GOG was also stealing the high ground, just as he had anticipated, Su Yi chuckled, drop a circle, and once we're done we go back. We need to keep them here. What's that fire dance trying to do? Just as Shihi's Jiao Chan put down the elevator and the recall timer was halfway through, the opposing When Dis Fire Dance suddenly stepped up menacingly and threw a fan. Suspecting this fire dance might sacrifice himself to push them, Su Yi immediately became alert. If this wave really gets pushed out without recalling, at least one high ground turret would be lost. Once teammates get anxious and someone drops, it could be a game-ending push. Thinking of this, just as the teleportation was about to complete, Su Yi quickly threw a punch in the air. Lien Pa charged into the circle with his first skill. Almost the moment Su Yi pressed his first skill, a flash of yellow light streaked by. When Dis Fire Dancer indeed dashed in with her ultimate flash, attempting to push Su Yi's 4 teammates out of the teleportation circle. However, because of Su Yi's Lien Pa's first skill charge, When Dis Fire Dancer ultimate flash was interrupted and knocked airborne the moment she charged in. The next second, September's Jing and Xiaodou's Gongsun Li added damage, reducing When Dis Fire Dancer to a sliver of health. Su Ye's 4 teammates successfully recalled to the fountain. Shihe's De Qiao's third skill, the Bridge of Severance, dealt continuous damage and finished off when Dis Fire Dancer. The Bridge of Severance left when D in despair. Witnessing this, the audience erupted in cheers. Decien couldn't help but rise from the couch. Good. What a great control play. We can fight. We can fight. Counterattack now. The 3 casters also exclaimed in excitement. Ping Zi shouted passionately, oh my god, when Dis Fire Dancer fought with her life, trying to push out all 5 of XYG. But Pashao's Lian Pa perfectly predicted and interrupted Fire Dancer's push. What now? When D is dead, XYG can counterattack. Xiao Lu shouted excitedly, here it comes. Sound the charge. Su Ye's 4 recalled teammates all rushed eagerly towards their top lane high ground, determined to trap all 4 GOG tower diving thieves. After XYG's 4 returned to base, GOG's 4 were still sneaking the high ground turret. When D roared, run, go. Hearing when Dis roared, GOG's 4 finally reacted. When Dis plan to pin them down had failed, the 4 quickly retreated. Ming was low health. De Qiao dropped a teleportation circle ready to evacuate the team. However, Ling Ming's Fire Dancer charged ahead, ready to use ultimate flash to hold them back. But just as Ling Ming's Fire Dancer threw her fan and prepared to flash, Ming was De Qiao meticulously countered by casting her first skill, the Carp's Leap, as a carp surged forward towards Ling Ming's Fire Dancer. Ling Ming's Fire Dancer's flash was interrupted. Yu Yu widened her eyes up. Ling Ming's Fire Dancer tried to engage, but was pushed by De Qiao. Ao Han counterpushed. Counterattacked. Oh my god, Ao Han. As Yu Yu's exclamation rang out on the big, Ao Han's Gongsun Li countered by casting her ultimate to push Ling Ming's Fire Dancer away. Then facing Su Ye's Lian Pa and September's Jing's assault, Ao Han countered by pressing his ultimate to chase the umbrella. He actually charged into the midst of XYG. Activating Frenzy, Ao Han's Gongsun Li killed Ling Ming's half-health Fire Dancer with 2 basic attacks. Then he used his first skill to create distance and counterattack Xiaodo's Gongsun Li. DAT's Lian Pa initially planned to retreat, but seeing brother Ao Han so aggressive, he also countered with 121 combo followed by his ultimate. With DAT's Lian Pa's cooperation, Ao Han's Gongsun Li directly counterkilled Xiaodo's Gongsun Li. Seeing Ao Han's Gongsun Li activate his second skill, ready to show off more, ready to counterattack. Kneel before me. With Su Ye's stern shout, a flash of yellow light appeared. Su Yi used his ultimate flash, the final punch of his ultimate, heavily knocking Ao Han's Gongsun Li airborne. September followed up with damage, instantly killing Ao Han's Gongsun Li, preventing him from showing off further. Watching this brilliant team fight, the audience erupted in cheers. Decien performed a Sichuan opera-style face change. Initially seeing when Dis Fire Dancer die and his teammates in a 5v4, his face was full of excitement. But seeing Ao Han's Gongsun Li's flashy play, killing 2 in a 1v4, Decien's expression, no way he actually pulled off that play with Gongsun Li. Hiss. A bit costly, but honestly that Gongsun Li was impressive. No wonder they are a veteran powerhouse in the K-League. A reputation well-deserved. Ao Han has always been known as the top marksman in the K-League. His Ma Ku and Gongsun Li are both signature picks. At this critical moment, he finally stepped up. If not for Ao Han's brilliant counterkill, XYG could have chased and taken down GOG in one go. One team fight twists and turns after twists. The 3 casters were stunned. Ping Zi Ao Han. He's on. This wave he returned to the umbrella, charged into the crowd and killed 2. Took out XYG's dual carries. Xiao Lu XYG was too hasty. They were all charging at Ao Han. All chasing. No one expected him to dare turn back. UUS so exciting. Truly exciting. Until the very last moment, you never know which team will win. The strength of both sides is incredibly close. On the battlefield, in GOG's voice channel, Ao Han's 1v4 double kill had boosted the entire team's morale. Deity roared, awesome. Brother Ao Han is awesome. Gongsun Li god. Lan Mao said regretfully, damn, that was fierce. I didn't expect head dare counterattack. If I had turned back earlier and followed up, we could have won that 4v5. Mingwa nodded, too bad. We didn't trust Ao Han this time. Hearing his teammates praise, Ao Han laughed. No worries. I've got my rhythm now. Just watch my plays from now on. The Solar Cape is almost ready. You'll delete their carry instantly, alright. The entire GOG team's confidence had reached its peak. Now the 5 were eager to face XYG Hedon in a team fight. In XYG's voice channel, Ling Ming apologized repeatedly, sorry. My bad. I got carried away. Didn't expect De Qiao to pull that at the crucial moment. Xiaodo also blamed himself. I was careless, charged too fast. Hearing his 2 teammates taking responsibility, Su Yi shook his head. Don't blame yourselves, I got carried away too. I should have kept an eye on Gongsun Li's umbrella position. Su Yi indeed didn't expect the Gongsun Li to dare counterattack when faced with 4 enemies charging in. It caught him off guard. This served as a wake-up call for Su Yi. Although the opponent was a K-League team, they were definitely not weak. Everyone's mechanics and execution were on point. If he didn't bring out something real, they might actually be overturned. Thinking this, Suyi encouraged his teammates, confident. Brothers, be confident. Just one setback. Confidence is the peak. Wait for my flash and well charge them directly. Hearing Suyi's highly motivating words, the teammates nodded. Confidence is the peak. Let's do this. Upon resurrection, Suyi commanded his teammates to push the minion waves out, while Gioji also began to push. The match time reached 18 minutes with the third Dark Tyrant and Lord about to respawn. Both teams halted their lane pushes and scrambled for vision around the pit, preparing to take the objectives. Suyi, having not spotted Huowu for a while, used his maxed out game sense to predict her position. September. With that, Suyi executed a predicted 121 combo, charging into the mid-right brush. The first skill collided, knocking up when dis Huowu. September's mirror immediately followed up with a first skill into ultimate, chaining a lightning-fast combo to lock down and instantly eliminate when dis Huowu. The crowd erupted in cheers. Decien waved his hands excitedly. Huh? Good. What a catch, my treasure. Bottle shouted passionately. Pashao. A predicted 121 combo. He blind opened when dis Huowu without vision. September followed up with the ultimate for an instant kill. At this critical moment before the double objectives respawn, Pashao's Lianpa stepped up again. Xiao Lu so XYG can smoothly take the objectives. Yu Yue, the objectives respawn in 30 seconds. Even if GOG gathers, it's too late. The 4 GOG members, seeing their mage eliminated, quickly grouped and retreated into a defensive stance. Suyi then directed his teammates to destroy one of GOG's bottom lane high ground towers. Seeing the objectives about to respawn, Suyi didn't get greedy. Take the objective. Get the Dark Tyrant first, then pressure the Lord. They'll definitely go for the Lord. After we get the Dark Tyrant, we charge straight in. Hearing Suyi's command, his teammates nodded eagerly. This was their chance. If they secured both objectives, even if they couldn't finish the game immediately, the Wind Dragon would respawn at 20 minutes, guaranteeing a stable win. Thus, after destroying GOG's bottom high ground tower, Suyi and his team swiftly retreated. They moved to the Dark Tyrant and initiated the attack. Seeing XYG retreat, Mingwa quickly commanded, damn it. Let's go all in, brothers. We can't just sit back. Ignore the bottom lane. Let 1D clear it. The 4 of us will try to burst down the... Mingwa had a clear understanding of the situation, knowing that once XYG secured both objectives, the game was lost. So he decided to take a gamble. At his captain's word, the 4 GOG members rushed toward the Lord Pit and began furiously attacking it. On the big screen, both teams were racing against time to take their respective objectives. XYG, having started first, was melting the tyrant quickly. Soon it was nearly finished. Shiodo, seeing the objective was secure, moved toward the mid lane to clear the minion. This would allow September and the others to head straight for the Lord after finishing the tyrant. But as Shiodo's Ali cleared the mid-wave, Mingwa and Aohan, who were attacking the Lord, immediately abandoned it and charged toward the mid lane. Aohan exclaimed excitedly, go for him. I can kill him instantly. With his frenzy and Sunfire Bow ready, he could burst down Shiodo's Gongsun Li in a flash. Mingwa nodded, it'll give you speed and the elevator. Return to your umbrella if things go wrong. As they spoke, the duo reached the mid-left brush. Seeing the minion wave reduced to just 1, they struck. Mingwa's De Chiao unleashed a first skill tidal wave in front of him, while Aohan's Gongsun Li activated both Frenzy and Sunfire Bow. He then launched a third skill followed by a first skill to close the distance. Riding the speed boost from tidal wave, he reached Shiodo's Gongsun Li in an instant. What the? Shiodo gasped at Aohan's sudden appearance, frantically using his third skill to retreat. But under the double speed boost from tidal wave and Sunfire Bow, how could Shiodo's Ali outrun Aohan's? With just 4 consecutive basic attacks punctuated by critical hits, Aohan instantly eliminated Shiodo. Aohan has defeated XYG. Shiodo. Shihi's De Chiao arrived too late to save Aohan, and Mingwa turned to focus Shihi. As she tried to escape via the elevator, a flash of yellow light appeared. DAT's Lian Pa descended like a god. His ultimate's heavy punch sent Shihi flying, preventing her return. The crowd gasped. Bottle exclaimed, huh? Aohan. What's Aohan doing? Xiao Lu shouted excitedly. He killed Shiodo with De Chiao's help. Yu Yue GOG's Xiaoli combo paid off. At this crucial moment, they took down XYG's main carry Shiodo. Shihi's De Chiao is about to be caught too. This is a disaster for XYG. Decien, who had been chatting with the chat, widened his eyes as Shiodo was instantly taken down. Huh? No way. My do. He got killed. It's over. Disaster. The chat in Decien's stream exploded. Holy crap. It's over. Big trouble. Damn, getting one shot like that is insane. Ugh, Shiodo messed up. How do we play now? GOG seized the opportunity perfectly. With the Marksman dead, it's 5 versus 4. This game is lost. The chat was filled with lament. Just as GOG was about to kill Shihi's De Chiao, Suyi's Lianpa arrived in time to save her. In GOG's voice chat, seeing Aohan actually eliminate Shiodo, all 5 were ecstatic. Lanma, holy crap. Nice. Aohan, you're a beast. DAT charge. Push. Push hard. Take it down. When D-damn teleport me over. Let's push the lane and finish. Mingwa, should we wait for the wind dragon? Aohan, wait for what? Strike while the iron is hot. Let's end it now, no more delays. With that, GOG took the Lord and sent the Lord minion down mid rapidly, pushing toward XYG's high ground. With 1 minute until the Storm Dragon respawn, waiting would allow Shodo's Ali to revive, rendering their surprise attack pointless. XYG's 4 members, after securing the Tyrant, quickly took the elevator home to defend their high ground. Shodo put on a pained expression. My bad. I had a brain freeze. I thought they were all on the Lord. Hearing his apology, his teammates frowned in silence. So you took a deep breath. It's fine, everyone makes mistakes. Just hold the line until you respawn. We can still fight. Suyi had been watching the red buff brush, fearing Lan Mao's mirror would suddenly steal the Tyrant. He never expected Shodo to get caught while clearing mid. But since the mistake had happened, complaining was useless. Their task was to pay for their teammates' error and hold on until Shodo's Ali revived. On the big screen, the match had reached the 19-minute mark with less than a minute remaining before the Storm Dragon Kings respawn. Xiudis, A. Li, and Zeiss De Qiao still had over 40 seconds before their resurrection. GOG advanced with dragon minions on all 3 lanes, successively demolishing XYG's 3 high ground towers. The mid lane Vanguard commander had already ascended the high ground. After destroying the 3 high ground towers, Xiudis, Ali had over 10 seconds left to respawn. Yet the 5 members of GOG showed no intention of retreating. All 5 followed closely behind the Vanguard commander, aiming for a direct finish. In the GOG lounge, coach Jijian watched their push with a flicker of concern on his brow. Under normal circumstances, with the Storm Dragon King about to respawn, the safest strategy would have been to fall back after destroying the high ground and secure the dragon. But this concern was but a fleeting shadow. With Xiudis, A. Li yet to revive, a 5-for-sus situation seemed like an easy victory. In the XYG lounge, coach Pu Tao Tang and team leader Quan Gu clenched their fists tightly. Their nails dug into their flesh, yet they remained oblivious. Is it over? The championship? We've come so far only to reach this final step. Daxian's heart was in his throat. Can they defend? Can they hold? 4 against 5. Brothers. On the big screen, with all 3 lanes of dragon minions gathered outside the high ground, GOG's 5 members pressed forward. In the stands, GOG's fans had risen to their feet, chanting the team's name loudly. Gog, Gog, Gog. Haha. What's XYG? Not good enough. Take it. Did they really think they could reverse the sweep? What a pipe dream. The crowd had already begun prematurely celebrating GOG's victory. XYG's fans were expressions of deep sorrow. After losing 3 consecutive matches, they were just 1 step away from a reverse sweep. To fall now. They couldn't bear it. Seeing GOG's steady advance and hearing the cheers that even noise-canceling headphones couldn't block, Suyi took a deep breath. His gaze gradually hardened, and even a faint glimmer of excitement emerged. In the midst of despair, there was still a sliver of hope. As GOG's 5 members fully assembled for the final charge, Suyi suddenly spoke. Do you believe in miracles? The brothers were taken aback by his unexpected question. They didn't understand why he would ask this at such a critical moment. Yet they all replied, we believe. No sooner had the words left their mouths than the 3 lanes of dragon minions entered the high ground, marching toward the crystal. Su Yes Lien Pa charged forward, single-handedly blocking the 3 lanes of dragon minions and the Vanguard commander. The scene was spectacular. 4 dragons and GOG's 5 members surged together. Yet Su Yes Lien Pa, with his colossal frame, bore it all, shielding his 3 teammates behind him. He then activated his ultimate skill, Cataclysm. A forward heavy punch, then a backward one. In a 4-vs-5 situation, if the minions reached the crystal or the enemy struck first, defeat was certain. To secure victory, they had to seize the initiative and unleash a perfect team fight, snatching a sliver of life from the jaws of death. In Gemini's livestream, Uncle Gu had already begun shaking his head. It's over. It's over. No suspense. If they win this fight, he'll eat 3 pounds straight from the toilet. Daxian dared not even breathe, his eyes fixed on the big screen, hoping for a miracle. With all 3 high ground towers destroyed and dragon minions on the high ground, wasn't a miracle exactly what they needed to turn the tide? Pingzi, the 5 push forward. Attack whoever comes close. Xiaolu, they've given up the high ground, but the crystal must not fall. If it falls, it's over. Yeah, here it comes. Lien Pi uses his ultimate to stall the minions. Suddenly Pingzi's eyes widened with a shout, his words rapid. Wait. A flash ultimate knocks up all 5. Max AoE damage. 2 eliminated instantly. Perfect crowd control. The scene on the big screen ignited the entire arena. Su Yes Lien Pa, after activating his ultimate, first struck forward with a punch. Then he took a step backward. This feint of a retreat lulled GOG's 5 into a false sense of security. It made them all press forward 1 step, and that single step plunged GOG into the abyss. A flash of yellow light. Su Yes Lien Pa, leaping high into the air, suddenly turned and used flash to reappear above GOG's 5 heads. With the final heavy punch of his ultimate landing, GOG's 5 members not tightly clustered before the mid-lane high ground were all launched into the air. After the ultimate landed, Su Yes Lien Pa followed up with a 121 combo, knocking up 3 more. Holy shit. September's Mirror and Ling Ming's Huo Wu exclaimed before immediately charging in. With the wave of AoE crowd control, Mingguo's De Qiao and Ayahan's A Li were instantly melted. The remaining 3, though not eliminated, were all reduced to critical health. DAT's Lien Pa activated his ultimate, and Lan Mao's Mirror swapped in a resurrection armor, struggling to survive. However, Ling Ming's Huo Wu camped on his corpse and instantly killed him upon revival. DAT's low-health Lien Pa used Flash to retreat, but September's Mirror pursued and eliminated him. In the end, only Wendy's Huo Wu from GOG escaped with a sliver of health. A perfect 0 for 4 team fight. In a 4 vs 5 situation, XYG had achieved a flawless 0 for 4 exchange. The arena erupted at the sight. All of XYG's fans rose to their feet. XYG, 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 Pixiao, Pixiao, Pixiao. Ha, keep shouting. You over there, keep shouting. Why has everyone gone silent? Haha, that's hilarious. And you dared to mock us. Amid XYG fans' cheers and roars, GOG supporters fell silent, feigning muteness. Pingzi shouted with excitement, a divine descent. 1 hammer to take down 5. Poxio's Lien Pa ultimate truly lived up to its name. A genuine cataclysm. Xiaolu cheered. Ling Ming and September followed up perfectly. A flawless 0 for 4 team fight. Yaya roared, the top play of the day has been born. Seeing Su Yi knock up all 5, Daxian leaped from the sofa in excitement, his clenched fists trembling. Nice, nice, brothers. They won. They won. Yibao knocked up all 5. Daxian shouted with all his might. If not for the live stream, he would have been tempted to call Su Yi Brother Yi. At that moment, Daxian's greatest relief was having spared no expense to recruit Su Yi. A player capable of creating such miracles was destined to become the brightest star in the KPL. In XYG's voice channel. Holy shit, X4 holy shit, X8 holy shit, X12 holy shit, X16. The 4 younger brothers kept shouting national expletives, their cries of astonishment rising and falling in waves. Among them, the fallen Shoto had the loudest voice. Finally, thousands of exclamations merged into a single phrase. Brother Yi is incredible. Su Yi smiled and said, those who believe in miracles are never short of luck. Charge. One final push. With that, Su Yi led his brothers in a charge toward GOG's high ground. They were about to mount a counterattack. Hearing Su Yi's words, the 4 brothers turned to look at him in unison. Gazing at his optimistic and confident smile, a single phrase echoed in their minds: those who believe in miracles are as remarkable as miracles themselves. Before this wave, no one believed XYG could hold their ground, let alone win this team fight. Not even the 4 brothers were an exception, but Su Yi did it. He demonstrated what a miracle truly was with a flawless team fight. In professional esports, nothing is impossible. As long as you don't give up, even a 3 vs 5 isn't necessarily a losing battle. Watching his brothers charge the high ground with their minion wave, the 3 commentators were still stunned. Pingzi exclaimed, a 3 vs 5. And they won. His Don Lien Pa hit all 5 of them. A direct 0 for 4 trade. This is absolutely insane. Xiaolu gasped, it gives me chills. Yaya added, they're going to finish it. Wendy's fire dance can't defend alone. On the big screen, Su Yes Lien Pa charged ahead without hesitation. Even before the minion wave reached the crystal, he was already rushing toward Wendy's fire dance. As the minion wave approached the crystal, Wendy's fire dance lunged forward. But under the combined assault of September's Mirror and Ling Ming's fire dance, Wendy only managed to clear 2 minions before being eliminated. A single damaged cannon minion survived. The earliest GOG player to respawn still had 9 seconds left. Daxian shouted excitedly, hey, hey, cannon minion. Protect the cannon minion. I am that cannon minion. Take it down, brothers. Pingzi cried, there's not enough time. XYG can destroy the crystal directly. They've secured the victory. As GOG's crystal shattered, the majestic championship BGM echoed throughout the arena. The audience erupted in cheers. XYG, 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 Dawn, Dawn, Dawn. The 3 commentators shouted in unison, let's congratulate XYG. They have triumphed over GOG, completed a reverse sweep from 3 down, accomplished the impossible, winning the 2021 honor of King's Professional League Spring Season. Champions. On stage, the 5 XYG players all wore expressions of excitement and joy, not because they won the K-League Championship, but because they had achieved a reverse sweep from 3 down, creating a miracle. Xiaolu quoted, a golden scale is no mere pond dweller. When it meets the storm, it transforms into a dragon. After TS's reverse sweep of DYG, XYG has once again created a miracle on the grand final stage today, completing the impossible task of a reverse sweep from 3 down, becoming the 3rd champion team in K-League history. Yaya added, Remember the youthful ambition that once vowed to be the best under heaven. Today XYG is the undisputed king of the K-League. Pingzi declared on the stage of the Honor of Kings Professional League. Nothing is impossible, even when no one believes in you. Even when facing the immense pressure of a reverse sweep from 3 down. Even when all 3 high ground turrets are destroyed. Even in a 3 vs 5. As long as you never give up, you will succeed. As the 3 commentators continued their reflections, Su Yi and his brothers exchanged smiles, high fives, and brief hugs in celebration. Then they walked toward GOG's player seats, shaking hands with each of the 5 opponents. GOG's performance in this match was equally outstanding, worthy of the utmost respect from the brothers. Next, all 5 XYG members gathered at the center of the stage. Coach Putao and Kuxi jogged over to join them. The 7 of them surrounded the Yuelong Cup, the highest honor of the K-League. Xiaolu said, every comeback is well. Yaya added, may the fire in your hearts and the light in your eyes never fade. Pingzi shouted, lift the cup, young men. You are the champions. Golden rain cascaded from above the arena, drifting down onto the shoulders of the young players. The 7 members of XYG raised the Yuelong Cup high. Basking in this unique championship moment, every face beamed with joy, their eyes shining with the distinctive radiance of youth. Witnessing his brothers lift the cup, Daxian was ecstatic beyond words. He grabbed a few pieces of orange peel from the table and stuffed them into his mouth, mumbling indistinctly, nice. Nice. Well played, my treasures. We are the champions. Daxian silently resolved that if his brothers ever made it to another grand final, he would be there in person to watch and lift the championship trophy with them. After the trophy ceremony, 2 hosts took the stage, heaping praise upon their flattery was so effusive that Su Yi and his brothers couldn't help but exchange awkward smiles. Then a director from Tencent Interactive Entertainment came on stage to present each brother with a championship certificate. After a group photo, it was time for the next segment, the MVP announcement. The host roared, once again, congratulations to XYG for winning the 2021 K-League Championship. Now we will reveal the MVP of the 2021 Honor of Kings Professional League Spring Season Grand Finals. As the host's roar echoed, the brothers smiled and took a step back in unison, leaving Su Yi standing alone in the spotlight. Seeing this, the audience erupted in cheers. Whether it was Lian Pa's desperate 5-man knockup in the final or his dominant performances in the previous 3 games, Su Yi was truly deserving of this Grand Finals MVP. An undisputed MVP. Daxian tossed his long hair and declared proudly, MVP well deserved. The host's roar grew louder. The 2021 Honor of Kings Professional League Grand Finals MVP is XYG's Dawn. For XYG, Dawn lives up to his name. He entered the stage when XYG was in crisis and darkness after 3 consecutive losses, bringing them dawn and daylight, bringing all the fans and viewers an impossible miracle. Su Yi smiled and waved to the audience. Then the Deputy Secretary General of Huizhou City came on stage to present him with the trophy. Su Yi took the trophy as symbol of MVP glory from the official's hands and raised it high. Another group photo. After all the photos were taken, the event reached its final segment, the much-anticipated post-match interview. The host handed the microphone to Su Yi. First, let's interview the MVP player. Dawn. As a newcomer to XYG, Dawn's debut performance has been exceptionally brilliant, and is there anything you'd like to share with everyone? As the microphone was passed to Su Yi, the camera on the big screen followed suit. On the screen, Su Yi stood tall, his features still as sunny and handsome as ever with that confident smile. The female fans in the audience couldn't help but let out loud cheers and screams. Feeling the enthusiasm of his female fans, Su Yi smiled warmly and said, winning the championship and MVP this time was actually within my expectations. Hearing Su Yi's words, the host raised an eyebrow. Oh, is it because you're confident? Su Yi nodded. Confidence is definitely there. But the main reason is that my teammates and I have never set our sights on the KA League. For us, the KA League is just a starting point, a stepping stone into the professional league. In the future, we will work even harder, striving to let everyone see us overcoming obstacles on the KPL stage. Hearing Su Yi's response, the host nodded in satisfaction. Great. Full of confidence and vigor. Young man, it's good to dare to climb and challenge. Su Yi's reply also made everyone aware of XYG's ambition to break into the KPL and let everyone. The host continued, second question, the one everyone wants to ask. In the last game during the final team fight, you executed a perfect crowd control combo in a 3 vs 5 desperate situation. Lian Pa's ultimate hit 5 enemies, leading your teammates to a 3 vs 5 comeback. What was going through your mind at that moment? Su Yi caressed the MVP trophy, tilted his head in thought, then chuckled lightly. In desperate times, there is still a glimmer of hope. And all I had to do was maximize my execution and seize that glimmer of hope. Of course, I also have to thank my teammates for trusting me. They followed up with their abilities so promptly. Otherwise, even if I landed a perfect team fight, it would be useless if the damage didn't come through. Hearing Su Yes' words, the host nodded in approval once more. Su Yes' answers were impeccable. Even when answering questions, he didn't forget to praise and encourage his teammates. The host nodded. One last question. What do you have to say about winning this FMVP? Su Yi flashed his white teeth and smiled brightly. There's not much to say about this FMVP. The World Championship is about to start. I want to win the World Championship FMVP and design a skin for fun. Hearing Su Yes' words, the audience erupted in cheers. The host also laughed heartily. Good. Very confident. It was well known that the World Championship was a top-tier league, just like the KPL. To win the FMVP, one had to fight their way out from the strong teams in the KA League. The difficulty was far greater than winning 10 KA League FMVPs. Seeing Su Yes' confidence, Daxian laughed heartily. Great. Yi Bao is so confident, I love it. He has my style from back in the day. Both in looks and this spirit. The barrage in the live stream was buzzing. Although Brother Xian was handsome when he was young, Brother Yi is even more handsome than you were back then, right? Exactly. Brother Yi is flawless in both physique and appearance. Hey, he could rely on his looks to make a living, but he insists on relying on his skills. Really? But that's exactly what makes Brother Yi so charming. Then the host interviewed September. Next, let's interview our jungler king September. In the first 3 games you played well, but couldn't secure the win. How did you adjust your mindset for the next 4 games? September scratched his head. Mindset adjustment. I just looked at Brother Yi. I was really nervous and panicked at first, but knowing that Brother Yi was coming on, I instantly calmed down because I knew someone was going to carry us. Hearing September's words, the host and the audience broke into murmurs. It showed just how much September trusted Su Yi, believing he could carry them even in a reverse sweep from 3 games down. The host smiled and nodded. Poxio's strength is indeed evident to all. He has amazed all of us this time. Let's also interview Ling Ming. His performance this time was very stable. Winning this championship, is there anything you want to say to the fans who have always supported the team? The slender Ling Ming took the microphone shyly. I just want to thank the fans for their support all along. Without their support, we wouldn't have come this far. And thanks to my teammates for carrying me. Although Ling Ming said teammates, he was actually referring to Su Yi. Seeing how sincere these young lads were, the host smiled and nodded. Next, let's interview Shoto. Shoto had a few mistakes today. In regular matches, when you make mistakes, do you feel a lot of pressure affecting your performance? Shoto thought for a moment. The pressure wasn't that great. Brother Yi once told us something. Just go ahead and play freely. With him behind us, there's no need to fear. Even if we make mistakes, our teammates can still carry. So even if I mess up, I still dare to make the play the next time. The host nodded and smiled at Su Yi. It's not a king's solo, but a team's glory. Although Pixiao just joined XYG not long ago, he has given the team a lot of confidence. To this, Su Yi just shook his head with a smile. Then it was time to interview Xia. The host smiled. Winning this championship, Xia, what feelings would you like to share with? Hearing that it was finally his turn, Xia could barely contain his eagerness. He took the microphone, barely suppressing a grin. No particular feelings, but I want to recite our competition declaration again. Everyone please follow the boss. Hearing Zai's words, the entire audience burst into laughter. In Daxian's livestream, Daxian was laughing so hard, he couldn't close his mouth. Ha ha. After last time's declaration, Xia had given Daxian another plug. The host smiled and nodded. Everyone follow the boss. All right, the boss will have to give you a raise for this. Finally, the host interviewed Coach Putao Tang. Coach Putao Tang then showered Su Yi with praise, attributing the entire reverse sweep to him. This wave of compliments from the younger teammates and the coach made Su Yi feel as if he were floating on air. How did a single match end up with his teammates and coach acting like his little fanboys? As the post-match interview concluded, the KA Grand Finals officially came to an end. Su Yi and his teammates returned to the lounge. No sooner had they entered the lounge than the sound of red packet notifications rang out incessantly. Su Yi and his teammates' eyes lit up as they quickly opened the VX team group chat to grab the red packets. This was a tradition of the XYG team. Whenever they won a match, Daxian would send red packets in the team group chat for the players to grab. Additionally, based on each player's performance on the field, Daxian would also send private red packets. Several dozen lucky draw red packets were sent directly in the team group chat. Su Yi casually grabbed a few thousand yuan from the team group chat. After grabbing the red packets, a notification sound came from his phone. Upon opening it, the private red packet from Daxian had also arrived. 16,888. Truly worthy of Daxian, generous, as always. A transfer of 16,000 yuan. Su Yi was grinning from ear to ear. After accepting the transfer, he expressed his gratitude to Daxian. Daxian's response was straightforward: play well. The better your performance in future matches, the bigger the red packets. I believe in you, Xian Go. These red packets were not part of the salary, but counted as Su Yi's extra income. Then Su Yi noticed another pin message notification. Su Yi, congratulations, big brother. You're amazing. Just started your professional career and already won a championship. Truly worthy of being my brother. I'm doing well at school, don't worry about me. Just focus on training with the team. Seeing Su Yi's congratulations, Su Yi smiled warmly and transferred 8,888 yuan in return. Here, a red packet from the boss half for your living expenses. As soon as the transfer was sent, it was immediately returned. Su Yi, I have enough living expenses. Keep it for yourself. You'll need it for a wife in the future. Can't be unable to afford the bride price. Seeing Su Yi being so considerate and thinking of him, Su Yi smiled affectionately. Meanwhile, after XYG's stunning reverse sweep defeating GOG, trending topics on various platforms began to heat up. With Daxian's natural traffic boost, the trending topics rose rapidly. XYG reverse sweep wins, Pashaliampa one hit 5. XYG miracle comeback. The three topics were climbing visibly. The first topic had already surged to third place on the trending list after the interview, and it was still rising. Clicking in, one could see the entire process of XYG's reverse sweep. 3 games with favorable starts, all overturned. In the Dordai match, Pashao stepped up and single-handedly turned the tide for XYG. He fiercely secured 3 games leading to a peak showdown. In the final peak showdown, Su Yes Lianpa executed multiple perfect engages, and in the last team fight, a divine descent with a single hammer hitting 5. It completely exploded among all Honor of Kings players. Holy crap, how is his ultimate range so large? Honestly, it's a bit ridiculous. How the hell did they win a 3v5? All I can say is this is the pinnacle of Poxio's Lianpa gameplay. That backstep feint was incredibly detailed. Does winning the KA title give XYG a spot in the World Championship qualifiers and KPL? Haha, just winning a KA title, why so excited? It's just bought trending topics. Once they actually play in the World Championship and KPL, they'll probably get crushed. There were 2 opposing voices online. One praised XYG and Pashao for the reverse sweep in the finals, something not many teams could achieve. The other fiercely criticized XYG. As a team founded by Dacian, XYG had been mired in controversy since its inception. Everyone wanted to see XYG fail. Fortunately, the entire XYG team proved their worth. Within less than a year of the team's founding, they first won the TGA Championship, then the National Championship. Now they had clinched the KA title with a reverse sweep in the finals. With all 3 secondary league championships in hand, they were now set to advance to the top-tier league. And while the news of XYG's victory was igniting trending topics across platforms, major KPL teams were starting to feel unsettled. At the Chongqing QGHAPPY, club coach Lin watched Poxio's almost unbelievable performance over 4 games. His brows furrowed deeply. Incredible, simply incredible. I never expected Pashao to quietly join. With this level of skill, it's such a pity. If he had come to Cappy for development, he could have been Fly's successor. Coach Lin muttered to himself, shaking his head regretfully. If Su Yi had accepted Cappy's invitation, with Cappy's support after Fly retired, he would undoubtedly become the next pinnacle of the solo lane. But what Coach Lin didn't know was that Su Yi had no intention of playing second fiddle. Knowing Fly was there no matter how good the treatment from Cappy, Su Yi would never join them. At the Wuhan Star Pro Club, Coach SK watched the video of Zhu Beiji taking on 3 and killing them all, the perfectly flanking Meng Tian, the almost monstrous Ma Chao combo, and Lianpo's foreman stun. Coach SK slammed the table hard, his eyes full of regret. Sigh. The minor ban is about to take effect. Zimo might not be able to play. I should have invested more back then. If I had recruited a top laner like that, the Galaxy Battleship would have been complete. What a pity. They'll have to let Tanran practice and see how he performs. At this time, Wuhan Star Pro had been underperforming for several seasons. Coach SK made drastic changes, replacing all 4 positions except for Hai. He brought in former Nanjing hero champions Qingrong mid laner and Xiang support, as well as DYG champion Marksman Yijing. The restructured S-Star lineup was a luxurious Galaxy Battleship. Only the final piece of the top lane puzzle was missing. Once that piece was in place, S-Star would become a true Galaxy Battleship. Sweeping through the entire KPL. At the Chengdu AG Super Play, Coach Moonlight frowned deeply. After watching the replay of the KA reverse sweep, he was also disheartened. I can't believe Zhang Daxian snatched him up. Damn, when I saw this kid reach number 1 with a 95 win rate, I knew he was a top lane god. What a pity. At the Foshan GK, club coach Walu. At the Nanjing Hero Club, coach Jiuzha. The same scene played out across multiple coaches. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night for the KPL coaches who had once contacted Su Yi. What a pity. There is no cure for regret in this world. After the finals, where a miracle was created by reversing a match from 3 to 4, Su Yi became famous with a single battle. Although he was still in K-League, he had already been placed on the watch list by several strong teams in KPL. All KPL coaches knew that with the rise of Dawn's XYG breaking into KPL was just a matter of time. The upcoming Group A and Group B would surely stir up a storm. Although Dawn had not streamed in Miao Ya's live broadcast room for half a month, the number of fans was surging crazy. Before Su Yi joined XYG, he only had over 2,000 fans. But now it had already surpassed 6,000 and was still increasing. At the same time, the fans of Su Ye's Douyin account were also skyrocketing, jumping from a few thousand to over 1,000. When Su Yi returned to the club, he was also taken aback. It seems that as long as there is strength, there's no need to worry about gaining fans. Just as Su Yi was in a daze looking at his phone, Coach Glucose called out to him, "Xiao Yi, hurry up and pack your things. We're going out for a celebration dinner. Xiangu is treating, eat whatever you like." Su Yi nodded to Coach Glucose. The match started at 6 o'clock and the 7 games dragged on until almost 10. By the time the brothers returned to the base, it was already past 11 in the evening. After 7 intense matches, the brothers had long digested their dinner. They found a barbecue shop not far from the base and started eating. With a big shot treating, the brothers naturally were not polite. They arranged for all kinds of barbecue and beer. Team leader Quan raised his glass. "Cheers to our XYG winning the championship. I also hope that we can go further in the future, achieve better results, and win more championships. Cheers." All the brothers raised their glasses and drank it all in one go. Normally, professional players are prohibited from drinking during training. After all, drinking would greatly affect their operational response. However, after this match, they had a week's holiday, so there was no need to be overly concerned. After nearly a month of intense training, Su Yi and his 4 brothers were all mentally strained. At this moment, everyone was finally able to relax for a brief moment. They drank heartily and ate meat. "I want to see who is slacking off. Not drinking is disrespecting the brothers. Drink up. Not you, Meng. I've had 2 bottles, and you've just had 1 cup. What's the deal? Doozy, don't just grin, drink up." The entire barbecue shop was lively. While the brothers let loose, many people around recognized them through trending searches. A wave of fan meetings happened on site. Signatures for signatures and photos for photos. After 3 rounds of drinks, Coach Glucose laughed. Xiangu said, "If we win the next top league championship, he will personally throw us a celebration feast. The World Championship starts in a month, and it won't be a problem for us to enter the main event. However, to win the championship, we still need to improve a lot. So in the upcoming month, everyone has to work a bit hard." Hearing Coach Glucose's words, Su Yi and the brothers all nodded. Since the team was established for a short time, their competition experience was insufficient and their synergy was not enough. Then they would make up for it with diligence and time. The celebration dinner lasted until 2 in the morning before it ended. The brothers did not take a taxi back, but decided to walk back to the base to sober up and digest the food. Under the dim street lights, 6 young men and 2 young adults walked arm in arm along the main road. Everyone was chatting freely about their dreams and ideals. Winning the championship. Winning the championship. I want the championship. Cup championship. KPL championship. I want to win the championship. I want to earn a lot of money, so my mother won't have to work so hard anymore. I want to become the best coach in the world. I want to lead my brothers to challenge and climb to the peak. After drinking, everyone spoke their minds. After sharing heartfelt words, the relationships among the group grew stronger. XYG began to resemble a warm family rather than just a simple team. Although it was said to be Su Yi and the brothers basically only rested for 2 days to adjust their states. 2 days later, it was just in time for June. Su Yi also received his first official salary. The 8 million signing fee along with 100,000 salary was all deposited into his bank account. He secured a house in Magic City. Not to mention Su Yi's betrothal gifts, he even had funds for Su Yi's dowry. Looking at the long string of balance in his bank account, Su Yi felt full of motivation. As long as he could achieve better results, his future income would only continue to grow. At this time, there was exactly 1 month left until the World Championship qualifiers. After adjusting their states, the brothers quickly immersed themselves in a new round of training. Previously, most teams in KPL were unwilling to practice scrims with XYG. Only Cappy, who had a good relationship with the Big Shot, was willing to train with XYG. After winning the K-League, many KPL teams actively sought out XYG for scrims. Teams from Group B and Group A in the K-League basically approached Coach Glucose to schedule training matches. Coach Glucose was naturally happy to see this. Thus, every morning, all members of XYG would wake up early for morning exercises. In the morning, they would play 5-match training games to practice cooperation. In the afternoon, they would schedule scrims to test their training results. In the evening, the players each played ranked matches to maintain their form. Occasionally, they would also train with the Big Shot in weighted training. The 4 brothers would team up with the Big Shot for 5-match ranked games. If Su Yi wasn't playing even with 4 professional players, it would still be quite challenging to carry the Big Shot. Most of the time, the brothers would win less and lose more, so every time they heard that the Big Shot was going to do weighted training, they felt quite distressed. In the Gemini Live broadcast room, the last wave of Uncle Guess bad luck during the K-League finals was a topic of much conversation. In the face of the GOG team's advance with Xiao Do, she having died, first Uncle Gu confidently declared that they would definitely not hold on. It was absolutely over. He even said that if they could hold on, he would eat 3 pounds in the bathroom. Shortly after he said this, Su Yes Lien Piss slapped Uncle Guess face hard. This made Uncle Gu quite uncomfortable. However, once something is said, it cannot be taken back. As a former professional player and a famous coach who is now a big streamer, Gemini had no choice but to follow through. Sure enough, in the live broadcast room, many fans and passersby had gathered to watch. They all wanted to see how Uncle Gu would manage to eat 3 pounds in the bathroom. However, with the start of Uncle Gu beaming said, "Haha, brothers, look, is this a bathroom?" He then pointed the camera behind him. Indeed, it was Uncle Gu's bathroom, and there was even a toilet. The audience in the live stream was utterly dumbfounded. What? Why are you so excited about eating? Daddy, it's over. Uncle Guest lost his mind. Damn, did the fans drive him crazy. Uncle Gu, don't force yourself. You don't have to eat it. Watching the barrage of comments, Uncle Gu let out a sly chuckle and pulled out a large plastic box from beside him. At first glance, the box was packed to the brim with an unknown red substance. Whoa, there's even soup. Uncle Gu is truly ruthless. Brutal. Why is it red? Did he eat dragon fruit? Is Uncle Gu producing his own supply? Huh, dragon fruit my ass. Am dying of laughter. Uncle Gu let out another sly laugh. Hey bros, take a good look at what this is. With that, Uncle Gu opened the lid of the plastic box. The camera focused on the box, revealing it was packed full. I said I'd eat 3 pounds in the toilet, but I never said it was 3 pounds of that stuff. 3 pounds of crayfish counts as 3 pounds. Not a bit more, not a bit less. Want me to weigh it? I go always keep my word. No more talk, bros. Let's eat. With that, Uncle Gu put on gloves and started devouring crayfish right there in the bathroom. Seeing Uncle Gu's audacity, the live stream chat exploded. Whoa, how can he do that? Wait, isn't that just cheating? He does have a point. It's technically 3 pounds in the toilet. Being able to eat 3 pounds of crayfish in the bathroom is still hardcore. In the live stream, Uncle Gu was eating with great relish. The viewers could only watch in exasperation. Uncle Gu's skin was truly thick beyond measure. His mouth was equally unyielding. A month passed swiftly. The younger players made rapid progress. From crushing group teams in practice matches to dominating a group teams. By the eve of the World Championship qualifiers under Su Ye's leadership, they could even trade wins and losses with script powerhouses. After this month of intense training, if nothing else, the younger players had built up their confidence completely. If right after winning the K-League, Su Yi had told them they would win the World Championship, they would have had no faith, thinking Su Yi was talking nonsense. But now every one of them dared to dream of the champ. They had the confidence to make a run for it. Confidence is the peak. To compete with those veteran teams, you had to be confident. The time came to July 4th, the day before the World Championship qualifiers. At 9 p.m., Daxian started his stream and immediately went on a 6-game losing streak in ranked. His teammates in every match were clueless, sleepwalking through the entire game. It was a painful experience for Daxian. The barrage comments urged him to stop playing. Stop playing. Brosian, just quit. Today's not your day for climbing ranks. How about a 5-man squad? 5-man squad sounds good. Call the younger players for a handicap training session. I love handicap training. Let's go, Brosian. I want to see Brother Yi. Seeing the barrage full of requests for handicap training, Daxian stopped his ranked games. All right. I'm bored of ranked anyway. Let's call the younger players for some fun in a 5-man squad. With that, Daxian created a room and started inviting the younger players. In his friend list, Su Yi was free at that moment. Daxian first clicked on Su Ye's profile to take a look. Seeing Su Ye's ranked score, his eyes widened in disbelief. What? Yi Bao is at 2,508. He's almost at 2,600. Let me check the second place. Only 2,500. That's insane. He's a full 80 points ahead of second place. Exclaiming, Daxian immediately sent a team invite. The moment the invite was sent, Su Yi joined the team. His magnetic voice came through. Brosian, what's up? Daxian asked curiously. Yi Bao, how do you climb ranks so fast and easily? I just went on a 6-game losing streak today, it's awful. Hearing Daxian's question, Su Yi laughed. Haha, I have no idea. I'm just playing casually, and I'm almost at 2,600. Maybe the players at this rank are just too weak. Hearing Su Ye's humble brag, Daxian nearly spat blood. Playing casually. Players at rank 2,500 are too weak. Listen to that. Is that even human? Daxian thought about how he struggled to win a single game at rank 1,800, while Su Yi dominated at rank 2,500. He felt like smashing his phone. Seeming to realize he had demoralized Daxian, Su Yi quickly added, just kidding. I have wins and losses at this rank too. With your skill, Brosian, hitting 2,000 would be a breeze. If you're stuck at 1,800, no need to say more. It's definitely your teammates' fault. Hearing Su Ye's flattery. Being praised like that by the #1 ranked player, Daxian felt much better. Alright, enough banter. Where are the younger players? Are they all busy? Su Yi, let me check. In the XYG training base, Su Yi turned to look at the younger players beside him. Before he could say anything, September and Shoto quickly shook their heads and waved their hands, whispering, No. Tell Brosian we're busy, all climbing ranks. Su Yi shook his head helplessly and replied, Brosian, they told me to say they're busy. All focused on climbing ranks. Hearing Su Ye's words, the younger players' faces changed dramatically. September hiss. You little sneak. Shoto, whoa, Brother Yi. Shiha, there's a traitor among us. Hearing Su Ye's response, Daxian burst into laughter. Huh? Tell them they can climb ranks anytime, but handicap training is only available today. Come quick. This is pre-match special training, get it? You're facing strong opponents tomorrow. I bro Xian must give you a proper training session. Listening to Daxian's righteous words, if it weren't for the fact that Daxian always scored fifth and fed kills every time, the younger players might have believed him. In the end, fearing they might get kicked for stepping into the club with the wrong foot first, they reluctantly joined the handicap training team one by one. Daxian looked at the younger players joining and nodded in satisfaction. Last time in handicap training, I played the Marksman role. This time I'll play the jungler. September, you can go back to climbing ranks. The rest of you stay. Hearing Daxian's words, September breathed a sigh of relief and quickly left the team, letting Shoto take his place. Meanwhile, Lingming, Shoto, and Shiha all looked horrified. The memory of Daxian's 29.8 damage output in the last weight training session was still fresh in everyone's mind. If Daxian were to jungle, wouldn't the game collapse even faster? But the decision was made, and it was useless for the brothers to say anything more. The weight training lineup was set: Su Yi in the side lane, Daxian jungling, Ling Meng mid, Shoto in the farm lane, and Shihi roaming. Let's go. Let's go. Daxian immediately hit the start button. The weight training session officially began. After matching for over 10 seconds, they entered the game. Not long into the game, Daxian's stream became lively. Collision. Collision. The enemy is a streamer team. Haha, classic weight training collision with a streamer team. It's the dream team. Beimu, Fu Lai, Ko Dai, and the others. This shouldn't be a disaster, right? Pros versus streamers. Hard to say. The jungler is Bro Xian. Seeing the barrage flooding the screen, Daxian widened his eyes. Collision. Let me see. The dream team. Sigh. Then I'll have to pull out my specialty. With that, Daxian in the first pick position instantly locked in Luna. The moment Daxian's Luna, known for her Moonlight Infinite combo, appeared, the stream's fans erupted. However, the brothers' reaction was a stark contrast to the fans. The reason the brothers dreaded weight training with Daxian was because their accounts had too many stars. Each of them had 60 or 70 stars. In any major game server, they ranked among the top. High-star matches easily led to collisions with streamer teams, top-tier players, or pro teams. Playing normally, the brothers weren't afraid, but with Daxian as the weak link, weight training became pure torture. Sure enough, the opposing dream team seemed to have learned about the collision. They all pulled out their signature heroes. Beimu's Jing Fu Lei's peak Old Master, Ko Dai's peak Sun Shangxiang, Shou Jita's peak Zhong Kuei, and Xia Ye's Fire Dance. All their aces were out. Just looking at them was intimidating. The brothers' lineup was much more casual. Su Yi took Chao Chao in the side lane, Ling Meng took Nuwa, Shodo took Gong Sun Li, and Shihi took Zhang Fei. The game began. As soon as it started, the 5 members of the opposing dream team greeted them warmly. Since they were all from the same platform as Daxian, they had to interact with the top streamer. Beimu said, "Hi Bro Xian. Go easy on us." Fu Lai added, "Bro Yi, I'm your fan. Take it easy." Ko Dai chimed in, "Same here." Seeing their enthusiasm, Daxian and Su Yi responded readily. Daxian said, "I'm playing Luna in front of Beimu. Don't laugh, everyone." Su Yi replied, "Bro Lai, I've heard about your old master for a long time. I'm looking forward to crossing swords with you today." After responding, Daxian announced the weight training rules. Brothers, same old rules. If we can't finish within 15 minutes, everyone gets a pay cut. Whoever scores 5th gets double the pay cut. Hearing Daxian's weight training rules, the brothers responded listlessly, "Got it." The moment their words faded, Daxian's startled cry rang out. Su Yi, who was contesting the lane against Fu Lei's old master, pulled his view to the blue buff area. He saw Daxian's Luna, who was attacking the blue buff, get hooked by Zhong Kuei through the blue buff wall into the mid-left river. And in the mid-left river, 4 enemies were lying in ambush. Under their combined fire, Daxian's Luna had no chance to fight back and was instantly killed, giving away first blood. First blood. Daxian gasped. "Oh no, I'm being targeted. Coming for me at level 1. That's too much." Hearing Daxian's exclamations, the brothers weren't surprised. In weight training, the skilled opponents always knew Daxian was the weak point and would go for him first. It was almost routine for Daxian to give up first blood. The brothers were used to it. After clearing the top lane and reaching level 2, Su Yi engaged in a trade with Fu Lei's old master. While fighting, Su Yi reminded Daxian, "Bro Xian, be careful in the red buff area after you respawn. They'll probably target you again." Hearing Su Yi's words, Daxian nodded. "Shihi, watch the red buff for me. Once my Luna hits level 4, it'll show them what the Moonlight Infinite combo is all about." Following Daxian's command, Shihi obediently ran to the red buff area to guard it. But as soon as he arrived, a hook came flying from the river. It was Shou Jita's Zhong Kuei again. He pulled Shihi over instantly. Combined with Beimu's Jing and Xia Ye's Fire Dance, Shihi's Zhang Fei was reduced to critical health. Then Beimu's trio swaggered into the red buff area to steal it. Daxian gasped again. He watched Beimu's Jing attack the red buff from the sidelines, hoping to sneak in and steal it with his smite. But instead of the red buff, he got Zhong Kuei's hook. Daxian was pulled in and killed again under the combined fire of the 4 enemies. Within a minute he had died twice. Ugh, this is so painful. I shouldn't have jungled. Jungling is too easy. Xian's stream was flooded with laughter. Haha, this is hilarious. He's a total weak link. Bro Xian is so unlucky, starting with 0 buffs. To be fair, that Zhong Kuei has great aim. Poor Bro Xian getting crushed in ranked, and now getting crushed in weight training. Just as Xian was complaining, a kill notification sounded from the top lane. He quickly pulled his view up and saw Su Yes Chao Chao diving the tower to kill Fu Lei's old master. In the end, Su Yes Chao Chao escaped the tower with a sliver of health. Xian's expression changed instantly. Hey, good. That's my Yibao. This round is all on Yibao. Hearing Xian's praise, Su Yi shook his head with a smile. He'll do my best. Fu Lei's old master was, in Su Yes' eyes, his old master's mechanics were at least 88 points, worthy of being called a top-tier old master. But trying to go toe-to-toe with Su Yes' max-level gameplay was still a bit naive. With Chao Chao's 3 dashes, Su Yi showed Fu Lei what real kiting meant. After a round of trading, Fu Lei barely managed to touch Su Yes Chao Chao. After 2 consecutive trades, Fu Lei was left at critical health, and Su Yi dove the tower for a kill without any hesitation, utterly relentless. Fu Lei typed in all chat, as expected of Bro Yi. This Chao Chao is too fierce. Su Yi grinned, wanting to tell Fu Lei that the fiercer part was yet to come. After Resurrection, Daxian spent his time farming small monsters and leeching experience, finally managing to drag his level up to 4. However, upon reaching level 4, Daxian did not showcase the legendary Moonlight Infinite combo, as he had boasted. Instead, he kept interrupting his ultimate mid-combo again and again. The game situation soon became Su Yes Chao Chao dominated the top lane, overwhelming Fu Lei's Fuzi. Meanwhile, the remaining 4 members of the opposing Dream Team relentlessly targeted Daxian's Luna. Within 6 minutes, Su Yes Chao Chao had solo-killed Fu Lei's Fuzi 3 times and counter-killed the enemy jungler once, securing 4 kills. However, Daxian's Luna ended up with a disastrous 0-7 record, feeding 7 kills. Glancing at his ugly stats, Daxian coughed awkwardly. Ahem. They're targeting me. That Zhong Kuei is too accurate. He keeps hooking me, and there's nothing I can do. Su Yi nodded in agreement. That Zhong Kuei's hooks are indeed precise. If it weren't for my ultimate, I'd probably be dead a few times too. With Su Yi backing him up, Daxian quickly chimed in. See. Watching Daxian and Su Yi play off each other, the 3 younger teammates felt utterly miserable. How could they fight? Xiaodu was doing fine in the bottom lane against Kodai, but then BMS Mirror ganked him 3 times in a row. The enemy Zhong Kuei and mid laner also kept roaming down. Both Xiaodu and Shiha ended up with negative kill-death ratios, suffering immensely. The game dragged on until the 14-minute mark during a team fight for the Black Dragon, where Daxian's Luna was hooked and instantly killed. In a 4 vs 5 situation for XYG, Su Yes Chao Chao charged into the enemy crowd, using Flash to cut down both carries, and then kill the support Zhong Kuei, securing a triple kill. They pulled off a perfect 2 for 4 team fight. Then Su Yi led Xiaodu and Shiha in pushing the top lane. Because Su Yes Chao Chao had already broken through the top lane, they could march straight to the crystal and finish the game. They narrowly managed to save their salaries. Su Yes Chao Chao rampaged through the match, scoring 13 kills with a 48 damage share and a rating of 15. 2. In contrast, Daxian's Luna had a record of 112 and a rating of 2. 5. The live stream chat was in hysterics. With those stats, even if I played, I couldn't do that bad. How can Fatty Xian feed so much? Wait, can a rating actually be lower than 3.0? Ridiculous. Seeing the barrage of mockery, Daxian scratched his head. Ahem. A win's a win. A win's a win. Let's keep going. I feel the rhythm. They'll definitely pull off some flashy moves next round. With that, Daxian urged his teammates to start another match. At the XYG base, again, the 3 younger teammates groaned in unison, truly unwilling to endure more torment. After all, none of them were as formidable as Su Yi, who could take on 2 or 3 opponents and carve a path through a lane alone. They then played 3 more rounds of weighted training, consecutively matching against a random solo Q King, a national server streamer, and the MTG Pro team. In the match against the solo Q King, Su Yes Ma Chao descended like a god, carrying the team to victory. The next 2 matches, the younger teammates suffered crushing defeats. Daxian's 19 Hitori and 28 Lon put immense pressure on them. Alright, let's stop. Playing with you guys is too hard. Even trying to break a 4.0 rating feels like climbing to the heavens. Get some rest, bros. Tomorrow's World Championship qualifiers. I'm looking forward to your performance. Seeing it was nearly midnight, Daxian hurriedly ended the stream. At the XYG base, as the weighted training finally ended, all the younger teammates couldn't help but sigh in relief. Carrying Daxian in a 4 vs 5 high-intensity training was far tougher than their usual practice matches. Sleep time? Let's go hard tomorrow. The younger teammates didn't continue playing. After washing up, they went to bed early to recharge for the qualifiers. The next day at noon, at the Shanghai KPL Esports Center, all participating teams in the World Championship had already arrived. For the World Championship qualifiers, aside from the KPL Spring Champion Nanjing Hero Jiujing and the top 2 World Championship points holders Chengdu AG Superplay and Shenzhen DYG, who directly entered the main event. All other teams had to compete in the qualifiers for a spot in the main event. Only by surviving the brutal competition of the qualifiers could they participate in the main tournament and vie for the championship. The prize pool for this World Championship winner was a staggering 21 million in cash. It was the highest prize pool since the inception of the King of Glory Pro League. Thus, every KPL team was highly motivated. They all aimed to achieve great results in the World Championship and claim that massive prize. XYG was no exception. The qualifiers officially kicked off at 3 p.m. Before the matches began, players had already arrived early. In their respective lounges, they prepared strategies and studied their opponents' bans and picks. The opening match of the qualifiers was a clash between the KPL Spring runner-up Guangzhou TTG and the KGL champion XYG. One was the KPL runner-up that had fought the champion team through 7 intense games, losing narrowly in a peak showdown. The other was a team that emerged from the national tournament and became the KGL champion. The gap between the two teams in terms of legacy and strength was enormous. Even though XYG had recruited the prodigy Pixiao, Guangzhou TTG also had the top lane god Qingqing, so they were not intimidated, despite Su Ye's stunning performances in the KGL that went viral. After analysis by streamers and bloggers, Su Ye's strength, while impressive, was attributed largely to his opponents being GOG. For instance, GOG's top laner DAT was repeatedly solo killed by Su Yi, which greatly contributed to Su Ye's development. Once Su Yi faced the top lane god Qingqing, if he couldn't secure solo kills and gain an advantage, he naturally wouldn't produce as many highlight plays. Against absolute strength, everything else was meaningless. So many were waiting to see XYG crushed when they collided with the KPL runner-up TTG. In the pre-match predictions on the platform, virtually no one favored XYG. 16 commentators and streamers all predicted Guangzhou TTG's victory. Only Bottle and Daxian on XYG's side believed in them. A 1-6-2 prediction ratio. Absolutely. In the XYG lounge, Coach Glucose and the 5 younger teammates felt a pent-up frustration. They had won the KGL championship through sheer skill, coming from behind to win 4 consecutive games and earning their spot in the World Championship qualifiers. Yet in the eyes of outsiders, it seemed like pure luck. Coach Glucose looked at the teammates. Brothers, no one outside believes in us right now. They think a team from the national tournament is inferior and will lose. They believe the KPL runner-up is. They see it as a crushing mismatch. What do you think? Jiue, the most hot-tempered, snapped. What do I think? Bullshit. We've come this way from the national tournament, and the hard work and effort we've put in are no less than any KPL team. Hearing Jiu's fiery response, the other teammates nodded in agreement. Only they knew the bitterness and hardships of this journey. From the small open-air mall competitions to the provincial leagues, and then the national championship. With the blessing of Decien's aura, they represented not only XYG, but also Decien's honor. Decien had shown them great kindness by discovering their talents. To repay him, they had to strive with all their might, giving 12 out of 10 efforts. For the past month alone, each of them slept only 6 hours a day. The rest of the time was devoted to intense, grueling practice. Could all this be erased by a mere remark about the national tournament? Xiaodo snorted coldly. Since they don't think much of us, well, just have to slap them in the face. Let them know the might of a national championship team. After venting their indignation, the younger members all turned to Su Yi. Pu Taotang asked Xiao Yi, what do you think? Su Yi lounged on the sofa with a grin. What do I think? I think I'll just lie here and watch. Pu Taotang. Seeing the exasperated expressions on his teammates' faces, Su Yi shook his head with a laugh. All right, just kidding. There's no need to be so angry. What others think of us is none of our. We just need to play our own game well. In esports, strength speaks. Once we crush TTG, who will dare say we're... Hearing Su Yi's words, the younger members pondered and realized he had a point. Coach Pu Taotang nodded in satisfaction. Xiao Yi is always so level-headed. Good. Now let's discuss our strategy. Individually, none of our 6 players are much weaker than TTG's. But overall, our team synergy falls short, especially in macro play. In a real Bo 7, to be honest, our odds are only 3,070. Hearing Coach Pu Taotang's analysis, Su Yi and the others nodded in agreement. Guangzhou TTG was, after all, the KPL runner-up. The strength of an established powerhouse had to be acknowledged, particularly the gap in teamwork and macro strategy. Coach Pu Taotang gave a mysterious smile, but I have a solid strategy that could boost our win rate to 70%. At this, Su Yi and the younger members were all intrigued. What strategy? Spill it, Coach Tang. Coach Pu Taotang looked around, then went to the training room door to check. Seeing Coach Pu Taotang's secrecy, the younger members grew even more curious. What kind of strategy could require such high-level confidentiality? After ensuring no one was eavesdropping, Coach Pu Taotang began to explain. You've all heard of Tianjin's horse racing strategy, right? Su Yi raised an eyebrow and chuckled. I've heard of it. What's that got to do with anything? Hearing Su Ye's response, Coach Pu Tao Tang was baffled. How is it not related? Well, do this and that. Coach Pu Tao Tang with a sly grin elaborated on his Tianji horse racing tactic. After hearing the coach's plan, the younger members' eyes lit up. Even the well-traveled Su Yi couldn't help but marvel, acknowledging that Coach Pu Tao Tang was a true genius. A mere tactical draft had been elevated to a psychological game. It accounted for the mindset of both TTG's coach and players. No wonder Coach Pu Tao Tang had led XYG to the top 4 in their very first KPL season. After this reflection, XYG quickly finalized their strategy. They would adopt Coach Pu Tao Tang's tactical draft and gameplay. When the time came, they would teach TTG a lesson on how to truly play. In the TTG lounge, let's just 40 sweep them. Huh, wouldn't that be too harsh? Isn't everyone saying XYG is strong? We have to teach them a lesson. Show them the gap between the KGL and KPL. At that moment, the 5 TTG members were laughing and chatting, the atmosphere very relaxed. Clearly none of them took XYG seriously. After all, a KGL champion trying to challenge a KPL runner-up was still too green. Even the veteran Coach Lovick was beaming. We should give Decien some face. Let's make it 41. Go all out in the first match to build momentum and confidence. After winning 2 in a row, we'll throw one game at 30 so XYG doesn't lose too badly. Hearing the coach's words, the 5 TTG members nodded and laughed in agreement. And so TTG casually set their strategy and tactics. This stood in stark contrast to the solemnity of XYG. Time quickly passed to 3 p.m. The match was about to begin. The 2 casters were in place. Both teams entered the arena. For XYG, Su Yi led the way at the front with the younger members following behind. The younger members walked nervously with Ling Meng, even stepping awkwardly. In contrast, Su Ye's calm, unhurried pace only highlighted his remarkable poise. On the big screen, the camera focused on Su Yi. As the lens locked in, he was seen wearing an immaculate white t-shirt with unkempt, tousled hair. Beneath his brows were sparkling, charismatic eyes, and his tall, well-proportioned figure was exceptionally eye-catching. As he walked, Su Yi waved to the audience and fans below. Seeing Su Yi wave their way, the crowd erupted in cheers, while female fans screamed, XYG, 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 Pashao, Pashao, Pashao. During this selection tournament, many female fans had been drawn to Su Ye's sunny, handsome looks since the KGL. They had missed the KGL matches. This time they came specifically to see Su Yi in person. To their surprise, he was even more handsome than on screen. Many female fans shouted that they wanted to have his children. Pashao, I've been a fan for 10 years. I want to bear your child. One high-pitched, lowly-like voice pierced through the noise. Just by sound, it was the epitome of an online goddess voice. Many female fans' screams were drowned out. The director shifted the camera to the source of the lowly-like voice. The audience below erupted in uproar. Su Yi also curiously looked toward the source of the sound. And what he saw instantly shattered his composure. He saw a burly girl built like a bear wearing an oversized skirt. She must have weighed at least 300 jeans, shouting with all her might. Su Yi gasped sharply and quickly turned his head away. Sigh. That's terrifying. With a build like that, even Tyson would have his back broken. The live stream chat buzzed with comments. Holy crap. Joan the Lowly. What the hell, Joan the Lowly? She's way better than this. I can only say terrifying. Brothers never fall for online love. Damn, with that voice, I thought she was a tiny lowly. Scared me to death. After the minor incident, the TTG members also took the stage. The audience below greeted them with equal enthusiasm. TTG, 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 Ching Ching, Ching Ching, Ching Ching. Because of Ching Ching's skill and his clean, gentle appearance, he also had many female fans. Hearing the cheers from below, the 5 TTG members nodded in satisfaction and took their seats. As both players took their seats, the match officially commenced. Chi-Chi exclaimed, "Here we go. It's finally starting." The opening match of the World Champion Selection Tournament. One is the runner-up of the KPL, the other is the champion of the KA League. Bottle remarked, "Yes, indeed. This match has been long anticipated by everyone. A clash between a KPL team and a KA League team. Who will come out on top?" On the blue side, Guangzhou TG. On the red side, XYG. First came the BP phase. Both coaches stepped onto the stage for the BP battle. A good BP was half the battle won. TG's Lovick and Coach Zhang Kai were both seasoned and renowned coaches. Among them, Coach Zhang Kai had led TS to tear through the losers bracket and clinch the championship in the 2020 spring tournament. He was a true champion coach. Facing 2 veterans, Pu Tao felt immense pressure. The first round of BP, Guangzhou TTG on the blue side could secure powerful heroes. Thus, they banned Mo Li Unknown Fire Dance and Guanyu. They picked Luban Master Pei Chinho and Di Renjia. XYG, on the other hand, banned Jing Mirror and Gong Sun Li. They picked Bailey Shoyua Luna and Xiaoho Dun. The 2 commentators continuously analyzed the lineups. Meanwhile, many streamers, coaches, and commentators were also closely following this match. This included all the participating teams in the World Championship. After all, TTG's strength was undeniable, while XYG's capabilities were still unknown. Everyone wanted to know XYG's true ceiling. In Daxian's live stream, he was extremely nervous and excited. Here we go, brothers. It's finally here. The selection tournament. Facing the runner-up, TTG. Huge pressure, brothers. I just hope the boys play well and make the match exciting. If we can win this one, I'll eat a lemon on stream, no joke. Going up against the KPL runner-up right from the start, Daxian had no confidence. Last time at the KA League Finals, he ate orange peels. This time, he went straight to lemons. To cheer for his boys, Daxian was truly going all out. In Gemini's live stream, watching the barrage ask him to predict the winner, Brother Gu rolled his eyes. After last time's face-slapping reversal, how dare I speak recklessly. But personally, I'm leaning toward TTG. After all, TTG is the KPL runner-up. Out of 16 KPL teams, the one ranking second is no pushover. But XYG, with Pixiao in their ranks, their strength is unfathomable. They'll predict a 6,040 split. In Coach Haney's live stream, brothers, no more talk. Just blindly bet on XYG. I've thoroughly studied XYG's match against GOG. Pixiao is just too insane, I tell you. All 4 game stats were terrifyingly absurd. Forget Ching, even Fly wouldn't stand a chance. Coach Hanya might be prone to boasting, but his coaching skills were decent. After studying XYG, he became Su Ye's devoted fan. He was fervently praising XYG, believing that with Su Yi they would surely win this selection tournament. In Fulai's live stream, Fulai was also sharing his views on the lineups. As the teams continued picking heroes, the World Championships director began to shine. The camera panned. On the big screen, the audience seats appeared. First, a cosplayer of Gongsun Li, a beautiful fan. Then the camera shifted to a sweet-faced young girl holding a slingshot. Fulai adjusted his glasses and frowned. What hero is this? What? A Gujuo. Never mind, back to business. I need to focus now. Oh, Fulai was mid-sentence when the director's camera shifted again. It landed on another long-haired, sweet-faced girl exuding a pure and seductive charm. Fulai's eyes lit up. Isn't that the girl from last time? Ching's female fan. Wait, why is she holding 2 signs? Ching and Pixiao. She's a fan of both teams now. Then wouldn't she be the biggest winner in this match? The camera focused on the female fan of Ching who had appeared during the KPL Spring Finals. Back then, the director had given her just one shot, which went viral on Douyin. Many viewers were captivated by her looks. Unexpectedly, she was at the match again, this time holding a sign. Clearly, she had become a fan after the KA League Finals. Fulai shook his head vigorously. Everyone focus on the match. TTG's lineup. Hiss. Damn it, this makes it impossible to commentate. Mid-sentence again, the director's camera shifted to commentator Tianyun in the audience. Tianyun was dressed in a black robe, her long hair flowing, revealing a mature, elegant side profile. Fulai grumbled, all these beautiful women. How can I focus on being a proper commentary mentor? I'm almost tempted to go to the venue myself. How can I commentate like this? Damn it. Seeing Fulai interrupted 3 times by beauties. The barrage in Fulai's stream erupted. Haha, hilarious. Fulai's commentary died before it even began. Damn, Brother Lai speaks the truth. With all these beauties, how can anyone watch the match? No way, no way. Is anyone really at the venue just to watch 10 people swipe at tempered glass? Give the director a raise. The director got his lunchbox, opened it, and found nothing but chicken legs, not a single grain of rice. The reactions in other streams were similar. This match between XYG and TTG was so popular that it attracted high-quality, attractive female fans from both sides. Every random cut by the director landed on a beauty, making it impossible to focus on the match. As commentators and streamers joked about the director, the lineups were finalized. Blue side, TTG Ching as Lubu Baran, as Pei Chinho Jiawei, as BNK Qianqing, as D Renjia Bingchen, as Luban Master. Red side, XYG Pixiao as Xiaoho Dunjiyue, as Luna Lingmeng, as Bailey Shoyue Shodo, as Yuji Shiyu, as De Qiao. The 2 commentators analyzed the lineups further. Overall, TTG's lineup was stronger than XYG's. The sole reason was TTG's BNK. At this time in June 2021, after a wave of epic buffs, BNK became a tier 0 pick in the meta. His second skill stacked on both allies and enemies within range, and the stacks didn't clear after using his ultimate. This made BNK's healing surpass Kai Wenji's, while his sustained damage and burst output underwent a qualitative change. In ranked matches, many players had already felt the terror of being dominated by BNK. On the competitive stage, BNK's priority, sword becoming a must-ban or must-pick. In the first game, TTG secured BNK immediately, putting XYG's lineup at a distinct disadvantage. Even the audience could tell that TTG's choice of the Poison Doctor was somewhat hasty. However, since it was Coach Grapesugar's draft, XYG's fans would still unconditionally trust it. After the coaches shook hands and the crowd cheered, the match officially began. At the bottom of the big screen, the win rate prediction for this game appeared. TTG's predicted win rate soared to 82, while XYG had only 18. Few in the audience favored XYG. Once the game started, XYG swapped their mid and bottom lanes. Xiaodo's consort Yu was sent to seize the mid lane minion wave first. September's Luna started with the red buff, as usual, hiding with Ling Ming's Marksman in the brush behind the red buff, hoping to ambush and kill an opponent first, just like they did against GOG. However, TTG had thoroughly studied all 7 games of the KA League Finals. Buran's Tiger was in no rush to enter the brush behind the red buff. Instead, he prowled outside the red buff area with Qing Qing's Lubu waiting for Jiu Wei's Poison Doctor and Bing Chen's Master Luban to secure the mid lane minion wave first. Seeing that TTG wouldn't take the bait, the XYG players dispersed. Those who needed to clear waves returned to their lanes while the jungler went to farm. The red buff area was completely taken over by TTG. They fell into a disadvantage right from the start. However, with Su Yes commands, the team played steadily in the early game. They simply conceded the second red buff, as September's Luna securing the blue buff was sufficient. Both teams developed steadily until the 4-minute mark when the first kill occurred. Bing Chen's Master Luban made a move in the bottom lane, successfully engaging Shihi's Diva. Combined with Qian Cheng's D Renjia's yellow card, they eliminated her instantly. After this exchange, both teams returned to steady development, focusing on macro play and wave management. Without any team fights, both the casters and Decien watched somewhat listlessly. Decien couldn't help but shake his head. This qualifier is far less thrilling than the finals. As the game progressed, XYG's weaknesses gradually emerged. Even with the Diva, they were still outmatched in macro play against TTG. They were constantly suppressed and led around by TTG. By the 8-minute mark, XYG had lost both bottom lane towers and the top lane outer tower. As TTG pushed mid with 5 players, the XYG members stepped forward to clear the wave, attempting to defend the tower. However, September's Luna had just flown to a minion when she was stunned by Qian Cheng's D Renjia's yellow card. She was instantly focused down and killed. Both the tower and the jungle were lost. At the 10-minute mark, the kill score was 2-1 in favor of TTG. But in terms of gold, XYG was already 5-0 behind. Decien watched anxiously but had no solution. This was a gap in macro play, not something individual skill could compensate for. Although Su Yes Xiaoho Dun managed to flash stun 2 or 3 enemies multiple times, under the immense gold deficit, it was impossible to fight. They could only rely on the Diva to continue split pushing. Buran's Tiger solo started the Dark Tyrant. September Xiaodo and Shihi advanced together, but they ran straight into Qing Qing's group of 4. Shihi's Diva quickly activated her ultimate to teleport Su Yi in. However, in the 4v4 fight, Jiu Wei's Poison Doctor unleashed his full power. He healed relentlessly from behind. Su Yi and his 3 teammates used all their skills and focused their fire, barely managing to kill Qing Qing's Lubu. But with their skills on cooldown, Jiu Wei's Poison Doctor along with Master Luban turned a 2v3 into a double kill. September's Luna flew around wildly with infinite combos against Jiu Wei's Poison Doctor, but it was just a scratch. The Poison Doctor's ultimate killed September and Xiaodo, yet Jiu Wei's Poison Doctor was still at full health. Absurd. Later, Su Yi continued to command split pushes, successfully stealing TTG's top lane inhibitor. But in return, their own mid and top lane inhibitors were destroyed. Finally, at the 14-minute mark, the second Dark Tyrant spawned. TTG's entire team started the Tyrant. Su Yi led his teammates in an attempt to steal it. However, Qing Qing's Lubu counter-ulted with a perfect AoE, knocking up Xiaodo and Shihi. Xiaodo was instantly killed, and Shihi couldn't escape either. TTG pushed forward with 5 players, and in a 5v3 situation, they smoothly ended the game. As XYG's crystal shattered, both casters shouted in unison, "Let's congratulate Guangzhou TTG. They take the first game." Chi. In the first game, that invincible Poison Dr. King. His healing was immense, simply unstoppable. The health bars just skyrocketed. Pingzi, yes, that's right. After this buff, it's a truly epic enhancement. The new version answer. Decien looked pained. It's no good, we're still lacking in macro play. We couldn't out-macro them with the Diva. We need more practice with the Diva system. But no worries, there's still a chance. I believe in the boys on the stage. Guangzhou TTG's 5 players looked relaxed with a 1-3-3 kill ratio. They were still savoring the game. Qing, an easy win. This Pashao doesn't seem that strong. Buran, strong definitely, but only in the KA League. In the KPL, even a dragon must coil and a tiger must bow. Jiu Wei, next game. Oh, remember to let them win 1 after 3 wins. Can't let them lose too badly. Hearing Jiu Wei's words, the TTG members burst into laughter. On XYG's side, despite losing, the players' faces showed no burden. In fact, Su Yi and Xiaodo were even chatting and laughing. Su Yi teased Xiaodo, "Dozy, your positioning in that last fight was even more forward than mine, too cocky." Xiaodo waved his hand. My bad, first game hands aren't warm yet." The 2 teams ran into each other on the way back to the lounge. Since they weren't very familiar, no one greeted each other. However, TTG noticed that XYG was still laughing after losing the game. This left all 5 of them puzzled, unable to understand what Su Yi and Xiao Dou were laughing about. Why didn't they show the pained expression and awareness of losing? After returning to the lounge, both coaches began reviewing the game. They pointed out the issues on both sides. This game allowed XYG to fully gauge TTG's strength. They could make better arrangements for the subsequent games. After the break and adjustments, Coach Grape Sugar smiled mysteriously. Proceed as planned. The players also exchanged knowing smiles. Both teams took their seats. The second game began. Both coaches stood beside their respective laners for the draft phase. As the loser, XYG chose the red side. They once again gave the blue side, which had priority, and picked. During the draft screen, the director decided to earn his keep. The director's camera roamed through the audience. It revisited the shared female fans of Qing Qing and Su Yi. Then it found a cute curly-haired girl holding a Qian Chung fan sign. Finally, the camera settled on Su Yi. A side shot captured his handsome profile, perfectly causing the female fans in the audience to stir once more. Dawn, 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 XYG, XYG, XYG. The fans of TTG were equally unyielding. TTG, 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 Qing Qing, Qing Qing, Qing Qing. As a veteran team, Guangzhou TTG still has many fans. The cheers from both sides were momentarily evenly matched. After a round of BP strategies, the lineups were confirmed. Blue side, Guangzhou TTG. Top lane, Qing Qing Meng Tian Jungle Baron Lanling, Wang mid lane Jiawei, Ji Huowu farm lane, Qiancheng Jia Luo roaming Tai Zhenrun. Red side XYG. Top lane Pashao Zhuba, Jiet Jungle Jiuyu Juyu Jing mid lane Ling Meng, Zhouyu farm lane Xiaodou Ma Kubo Luo roaming Dunshan. Once both lineups were confirmed, the commentators began analyzing them. They pointed out the strengths and weaknesses of each. Overall, TTG's lineup was still a complete victory over XYG. At this moment in Gemini's life, Uncle Ge frowned as he looked at TTG and XYG's lineups. Brothers, something feels off. How did they let Jiu Weiss Huowu go? Such a strong combination with Tai, E and Jia Luo, just let it through a. Glucose's BP skills can't be that poor. As a 4-time champion coach, Gemini's vision was naturally keen. After 2 games, he was the first to notice something was off with XYG's lineup. During KPL, several strong lineups and heroes from XYG performed impressively. For example, Jiu used Jing Lan Ling Meng's Huowu and Xiao Dou's A Li Yuan Fong. Because TTG aimed to counter Su Yi, these heroes were all let through. But XYG simply wouldn't take them. What does this mean? After this reminder, many fans with game knowledge in the livestream chat responded. Gemini frowned. There is only one possibility. That is, XYG is hiding something. In Coach Haney's livestream room, Coach Han yet didn't see XYG's intentions. He just muttered, the first game was an accident, this second game is definitely a win. Brothers mindlessly bet on XYG with me. After a brief loading, the second match officially began. As the game started, the win rate displayed at the bottom of the large screen. After losing the first game, XYG became even more subdued. TTG's win rate was 88, while XYG's was only 12. Pitifully low. In this match, Su Yes Zhuba Jie took retribution instead of flash. Mid lane Zhouyu quickly cleared lanes, allowing for jungle invasions. Su Yi directly led Jiuyu Juyu Jing to counter jungle at level 1. For players charged in aggressively, but there were some coordination issues. Su Yes Zhuba Jie was caught and directly gave up first blood. Then TTG's momentum skyrocketed, seizing opportunities and accumulating multiple kills. Within 5 minutes, the kill count was already 5-0. Many audience members began to lament the huge gap between the two teams. Although I know there's a significant gap between KPL runners-up and KPL, I didn't expect it to be this big. XYG has no power to fight back at all. Easily secured. Let us congratulate TTG in advance for advancing to the World Championship. We can directly look forward to the championship. Huh. A wave of mockery left XYG's fans furious, but the situation on the field was indeed disadvantageous. There was nothing more to say. The match time reached 7 minutes. Just when everyone thought TTG would directly push through XYG. XYG suddenly launched a lightning-fast assault, successfully executing a 5-man gank in the top lane. Su Yes Zhuba Jia executed perfectly, controlling the situation and leaving Qian Cheng Jia Luo behind. Jiu Yu's Juyu Jing went on a rampage, scoring a triple kill. And on XYG's side, after taking down 1 for 3 in a 5v3, Buran Lanling Wang and Jiu Wei Huowu arrived late. Facing XYG's 4 underperforming players, the two charged in to secure kills. However, Su Yes Zhuba Jia once again executed perfectly, dismantling the fire. He directly predicted and knocked up the invisible Lanling Wang with his first skill. Then he slammed Huowu against the wall with his second skill. Jiuyu Juyu Jing once again harvested kills, taking both heads. Ultimately, he achieved a legendary pentakill. Pentakill. A legendary pentakill. Seeing the 5-kill notification appear, the audience and the two commentators were all astonished. Bottled, my goodness. Jiuyu just got a pentakill. Chi-Chi, a legendary pentakill. A perfect team fight. 1 for 5. TTG exploded. The opening match of the qualifiers. The first pentakill was born. Daxian was also excitedly dancing. You. My dear, you treasure. Isn't this great? The little monsters in the audience were all elated. Ha ha ha. Is that it? Just that. I thought it was something huge. A pentakill given to you, alright. Easily done. The little monsters directly counterattacked while TTG's boastful fans were all dumbfounded. This shift in battle was too swift. After this team fight, the kill count reached 7-5 with TTG at 7 and XYG at 5. Moreover, the economy on both sides was basically even. TTG had only a little over 1,000 more in economy than XYG. After gaining an advantage, XYG crazily began looking for opportunities to seize momentum. They wanted to engage in team fights against TTG. However, TTG remained very calm. Knowing that XYG's morale was high, they chose not to engage and kept pulling back defensively. Although XYG managed to secure the mid lane and top lane towers, TTG ultimately stabilized the rhythm and brought XYG back into TTG's tempo. Both sides continued to farm steadily. However, while it was said to be stable farming, it was actually favorable for TTG. After all, TTG had Tai Zhenren assisting Qianqing in farming, as Tai Zhenren farmed alongside Qianqing's Jialuo. The longer it dragged on, the more money Jialuo would accumulate, and the faster her equipment would complete. In the late game, Jialuo's damage would be terrifying. And indeed it was as such. By the 12th minute, Qianqing's Jialuo had already amassed 100 gold. By the 14th minute, Qianqing's Jialuo had reached 120 gold, completing the Sunfire. A team fight broke out in the red zone at 14 minutes. Qianqing's Jialuo caught Su Ye's Zhuba Jia while he was scouting. Activating her ultimate, she relentlessly hit him 6 times, directly leaving Su Yi critically injured. With the Sunfire activated, she brutally killed Su Ye's full health Zhuba Jia under the tower. With the frontline Zhuba Jia dead, the remaining brothers naturally couldn't withstand TTG's fierce assault. TTG directly pushed down the 3 middle towers and destroyed the crystal, ultimately finishing the match with a score of 1-5. As XYG's crystal shattered, the two commentators shouted in unison, "Let us congratulate TTG. Winning 2 games in a row. Leading for now." Watching as my younger brothers were defeated again, the little monsters in the audience all looked dejected. If the first loss was an accident, then losing consecutively was. The master was also deeply pained, saying, "It's tough, brothers. This shouldn't have dragged into the later stages. In the later stages, this Jialuo cannot be handled. Yi Bao's Zhu Beiji can no longer hold up, but it's not that tanky." The barrage in the master's live stream was filled with agreement. It's still a problem with the lineup. The lineup is a bit weak. Tisk, it's tough to fight. A strong team is still a strong team. Is this the gap between K Division and KPL? After the match ended, the 5 members of TTG still wore relaxed expressions, as if they had won without exerting much effort. However, when the camera panned to XYG, they weren't as distressed as everyone imagined. Instead, they appeared very calm, with Su Yi and Jiaoyu still talking and laughing. It seemed they didn't care about the outcome of this match at all. In the Gemini live stream, seeing Su Yi's expression, Uncle Gu confidently said, "They are hiding something. XYG is definitely hiding something. The following matches will surely be exciting. Brothers, trust me." Upon hearing Uncle Gu's words, the fans in the live stream also began to anticipate. Both teams returned to the rest area to adjust. The MVP for the second match was also announced, directly awarded to Qingqing's Meng Tian. Qingqing's performance of 513 was quite impressive. The 3 commentators at the commentary desk also shared their insights on the match. They all felt it was a pity that XYG had such a strong start. If it hadn't been for the early failures, they wouldn't have been dragged into the later stages, allowing Jialuo to take over the game. In the XYG rest area, Coach Glucose smiled and said, "Alright, brothers. Starting from this third match, let's catch the opponents off guard and secure a consecutive victory." Hearing Coach Glucose's words, the younger brothers all nodded excitedly. Just like in a horse racing strategy, after the inferior horses finish, we will use the superior ones to face the mid-tier. Next, we will send the superior horses to face the mid-tier ones. In the Guangzhou TTG rest area, the 5 members of TTG were all chatting and laughing. "Otherwise, K Division is just like that," Qingqing said. "There's no pressure, we'll take it easy," Jiawei added. "If we don't let them, we would definitely achieve a clean sweep." Coach Love smiled and nodded, saying, "Exactly, that's why you need to let them win one match. After all, it's Master's team, and they are facing a strong team for the first time since entering K Division. Just don't let them lose too, embarrassingly." Hearing the coach's words, everyone in TTG nodded with smiles, feeling no pressure at all. After both sides finished their adjustments, the third match officially began. The players from both teams entered the arena, and the commentators and coaches took their positions during the BP phase. In this match, XYG chose the blue side while TTG took the red side. First round of BP. XYG directly banned Qiao and Dun Shan. They picked up Jing Jialuo and Tai Zhenren. TTG then banned Lu Ban Shi and Bu Jihuo Wu, securing Gong Sun, Li Juyu Jing, and Shen Mengshi. Pingzi exclaimed, "Oh, here it comes. XYG is finally showing their signature skills." Jiu Yu's signature Jing. Last match TTG had a fierce combination of Jia Luo and Tai Yi. It seems XYG is determined to take back a game this time. Chi affirmed, "Yes, that's right. TTG's Qian Cheng got Li. Zhu Yu Jing and Shun Ming Shi are both strong in the early game. This will counter Jiu Yu's Jing. In the second round of BP XYG banned Guan Yu and Sun Bin. They countered with Lao Fuzi and Ying Zhang. Meanwhile, TTG banned Shi Shi and Bian Ke, securing two frontline tanks Niu Mo and Lian Pa. Pingzi commented, "Oh, Pashao has picked Lao Fuzi. We haven't seen Pashao play this before." After all, Pashao only played 4 heroes when in K Division. However, from their peak statistics, it's clear that Pashao has a deep hero pool. Both teams' lineups were confirmed. Blue side XYG top lane XYG. Pashao. Lao Fuzi Flash Jungle XYG. Jiu Yu. Jing Retribution mid lane XYG. Ling Meng. Yingzheng Flash Farm Lane XYG. Xiaodou. Jia Luo Flash Roamer XYG. Shihi. Tai Yi Zhenren Flash Red Side Guangzhou TG. Top Lane Guangzhou TTG. Qing. Lian Pai Flash Jungle Guangzhou TTG. Bu Ran. Zhu Yu Jing Retribution mid lane Guangzhou TTG. Zhou Wei. Shen Ming Shi Flash Farm Lane Guangzhou TTG. Qian Cheng. Gong Sun Li Purification Roamer Guangzhou TTG. Bing Chen. Niu Mo Flash. The two commentators began analyzing both teams' lineups. Pingzi remarked, "Honestly, looking at XYG's lineup overall, it seems quite good. Jiu Yu's T0 signature Jing, Jia Luo Tai, Ying Zheng Lao Fuzi. There's controlled damage burst and tankiness. On the other hand, for TTG, we can only say the two frontliners are sufficient in terms of durability and control, but they lack damage and burst." Chi nodded, saying, "That's true. Besides Buran's Zhu Yu Jing, the rest pose no threat to Jia Luo. The key is that Zhu Yu Jing has short range and can't easily reach Jia Luo. If Jia Luo gets to develop, she will likely take over the game." The commentators' professional abilities were indeed impressive as they quickly identified the key points of both lineups. Unless Qing's Lian Pa builds full tank, no one could take down Xiaodou's Jia Luo. The final analysis concluded that XYG just needed to stabilize the rhythm in the early game. If they could drag it into the mid to late game, they would take over the match. On the other hand, for TTG, to win they must crush XYG in the early and mid-game. While the two commentators were passionately analyzing, the director kept switching the camera, showcasing various beautiful women. Finally, it landed on a beautiful fan of Qing. The beautiful woman was seen holding her phone, which displayed a scrolling subtitle, Qing YYDS. Seeing this scene, Chi and Pingzi seemed to have a telepathic connection. Both exclaimed. The little partners raised their barge as fans of Qing, shouting for Qing. Forever single. This humorous banter from Pingzi and Chi caused the audience to burst into laughter, and Master couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "Wow, so this is what YYDS means." But it's true, if feelings are a taboo in the top lane, Yi Bao also needs YYDS. Upon hearing Master's words, the atmosphere in the live stream that was initially heavy turned into laughter in the barrage. "Huh, does Brother Yi also want to be forever single?" "Su Yi, no. Xiangu, I haven't offended you." Brother Yi was innocently caught in the crossfire. Charge. Brother Yi, you need to step up. The first 2 matches are not reflective of your true level." After a brief loading screen, the match officially commenced. The fans on both sides began to rally with fervor. The die is cast. XYG victory is sealed. Guangzhou TTG ascend to the pinnacle. The cheers from both camps were thunderous. Even the players wearing headphones could hear the roaring encouragement. Su Yi and his teammates exchanged smiles, invigorated by the support. From this match onward, they vowed not to disappoint their fans. The win probability for the third game was revealed. TTG held a staggering 90, while XYG languished at a mere 10. By this point, few spectators favored XYG. Only the most loyal fans clung to hope, steadfastly believing in their team's potential. Both sides' champions advanced to their lanes. Su Yi, controlling Lao Fuzi, charged ahead to contest the minion wave, with Qing's Lian Pa vying to reach level 2 first. As he moved, Su Yi scrutinized Qing's health bar. Qing's Lian Pa was equipped with pure tank runes. Without the Devourer item, Lao Fuzi's attacks against Lian Pa were mere scratches. Su Yi abandoned any notion of a solo kill in the early phase. On the big screen, Lian Pa, having secured level 2 with his second skill, dashed straight toward XYG's blue buff area. He coordinated with Buran's Zhu Yu Jing to steal September's blue buff. However, September was meticulous. After securing his red buff, he saved his smite to retaliate, stealing Buran's blue buff. In the early game, both junglers had swapped their blue buffs. Though Su Yi couldn't eliminate Qing's Lian Pa in the top lane, his aggression remained relentless. Whenever Lian Pa appeared to clear minions, Su Yi pursued and unleashed a barrage of attacks. When Lian Pa activated his second skill, Su Yi's Lao Fuzi mirrored the move. The damage from Qing Qing's skill was entirely negated by Lao Fuse's damage reduction. After 2 exchanges of health, Qing Qing's Lian Pa found himself at a disadvantage suppressed. Su Yi then proceeded to freeze the minion wave. Pingzi, here it comes. Pa Xiao is still playing aggressively. Though he lost the first 2 games, he's been dominating Qing Qing in lane. Chi absolutely. His landing prowess is formidable. Both junglers are nearing the top lane. A skirmish is imminent. Both fighters are close to level 4. What's the plan? As Kiki's words faded, the match clock ticked to 1 minute and 40 seconds. The fighter lane received the level 4 minion wave. Su Yes Lao Fuzi continued to deny Qing Qing's Lian Pa the wave. But Bu Ran's Zhu Yojing, having cleared his own red buff, had already crept into the river bush, setting up an ambush for Qing Qing. With Bu Ran's support, Qing Qing's confidence surged. He stepped forward to contest the level 4 wave. Meanwhile, September's Jing and Ling Ming's Ying Zheng were rushing toward the top lane. Su Yi showed no fear against Lian Pa's sudden aggression, matching Qing Qing's efforts to secure the level 4 wave. Seeing Su Yi's audacity, Bu Ran, lurking in the bush, could no longer restrain himself. He strode out of the river bush, charging straight at Su Yes Lao Fuzi. Yet Su Yes Lao Fuzi, upon spotting Zhu Yojing, still refused to retreat. Instead, he swung his lantern, ferociously attacking the 2 low-health minions in the back. Pingzi, what is Pa Xiao doing? Is he trying to take on 2 at once? Chi Paxio's teammates are coming, he's baiting. On the battlefield, seeing Su Yes intent to fight 2, Bu Ran couldn't stand for it. Damn it, he's that cocky. Take him down. Bu Ran cursed, then used Zhu Yujing's first skill, Yen Fan, to leap forward. He coordinated with Qing Qing's Lian Pa to eliminate Su Yes Lao Fuzi. Under their combined assault, Su Yi activated his second skill for damage reduction, mitigating most of the damage though his health plummeted. Just as he seemed on the verge of death, a flash of experience light appeared. Su Yes Lao Fuzi instantly reached level 4. Simultaneously, Jing and Ying Zheng burst out from the river bush. What the a? Seeing the sudden reinforcements, Bu Ran and Qing Qing's expressions shifted as they prepared to retreat. Qing Qing, a top-tier laner, demonstrated excellent game sense. As he retreated, he stayed close to Bu Ran's Zhu Yojing, guarding against a potential flash ultimate combo from Su Yes Lao Fuzi. As expected, with Qing Qing's Lian Pa blocking the path, Su Yes Lao Fuzi could only target Qing Qing with his ultimate. Just as Qing Qing activated his own ultimate, intending to use Lian Pa's unyielding to dodge the bind. In the next instant, both Qing Qing and Bu Ran were stunned, trying to escape. Not so fast. Su Yi, unwilling to let them go after their assault, retaliated. He launched his ultimate toward Qing Qing's side. Then a golden flash streaked across. Flash ultimate. Though the ultimate was aimed sideways at the very last moment, Su Yi executed a flash to adjust the trajectory. The ultimate curved, bypassing Qing Qing's Lian, put a bind Bu Ran's Zhu Yujing behind him. Witnessing this, September and Ling Ming couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy crap." The audience erupted in gasp. Pingzi's eyes widened. What? No way. He actually bound him. How did Paxio's flash ultimate drift and turn like that? Chi, equally astonished, said, "That's a triangular flash ultimate." He swerved left and right, bypassing Qing Qing's Lian, put a bind Bu Ran's Zhu Yujing. That flash ultimate was incredibly precise. September and Ling Ming followed up with damage. TTG is doomed. As Kiki's words faded, September's Jing used his first skill into ultimate, charging forward. He unleashed a flurry of combos on Bu Ran's Zhu Yujing. Ling Ming's Ying Zheng activated his ultimate, raining a torrent of sword projectiles onto Bu Ran and Qing Qing. Under the combined assault, Bu Ran's Zhu Yujing melted instantly. First blood. The kill was credited to September's Jing. Qing Qing's Lian Pa at half health managed to knock up Su Yi and September with his ultimate, but couldn't withstand Ying Zheng's relentless barrage. He was reduced to a sliver of health. Su Yes Lao Fuzi pulled him back with his first skill and secured the kill. A flawless team fight resulted in a 0-for-2 exchange. The crowd erupted in cheers. Desien's eyes lit up. Yes, that's it. You've risen, Yi Bao. That flash ultimate was magnificent. A drifting curve with lightning speed. 2 kills right off the bat. And we have the dragon. With this early advantage, this game is definitely winnable. Desien's live chat buzzed with comments. Holy crap. Yi Ge's move was epic. I can feel the peak. Yi Go is back. A drifting flash ultimate that bypasses the front line to bind the back line. Absolutely insane. Yi Ge's acting was spot on, baiting them perfectly for a counter engage. Go, go, go. After losing 2 in a row, we have to take this one. In the voice channel of Guangzhou TTG, staring at the dimmed screen, Qing Qing scratched his head awkwardly. No way that old man played it so dangerously. I thought his ultimate would miss. I never expected it to flash bind at the last second. In Qing Qing's perspective, Su Yes Fuzi had clearly aimed his ultimate to the side of Qing Qing's Lian Pa. The ultimate seemed to hit nothing but air, yet at the final moment it swerved. Boran rubbed his nose and gasped, TSK. I was careless this time too. Didn't expect Mirror and Ying Zheng to arrive so fast. But no big deal, let them have those 2 kills. The rest will be easy. Hearing Buran's words, Qingqing nodded in agreement. After the first 2 matches, they had already figured out XYG. They all looked down on XYG, believing they could win, even by playing casually. After winning the top lane team fight, it was exactly the 2-minute mark. The Tyrant and the Overlord spawned. Jiuyu's mirror took down the Overlord. Afterward, she returned to collect her blue buff and clear the second jungle rotation. The jungler's momentum soared. Bottle. Now XYG's jungler has the advantage. The mid lane will follow suit. If they keep playing like this and expand the lead and stabilize until the mid to late game, when Jia Luo powers up, then this match will be easy for XYG. Chi-Chi, yes, exactly. TTG needs to focus more on countering XYG's Jia Luo and Tai E. The bottom lane seems to be farming peacefully, but with Tai E there, Xiaodo's Jia Luo is developing more comfortably than Qian Cheng's Gong Sunli. Both casters could see it. TTG naturally could too. On the field, team captain Bing Chun was already planning a siege on the bottom lane. Kong Buran come gank. Even if we just force out Tai E's ultimate, we can't let them farm so easily. Bing Chun planned for Buran's Zhu Yujing to clear from the red to blue jungle, then gank bottom immediately. They couldn't let Xiaodo's Jia Luo keep suppressing Qian Cheng's Gong Sunli. Buran nodded, got it on my way. Over at XYG. Su Yi also reminded Jiuyue, help countergank bottom this wave. The enemy is likely targeting the bottom lane. Jiuyue coming. On the big screen, both teams' junglers and mid laners were converging on the bottom lane. A 4v4 team fight erupted there. Bing Chen's Nyo Mo used his ultimate, forcing out Shi's Tai E ultimate. In the end, both sides held back with no major plays or kills. In professional matches, the most crucial factor is each team's command and deployment. For instance, if Su Yi hadn't predicted Buran's movement in this bottom lane play, and TTG had 4 players surrounding XYG's bottom duo, XYG would have been in serious trouble. As the camera kept panning on the bottom lane, the director suddenly switched the camera to the top lane. On the big screen, Su Yes Fuzi had bound Qingqing's Lian Po in front of their own tower. Activating his second skill, he relentlessly beat down Qingqing's Lian Po. By now, Qingqing's Lian Po was low on health, while Su Yes Fuzi still had 1/3 of his HP. Bottle top lane. Oh, he's bound under the tower. Qingqing's low on health. What now? His ultimate is coming down. Pashao dodges it. The third hit of Qingqing's Lian Po ultimate landed. Su Yes Fuzi took a step back, casually evading Qingqing. Chi-Chi, he's still chasing. He wants the kill. He's determined. Qingqing flashes away, but he chases right after. A solo kill. Oh my god. Pashao solo killed Qingqing. After dodging Qingqing's Lian Po ultimate, Su Yes Fuzi turned and pounded Qingqing's nearly dead Lian Po again. Qingqing frantically wobbled within Fuse's ultimate circle, trying to escape, but failing. Finally, as Fuse's ultimate expired, Qingqing's nearly dead Lian Po flashed toward the river. But Su Yi activated his second skill for the speed boost, caught up, pulled him back with his first skill, and landed the killing blow with a basic attack. The entire process was smooth and flawless. A solo kill. XYG. Pashao defeated Guangzhou TTG. Qingqing. Seeing this, the audience erupted. Cheers and screams filled the arena. Decian widened his eyes in shock. Hey, Yi Bao, my baby. What's going on? He's got the moves. He can do it. He got the kill. Awesome. Yi Bao. He solo killed him. As he spoke, Decian excitedly shoved a slice of lemon into his mouth. The lemon was sour to the point of pain, but Decian's face still showed relief and joy. The surprise from Su Yes' solo kill outweighed the lemon's sourness. No wonder Decian was so shocked and excited. After all, the Lian Po on the opposite side was no ordinary player. It was Qingqing, the top laner known as the Heavenly Path. A veteran in KPL, one of the most brilliant top laners besides the ultimate fly of the side lane. And now he had been solo killed by a newcomer from KA. No one would believe it if told, yet it had truly happened on the stage. In XYG's voice channel, the 4 younger players were equally stunned. Brother Yi, you solo killed him just like that. Su Yi nodded casually. What else? It was easy, the younger players. At that moment, more people in the audience were curious about how Su Yi had managed the solo kill. After all, with Qingqing's skill, he wouldn't make such a low-level mistake of being bound under the tower. The official stream was flooded with requests for a replay director. Many OB coaches, streamers, and casters couldn't hold back either. Fu Lai, how did he get bound under the tower? As he spoke, he noticed that Su Yes Fuse's flash had just gone on. A flash of insight struck Fu Lai. Flash combo. Pashao must have used a flash combo. Notice that Pashao doesn't have flash available. Let's see the replay director. A solo kill. Why isn't the replay up? At the caster desk, Bottle. How did he pull off that solo kill? Fuzi solo killing Lian Po. That's a bit exaggerated. Chi-Chi right. Qingqing's Lian Po went full tank. It's indeed ridiculous for Fuzi to beat a full tank Lian Po in the early game. After teasing the audience's anticipation, the director, eager to avoid being bombarded by viewers, finally showed the replay of the top lane solo kill. The replay appeared on the big screen. All the audience and casters instantly fell silent, focusing intently on the screen. In the replay, Su Yes Fuzi under the tower had only 1/3 of his HP, while Qingqing's Lian Pa had over half HP. It was Qingqing's Lian Pa who was pressuring Su Yi. Normally with this HP difference, Fuzi couldn't possibly kill Qingqing's Lian Pa. However, in front of Fuzi stood a nearly dead cannon minion. Bottle widened his eyes. Qingqing probably wanted to take that cannon minion. As Bottle's words trailed off, Qingqing's Lian Pa indeed stepped forward to auto-attack the cannon minion. Just as Qingqing's Lian Pa's basic attack fell, smashing the cannon minion under the tower, Su Yes Old Master, who had been motionless, suddenly moved. Swift as lightning, his first skill shot out, pulling toward Qingqing's Lian Pa. The instant he connected, a flash of yellow light streaked by. Su Yes Old Master executed a flash 1 SD skill combo, instantly dragging Qingqing's Lian Pa back under the tower. He then followed up with his ultimate, binding him. The might of a sage. He trapped Qingqing's Lian Pa right under his own tower. Tower damage rained down, combined with Su Yes' relentless basic attacks and kiting. Qingqing's counter-ultimate was dodged by Su Yes' movement, securing a solo kill. Watching this absurd play, both casters were stunned. Pingzi exclaimed, "Wow, Pixiao, so clean." Chi-Chi shouted excitedly, "What kind of play was that? Was it a flash 1 stult or a 1 SD flash ult?" He dragged Qingqing's Lian Pa straight under the tower. "How do you even counter that?" Pingzi yelled excitedly. It must have been a flash backward, pulling Qingqing's Lian Pa under the tower, then instantly using the ultimate. That play was truly outrageous. After witnessing it, Daxian was equally baffled. That actually worked? Yi Bao is just too precise. Top-tier mechanics. So cool. His execution was flawless. No wonder he solo-killed Qingqing. The barrage and Daxian stream buzzed with discussion. Absolutely insane. Is this the legendary Yi Go? All I can say is Yi Go YYDS. Eternal God. Yi Go is indeed meticulous. I've seen him play a few rounds in his stream before. Upstairs, you'd better be talking about the game. There are always so many talented people in CN guest stream, and they speak so well. I love it. On the big screen, the director twisted the knife. Not only did they show the replay of the solo kill, but also Qingqing's expression during it. The camera captured Qingqing's utterly bewildered face. Clearly stunned by Su Yes' play, completely unaware of what had happened. In the Guangzhou TTG voice, Qingqing took a deep breath and rubbed his nose. Wait. This old master seems to have some skills. He flash 1 skill me under the tower. Damn. Hearing Qingqing's words and seeing him kill the entire TTG team was shocked. In the past, it was always Qingqing solo killing and showing off others. Oh, no one could ever outplay him. After this solo kill, XYG's morale soared. The whole team was energized in top form, playing aggressively. In contrast, on TTG's side, not only was the jungler's rhythm broken, but Qingqing's confidence was shattered. Even the other 3 teammates seemed to be playing in a daze. On XYG's bottom lane, Zudis Garo with Zai's Tai was dominating Qiancheng's Li, developing very comfortably. Seeing that this couldn't continue, Captain Bingjian proposed a new adaptive strategy. Let's just give up the top tower. Qingqing go take the red buff from the bottom lane. After that, gank the old master with Qingqing and Buran. We must kill that old master at least once to break their rhythm. Hearing Bingjian's command, Qingqing nodded, sure. On the big screen, Qiancheng's Li cleared the bottom wave, recalled, and headed straight for his own red jungle. After taking the red, he went directly to the top lane. The top wave arrived. TG's Qingqing, and Buran had already sneaked into the river bush, waiting for Su Yes Old Master to come up and clear the minions. With 3 of them jumping him, even if Su Yi were a god, he wouldn't escape. However, at that moment, Su Yi wasn't in the top lane at all. He was in the blue jungle area, killing the lizard, moving toward the top lane as he did. On XYG's side, Su Yi kept glancing at the minimap. Li hasn't shown up. He might be coming top. You two push the bottom lane directly. Meng, rotate, and see if we can defend top. Hearing Su Yes command, Shoto and Shiha cleared the bottom wave and started pushing the tower. Qiancheng's Li and Bingchen's Neo Mo indeed didn't appear. Jiue, who was taking the dragon, worriedly asked, will this work? Maybe we should just give up the tower. Su Yi shook his head. On the top lane, the man and the tower stand together. 3 people. They'll have to peel off some skin to dive me. You guys focus on pushing mid and bot. This won't be a loss. As Su Yes' words fell, TTG's trio on top finally lost patience. They rushed out to clear the minions. Buran, damn it. Let's go. Qingqing, we'll just siege the tower. Qingqing, if he doesn't leave, kill him. The dagger was revealed. Even knowing they couldn't catch Su Yes Old Master, they still had to pressure the tower. Otherwise, their long wait would have. Seeing the trio reveal themselves to clear the wave, Su Yes Old Master had already stacked his passive. Just 1 stack short of full rage. Pingzi, TTG is running a 3-man top lane gank. They want to catch Poxio's Old Master, but Pixiao isn't top. He's killing his own lizard. He never gave them a chance, so TTG decided not to wait any longer and is going to siege the tower. Chi-Chi exclaimed, Pixiao isn't giving up the tower. 3 people are sieging, and he's still coming. TTG is about to dive. As Kiki's words ended on the big screen, Qingqing, Buran, and Qianxing cleared the wave and waited for the minions to enter the tower. As soon as the minions entered the tower, Su Yes Old Master appeared under it. TTG's trio wasted no time. They attacked immediately. Qingqing's full rage Lien Pa charged in first using his 121 combo into his ultimate, trying to lock down Su Yi. Wuran's Higanbana also used his first skill to close in. Qianxing's Li dashed in with his first skill. Abilities rained down on Su Yes Old Master. Despite the 3-unknown Buran and Qianxing didn't get cocky, they avoided getting too close, denying Su Yes Old Master the chance to bind anyone with his ultimate. Facing the 3-man dive, Su Yi remained ice cold. After being knocked up by Lien Pa, he immediately basic attacked Lien Pa to fully stack his passive rage. Then he activated his second skill for damage reduction, absorbing the first wave of burst. He used his first skill to pull all the minions in front of him, sidestepping Higanbana's second skill. He kept kiting and basic attacking the minions, creating distance to avoid damage while using them to reset his second skill. Under TTG's triple focus, even with damage reduction, Su Yes Old Master was quickly brought down to half health. But after a hard trade, Su Yi finally managed to clear the minions. He defended the top outer tower. After clearing the wave, his half-health Old Master activated his second skill, continuing to stack rage and reset abilities. He shifted his target to Qingqing's Lien Pa. TTG's trio kept up the assault. As they chased, tower damage continuously rained down. Qingqing's Lien Pa tanked 7 tower shots, and even with full rage, he couldn't take much more. Just as his ultimate's third punch was about to land and knock up Su Yi, Su Yes Old Master still had a third of his health remaining. Upon landing, Su Yi activated his second skill's damage reduction for the third time. The 3 members of TTG finally sensed something amiss. What the hell? Something's off? Why is this old master so tanky? Damn, too tough. Can we still kill him? As TTG's trio hesitated in astonishment, Su Yes Old Master, leveraging the movement speed boost from his second skill, turned around and trapped Qingqing's Lien Pa under the tower with his ultimate. Seeing Su Yi withstand 2 waves of damage from TTG's trio without dying and even counterattacking, he was like an indomitable war god. The damage from the 3 landing on the Old Master was nothing more than a scratch. Witnessing this, the audience erupted in cheers. In the commentary booth, Bottle widened his eyes. Pixiao chose not to retreat. He's going to stand his ground. Then this wave should be over. The 3 focused their fire, reducing him to half health. Chi-Chi, what now? Wait, there's a play to be made. Su Yes Old Master keeps refreshing his second skill. This is the 3rd damage reduction from his second skill. This Old Master is way too tanky. He's trapped Qingqing's Lien Pa with his ultimate. What now? On the battlefield, staring at the Old Master, who seemed like an immortal war god, TTG's trio was utterly devastated. Damn it, TTG's trio exclaimed in unison. They prepared to turn and instantly burst down Su Yes Old Master. However, Su Yes, nearly dead Old Master, after trapping his target, turned and fled. Without a moment's pause, the tower's attacks rained down on Qingqing's Lien Pa. Even a full rage, full tank Lien Pa, after 6 consecutive tower shots, was reduced to critical health, unable to withstand the assault. Buran and Qianxing, watching anxiously, tried to forcefully destroy the tower. But without minions, how could the 3 of them tear down a half-health tower? They could only watch helplessly as Qingqing's Lien Pa was slain. Killing spree. A display of sheer dominance. Seeing Su Yes' extreme tower defense and counterkill, the audience erupted in cheers. Daxian jumped up from the sofa in excitement. Nice. Nice. Well played, my precious. This was truly impressive. A genuine Honor vs 3. Bottle shouted excitedly, oh my god. A Honor vs 3, killing 1 and escaping with a sliver of health. This play was so refined, so extreme. Chi-Chi cheered, maximum performance. Constantly refreshing the second skill's damage reduction. Su Yes Old Master was incredible this round. Wait, Ling Ming's Ying Zheng has arrived. What now? He's going for another kill. As Kiki's words faded, they saw Qianxing's A Li, after diving the tower, attempting to retreat through the river. However, Ling Ming's Ying Zheng arrived. He activated his ultimate and unleashed a barrage on Qianxing's half-health A Li. The rain of swords struck continuously, instantly reducing Qianxing's A Li to critical health. Qianxing's A Li used his first skill to dash at the last moment, but Ling Ming's Ying Zheng instantly flashed to follow. The sword rain pierced through Qianxing's A Li, killing him on the spot. This team fight resulted in a clean 0-for-2 exchange. The cheers and screams from the audience grew even more fervent. Pixiao, Pixiao, Pixiao. The roar was nearly enough to lift the roof off the arena. The chat in Daxian's live stream exploded, flooded with 666. The other teammates on the field were also shouting in excitement, praising Brother Yi. In Guangzhou TTG's voice channel, Qianxing shouted in frustration, what the hell? What's going on? Why is this old master so tanky? Can't damage him. This is a huge loss. Buran also looked pained. This old master is a ghost. Qingqing frowned deeply, his expression grave. Damn, we got outplayed. He knew we were coming to dive, so he pre-stacked his rage in the jungle. Before the tower dive, Qingqing had felt something was off about that old master. Now he realized the old man had clearly pre-stacked his rage, just waiting for them to walk into the trap. When the old master's rage is full, basic attacks can refresh the cooldown of his second skill. Yes, old master had been constantly refreshing his second skill, maintaining damage reduction. That's why the damage from the three looked like mere scratches. Hearing Qingqing's words, Qingqing shook his head. It was probably just a coincidence after he finished clearing the jungle camp. Recalling that Yes plays in the previous 2 rounds weren't this intricate, Qingqing reconsidered. Maybe it was luck, but getting outplayed like this is a fact. We can't be careless anymore. Let's get serious this round and secure the win. In Guangzhou TTG's lounge, coaches Lovict and Zhang Kai were utterly bewildered. 3 against 1, and they got counter-killed. This scene seemed familiar from the KA League finals. Lovict, what the hell was that sloppy coordination? 3 against 1, and you still get killed? Do you even know how to play it? Coach Zhang Kai sighed. Could it be they've already started throwing the game? But weren't we supposed to wait until the 4th round to throw? This is only the 3rd. The kill score was now 5-0 in favor of the opponents. At the 5-minute mark, 5-0 with Qingqing's Lian Pu at 0-3. For TTG, this was already a major disadvantage. The 2 coaches could only attribute the situation to their players taking it easy. Otherwise, there was no explanation for how XYG, who had been so timid in the first 2 rounds, suddenly stood up. The match continued. This wave where Yi successfully counterkilled in a Ana vs 3 further expanded their advantage. Seeing the top lane minions arriving, Jiyue headed to the top lane. Teaming up with Ling Ming's Ying Zheng to push, they quickly destroyed TTG's top outer tower. Meanwhile, because Qiancheng's Ali had rotated top, TTG's bottom outer tower was left undefended, allowing Xiudis Garo to smoothly take it down as well. Both lanes had gained an advantage and momentum. After TTG's 2 members respawned, they quickly adjusted their strategy and tactics. They began to group up. Qingqing's Lian Pa stuck with Qiancheng's Ali. Meanwhile, Jiawei and Bingshun followed Baran to rotate and defend the jungle. The big screen showed a replay of Yes' previous play. The replay started from Yi killing the lizard in the blue buff area. Bottle raised an eyebrow. As expected, Pa Xiao knew the enemy was going to gank top with 3. So he prepared in the jungle in advance. That awareness is truly impressive. Chi nodded. Most importantly, his mechanics on the old master are excellent. He kept using basic attacks to refresh his second skill, which is how he withstood the damage from 3 enemies. Oh, wait. Look, a fight has broken out again on the field. It's Pa Xiao again. He flash-trapped Qiancheng's Ali. The replay on the big screen suddenly shrank, and a split screen appeared. They saw the mid-lane minions meeting. Yes' old master stepped forward to clear the mid-wave, with Ling Ming's Ying Zheng. Qiancheng's Ali, hiding in the right mid-brush, dashed forward with his first skill, attempting to poke Yes' old master with a 1A-2A combo. However, the moment Qiancheng revealed himself, before Qiancheng could even execute his combo, Yes' old master lunged forward with his ultimate, trapping Qiancheng on the spot. However, due to the rapid casting of Yes' ultimate ability, it seemed as though Qiancheng Alalai had crashed into it by himself. What was most absurd was that after crashing into the old master's ultimate, Qiancheng Alalai activated a useless purification. Upon witnessing this scene, the audience erupted in exclamations. After Yi bound Qiancheng Alalai, Ling Ming's Ying Zheng immediately countered with his ultimate, Supreme Sovereignty. The sword rain shot crazily towards Qiancheng Alalai. Qiancheng first activated his ultimate to push Yes' old master away, and then used his second skill to block part of the sword rain. Nevertheless, even so many sword rains still hit him. Qingqing Lian Pa realized the danger and rushed out to help block the sword rain. As the old master's ultimate binding was about to conclude, he shouted him coming. Jiao Yu's mirror discreetly approached from TTG's red zone. Using the first skill to connect to the ultimate, he executed a long-distance displacement to instantly kill the severely wounded Qiancheng Alalai. Another kill secured. Pingzi exclaimed, how did this wave happen again? Did Qiancheng Alalai use purification? The Dawn old master didn't even use his ultimate. Like Pingzi, De Xian and the audience below were equally puzzled. Logically, professional players react very quickly. How could Yes' old master manage to bind a nimble Gongsun Li with purification without a major flash? The director was also very detail-oriented, immediately providing a replay. Moreover, it was a first-person perspective of Yes' hand. On the big screen, Yes' long, fair, and distinctly jointed hands were particularly eye-catching. Upon reaching the mid lane, Yes' thumb had already begun to drag the old master's ultimate. Furthermore, the aim direction was exactly where Qiancheng Alalai was lurking in the middle right bush. As Qiancheng Alalai emerged from the bush, Yi released his thumb, and the old master charged forward to bind him in one seamless motion. Seeing this, the audience below cheered in excitement. Chi gasped, wow, this is a bit absurd. What kind of divine awareness is this from Dawn? He seems to know that Alalai is in the middle right bush. so he was prepared in advance to release his ultimate. Ping Z couldn't help but nod in admiration. Just as the top lane sets the rhythm, he goes to the mid lane and sets the rhythm again. This old master from Dawn is truly remarkable. On his first appearance on the competitive stage, he achieved the outcome of this game is really hard to predict. On the big screen, the real-time win rate prediction appeared. Because of Su Ye's series of absurd maneuvers with the old master, TTG's win rate plummeted to 62, while XYG's win rate soared to 38. After Qian Cheng's ally was defeated, the younger brothers gathered directly to pressure the mid lane, reducing TTG's mid tower to a sliver of health. By the time the second wave of minions arrived, TTG's mid tower was destroyed. The strategic significance of destroying the mid tower accelerated XYG's push and jungle tempo significantly. So you nodded alright. Next we will directly split 4 to push. You 4 group up to push the side, I'll take the other side. They can't catch me with less than 3 people. Hearing Su Ye's commands, the younger brothers obediently nodded charge. In the time that followed, Su Ye's old master began to crazily push lanes. Going deep alone, he pushed the side lane to the second tower. The other 4 from XYG grouped up to pressure the side. Facing Su Ye's old master's aggressive lane push, TTG was in a lot of trouble. If they sent one person to defend, he would surely be solo killed by Su Ye. If 2 went, there was a high chance one would be counter-killed, and they wouldn't be able to hold. To properly defend the tower, they had to allocate 3 people. This made it much easier for the other 4 from XYG to push. After 2 waves of lane pushing, TTG's upper lane and lower lane second towers were completely destroyed. In just 7 minutes and 30 seconds, TTG's outer towers were left with only the mid lane second tower remaining. This tower pushing efficiency was already extremely exaggerated. After pushing down the upper lane, Su Ye checked the time and reminded his younger brothers, we can counter in the red zone. Come directly and watch me bind whoever I kill first. Hearing Su Ye's command, the younger brothers swiftly moved toward this direction. On the big screen, Su Ye's old master was hiding in the red bush while the other 4 reached the river position. Over here in the red zone, before Bu Ran's orange right king even showed his face or touched the red buff, a yellow light flashed. Su Ye's old master immediately flashed to bind Bu Ran's orange right king. 4 big men dashed out from behind, directly focusing fire on Bu Ran's orange right king. TTG's 4 wanted to rush in to break the fire and try to save Bu Ran's orange right king. However, Su Ye's old master stood at the very front like a battle god. TTG's double C frantically focused fire, but no matter how they attacked, they couldn't deal any damage. The 4 could only abandon Bu Ran and retreat helplessly. XYG smoothly reclaimed all of TTG's jungle area. And during the cooldown of Su Ye's old master's flash, the younger brothers played very steadily, not rushing to give away opportunities. They waited until the game time reached 9 minutes and 40 seconds. As soon as Su Ye's flash was ready, he charged in with his younger brothers. They directly tower dived and aggressively pushed in. With a drifting flash, he leaped over Qing Lian Pu and instantly bound Jiawei Shinmingshi. The younger brothers charged forward, focusing fire to instantly kill Shinmingshi. The mid lane second tower was successfully taken down. This wave of drifting flash had the audience below gasping in amazement. After taking down the second tower, the Black Dragon refreshed at 10 minutes, and the younger brothers smoothly took down the double dragons. The kill count directly reached 8-0. The economic lead was a terrifying 4,000. In this match, the Arm Dragon was spawned with normal attacks, carrying a slow effect. With the Arm Dragon in hand, Xiao Dou's Qiao Luo was simply empowered. Qiao Luo's ultimate passive slow combined with the Arm Dragon's slow and red buff slow. Under triple slows, as long as she touched someone, it would stick to them until death. In the jungle invasion, Su Ye, regardless of everything, directly bound Ice Dust's Bull Demon. Facing Qiao Luo's high burst damage, even the Bull Demon couldn't withstand it. Qing Lian Pa, who came up to break the fire, was also left behind, allowing Su Ye to secure 2 more kills. At 12 minutes, the kill count directly reached 100. In the subsequent match, it directly turned into a showcase by the younger brothers. One could see all 5 of them displaying their unique skills. Shi He and Tai Yi activated the wolf charge, leading Su Ye's old master to charge. They first bound Ice Dust's Bull Demon to focus fire and kill him. Jiao Yu's mirror executed a stylish flying Raijin to cut Qian Cheng ally. Xiao Dou's Qiao Luo stuck to Qing Lian put a focus fire and kill. On the TTG side, they kept losing points and the teammates had not grouped together even once. With Su Ye's old master tanking the tower and pushing, TTG's mid and upper high grounds were directly taken down. Ping Z couldn't help but exclaim, this XYG in this match seems different from the previous 2 matches. Their condition is too good. 5 players steadily advanced, just following the rhythm of the old master. TTG had no means to fight back at all. Chi nodded. Dawn's old master played decisively and excellently. Every time he flashed, he could bind someone, and with the economic pressure, TTG couldn't fight back. If this continues, it feels like this match will be a clean sweep. It depends on whether TTG can catch XYG's mistakes. The Dark Lord will refresh soon. Oh, can they? As the two commentators finished their discussion, the game time reached 15 minutes. The second Shadow Dark Lord, XYG's 5 directly started the dragon while TTG ignored the lanes and rushed straight to the Dark Lord. The dragon fight would determine the outcome. Now XYG has a 7,000 gold lead. If they secure this Lord with the Lord's Vanguard, TTG won't be able to defend. They have no choice but to go all out. However, TTG isn't blindly rushing to steal the dragon. Their jungler Buran is renowned as the Dragon Tamer. Buran's success rate for stealing dragons with Smite is as high as 75. That means he can snatch 3 out of 4 dragons. What TTG needs to do is create the perfect opportunity for Buran. If they can steal the Lord, TTG can turn the tables. As for XYG, Su Yi is well aware of TTG's players' capabilities. In Su Yi's memory, there was a match between XYG and TTG after XYG entered KPL. Jiu had 3 Storm Dragons and 1 Shadow Lord stolen by Buran in succession. That match completely shattered Jiu's mentality. So this 5-man group seemingly aiming for the dragon is actually baiting TTG to come out. Su Yi chuckled softly, "Don't rush to attack the dragon yet. Watch my flash initiation. I want both the dragon and the kills. I'm unstoppable. Watch your positioning and protect yourselves. If possible, let's aim for a clean sweep. Both the dragon and the kills." Hearing Su Yi's domineering words, his teammates nodded with excitement. The frustration from the previous 2 games was completely avenged in this match. The kill score now stands at 130. 15 minutes in and not a single XYG player has died. Moreover, all 3 of XYG's outer turrets remain intact. If they could achieve a clean sweep against TTG, it would be a devastating blow to their morale. Jiu's mirror initiated the dragon. Su Yi's old master held vision near the red buff, blocking the path. The Shadow Lord's health dropped rapidly, reaching half in no time. TTG's 5 players could no longer restrain themselves. Qingqing's Lian Per along with Bing Chen's Neo Mo charged toward the red buff to provide vision for Bu Ran's Zhu Yujing, to create an opportunity for Bu Ran to steal the dragon. With Qingqing's Lian Pa having crowd control immunity, Su Yi didn't act rashly, but retreated to create distance. Ping Z, here we go. XYG is going for the dragon. Are they rushing it down? TTG's 5 are closing in. It's hard to engage. There's a risk of the dragon being stolen. Here they come. Neo Mo initiates. Qingqing's Lian Pa uses his ultimate to zone. As the Shadow Lord's health dropped to 1/3, TTG's 5 could no longer hold back. Bing Chen's Neo Mo struck first, unleashing his ultimate towards Xiao Dou's Jia Luo, successfully knocking him airborne. Seeing this, Qingqing immediately followed up with his ultimate, trying to force XYG back and allow Bu Ran to steal the dragon. However, following Su Yi's instructions, Jiu retreated as soon as the dragon's health hit 1/3, stopping the attack. The Lord was reset, its health rapidly recovering. Bu Ran's expression changed. Damn. How am I supposed to steal this? Qingqing's furious roar came through. Look at me. Can you follow up? I can flash ult. By now, Qingqing's Lian Pa had charged into XYG's ranks with his ultimate, and there was no turning back. The remaining 4 of TTG were forced into the team fight. Ping Z spoke rapidly. Qingqing's Lian Pa directly uses his ultimate to charge in. Flash ult knocking up 4. My god. A divine descent. Oh wait. No one can follow up. But Qingqing's Lian Pa lived up to his reputation as the unstoppable side laner. Braving a hail of attacks, he used flash in the narrow river terrain, knocking up 4 with his ultimate. He immediately forced Shihe's Taijinren to use his resurrection ultimate. I knocked up 4. I knocked up 4. Qingqing's excited shouts echoed through TTG's voice channel. However, the response to Qingqing was a series of expletives from his 4 teammates. Qianqing, damn. Save me. Bingchen, damn. Can't stop them. Jiuwei, damn. It's over. Although Qingqing had knocked up 4, leaving Jiu Shihe and Xiao Dou at critical health, no one could follow up with damage. Qingqing's Lian Pa was focused down and killed as soon as his ultimate ended. Furious, Qingqing looked at his teammates to see what they were doing. But, after seeing what his teammates were up to, Qingqing covered his forehead in despair. What the hell? He saw that while he was knocking up 4 like a god, Su Yi's old master was also knocking up 4. Qianqing's Ali was flash-died by the old master. Su Yi's old master, enduring the combined attacks of TTG's, coordinated with Ling Meng's Ingzheng ultimate to kill Qianqing's Ali. Then his half-health old master gave chase, dodging Neomo's second skill knockup with clever movement and relentlessly pummeled Jiu Wei's Shinmingshi. Even Jiu Wei's Shinmingshi used flash to no avail. The old master's second skill speed boost followed by his first skill King's pull dragged him back and finished him off. Alone he withstood the damage from 4 enemies and killed both carries. Bu Ran, damn. I'm out. Bing Chen, how can we fight this? Seeing Su Yi's low-health old master turn around to hunt them, Bu Ran and Bing Chen quickly retreated, with Su Yi gave chase and the 2 fled without daring to turn their heads. Thus, Su Yi alone pursued Bu Ran and Bing Chen all the way to TTG's high ground. Chi-Chi's eyes widened. Ching-Ching's Lian Pa knocked up 4. Pashao's old master also knocked up 4. But Pashao's is even fiercer. He killed both carries. And he's still chasing. Still chasing. Hearing Chi-Chi's excited shouts and witnessing the thrilling scene, the audience erupted in cheers. Decien was thrilled. Yi Bao. Yi. My Yi. Go. That's insane. He's chasing down and he killed both carries. This is too absurd. His mechanics are maxed out. The barrage in Decien's live stream was buzzing. Damn. Amazing. That was insane. A divine descent knocking up 4. Brother Yi is like a god of war. My god. Qian Cheng and Jiu Wei, a low health player chasing 2 half health ones, and you can't tell who's actually low. In Fu Lei's livestream, watching Su Yes old master endlessly reset his second skill with auto attacks and precisely pull with his first skill, securing a double kill in a 1v4. Fu Lei shouted excitedly, holy shit. King tier movement. King's pull. Pashao's old man is way too strong. Those 4 are professional players. I'm convinced. Truly convinced. My old master can't compare to him. Fu Lei's livestream audience was known as a master and ceiling player of old master. Fu Lei was extremely confident, even arrogant. Su Yi was the first old master player to make him admit inferiority. This was the recognition and admiration from the pinnacle of old master players. Watching Su Yi the old master chase the 2 opponents all the way to the high ground, the 4 younger brothers behind him were utterly stunned. September exclaimed, geez. I thought we were done for. Shoto added, who would have thought? That Lian Pa stunned 4 of them, what a perfect initiation. I thought I was dead meat. She had chimed in. Seems like Brother Yi is still the best. Brother Yi is awesome. Hearing the praises from his younger brothers, Su Yi chuckled lightly. Enough with the praise. Hurry up and bring the minion waves over to finish this. The younger brothers nodded in unison, abandoning the dragon and bringing both the mid and top minion waves forward together. With 2 minion waves entering the tower, it was 5 against 2. How could TTG defend? As soon as Bing Chun left the fountain, he was focused down to critical health. They could only retreat helplessly, watching XYG's 5 members destroy their crystal. Su Yes old master furiously attacked the crystal. Bottle shouted excitedly, take them all down, destroy the crystal. Pashaw has never lost. As TTG's crystal shattered, both commentators shouted in unison, let us congratulate XYG. They have successfully won back a game. Chi-Chi added, a 160 kill ratio. A complete shutout. Absolutely incredible. Bottle exclaimed, yes indeed. In this game, XYG truly showcased all their strength. TTG was left with no power to fight back whatsoever. Chi-Chi remarked, it feels like this XYG is a completely different team from the first 2 games. Whether it's the state of the 5 players, their playstyle, or their tactics, everything has seen a qualitative leap. As the 2 commentators continued their analysis, the camera panned across the faces of the players from both teams. According to the law of conservation of smiles, smiles never disappear. They merely transfer from the faces of TTG's 5 players to those of XYG's 5. The 5 younger brothers were seen beaming with joy. 4 of them gave Su Yi a thumbs up, and from their lip movements one could tell they were shouting, awesome. Su Yi, on the other hand, smiled calmly and composedly, as if winning the match was well within his expectations. Daxian nodded in satisfaction, we got this. I knew the younger brothers wouldn't let me down. This game was exceptionally well played. Not only did Yi Bao shine, but the other brothers also had impressive moments. Over at Guangzhou TTG, the camera swept across the faces of the 5 players. Each face bore a pained expression, their eyes revealing a sense of confusion. Ching-Ching in particular was scratching his head in bewilderment. It seemed he couldn't fathom how the intensity of the matchup had suddenly escalated. In the first 2 games, they had easily crushed their opponents, but now they were on the receiving end of a crushing defeat. It was absurd. If this weren't an offline match, TTG's 5 would have suspected their opponents had been swapped. The big screen then switched to the commentary desk. The 3 commentators also wore expressions of disbelief, confusion, and bewilderment. Old Wong remarked, This XYG is really ferocious in this game. Especially Poxio's old master. He single-handedly crushed TTG in the early game through his individual skill. Solo killing Ching-Ching, turning the tables in a Honor vs 3 under the tower. Zhu Heng added, yes indeed. Not only did Pashaw perform exceptionally, but the other 4 also shone brightly, making no mistakes and giving no opportunities throughout the game. A 160 shutout. This score is already quite astonishing. Inkai said, we just hope TTG can quickly adjust their state. As the 3 commentators continued their analysis, the post-match statistics screen appeared on the big screen. Su Yes old master boasted a record of 609. It was strikingly conspicuous. Of the 16 kills in this game, 15 were related to Su Yi. His damage output accounted for 30, only 2 less than Xiudis Galio at 32. Then came the 50 damage taken share, leaving the 3 commentators speechless. A 50 damage share meant that Su Yes old master alone had absorbed half the team's total damage. He was undoubtedly the MVP. After the statistics page, the MVP was revealed. Su Yes' sunny and handsome poster appeared. Daxian nodded, MVP well-deserved. In the XYG lounge, as Su Yi and his team returned victorious, coach Pu Tao Tang nodded approvingly. Alright, it seems the strategy of using a weaker lineup to tire out the opponent worked well. We easily crushed this game. Let's continue for the next 3, aim to win 4 in a row directly and deny them a chance at a decisive match. Hearing coach Pu Tao Tang's words, the younger brothers all smiled and nodded in agreement. Absolutely. We'll take it easy. Let's win 4 in a row in one go. No overtime. After the laughter, coach Pu Tao Tang led the younger brothers straight into studying the next game's draft. There was no need to review the previous match. A 1-6-0 shutout, not a single tower lost. There was simply no need for a review. It was a complete stomp. In the Guangzhou TTG lounge. As soon as TTG's 5 players stepped through the lounge door, coach Love Sidi and coach Zhang Kai hurried over. Both coaches asked in unison, didn't we agree to let them win in the 4th game? Why did you start letting them win in the 3rd? In their view, given TTG's strength, they would never be shut out and crushed like this. There was only one explanation: the 5 of them were letting XYG win, throwing the game. Hearing this from the coaches, the faces of TTG's 5 players instantly flushed red. The impact of these words was immense. They had all been playing seriously, yet they ended up being beaten like this. Ching Ching stammered, we weren't letting them win. I don't know why, but it felt like they had swapped players in this game. They played so fiercely. The others chimed in agreement. Upon hearing that the 5 hadn't been throwing the game, Love CD and Zhang Kai both changed expression, their demeanor gradually turning serious. Both coaches were seasoned veterans. A simple recollection of the 3 games was enough for them to realize what was happening. Zhang Kai cursed, damn, they're playing the fool. Love CD also took a deep breath. We underestimated them, truly underestimated them. We need to adjust our draft and tactics immediately. It is said that underestimating one's opponent is a cardinal sin in warfare. Since the day they received the match schedule, TTG had never taken XYG seriously. Their focus had been on the strong teams in the KPLS group. They all thought XYG was just a team from the national tournament, and even if they won the KGL championship, their strength wouldn't amount to much. If TTG didn't quickly adjust their mentality and state, they could very well stumble here. A KPL runner-up losing to a KGL champion would be a laughingstock. The big screen switched to the highlight replay interface. Almost the entire highlight reel was dominated by Su Yes, Old Master. Watching wave after wave of his outrageous plays on the field, the various streamers observing the match were also sharing their insights. Brother Good declared with pride, holy moly. I told you so. XYG definitely had something up their sleeves. I could tell from the BP. The first 2 rounds of BP were a mess. TTG had 2 T0 lineups. In the later BP, XYG gained the advantage. Glucose, oh glucose. Never expected that old fox to have a hidden card. This is going to be a real show. The KA champion toppling the KPL runner-up. Interesting. Very interesting. Listening to Brother Guest's lecherous laughter. The live chat was flooded with 666. Nice. Gotta hand it to Brother Gu, he's got a sharp eye. So Coach Glucose does have some tricks. Does that mean XYG's chances of winning this match are much higher? Then tell us which side will win this game. No, don't jinx it. Don't mess this up. Seeing fans ask Brother Gu for a prediction, fans of both sides panicked. Brother Gu stroked his chin. Since XYG came prepared, he'll bet on XYG. ITLL be more fun if XYG wins. And don't call me a jinx, last time I bet on XYG, didn't they win? In the face of absolute strength, there's no such thing as jinxing or superstition. In Fulai's stream, Fulai watched Su Yes, Old Master plays on the big screen and shouted excitedly, save the replay. Watch and learn repeatedly. This is textbook Old Master gameplay. Seriously, his Old Master is too ruthless. As the crowd buzzed with discussion, the halftime break ended. Both teams had finished their rest and adjustments. The players returned to the stage, and the 2 casters were in position. The 4th match officially began. Bottle said, here we go. Entering the 4th match between these 2 sides. Facing the KA rookie champions XYG, we'll see if TTG can withstand the pressure and show the strength of a KPL powerhouse. Chi added, we'll have to see the BP from both sides. Last match's BP. XYG did very well. As Kiki's words faded, the first round of BP began. In this match, XYG was still on the blue side while Guangzhou TTG was on the red side. XYG started by banning Dunshan and Jing. They first picked the T0 strong Marksman Gong Sun Li. Guangzhou TTG banned Luban Master and the unknown Fire Dance. In response, they picked Lon and Yuji. Then it was XYG's turn to choose heroes. XYG took Pangu in the 2nd slot and Yao in the 3rd. Seeing Pangu appear, Bottle raised an eyebrow. Oh, Pangu against Lon. A perfect counter. It was common knowledge that Pangu counters Lon. As long as Panga's skill disarmed Lon couldn't spin his blades. This move by XYG, deliberately giving Lon to Buran and countering with Pangu, drew applause from many. TTG then picked Jiang Zia for the mid lane. In the 2nd round of BP, XYG banned Zhu Beiji and Xiahou Dun. They picked Lu Bu and Shi Shi. TTG banned Guan Yu and Meng Tian targeting Su Yi. They picked Zhang Fei and Mi Yu. Chi exclaimed, here it is. Poxio's Lu Bu. First time seeing it. Qing's signature lane bully Mi Yu. Looks like TTG is going all out this match. Last match's steamroll hurt morale, so they have to win this one to bounce back. Both teams' lineups were confirmed. Blue side XYG top lane, XYG. Pixiao. Lu Bu Flash. Jungle XYG. Jiyue. Penga Smite. Mid lane, XYG. Lingmeng. Sure Flash. Gold lane, XYG. Xiaodo. Gongsun Li Berserk. Rome, XYG. Shiha. Yao Disrupt. Red side, Guangzhou TTG top lane, Guangzhou TTG. Qing. Miyu Flash. Jungle Guangzhou TTG. Baron. Wan Smite. Mid lane, Guangzhou TTG. Jiwei. Jiangxia Flash. Gold lane, Guangzhou TTG. Qianxing. Yuji Flash. Rome Guangzhou TTG. Bingchen. Zhang Fei Disrupt. The two casters analyzed both lineups. Bottle said XYG's Pixiao has Lu Bu, while the bottom lane has the Yali combo with Gongsun Li and Yao. This match places the burden of initiating and tanking damage on Su Yes Lu Bu. Pixiao is under a lot of pressure. Chi added that's right. But in the mid lane, they gave Lingmeng his signature hero Sure. Lingmeng's Sure is formidable with a win rate over 80% in KA. If he can land his hooks accurately, he can share the initiation pressure. Bottle nodded TTG needs to focus on the bottom lane's Yali combo. Zayuda's Gongsun Li is the core damage dealer. They can't let him scale up. A fully built Gongsun Li with Yao is terrifying. Chi said indeed TTG's Qing has his unstoppable top lane Miyu. This match hinges on whether Qing's Miyu can gain an edge in the landing phase. Miyu has a good matchup against Lu Bu. Listening to the caster's analysis, Daxian nodded this match and trusts the carry responsibility to Yi Bao and Duzi. Let's see how they perform. Go. After a brief loading screen, the match officially began. As soon as the game started, Su Yi began directing Duzi go straight to mid lane to clear waves. Meng drop a second skill and leave. Jiyue and I will invade the red buff directly. Duzi clear the wave with Gongsun Li hit level 2 and come to support. Be confident. Play aggressively. This level 1 team fight is easy. Meng after clearing the wave, keep an eye on the red buff, don't let it get stolen. Pengu is strong early game with bleed damage on basic attacks, dealing high initial damage. His combat capability is solid, he's not afraid to fight anyone. Zayuda's level 2 Berserk Gongsun Li is equally dominant. With strong heroes in hand, it was natural to play aggressively. If the enemy dared to contest the red buff, they would definitely pay a price. Hearing Su Yes command, his teammates nodded, let's do this. On the big screen, Su Yi led Jiyu's Pengu around the top lane river heading toward TTG's red jungle. Zayuda's Gongsun Li along with Zai's Yao and Lingmeng's Sure cleared the mid lane waves. Arriving behind the red buff, Su Yi warned Miyu is in the brush behind red, Oi charge him directly. Hearing Su Yes reminder, Jiyu's Pengu spammed his first skill. Sure enough, as soon as they entered the brush behind red, they saw Qing's Miyu trying to retreat. Jiyu's Pengu hit him with his first skill, knocking him back and slowing him. Su Yes Lu Bu landed a side slash with his first skill, Fangtian Huaji. The two chased Qing's Miyu, beating him down and taking a quarter of his health. Both mid lanes have chosen to swap, said Bottle. They're putting the Marksman with strong wave clear in the middle. September's Pengu is directly invading the red buff area. What's the plan? First harass Miyu to lower her health, then directly steal the jungle. Chi exclaimed, they're playing aggressively. A direct invasion. Both pairs of support and marksmen have finished clearing their lanes and are coming to assist. It's a 4 vs 3 fight. After harassing Miyu, Su Yi and September knew when to stop and didn't chase recklessly. September's Pengu began attacking the red buff, while Su Yi started on the 3 little jungle creeps. At this moment, Bing Chen's Zhang Fei arrived at the red buff area trying to defend the jungle. Su Yi immediately countered with a Fangtian Huaji / refreshing his enchantment effect. He then chased Zhang Fei with a series of basic attacks. He managed to shave off a third of Zhang Fei's health with just basic attacks. On the other side, Qing's Miyu used her second skill to tether to September, who was attacking the red buff, with Pengu constantly harassing and draining September's health. Just at that moment, Xiaodo's Gongsun Li finished clearing her lane and arrived. She used her first skill to dash forward, activated Frenzy, and relentlessly attacked Qing's half-health Miyu with basic attacks. Qing kept his composure, using his second skill to tether to Xiaodo's Gongsun Li and fighting back. September's Pengu focused entirely on the red buff. When its health dropped to the execution threshold, Su Yes' eyes narrowed. Now, kill him. With Su Yes' command, his teammates acted in unison. Over a month of rigorous practice had honed their coordination to perfection. September's Pengu used Smite to secure the red buff, then immediately used his first skill to charge at Qing's Miyu. The moment Pangu's charge connected with Miyu, Su Yi and Xiaodo acted almost simultaneously. Xiaodo's Gongsun Li activated her second skill. Su-Yes Lu Bu began the casting animation for his first skill Fangtian Huaji, seemingly aimed at Bing Chen's Zhang Fei and Qiancheng's consort Yu. But just as the skill was about to be released, a flash of yellow light. Su-Yes Lu Bu used flash, instantly landing his Fangtian Huaji on Qingqing's Mi Yu. Qingqing's Mi Yu had over half health. Yet under the combined burst of Su-Yes trio, her health bar was in. She didn't even have time to use flash. First blood. First blood. Seeing Mi Yu's health bar vanish, the audience erupted in cheers. De Xian's eyes widened. Hey, nice one, my boy. What a combo. A half-health hero deleted instantly. They've got some skills. Bottle exclaimed, oh my god. It's a health bar deletion technique. Qingqing's half-health Mi Yue gone in an instant. XYG's coordination was perfect. Chi-Chi agreed, that's right. Pangus charge Gong Sun Li's second skill, Lu Bus, flash first skill. All three acted almost at the same time. Their teamwork was seamless. Qingqing simply couldn't react, and they even forced a flash out of him. This was a huge win. On the field, after eliminating Qingqing's Mi Yu, Su-Yes Lu Bu turned around and chased after Zhang Fei and consort Yu. In a 4 vs 2 situation, they forced out Zhang Fei's second skill and consort Yes flash. After forcing them away, they also cleared the 2 mini-camps in the red jungle. This invasion was an overwhelming success. On the big screen, Bu Ran's lawn was playing very meticulously. After finishing his blue buff, he immediately went to steal XYG's red buff. However, thanks to Su-Yes warning Ling Ming's, she sure was already waiting in the red buff area. She ran straight into Bu Ran's lawn. She used her first and second skills, precisely pulling him and forcing him to retreat. Bottle commented, oh, XYG managed to defend their red buff. Then Bu Ran is in trouble. He's starting with just 1 buff. Chi-Chi added XYG's early game setup. I can only describe it as perfect. Coach Grape Sugar. He clearly came prepared. Unaware that Su Yi was the one calling the shots, Chi-Chi attributed the flawless early game plan entirely to Coach Grape Sugar. She showered him with praise. This level 1 team fight established XYG's early advantage. With the first red buff secured, barring any mistakes, they could control all subsequent red buffs. In the Guangzhou TTG voice chat, Qingqing sounded frustrated. I can't believe it. I had over half health and got deleted instantly. Pangu just bumped me and the other 2 unloaded all their damage at once. Their coordination is really something. Bu Ran was also upset. My red jungle is gone. This early phase is going to be tough. Let's play safe for now. They'll look for an opportunity to gank. The match continued. After clearing Bu Ran's land's jungle, September's Pangu returned to his own blue jungle to farm. Having secured first blood, Su Yi had a lane advantage. He froze the minion wave near the river. Qingqing's level 1 Mi Yu had to step forward to soak experience, exposing herself. Whenever Qingqing came close, Su-Yes Lu Bu would unleash a combo on her. After taking damage from just 2 minions, Qingqing's Mi Yu was already down to half health. She had no choice but to stay under her tower, waiting for the wave to push in. Su Yi glanced at the minimap and immediately started commanding. September, after you finish the blue buff, come top for a gank. We can dive top. A Meng Duzi you 3 defend the red jungle. Hearing Su-Yes command, September didn't hesitate. Okay, coming. The team now trusted Su-Yes commands unconditionally. Even if it differed from their own judgment or playstyle, they prioritized Su-Yes calls. On the big screen, September's Pangu had just finished the blue buff. Without clearing the 2 mini-camps in the blue jungle, he immediately headed towards the top lane. The camera focused on the top lane. Seeing that Su-Yes Lu Bu had frozen the minion wave twice, and Qingqing's Mi Yu was still level 1. Bottle's eyes widened. Huh. September finishes blue and goes straight top. Looks like they want to dive Qingqing. Chi-Chi nodded, skipping the jungle camps to gank top. But Qingqing's Mi Yu has flash. It won't be easy to kill. It depends on Qingqing's mechanics and the coordination between Su Yi and September. As September's Pangu reached the top lane and hid in the bush near TTG's outer tower, Su Yi stopped freezing the wave and pushed it under the tower. After pushing the wave under the tower, neither Su Yi nor September attacked immediately. With his peak-level mechanics, Su Yi, himself a master of Mi Yu, understood the hero perfectly. Qingqing's Mi Yu was about to reach level 2. Once she leveled up and learned her first skill combined with flash, she would have 2 mobility tools, making a tower dive much harder. Su Yi pretended to walk towards the river to take the river crab. Once out of vision, he made a U-turn, silently slipping into the top lane bush. Inside the bush, Su Yi reminded, wait for her to use her first skill to clear the wave before we go. Thus both Su Yi and September waited in the bush for Qingqing's Mi Yu to clear the minions. Qingqing, completely unaware of the danger, used her second skill to tether to the minions reaching level 2. Then she immediately used her first skill to clear the wave. The moment Qingqing's Mi Yu cast her first skill, Su Yi and September moved simultaneously. Su-Yes Lu Bu counterattacked with a side slash of his Fangtian Huaji. Meanwhile, September's Pangu directly used his first skill, Rage Assault, to charge at Qingqing's Mi Yu. Damn, it's over. Seeing the 2 figures suddenly charging from left and right, Qingqing was utterly stunned. He couldn't fathom why Pangu would appear here. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't he be farming the red buff in the jungle? Pingzi's voice raced. Here they come. They're going in. Lu Bu's first skill lands Pangu rams into Qingqing's Miyu. Qingqing's Miyu just used her first skill, so there's no way out but to flash and retreat. September's Pangu followed up his first skill Rage Assault with his second skill Suppression Grip and basic attacks. Combined with the true damage from Su Yes Lubu basic attacks, Qingqing's Miyu was instantly reduced to a sliver of health. Aren't you supposed to be farming the jungle? Qingqing shouted in frustration, flashing to retreat. Yet he knew his fate was sealed. As expected, once Lu Bu's first skill cooldown refreshed, Su Yi pressed forward using his second skill to slow Miyu before unleashing a side slash with his first skill, cleaving away Qingqing's dying Miyu in one blow. Chi-Chi exclaimed excitedly. Pixiao, a first skill finish, directly executes the dying Miyu. That top lane gank was truly unexpected. XYG. Pixiao has defeated Guangzhou TTG. Qingqing. The kill notification appeared, and the second kill of this match was effortlessly secured. Witnessing this, the audience below erupted in cheers. Daxian was pleasantly surprised. Hey, not bad. That top lane gank was unconventional. Normally September would definitely be farming his own jungle. Qingqing would never expect two burly men lying in ambush in the top lane. The bullet comments in Daxian's livestream buzzed with discussion. Bro, yes, got a heavenly start. Isn't he just going to slaughter Qingqing? Nice. September knows who the real boss is now. Satisfying. 2 kills in just over a minute. How's the enemy supposed to fight back? As long as Bro Yi starts strong, victory is guaranteed. In the Guangzhou TTG voice channel, Qingqing fumed. Damn it, what's their deal? Targeting me. Pangu ignores 2 huge jungle areas just to focus on me. I'm so done. In just over a minute, having just revived and returned to the lane, without even finishing the minion wave, he was sent back to the fountain again. Anyone would be furious. Bingshan far in the bottom lane quickly tried to console him. No big deal. No big deal. Keep your cool, Xiaoma Qingqing. Once you hit level 4, who can still dive you? Qingqing took a deep breath. That damn Lubu better watch out. After this exchange, Su Yes Lubu took the river crab and cleared another wave, leveling up to 4. In contrast, Qingqing's Miyu was only level 2, completely losing the ability to lane against Su Yi. Miyu's early game relies on applying lane pressure and relentless pushes. Now she was pinned under her tower by a Lubu not daring to step out. Utterly neutralized. Having achieved his goal, Su Yi directed, top lane Miyu is done for, ignore her. From now on, September, an alming focus on helping the bottom lane. Okay. With XYG's tactical shift, September's Pangu farmed his way toward the bottom lane. Lingming's Shishir cleared the mid lane and reached level 4 before heading down as well. While moving, Lingming reminded, I have my ultimate ready. Whoever I pull, we kill. Up top, Su Yes Lubu continued to freeze the minion wave against Qingqing's Miyu. As he froze the wave, he panned the camera to observe the mid and bottom lanes. Seeing an opportunity for a team fight in the bottom lane, Su Yi pushed the minion wave and headed toward the primordial rune array in the top lane. Then he observed the bottom lane from the primordial rune array. The match time reached 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Lingming's Shishir crept into the river bush near the bottom lane. With a maximum range first skill, she pulled Bingshan's Zhang Fei. Instantly, Lingming activated her ultimate for a 2-stage pull. Xiudis Li Bai activated his frenzy, and Zai Xiao activated her second skill. The 3 focused fire on Bingshan's Zhang Fei, who was quickly reduced to critical health. Pingzi, hey, Zhang Fei got pulled. What now? Focus fire to finish him. The damage is too high. Even Zhang Fei can't withstand it. Chi-Chi Jiawei is charging his ultimate at the dragon pit. What's the plan? Is he going for a flash ultimate? Looks like there's an opportunity in the bottom lane. Qiancheng's Yuji is still dealing damage. While Shodo and his team focused Zhang Fei in the bottom lane, Su Yi kept panning the camera and spotted the visual effect of Jiawei's Jiang Zia charging his ultimate at the dragon pit. When Jiang Zia charges his ultimate, even without vision, the 2 lines of his ultimate are visible. Seeing this, Su Yi decisively pressed the teleport button. The primordial rune array lit up. It illuminated Jiawei's Jiang Zia at the river position. At that moment, Jiawei was charging his ultimate in reverse, planning to use a flash ultimate to sweep Shodo and the others in the bottom lane. Although Shodo and his team managed to kill Zhang Fei, they had taken significant damage from Qiancheng's Yuji. Both Shodo and Shiha were below half health. So even seeing Su Yi teleporting, Jiawei resolutely executed his flash ultimate. A flash of yellow light streaked across. Jiawei's Jiang Zia flash ultimate swept toward the XYG trio in the bottom lane. Thanks to the vision from Su Yi's teleport, Shodo used Li Bei's second and first skills to shift positions nimbly, narrowly dodging Jiang Zia's. However, while Shodo reacted quickly and dodged, Lingming and Shiha weren't so lucky. Zai Xiao was reduced to critical health by Jiang Zia's flash ultimate and finished off by Qiancheng's Yuji's first skill. Lingming's Shishir was also critically wounded and forced to retreat. Witnessing this, the audience below erupted in gasps. Shoto let out a long sigh of relief. Phew, that scared me. Shiha grimaced, damn, why kill my Yao? Suyi smiled and shook his head. No worries, I'll avenge you. Since this Jiangxia doesn't want to leave, then he can stay. As Su Ye's domineering voice rang out, his Lubu landed and immediately struck Juwei's Jiangxia with a first skill. Then using the true damage from his enchantment, he continuously kite and damaged Jiuwei, reducing him to nearly half health. Just as Jiangxia was about to be killed, at that moment, a lawn charged straight out of TTG's blue buff area. Buran's lawn lunged forward using his ultimate to push Su Yi away, attempting to save Juwei's Jiangxia. However, Su Yi showed incredible finesse, countering by unleashing Lu Bu's ultimate, dodging Lan's ultimate control. Upon landing, his ultimate knocked up both Jiuwei and Buran. Then with another Fangtian Huaji slash, he instantly took down Juwei's Jiangxia. Killing spree, blazing brilliance. After finishing, Su Yi engaged in a standoff with Buran's lawn. Though Su Yi had lost significant health from Jiangxia's first and second skills and was at a disadvantage, he refused to retreat a single step, fighting Hedon. Buran sneered as he prepared to finish off Su Ye's critically wounded Lu Bu. The bottle exclaimed rapidly, Jiangxia's great flash hit two people. Yao Mei was taken by Yuji, but the Ninetales got stuck by the Dawn's Lu Bu. This wave is a bit hard to escape. With the magic of Fang Tianhua's slash, the second skill slows down with a basic attack. Chi-Chi's eyes flickered. No, otherwise support will arrive here. Jiangxia cooperated, otherwise Lan counterattacks. What about this wave? Dawn Lu Bu's ultimate dodged Lan's ultimate, but the damage from otherwise is very high. With Jiangxia's first skill reducing dual resistance, they directly left Dawn Lu Bu severely injured. Panga's ultimate, as otherwise first and second skills slashed at the low health Lu Bu. He had already seen Su Ye's Lu Bu fall to the ground and himself getting the final blow. However, Brother Yi, am coming. Juyu's voice echoed in the voice channel. The world was splitting open. Suddenly the ground on the riverbank cracked open. Cracks appeared out of nowhere. Juyu's Pangu finished clearing the red zone and arrived. Before he arrived, his ultimate was already there. A long-range ultimate hit, instantly disarming otherwise Lan. What the A? Seeing Su Ye's Lu Bu had only a sliver of health left, otherwise cursed loudly, frantically tapping basic attacks. He wanted to kill Su Yi. However, under Panga's disarm effect, otherwise Lan was completely disabled. He couldn't even perform a basic attack, otherwise turning around to cast his first skill to escape, but it was already too late. Juyu's Panga's first skill charged in and instantly crashed otherwise to death. The bottle exclaimed, disarmed. Disarmed. Panga disarmed Lan. Otherwise Lan was directly disabled. A counterkill. Juyue came just in time for this wave. Seeing this scene, the audience below cheered loudly. Master Daxian was also clenching his fists. After seeing Juyue arrive, he finally sighed in relief. Phew, good. This wave Yibao really made a great contribution. This teleport was crucial. If it weren't for finding Jiangxia's position, big trouble is about to happen in the bottom lane. The bullet screen in Master Daxian's live stream was also bustling with discussion. Wow. It still has to be Brother Yi. This wave of awareness is fantastic. If Brother Yi hadn't come, Duzi and Aming probably would have been left behind. Is this Brother Yi? Is this the Dawn? Truly impressive. After a team battle, they directly achieved a 1-for-3 trade, a huge profit. In the Guangzhou TTG voice channel, the wails and curses were incessant. Ninetales, I really can't believe it. Why did Lu Bu teleport at this? Otherwise, this wave has ruined the rhythm. Ice Dust, it's tough, we can't keep playing like this. We've been led by the opposite side, which isn't a solution. It's only been 3 minutes and the kill count is already 5-1. It can be said to be a huge disadvantage already. If TTG doesn't adjust their state and stabilize the rhythm soon, then this match could likely become a complete stomp. Otherwise, gritted his teeth. Xiaoma, Qingqing, you eat. Play a bit aggressively in the top lane. Oh, I will come to help you catch someone later. Qingqing nodded. Okay, but his flash will be ready soon, so be careful. The match is still ongoing. Jiyu's Pangu is directly focusing on the mid and lower lanes. Xiudo's Gong Sun Li has 2 bodyguards, Shi He and Yao, and Ling Meng Shi Sure. There was simply no way to catch or target them. TTG wanted to find an opportunity for a breakthrough, but could only seek out Su Ye's Lu Bu. Although in the last match otherwise was counterkilled by the 3 men surrounding Su Ye's Lao Fuzi. But this time Lu Bu didn't have Lao Fuzi's damage reduction. Plus Jiangxia's first skill could reduce dual resistance. As long as they could catch him, it would be a guaranteed kill. After Su Yi replenished his state and returned to the top lane, he saw that Qingqing's Mi Yu was actually carrying a red buff. It is well known that a Marco Pineapple with a red buff and one without are 2 different heroes. And a Mi Yu with a red buff and one without are also 2 different heroes. Originally pressured by Su Yi, Mi Yue after getting the red turned the tables and began to pressure Su Yi instead. This made Su Yi feel a bit uncomfortable. As expected of the heavenly border, the treatment is just so good. Hearing Su Ye's complaints, Ji Yue quickly spoke up. What? Brother Yi, if others have it, you should have it too. Here, they'll give you my blue buff. If you want the red buff, I can give you that too. Hearing Jiyu's words, Ling Meng, although I'm just a tool person, isn't giving the blue buff to Lu Bu a bit excessive? Xiaodo, isn't this looking down on me as a marksman? Jiyu huffed proudly. What's wrong with Lu Bu? Lu Bu needs cooldown reduction too, right? Lu Bu also needs to take red to stick to people. In the jungler, oh, I can give buffs to whoever I want. Brother Yi, come quickly. Seeing Jiyu really wanting to give the blue buff to himself, Su Yi smiled and shook his head. Not necessary, not necessary. This wave me Yu is pressing a bit hard. They're probably planning to move against me again. Jiyu move a bit towards the top lane. Hearing Su Yi's command, Jiyu, stop joking, coming. On the big, one could see Qingqing's Mi Yue after getting the red buff, playing extremely aggressively. She had pushed Su Yi's Lu Bu under the tower. Su Yi also played very cautiously, directly hiding under the tower. However, it seemed like Qingqing's Mi Yu didn't intend to let Su Yi go even while under the tower. One could see Qingqing's Mi Yu continuously using her second skill and basic attacks to chip away at Su Yi's health. She even threw her first skill, directly tanking the tower to exchange health with Su Yi's Lu Bu. The bottle exclaimed, Qingqing is playing fiercely, directly pressuring Dawn. Having a red buff makes a huge difference. How should we respond? Are they going to dive the tower? First skill charged in to harass. Otherwise Lan is coming. Are they going to dive Dawn again? After Qingqing's Mi Yu charged in on Su Yi's Lu Bu, otherwise Lan dashed out from the bushes next to the first tower. After the last time, when Su Yi's Lu Bu dodged otherwise Lan's ultimate. Otherwise learned from that experience. After quickly closing the distance with his first and second skills, he directly slashed to harass Su Yi's health, not in a hurry to use his ultimate. However, just as the two had reduced Su Yi's Lu Bu to half health, Su Yi countered with a shield that absorbed both himself and the minions. It absorbed nearly half of his health, leaving Qingqing and otherwise dumbfounded. Immediately after, a towering figure charged out from behind XYG's first tower. It was Jiyu's Pangu. Not good. Retreat. Qingqing quickly activated Mi Yu's ultimate to avoid tower damage. Otherwise Lan also gave up on diving the tower and retreated. Chi, very detailed. Oh, Qingqing tanked the tower first. Otherwise Lan rushed up directly wanting to dive. What to do? After Qingqing opened her ultimate at half health, she retreated. Pangu and Zhang Zia are arriving one after the other. TTG is going to retreat. Dawn has jumped into the ultimate. Seeing that Qingqing and otherwise had finished off their skills and were about to leave, Su Yi naturally wouldn't let them go so easily. Su Yi's Lu Bu unleashed his ultimate in a reverse strike, instantly cutting off the retreat paths of Qingqing and Bu Ran. Upon landing, his axe cleaved directly into both of them. Bu Ran's Lan used his ultimate's invincibility to evade the knockup. However, Qingqing's Mi Yue was not so fortunate. After being launched into the air, she was immediately knocked back by September's Pangu using his first skill, Raging Fury Assault. Su Yi and September relentlessly pummeled Qingqing. Just then Juwei's Zhang Zia arrived and used his first and second skills to push September away. Seeing Juwei's arrival, Qingqing and Bu Ran attempted a counterattack. However, the heavens split asunder. As September's Pangu leaped high, his heavenly axe erupted with multiple energy beams. Fissures appeared on the ground ahead. Both Bu Ran and Qingqing, struck by the fissures, were disarmed. Though Su Yi's Lu Bu was critically wounded, their attacks simply could not land. Fall back, fall back. Bu Ran's Lan, already low on health, sensed the danger and shouted to retreat. A flash of yellow light streaked by. A single dash. Su Yi's Lu Bu, like a demon descending from the abyss, struck down Bu Ran's Lan with one decisive halberd blow, securing an instant kill. Rampage. Unstoppable. Qingqing's Mi Yue barely escaped by using her flash. Bottle exclaimed excitedly, oh my god, it's Pangu's ultimate disarming again. It completely turned the tide. Pashao's dash instantly took down Bu Ran's Lan. Qingqing's Mi Yue flashed to escape. Zhang Zia. Juwei. He can't get away. Juwei's Zhang Zia, charging his ultimate on the side, sensed the danger, released the blast, and turned to flee. However, he was caught by Su Yi and September and swiftly eliminated. Another classic familiar counterkill. 3 players ganked top lane, outnumbering 2, yet 2 were slain in return. Su Yi's Lu Bu survived with a sliver of health. Witnessing this, the audience erupted in cheers. De Xian couldn't stop grinning. Good, good, good. Well played. Yi Bao's Lu Bu pulled off another flawless performance this round. That desperate shield just left the opponents utterly bewildered. His ultimate jump was decisive too. Things are looking up. The barrage in De Xian's live stream buzzed with discussion. Holy crap. Awesome. 3 against 2, and they killed 2 again. Haha. Don't they ever learn? They got counter-killed by Brother Yi last round, and now they're at it again. After this, they probably won't dare to dive Brother Yi anymore. I always feel like Brother Yi gets a buff when counterattacking under the tower. That's incredibly fierce. Watching Lu Bu dominate the battlefield like a war god, Chi couldn't help but remark September's Panga pick was absolutely brilliant. Coach Glucose. It perfectly countered Miyue and Lan. At over 4 minutes the kill score was 7-1. With a gold lead of 2,000, XYG came prepared. Both Miyue and Lan primarily rely on basic attacks for damage. Once Pangu disarmed them, both were rendered useless. By now, many sharp-eyed viewers had realized XYG's performance in the first 2 games was a deliberate concealment. In Gemini's livestream, fans marveled at Uncle Guess's keen insight. Uncle Gu proudly boasted, "What did you expect? Those 3 pounds of crayfish weren't for nothing. I've done my homework on XYG." After devouring 3 pounds in the restroom that day, Uncle Gu spent the night reviewing all 7 matches of the KA Grand Finals. Thus, he had a thorough understanding of XYG's true strength. In Guangzhou TTG's voice channel, both Qingqing and Bu Ran were mentally crumbling. Qingqing's Miyue was now 0-3. Bu Ran's Lan stood at 0-2. A dismal record. Qingqing, this damn Pangus disarm is just too disgusting. I couldn't even land a single auto attack. Bu Ran, damn. This feels so awful. Dying twice in a row. Listening to their anguished cries, Qiansheng on the bottom lane said, pained, "Stay calm, we're doing fine down here. You have to keep your composure, they're deliberately trying to rattle you. If we keep our heads, we can win." Despite Qiansheng and Bingchen's constant reassurances, both Qingqing and Bu Ran remained deeply frustrated, completely lost on how to proceed, playing with utter confusion. And so, after Zhuwei's Zhang Zia fell, Qiansheng's Yu Ji and Bingchen's Zhang Fei went to the mid lane to cover. Zhuwei, upon respawning, headed to the bottom lane to clear minions. Bu Ran's Lan, after respawning, cleared the blue jungle and intended to leech mid lane experience. Seeing only Ling Meng in the mid lane, he executed Lan's 12A3 combo to pull and push back. He aimed to shove Ling Meng right into Qiansheng's Yu Ji for a coordinated kill. However, he forgot that Ling Meng still had flash available. This was the professional stage after all. How swift are pro players' reactions? Before Bu Ran's ultimate even launched, Ling Meng's Shi Shi had already used flash to retreat. In contrast, Bu Ran's Lan tanked 3 tower shots, leaving him critically wounded. September's Pangu arrived from the river, finishing off Bu Ran with an ultimate and basic attack. The crowd erupted in cheers. Desien's eyes sparkled. Good. Meng's reaction was incredibly fast. That was skilled. Huh. Bottom lane. No sooner had the mid lane action concluded than Desien's excitement was interrupted. Xiao Dou and Shihe shone on the bottom lane. Zhuwei's Zhang Zia was clearing minions alone. Xiao Dou with Shihe's Yao dove the tower for a kill. Even before the first tower fell, they chased Zhuwei's Zhang Zia to the second tower and eliminated him. Qiansheng's Yu Ji and Bingchen's Zhang Fei arrived. Xiao Dou's Gongsun Li then executed a dazzling series of phantom shifts, showcasing incredible mechanics. He turned around and whittled down Bingchen's full health Zhang Fei. Qiansheng's Yu Ji tried to save Bingchen, but was pulled by Ling Meng's Shi Shi. Unfortunately, Ling Meng's ultimate was on cooldown, allowing Qiansheng's Yu Ji to escape with flash. Watching XYG's seamless, relentless rhythm wave after wave, Desien excitedly grabbed a slice of lemon and stuffed it into his mouth. I can't take it. The boys are playing too well. It's got me too hyped. I need 2 lemon slices to calm down. Brothers, push through and take them down. As the lemon hit his tongue, Desien's face contorted in pain, but the smile on his lips never faded. Both casters couldn't help but marvel. Bottle, incredible. Every XYG player is on point. They all can pull off amazing plays. Xiao Dou's Gongsun Li easily handled 2 opponents alone. Ling Meng's Shi Si lands her pulls with absurd precision. Chi in this game, XYG is truly unstoppable. All 3 lanes are flourishing. Meanwhile, TTG seems lost and bewildered. At this rate, XYG's advantage will only grow. It is not the glory of a single king, but the honor of the team. No matter how skilled Su Yi is, he alone cannot dominate the entire course of the match. What he needed to do was to open up an early advantage, helping his brothers build confidence and a lead. All the brothers had to do was to fully unleash their true strength. The match reached the 6-minute mark. Su Yi and September once again caught Qingqing's Miyu in the top lane. The 2 coordinated to bring her to low health. Bu Ran's Lan had lost the will to fight, merely watching from behind. However, Qingqing relied on Miyu's first skill to retreat under the tower. Yet, Xiao Dou's Ali with Shihe's Yao Maiden on top appeared directly in the river. A flashy combo of 33-12A from Ali delivered a long-range killing sequence. Even though Qingqing's Miyu used flash to create distance, she was still eliminated. Killing spree. A sharp display of prowess. Xiao Dou's Gongsun Li, now with 3 kills, joined the fray in full force. As Xiao Dou rotated through mid lane, Ling Meng pulled in Bing Chen's Zhang Fei. Under the focused fire of 3, Bing Chen's Zhang Fei fell once more. The kill count stood at 101. Bing Chen's Zhang Fei had barely revived. After swapping lanes, Su Yi with September clashed again with Qingqing and Bu Ran in the bottom lane. Under economic suppression, Qingqing and Bu Ran stood no chance. They were utterly routed, abandoning their gear in defeat. Suye's Lu Bu used a flash ultimate into a first skill to instantly eliminate Qingqing's Miyu. September's Pan Gu used his twin axes to finish off Bu Ran's lawn. Ling Meng's Shishir confidently flashed and pulled back Jiu Wei's Jiang Zia in the jungle. Suyi claimed the kill with a single strike of his halberd. Godlike, sweeping through the enemy lines. On the verge of becoming a legend, the audience erupted in cheers. From this point onward, Qingqing's Miyu had fallen to 0-5. The premier side laner was being slaughtered by XYG, nearly reaching a catastrophic score. The kill ratio stood at 1-0-1. This was utterly unacceptable for TTG's fans. The spectators and numerous commentators and streamers were all stunned. Weren't they supposed to be a team from the national tournament? Weren't they just champions of the K-League? How in the world were they this ferocious? They were outright crushing the KPL runner-up team. At the bottom of the big screen, the real-time win probability for this match appeared. Reverse the tide. The win probabilities had completely swapped XYG's when rates soared to 88, while TTG's plummeted to 12. Compared to the pre-match predictions, it was bitterly ironic. The subsequent match became remarkably straightforward. Xiaodo's Gongsun Li had the highest economy across the board and the best development. Suye's Lu Bu and Ling Meng's Shishir both acted as Xiaodo's bodyguards. Along with Shi He's Yao Maiden, the three protected him closely. Wherever they went, they dominated without restraint. TTG's outer towers on all three lanes fell one by one. There were moments when Xiaodo's Ali got overly aggressive, giving the enemy opportunities to engage. However, Su Yi would leap toward Xiaodo's Ali with his ultimate. Demon descends. Suye's Lu Bu descended from the heavens, shielding Xiaodo's Ali. With a nearly legendary Lu Bu as a bodyguard, who dared to touch Xiaodo, he no longer used his ultimate to initiate fights, reserving it solely to protect Xiaodo. TTG was battered with no chance to retaliate. By the 9-minute mark, all three outer towers of TTG had been destroyed. The jungle was fully invaded and all dragons were secured. Ping Z side once more. This tempo of macro play is terrifying. Flawless execution. This macro game is on par with top KPL teams. Chi added, there's no helping it. This Ali carry is too well protected. Just wait for the 10-minute mark to take the dragon and push. In terms of confidence and momentum, XYG is unstoppable. Guangzhou TTG is in deep trouble. At 10 minutes, the Dark Tyrant and Lord descended. The brothers directly took the dragon, and after securing the Dark Tyrant, they began their push. They pushed the mid and bottom waves together, and upon reaching the high ground, Ling Meng's Shi Shi delivered another brilliant play. She predicted and pulled in Bing Chen's Zhang Fei. Under the combined fire of 5, Zhang Fei couldn't even activate his ultimate and was instantly eliminated. TTG's mid and bottom high ground towers were left undefended, and they gave them up. Even after Zhang Fei revived despite a 10th sand gold lead, Su Yi still commanded the brothers to retreat and take the Dark Tyrant. The plan was to break all three high ground towers and secure the victory steadily, leaving TTG no chance for a comeback. While taking the Tyrant, Su Yi continuously stabilized the team's morale. Play steady. At this point, we absolutely cannot get cocky. Even though we have a huge advantage, we cannot let our guard down until the enemy's crystal shatters. Hearing Su Ye's reminder, the brothers all nodded. The more dominant the lead, the easier it is to get reckless and throw the game. There have been plenty of examples of huge leads being overturned in matches. In Gemini's stream, because the voice replay from the previous XYG match had been released, everyone now knew that Su Yi was the shot caller for XYG. Brother Gun nodded in admiration. Pei Zhao's macro calls are truly impressive. In professional matches, stability, even if there's a 90% chance of winning a fight and only a 10% risk of losing, you must eliminate that 1% risk. Brother Gu then glanced at the equipment panels of both teams. That single glance was enough to astonish Brother Gu. He saw that Su Ye's Lu Bu had built magic resist and physical defense items, then directly crafted a Dominator's Glory. For his fourth item, he had crafted a Zeal, seemingly aiming for a Phantom Dancer. In contrast, September's Pan Gu after Black Cleaver went straight for magic resist, physical defense, and Omen. In professional matches, Lu Bu was always built full tank as a frontliner. Yet Su Yi was about to complete a Phantom Dancer. Brother Gu exclaimed, "Oh my god. Pei Zhao's Lu Bu is a hybrid build." Pan Gu went full tank after Black Cleaver. Good heavens. Pei Zhao's team treatment is too good, letting the jungler build tank while he builds half damage. Truly touching. The best teammate ever. I feel this offensive item might be a setup. Later on, could it? Seeing Brother Gu about to jinx it again, fans from both sides in the stream frantically spammed messages telling him to shut up and stop the curse. One curse and both teams would panic. On the field, after XYG secured the Dark Tyrant, they pushed with the mid and top waves, aiming to take down TTG's top high ground tower in one go. In TTG's voice chat, Qingqing said, "We can't give up any more ground. If we do, we'll have to give up the crystal. What do you think? Should we go all in?" Bu Ran gritted his teeth. "Let's go all in. Just focus on that, Ali." Jiu Wei nodded that Ali didn't build magic resist. "I'll flash into a big ultimate." Qianqing agreed. I can do it. I have my active item ready. I'll lock onto him with portrait targeting. Bing Chun nodded. Watch out for the Lu Bu. He has Dominator's glory, so his damage is not to be underestimated. In a few short exchanges, TTG had decided to fight to the death, unwilling to wait for their demise. Xiaodo's Ali with Shi He's Yao Maiden on his head and Ling Meng's Shi Shi protecting him played extremely aggressively, positioning even farther forward than September's Pangu. Xiaodo sent the mid wave onto the high ground, while Su Yi sent the top wave into the tower. Though TTG's 5 members appeared to be waiting for the minions to enter the tower, they were all fixated on Xiaodo's Ali. Jiu Wei's Zhang Zia was already secretly charging his ultimate at the fountain gate. Go! With a furious roar from the nine-tailed fox, a flash of yellow light streaked past. Zhang Zia executed a quick dash. A crescent-shaped wave of red light instantly swept towards Xiaodo and Gong Sun Li. At the same time, in Qianqing, Yu Ji swiftly activated the solar bow, unleashing her second skill. Targeting Xiaodo and Gong Sun Li, she unleashed a relentless barrage of basic attacks. The moment Zhang Zia's quick dash hit Xiaodo, Alalai, Shi He and Yao Mei were instantly knocked out. Meanwhile, Yu Ji from Qianqing went on a rampage, landing 3 basic attacks, each a critical hit. In an instant, Xiaodo Alalai was reduced to a sliver of health. What the hell? Xiaodo exclaimed, quickly pressing her first skill to retreat. Jiue Lingming and Shi He hurriedly cast their skills to cover Xiaoda's withdrawal. Pangu unleashed his ultimate while Shi Shi used her second skill to block the path, and Yao Mei's first skill knocked back Zhang Zia. Everyone was doing their utmost to protect Xiaodo. However, upon seeing Xiaodo at such low health, the 5 members of TTG went wild like sharks. The commentator exclaimed rapidly, Zhang Zia's quick dash hit too. Yu Ji here deals high damage. 3 basic attacks straight to low health. Another quick dash. Straight away. Chi shouted excitedly. Gong Sun Li was taken down. Lu Bu jumped in. On the field, Yu Ji from Qianqing decisively dashed forward. Meanwhile, Bu Ran dove in to accelerate toward Xiaodo. Ice Dust Zhang Fei leaped forward with his second skill, immediately activating his ultimate. As Yu Ji's arrow pierced through Xiaodo and Gong Sun Li's low health body. Shot down. The killing spree was ended. Seeing Xiaodo taken down, Daxian's expression changed. It's over. Something went wrong. With their main carry down, how could they fight? The TTG fans below all raised their arms and cheers. Meanwhile, the XYG fans looked concerned. In such a critical moment, losing a member. Something big is about to happen. However, the next second, with Su Yes Lu Bus ultimate landing on the field, the shouts of the TTG fans fell silent. The changes on the field left all TTG fans dumb. In contrast, the XYG fans erupted in cheers. The situation had reversed. On the big screen, after Xiaodo was targeted, Su Yi chose not to use his ultimate to protect Xiaodo this time. Instead, after both of TTG's carries used their dashes, he decisively unleashed Lu Bus ultimate, jumping into the backline of TTG. Earlier, Su Yes' first skill had already successfully hit Bu Ran with a buff. As both of TTG's carries dashed in pursuit of Xiaodo, they could only watch helplessly as the demon descended. Take this spear. With Su Yes Lu Bus ultimate, demon descends falling. Qing Nine-Tailed Fox and Qianqing were all sent flying. Upon landing, Lu Bu swung his halberd in a 360-degree arc without any blind spots. The screen was filled with the white numbers representing true damage. 3,306. 3,306. An explosive true damage of over 3,000. The half-health Zhang Zia of the Nine-Tailed Fox was instantly taken down. Meanwhile, Yu Ji of Qianqing, who was also at half health, was instantly cleaved down to a sliver of health. A basic attack followed, resulting in an instant kill. Double kill. A double kill. Qing's Mi Yue with low health activated her ultimate, barely avoiding death. Watching Su Yes Lu Bu waiting for his ultimate to finish, Qing hurriedly dashed back, retreating towards Bu Ran and Ice Dust. However, would Su Yi let the low health Qing escape just like that? Just as the ultimate of Mi Yu was about to end, a beam of yellow light flashed past. Su Yes Lu Bu, as he took down the low health Qing, he also slashed Bu Ran down to low health. Triple kill. Bu Ran hadn't even reacted yet. The halberd swung again, a basic attack with true damage was already incoming. Bu Ran also fell. Quadra-kill. A fourfold extraordinary performance. A wave of 4 kills, seemingly slow, but everything happened in the blink of an eye. 4 kills in 3 seconds, the screen filled with true damage cleared the field. Witnessing this scene, the audience below erupted. Just a second ago, they were worried about how to escape this wave, and the next second they excitedly shouted, "Hey! Something went wrong. Huh, wait a minute." A single strike took down 2. A dash. Wiped them all out. Yi Bao. My Yi Bao. Forever a god. Going insane. My Yi Bao. Was that a 5 kill? As Daxian shouted excitedly, the barrage in the live stream also. What the hell? Amazing. Yi Gu is incredible. Wow. That ultimate was executed perfectly. Took them all out. So what? Was it a 5 kill? I feel like it's possible. Zhang Fei. Where are you running? Give Yi Gu a 5 kill. At the commentary booth, the commentator shouted excitedly, "My God!" Shoto Alalai was taken down. But Dawn does not retreat, instead advancing, directly jumping into the backline, taking out all of TTG's backline. One dash took down two. Still killing. Still killing. Chi-Chi shouted excitedly, "Fourfold extraordinary performance. Is a 5-kill possible? I feel like it's on." Zhang Fei wants to run but can't escape. On the field. Charge, charge, charge. Charge. What the hell? Where did they all go? Seeing that all his teammates were gone, Ice Dust was left dumbfounded. And the 4 members of TTG who had fallen were shouting frantically, "Run. Run. Quick, don't let him have a 5-kill. Long go. Run." At this moment, the bottom lane minions had arrived. TTG's team fight ended in a crushing defeat that couldn't be salvaged. The only thing they could do was to prevent Su Yes Lu Bu from getting a 5-kill. Ice Dust also reacted quickly, immediately running in the opposite direction of Lu Bu. On the XYG side, the 3 brothers behind had thought that this team fight was about to explode. With their main carry Shoto taken down, how could they fight 5 against 4? But the next second they saw Su Yes Lu Bu descending like a demon, wiping out all of the opponent's health bars. Jiyua, what the hell? Amazing. Yigo. Shihi, counterattack, counterattack, counterattack. Lingming, Yigo, come quickly. 5-kill. Caught Zhang Fei. Lingming's, she sure executed a precise prediction with her first skill. She immediately caught Ice Dust Zhang Fei. Su Yi smiled and nodded, directly following up with damage. Thanks. Although Ice Dust Zhang Fei activated his ultimate and had nearly half a shield under the true damage, he remained as fragile as paper. With the attack speed boost from Shadow Blade, Su Yi's basic attacks were incredibly fast. 3 basic attacks followed by a swing of the halberd, instantly taking down Zhang Fei, with Ice Dust Zhang Fei falling to the ground. Pentakill. A 5-fold unparalleled performance. As the 5-kill notification echoed, the entire venue erupted. The XYG fans below all raised their heads and cheered loudly. XYG, XYG, XYG. Dawn, Dawn, Dawn. Daxian excitedly jumped up from the couch. 5-kill, 5-kill. My Yi Bao? Another 5-kill. There are minions in the bottom lane we can push. Daxian shouted excitedly while grabbing a lemon from the table and stuffing it into his mouth. At the commentary desk, Bottle's eyes widened. A pentakill. A pentakill on the very first day of the World Championship qualifiers. The opening match. 2 pentakills have been achieved. September's Higginbana pentakill and Poxio's Lu Bu pentakill. Chi-Chi shouted excitedly, "Puxiao is like a god descending to earth." That was incredible. TTG had seized an opportunity, but Su Yes Lu Bu completely turned the tide. He single-handedly cut down both the back line and the front line, earning a pentakill. There are minions in the bottom lane, they can push for the win. As Kiki's words faded, the big screen showed 2 massive waves of minions advancing toward TTG's high ground in the bottom lane. Su Yi led his teammates charging down the bottom lane. By the time the minions reached the high ground, the fastest respawning TTG player still had 30 seconds left. The camera panned across the faces of TTG's 5 players, all slumped in their gaming chairs, their expressions filled with despair. Their final desperate struggle on the verge of success was completely dismantled by Su Yi. To offer hope and then snatch it away was far more agonizing than a straightforward defeat. As Su Yi and his 3 teammates furiously attacked the crystal, both commentators shouted in unison, "Let's congratulate XYG. They've tied the series. Successfully won 2 consecutive rounds. The champions of the KA League, their strength is undeniable. This is another team after MTG that threatens KPL status." As the commentators finished, all the players on stage stood up, smiling, high-fiving, and patting each other's shoulders in celebration. Everyone had performed quite well in this match, so everyone was overjoyed. September said, "All thanks to Brother Yi. Damn, that Lu Bu was fierce." Ling Ming added, "I really thought the last team fight was going to be a disaster. The Rift Herald was about to spawn. It scared me to death." Shoto admitted, "My bad, I got a bit carried away. But luckily you were there, Brother Yi." Su Yi smiled and shook his head. "Don't mention it. Didn't Brother Xian say? Just go for it without fear of mistakes. Even if you mess up, your teammates can carry you. This time it was me, but next time it'll be your turn." Hearing Su Yi's words, the teammates all shared a knowing smile. After this match, their confidence and morale soared to new heights. Their cohesion was also noticeably over at TTG. The 5 players were scratching their heads and rubbing their noses when they saw the camera on them, remembering how many people had favored them before the match. They all awkwardly lowered their heads, unable to meet the camera. A kill score of 16-2. This loss was truly humiliating. Thus the 5 of them staggered back to the rest area, their confidence and morale steadily declining. Compared to the previous 2 matches, the difference was stark. Seeing the contrast in the players' states, Daxian nodded approvingly. "Not bad, not bad. The boys have found their confidence. The next games will be much easier. Xiao Yi, you truly have the makings of a team leader." Watching the 5 spirited players on stage, Daxian had a feeling this team would bring him even greater surprises. On the big screen, the camera switched to the commentary panel. As soon as it turned, the three analysts exclaimed. Lao Wang said, "Oh my god." Poxio's Lu Bu was absolutely terrifying. In that last team fight, the screen full of gray-white true damage numbers gave me chills. Zhu Heng added, "I didn't even notice Poxio's build. Only at the end did I realize he was using a hybrid tank a phantom dancer Lu Bu. Such a creative idea." Ing Kai chimed in, "And more than that, Xiao must have been using damage runes, not the standard full tank runes. Otherwise the damage wouldn't have been so explosively terrifying." Lao Wang remarked, "Such audacity. But if Xiao hadn't built damage items, even if he had leaped onto both carries in the last fight, he might not have been able to delete them instantly. He really knows what he's doing." Zhu Heng said, "In this tank meta era, he dares to experiment and innovate." Xiao is still the same war god from the KA finals. He props up the collapsing mansion and turns back the raging tide. Ing Kai added, "The other XYG members also had commendable performances. Ling Meng sure was hooking opponents all game, and Zayuda's hypercarry was dazzling on Ali. XYG has truly played with confidence. This is a team with unlimited potential." Normally analysts should maintain an impartial stance, staying neutral, but XYG's performance in this match had won all three of their hearts, so they showered XYG with praise. Listening to their compliments for his players, Daxian couldn't stop grinning. It was as if they were praising him. The post-match stats screen appeared showing Su Yes Lu Bu with 32 damage share, just one less than Zayudas Ali. In terms of damage taken, he had 34, 2 less than September's Pangu. But his KDA of 1103 was exceptionally eye-catching. Daxian shook his head with a laugh. "No need to guess, the MVP for this match is probably Xiao Yes again. MVP well-deserved." As Daxian finished speaking, Su Yes' sunny and handsome poster appeared on screen. The female fans in the audience all screamed with excitement. In XYG's rest area, watching his 5 confident players, Coach Puteatang nodded with satisfaction. Great. I expected this match to last until around 18 minutes for a decisive outcome. But everyone performed so brilliantly that we finished early. You deserve praise." Hearing Puteatang's commendation, all the teammates shook their heads with grins. September said, "Not at all, it's all thanks to Coach Tang's excellent tactics, playstyle, and bans." Shoto chimed in, Exactly. Coach Tang is GOAT." Hearing Zayuda's playful words, Coach Puteatang teased, "Oh, do you want me to stay single forever too? Then I'll have to give you guys a tough time in the next match." Shoto quickly waved his hands. No. Coach Tang, he'll be single forever. He'll stay single, okay? I wish Coach Tang an early meeting with a good partner and many children." As soon as Shoto finished, the rest area erupted in laughter. "Huh, many children. That's hilarious." Only Shoto could say something like that. Shoto had always been the team's comic relief. He always had a way with unexpected words. Coach Puteatang smiled and shook his head. "All right, let's aim to win the next 2 matches in one go. For the bans and picks. We'll do this and that." In Guangzhou TTG's rest area, looking at their 5 dejected and mentally shaken players, Coaches Lovicht and Zhang Kai's eyes were filled with helplessness and regret. After losing 2 consecutive games, Lovicht and Zhang Kai had fully figured out XYG's playstyle and tactic. It was a classic case of using an inferior strategy to outwit a superior one and feigning weakness to conceal strength. With both teams' individual skills being roughly equal, the strength of their lineups could be categorized into upper, middle, and lower tiers. Given that upper-tier lineups outperform middle-tier ones, which in turn outperform lower-tier ones, TTG had wasted their upper-tier lineup against XYG's lower-tier lineup. Now, with only middle and lower-tier lineups left, how could they face XYG's upper and middle-tier lineups? TTG, due to overconfidence, hadn't given much thought to their draft strategy before the match. In the first game, they immediately went for a T0 lineup, the meta answer, BNK. This was because Lovicht believed that XYG's strength was no threat to TTG's position. As long as they secured the first win to boost morale, they could simply overpower the remaining matches with sheer strength. And indeed, the first game was an effortless stomp. Even in the second game, TTG deployed another T0 upper-tier lineup, aiming to press the advantage and pursue victory. XYG, on the other hand, brought out 2 controversial lower-tier lineups. The result was unsurprisingly a one-sided domination. Yet, after 2 games, TTG's confidence had been bolstered, but they had also exhausted their upper-tier lineups. XYG still had their upper and middle-tier lineups in reserve. In the subsequent games, no matter how the draft unfolded, XYG would have the upper hand in the draft phase. Thus, in the 3rd and 4th games drafts, TTG was completely suppressed by Coach Puteo's strategy. They were overwhelmed and crushed in 2 consecutive matches. No matter how one looked at it, TTG faced an uphill battle. Although TTG excelled in macro play and team coordination, the disadvantage in the draft had nullified those advantages. In esports, a good draft and strategy account for half the victory. This was no mere saying. Coaches Lovicht and Zhang Kai furrowed their brows, staring at their draft analysis notes, racking their brains for the 5 TTG players sat in silence, waiting for the coaches to think. The entire rest area was shrouded in a heavy atmosphere. This was a battle of wits between the 2 teams' coaches. Yet even as the time to return to the stage approached, Lovick and coach Zhang Kai had failed to devise a concrete plan. For this was an inherently unsolvable deadlock. To win, they would have to rely solely on TTG's individual prowess and on-the-spot performance. To triumph with a lower-tier lineup against a middle-tier one. With that thought, coach Zhang Kai began to encourage his team to steady their nerves. There's no doubt that lineups have tiers of strength. But even with a bad hand, it's not impossible to win. The key lies in how you play those cards. After the break, the players returned to the stage. The fifth game officially commenced. On the big screen, both teams reseated themselves. The coaches positioned themselves beside their top laners for the draft battle. The two casters took their places. Welcome back. This is the opening match of the 2021 Honor of Kings World Champion Cup qualifiers. The current match is between XYG and Guangzhou TTG with the score tied at 22. XYG has managed to equalize after losing the first two games. We wonder how TTG has adjusted their state. Let's take a look at the draft. As the casters' words faded, the camera on the big screen focused on the coaches of both teams. The draft phase began. The expressions on the coaches' faces clearly reflected the shift in their team's morale. Chi-Chi coach Putao looks much more relaxed now. He's no longer as tense and nervous as in the first game. Pingzi, that's right. On the other hand, you can see the immense pressure on coach Lovick. Winning 2 games straight only to have them equalized puts immense pressure on both the coach and the players. Chi-Chi, after all, this match is crucial. If they don't secure this first BO7, then in the second phase of the qualifiers, the BO1 matches are fraught with uncertainty. Gappy GKS star. All the strong KPL teams will be vying for the main event spots. Pingzi nodded. One misstep could mean missing out on the main event. Both teams will be desperate to take this one. As the casters continued their analysis, the first round of bans, blue side XYG banned Jing and Guanyu. TTG in turn banned Luban Master and Fire Dance. Then came the first round of hero picks. XYG's first pick was Lianpa. As Lianpa appeared, the audience erupted in cheers. It was as if they were recalling Su Yes' stunning 5-man stun in the KA League finals a month ago. Pingzi Poxio's Lianpa. It seems XYG has no intention of saving Pixiao for a later pick where TTG could target him. They're bringing out their signature hero right away. TTG picked Marco Polo and Meng Qi, both highly meta heroes. XYG followed up with Meng Ya and Sun Bin. TTG then filled their jungler position with Zhao Yun. Chi-Chi couldn't help but remark, XYG's first-round draft is quite impressive. By picking Lianpa first, and then following with Meng Ya and Sun Bin, they've prevented TTG from picking Dun Shan. The Meng Ya plus Sun Bin combo is a strong bot lane. Against Marco Polo, they'll have a good time in the early to mid-game. Pingzi indeed. Poxio's Lianpa is a confident first pick. This is also the signature hero that helped XYG turn the tide and win the championship. We can look forward to Poxio's performance. In the second round of bans, XYG banned Zhou Yu and Shishir. TTG banned Nakaru and Lan. During the pick phase, TTG chose Giguzi. Then it was XYG's turn to pick. The hero they revealed sent a wave of gasps through the audience. Within 6 feet, I am invincible. On the big screen appeared a heroic woman wielding a long spear with a red ribbon in her hair. It was Yuning. Pingzio. Yuning. Chi-Chi, wow. Is September going to pick Yuning? The debut of this hero in the World Champion Cup. The reason for the excitement was that Yuning had only been released for a little over a week at that point. Neither her playstyle nor her build had been finalized yet. It wasn't even certain whether Yuning would be played in the side lane or the jungle position. As a result, Yuning's damage output was incredibly weak and her maneuverability was very low. Even in ranked matches, very few people played her. Yet September had directly revealed Yuning. If she was locked in, this would be Yuning's debut on on stage. September looked at Su Yi with a smile and said, "Brother Yi, did you hear the cheers?" Su Yi nodded with a smile. "Yeah, but they're a bit quiet. I can't hear them very clearly." Both of them were wearing noise-canceling headphones, so only a faint hint of the audience's cheers reached them. September smiled confidently. "Then let's make the cheers even louder. Lock it in." Ling Ming also joined in the excitement. "My BNK. Let's go." Hearing their words, Xiaodou locked in Yuning, while Shihi locked in BNK. Because he was a transmigrator, Su Yi was familiar with the builds and runes. Combined with his max-level mechanics, he was the pinnacle of Yuning players. Over the past 7 days, Su Yi had given September special training on Yuning. September's skill level with Yuning had reached over 80 points, and this was the perfect time to use her as a trump card. With Yuning locked in and BNK instantly confirmed, the audience all erupted in cheers. Even through their headphones, the noise was intense. Bottle locked in. Yuning. Her debut on the professional stage brought to us by September. Yunying's ultimate has a crowd control immunity effect, so against Giguzi. You know what? It could actually work. Giguzi is quite countered by Yuning. One ultimate can lock down, preventing Giguzi from pulling people in. Chi-Chi nodded. BNK is out too. The version's answer. Paired with Sun Bin, the Sunbian combo has incredible healing and health recovery. XYG's ban and pick phase is excellent. Both casters couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Daxian nodded repeatedly, good this ban and pick is great. Looks like our chances of winning this match are much higher. Even Daxian, who didn't fully understand the draft, could see that XYG's lineup far outclassed TTG's, let alone the experts. Hearing the cheers around him, Coach Puteotang's face blossomed into a smile. This ovation was the greatest respect and appreciation for him. On the other hand, at TTG's side, seeing Yuning truly locked in Lovik's face instantly turned grim. This combination of Yuning and BNK had caught him off guard. The unknown is always the most terrifying. No one knew Yunying's true ceiling, but since XYG dared to pick her, they must have come prepared. TTG followed their original plan and picked Wang Xiaojun. Their intention was clear, they wanted to execute the Wang Xiaojun and Giguzi combination. Bottle Xiaojun paired with Giguzi. Not bad, but the margin for error is quite low, it demands high coordination. If they don't gain an advantage in the early game, they can easily become high ground defenders. Chi-Chi nodded in agreement, this relies heavily on teamwork. We'll have to see how well Jiawei and Bingshan have meshed. Amidst the excitement, both teams' lineups were finalized. Blue side XYG side lane, XYG. Pixiao. Lianpa punishment. Jungle XYG. September. Yuning punishment. Mid lane, XYG. Ling Meng. BNK flash. Gold lane, XYG. Shoudo. Mengyu purify. Roaming XYG. Shihi. Sunbin disrupt. Red side, Guangzhou TTG side, lane, Guangzhou TTG. Qingqing. Mengqi punishment. Jungle Guangzhou TTG. Buren. Zhaoyan punishment. Mid lane, Guangzhou TTG. Jiawei. Wang Xiaojun flash. Gold lane, Guangzhou TTG. Qianqing. Marco Polo purify. Roaming, Guangzhou TTG. Bingshan. Giguzi flash. The two casters continued analyzing both teams' compositions. In Gemini's livestream room, Uncle Gu waved his hand, no need to say more. XYG's lineup is formidable. This Yuning is definitely a trump card. If XYG can't win this match, I'll chop off my head right now and let you all kick it around. Hearing Uncle guess direct jinx on XYG, the livestream room instantly became lively. Here we go. The jinx is starting again. Wait, I feel like Uncle guess jinx doesn't work on XYG. Yeah, seems like it. When he jinxes other teams, they lose, but when he jinxes XYG, they win. What's the logic? A reverse jinx. On the loading screen, Su Yi quickly analyzed the 5 enemy hero icons. The damage and skill effects of Lian Pu and the 5 enemies flashed rapidly through his mind. After a brief thought, Su Yi directly began to command Duzi switch lanes with Meng to secure mid-priority. He'll go invade the enemy's red buff after hitting level 2. Come to support me after you clear the mid-wave. Flash Lian Pu had a playstyle for flash, and side lane Lian Pu with punishment naturally had its own approach. Hearing Su Yi's commands, his teammates nodded excitedly. Shiodo, I knew you wouldn't just farm safely against them in the early game, brother Yi. September charge. Let's invade their entire jungle. After a brief loading screen, the match officially began. Fans from both sides cheered for their respective teams. XYG. Victory is assured. XYG. Victory is assured. Guangzhou TTG ascend to the peak. Guangzhou TTG ascend to the peak. On the big screen, aside from Mengya and BNK switching lanes for XYG, all other players went to their standard lanes. Su Yi directly controlled Lian Pu, moving towards the top lane river. Meanwhile, Qingqing's Mengqi also headed straight for the top lane brush. Both Mengqi and Lian Pu cleared waves quickly and had strong level 2 combat capabilities. Neither side needed to fear the other. They would simply contest the wave, hit level 2, and fight. September's Yuning started at their own blue buff, while Buren's Zhao Yun started at red. Just as everyone expected, a standard start for both sides. The camera on the big screen cut to the top lane. As the minion wave arrived, Su Yi's Lian Pu intercepted all 3 minions in front of the tower. He then used his second ability to gather the 3 minions, followed by 5 basic attacks, swiftly killing all 3 and smoothly reaching level 2. After hitting level 2, Su Yi didn't attack Qingqing's Mengqi, who was still clearing the wave. Instead, he turned and headed straight for TTG's red buff jungle. Seeing Su Yi's Lian Pu's movement, Bottle exclaimed, huh? What's this? Is Pixiao going to steal the red buff? But Buren started at red. He still has his punishment ready. Can he actually steal it? Chi-Chi, he's here, heading straight for the red buff. Is he about to contest the smite with Buran? On the battlefield, Buran's Zhao Yun had started at the red buff, but aware that Su Yi's Lian Pu had a smite, he was cautious. Fearing Su Yi's Lian Pu might directly invade, he refrained from using his smite at 30 seconds to save it for the mid lane river crab at 60 seconds. However, upon spotting Su Yi's Lian Pu's movements, Buran panicked. Damn, this Lian Pu is coming for my red. Brothers, come help me defend. After being decisively crushed in the previous 2 matches, the 5 members of TTG no longer dared to underestimate XYG, especially their formidable top laner Pixiao. Even though Buran had meticulously saved his smite, and was renowned as the Dragon Tamer with smite skills among the best in the entire KPL League. Seeing the level 2 Lien Pe invade still rattled him. He wasn't entirely confident he could outsmite Su Yi. Qingqing had just cleared the 2 back minions to reach level 2, leaving the front minion untouched. Yet upon noticing Lien Pe's advance, he gritted his teeth, abandoned the minions, and rushed to the red jungle, incoming. As Su Yi headed straight for the red zone intent on stealing the buff, the crowd below erupted in cheers. Pingzi, here it comes. Pe Xiao reached level 2 so fast, directly invading the red. What now? Time to smite. Enter the red. 3000 HP. Pe Xiao unleashes a combo. Chi-Chi gasped, huh? The red buff was taken instantly. Oh my god. The red buff was snatched by Poxio's Lien Pe. It seems Baran was knocked up and couldn't use his smite. Qingqing's Mengya is here, what now? On the big screen, after Su Yi's Lien Pe entered the red zone, Baran's Zhao Yun had already pulled the red buff into the red bush. Without hesitation, Su Yi plunged into the red buff bush. Seeing the buff had over 3000 HP left, he instantly deduced that Baran's Zhao Yun had saved his smite. Thus, Su Yi refrained from using skills or smite prematurely. Instead, he advanced, pressuring Baran to abandon the red. After Baran temporarily retreated, Su Yi took over the red buff. Then when the red buff's HP dropped to 2800, Lien Pe's second skill cooldown ended. Su Yi acted decisively, unleashing Lien Pe's 121 combo, striking both Baran's Zhao Yun and the red buff simultaneously. The 2 dashes of the first skill knocked them both into the air. Then just as Lien Pe's second skill Lava Impact was about to detonate, he used Smite. This burst combo followed by Smite instantly obliterated the 2600 HP red buff. Because Baran's Zhao Yun was knocked up, he couldn't activate his Smite. Damn, what kind of damage is that? Seeing the red buff instantly taken by Su Yi's Lien Pe, Baran was utterly stunned. I'm here. Get him. Fortunately, Qingqing's Mengya arrived from the top lane. Mengya used his second skill to slow Su Yi's Lien Pe, then pummeled him relentlessly. Recovering, Baran followed up with basic attacks, whittling down Su Yi's Lien Pe. Yet facing a 2-pronged assault, Su Yi's fully enraged Lien Pe showed no fear. With full rage, Lien Pe gains 20 damage reduction and 30 attack speed. Su Yi stood his ground, trading blows with both enemies, relentlessly striking Baran's Zhao Yun. Despite his own HP dropping due to the red buff and attack speed boost, Baran's Zhao Yun's HP fell even faster. After 4 rounds of basic attacks from all 3, Brother Yi, we're here. With shouts from Shoto and Shiha, Mengya and Sunbin burst forth from the left mid lane river. Xiaotus Mengya, having just cleared the mid lane, was also fully enraged. Activating his sprint, he unleashed his second skill Explosive Cannon and opened fire on Zhao Yun with his heavenly halberd. Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat. As Shoto fired away, adding sound effects, Baran's Zhao Yun's HP plummeted. In an instant it dropped. Damn, it's over. Baran immediately abandoned the chase and turned to flee, however slowed by Su Yi's Lien Pe's red buff and Mengya's second skill. Escape was impossible. As Su Yi's Lien Pe unleashed his second 12 combo, the remaining third of Baran's Zhao Yun's HP was wiped clean. First blood. The first blood was drawn, and the crowd below erupted in cheers. Seeing the situation turn dire, Qingqing's Mengya turned to flee. But Su Yi's Lien Pe's second dash was aimed at Qingqing's Mengya. Upon reaching him, Su Yi landed a basic attack, slowing him down. Xiaotus Mengya switched targets, and together with Zai's Sun Bin they launched another barrage. Even though Bingqian's Geguzi and Zhuwei's Wang Zhaojun arrived, and Qingqing's Mengya had reached the safety of the top tower, Zai's Sun Bin used interference, and the trio dove the tower to secure the kill. The kill went to Xiaotus Mengya. How dare you? Enraged by their audacity, Bingqian's Geguzi activated his second skill, ready to flash pull and trap them. Zhuwei's level 2 Wang Zhaojun was also poised to follow up with her second skill's freeze. If Bingqian's Geguzi could flash pull them under the tower and Zhuwei froze them, it would be a guaranteed death. However, just as Bingqian's Geguzi's second skill was about to end, readying his flash, Su Yi unleashed his third combo, interrupting Geguzi's pull. Shoto turned and fired, forcing Bingqian's Geguzi to use his flash. Wow. At this sight, the crowd's cheers, which had just subsided, erupted anew. Daxian's eyes widened, and his mouth hung open in disbelief. Huh. No way. Huh. This. First blood already. 2 kills just like that. Charging and interrupting Geguzi. Yi Bao's Lien Pe is a monster. The chat in Daxian's livestream buzzed with discussion. Damn. Awesome. Brother Yi is amazing. Good heavens, not only does he steal the red, but he also takes the kills. Gotta hand it to Brother Yi, a great start. How can the enemy counter? Baran is completely dumbfounded. The Dragon Tamer can't even secure his own red against Brother Yi. In the commentary booth, Pingzi spoke rapidly. XYG has mid lane priority. Mengya and Sunbin arrive to assist, unleashing a flurry of attacks. Pe Xiao unleashes another combo. Baran's Zhao Yun can't withstand it. He gives up first blood. Qingqing's Mengya is also slowed by the red buff. He can't escape. Sunbin uses interference for a tower dive kill. Giguzi arrives. Oh my god. Giguzi tries to flash pull, but Poxio's Lienpa interrupts it. What kind of godly play is that? Chi-Chi exclaimed in awe. That team fight lasted over a minute. Pashao's Lienpa executed 3 consecutive combos, each creating miraculous effects. The first punch stole the red buff, the second killed Zhao Yun, and the third saved a teammate. His performance was flawless. Pashao even continued to invade the jungle. As Kiki's exclamation faded, Su Yes Lienpa cleared the second wave of minions in the top lane. Afterward, he invaded TTG's red buff area again, taking the 3 little creeps. Bu Ran, fearing that September's Yuning would steal his blue buff, rushed straight to the blue area upon respawn, ignoring the red zone entirely. In TTG's voice chat, watching the Lienpa wreak havoc in their jungle, Bu Ran's face turned green with rage. Damn it. This Lienpa is completely out of line. How is he so disgusting? He's making me suffer. He's devoured half my jungle. Ching frowned, deeply troubled. He took first blood and the red buff. My lane is ruined. Oh, I can only play safe and farm. Bingchen shook his head with a sigh. No choice. The enemy Mengya cleared the wave too fast. Our mid laner can only clear after them, unable to rotate for support. Ching took a deep breath. Don't let this Lienpa snowball further. At that moment, the entire TTG team was struggling immensely. Su Yes Lienpa's playstyle was something they had never encountered before. In previous KPL matches, which player hadn't played cautiously from the start, fearing mistakes. Yet Su Yi charged into the red buff area alone and caused chaos, completely disorienting TTG. The match continued. Su Yes Lienpa used basic attacks to steal the 3 little creeps, then the bird. Ching's Mengya finished clearing the top wave and attempted to contest the bird with smite. However, Su Yes Lienpa used his second skill, followed by smite, securing the bird with an overwhelming execution threshold. Afterward, he dashed toward Ching's Mengya with his 121 combo. The combo took nearly half of Ching's Mengya's health. At this point, the red buff on Lienpa had not yet expired. Although Mengya was aggressively engaged, he had no choice but to retreat. Bottle couldn't help but exclaim again, Pashao. This Lienpa is truly a tyrant. When you tally it up, Bu Ran's entire red jungle was devoured by him alone. Chi-Chi nodded. Indeed. This is really tough for Ching now. Pashao's Lienpa has a significant lead in both gold and experience. Ching's Meng, you will be suppressed from now on, unable to leverage his early game advantage. He's half crippled. As Kiki's words faded, Su Yes Lienpa took the top lane river crab and immediately reached level 4. In contrast, Ching's Mengya farming safely under the tower was only level 3. The mid lane river crab was also secured by September's Yuning. At the start of the game, XYG had already gained nearly 1,000 gold lead. Bottle, one can only say XYG's opening strategy was flawless. Coach Glucose really knows his stuff. In XYG's lounge, listening to Bottle's praise, though the early strategy was Su Yes doing, being lauded like this. Coach Glucose was grinning from ear to ear. Yi Bao truly carries. Just cling to the carry, and we're he. On the battlefield, after reaching level 4, Su Yes Lienpa froze the minion wave, trapping Ching under his tower. Whenever Ching tried to clear with Meng Ya's second skill, he was met with a combo. After 2 consecutive waves, Ching's Mengya was left with only half health, constantly at risk of being died. Seeing September's Yuning finishing her jungle rotation and heading to the bottom lane, Su Yi began to command September, ignore the bottom lane this wave. Equip swift boots and rotate to the top. That Zhao Yun will definitely take mid lane farm before coming top. He'll play aggressively to bait them. You just counter gank for me. In this match, TTG had few hard crowd controls. Only Giguzi and Wang Zhaojun. Yun Ying's ultimate provides nearly 2 seconds of unstoppable, allowing her to ignore most crowd control. Hearing Su Yes command, September nodded excitedly, coming. With that, September immediately purchased swift boots and sprinted toward the top lane. The match timer reached 1 minute and 50 seconds. The second river crab in the top lane spawned. Su Yi pushed the minion wave under the tower and began attacking the crab. At that moment, Bu Ran's Zhao Yun appeared in the top lane. After taking mid and top lane farm, Bu Ran finally reached level 4. Seeing Su Yes Lienpa attacking the river crab, Bu Ran's Zhao Yun didn't hesitate and charged in with Ching. He slammed down with his ultimate, knocking up Lienpa. Ching's Mengya also launched his ultimate Dreamland Voyage and charged forward. The two relentlessly pummeled Su Yi. After their combo, Su Yes Lienpa was down to half health. Su Yi used his 121 combo to retreat toward the top lane brush. Seeing Su Yes half health Lienpa retreating toward the top brush instead of under the tower, Bu Ran and Ching's eyes lit up. Wasn't this suicide? At this point, Yuning had just finished clearing the red jungle and couldn't reach the top lane anytime soon. XYG's mid laner support and Marksman were all visible in the mid lane. Only Su Yes Lienpa was in the top lane, and Jue's Wang Zhaojun was about to arrive. Would a 3-man gank on a half-health target fail again? Qing Qing's Meng Yi used his second skill to slow Su Yi. Bu Ran's Zhao Yun slowed him with his first skill and poked with his second. The two chased him all the way from the top brush to the origin array. Seeing Su Yi trapped in a dead end, Bu Ran and Qing Qing grew even more excited. Qing Qing, damn it. Kill him. Bu Ran, huh? Where can you run now, eh? However, as the match timer hit 2 minutes, the origin array appeared, and their laughter. Su Yes Lien Per immediately activated the teleport, a purple glow of Origin's breath enveloping him as he prepared to teleport to the bottom lane. At that moment, both Zhao Yun and Meng Yi had their ultimates on cooldown and lacked any crowd control to interrupt his teleport. Just as the two were panicking, the glow on Su Yes Lien Pa suddenly vanished. The audience erupted and Bottle Pa Xiao is being chased and reaches the top lane, intending to teleport away. Zhao Yun and Meng Yi have no ultimates, so they shouldn't be able to stop him. Huh, he cancelled it. Pa Xiao cancelled the teleport. Chi, wait. September's Yuning is coming to the top lane. Is Pa Xiao planning to counter? But Zhuwei's Wang Zhaojun is also here. On the big screen, September's Yuning was sprinting all the way from the bottom lane to the top brush with swift boots. However, Zhuwei's Wang Zhaojun had also reached the top lane. Even if September joined the fight at 2 vs 3 was unwinnable. Seeing the teleport glow on Lien Pa disappear, Qing Qing and his teammates were overjoyed. He made a mistake. Kill. Stick to him. Stick to him. Damn it. I'm coming. The three of them directly cornered Su Yes half-health Lien Pa in the pit of the distant formation. At that moment, Su Yes Lien Pa activated his ultimate in retaliation, slamming back towards Bu Ran and Qing Qing. Witnessing this, Qing Qing and Bu Ran only thought Su Yi was making a desperate final stand. This only excited the TTG trio further. 1 punch, 2 punches. As the third earth-shattering punch of Lien Pa's ultimate descended, Bu Ran and Qing Qing directly withstood Lien Pa's ultimate, successfully reducing Su Yi to critical health. Zhou Weiss Wang Zhaojuan wanting to snatch an assist charge straight in without hesitation. All three were sent flying by Su Yes Lien Pa, yet they remained utterly unperturbed. Su Yes Lien Pa was now merely a cornered beast. They awaited only the final fatal strike upon landing. Bu Ran sneered. Even if you scream until your throat tears. Mid-sentence, the expressions of Bu Ran, Qing Qing, and Zhou Wei shifted abruptly as they cried out in unison. Holy shit. The instant the three landed. My spear heart burns like fire, my spear moves as my heart commands. Moonbreaker. Star Chaser. The final form of the blazing fire divine spear. Blazing sweep that burns 100. As the loquacious Yun Ying's lines echoed incessantly, the valiant and spirited young woman charged out from the brush in the top lane. She unleashed a perfect ambush combo 133A. Yun Ying's first skill launched them airborne, followed by the 2-stage control of her ultimate. She locked down the TTG trio, leaving them utterly immobilized. Simultaneously, the damage reduced Qing Qing's Meng Qi to critical health, leaving Bu Ran's Zhao Yun with only half his HP. Holy shit. Run. Though they couldn't fathom how Yuning, who had just cleared the jungle not long ago, had appeared in the top lane. They realized they had been deceived again, ambushed. Su Yes Lien Pa was nothing but bait. Qing Qing's Meng Qi, battered to critical health, turned to retreat. But then they saw September's Yuning leap high into the air. A fiery thick spear beam descended from the heavens, homing in on Qing Qing's critically wounded Meng Qi as if guided. No matter how Qing Qing's Meng Qi dodged, it was inescapable. He was instantly slain. Due to their overly dense positioning, Bu Ran's Zhao Yun and Zhou Weiss Wang Zhaojun were also caught in the blazing sweep's radius, losing 1/3 of their health instantly. Go! Bu Ran roared, using Zhao Yun's ultimate to stab backward in retreat. Zhou Weiss level 3 Wang Zhaojun also swiftly flashed away. However, with Su Yes personal coaching, September's Yuning executed the combo flawlessly, chasing the clouds. She used her second skill to dash forward in pursuit. Immediately after, she unleashed a layer of spear intent, reducing her first skill's cooldown to refresh it. Moonbreaker. She used her first skill again, launching Zhou Weiss Wang Zhaojun into the air. The red buff slow effect stuck to Zhou Wei, who had no escape skills left. Su Yes Lien Pa finished him off with a 121 combo. In the end, only Bu Ran's Zhao Yun escaped back to his tower with a sliver of health. The audience below erupted in cheers. With their omniscient perspective, they knew September's Yuning had been heading towards the top lane all along. By the time Su Yi entered the primal formation, September was already lurking in the top lane brush. So Su Yes' act of initiating the teleport and then canceling it was deliberately intended to give TTG the illusion of his mistake. After all, how could someone capable of such extraordinary plays make such a rookie error? Su Yes' performance with Lien Pa could only be described as Oscar-worthy. De Xian's hands trembled with excitement. Nice. Nice. What a brilliant bait, my dear Yi. September's ambush combo was spectacular too. He'll have to study this combo thoroughly later. Every time a new hero was released, De Xian would create tutorials for it. This combo had him exclaiming that had learned something new. The bullet comments on Xian's stream were a buzz. Bro, yes, bait was incredible. That acting was so convincing. Good heavens, if I hadn't seen September coming up, I would have been fooled too. September's Yuning built boots of That's just ridiculous. The enemy probably never imagined how September ended up in the top lane. At the commentator desk, Ping spoke rapidly. A 3 versus 2. They won. Not only won, but took down 2. Absolutely insane. September's Yuning built boots of mobility. TTG never saw September coming from the top lane. Chi nodded exactly. The key was Pashao's brilliant baiting with his health. I was wondering why he let himself get knocked up by Zhao Yun and Meng Qi when he had his skills available. It was all to lower his own health and lure the enemy in. He activated the teleport, then cancelled it, continuing the bait. TTG was completely toyed with. With the commentator's explanations, the audience finally understood. This seemingly simple skirmish contained so many intricate details. No wonder TTG was outmatched by XYG. In just 2 minutes, the kill score was already 4-0. In Guangzhou, TTG's voice channel, Qing donned his metaphorical mask of agony. Huh? Damn it. How is Yuning in the top lane? Jiawei gasped. TSK. Look at what boots Yuning built. Prompted by Jiawei, all 5 TTG members opened the economy panel to check September's Yuning. They saw September's Yuning with a small jungle knife, boots of mobility, and a longsword. Absolutely absurd. Buran couldn't help but curse. Damn it. Boots of mobility. No wonder she could get from the bottom lane to the top. Qing frowned deeply. We can't afford to have kill intent on that Lianpa anymore. Every time we think we can kill him, we get outplayed and ambushed. Just ignore the Lianpa, focus on the mid and bottom lanes. This top lane is a dead end. Hearing Qing's reminder, the rest of TTG nodded in agreement. In this meta, the jungler had to leech experience from the side lane minions to develop quickly. That's why Buran frequently initiated fights in the top lane. However, for 3 consecutive games, their attempts to gank Pasha had backfired and ruined their own game. To secure a victory, they needed to change their tactics and strategy immediately. In XYG's voice channel, September chuckled. So was my combo cool, or what? Suyi nodded with a smile. Cool. Absolutely stunning and brilliant. Take the dragon, then invade their red buff. They'll top up my stats and join you. The dragon had just respawned after the top lane skirmish. September promptly took down the Lord. After finishing, she headed straight for TTG's red buff area. Buran Zhao Yun, after recalling to restore health, approached the red buff area. Upon arrival, he saw September's Yuning already there. Buran initially planned to contest with Smite, but upon spotting Su Yes Lianpo as well, he decisively abandoned the red buff and rotated to clear the blue buff instead. He knew that if he continued to contest Pashao, he risked losing both buffs. Seeing Buran's prudence, Suyi nodded with satisfaction. Then eyeing Yuning as she attacked the red buff, Suyi cleared his throat lightly. Ahem. Hearing Su Yes cough, September immediately caught on. Oh, Brother Yi, take the red. Do you want the blue from our jungle? I can give it to you directly. Feel free to farm our jungle as you please. Don't hold back. Seeing that Jiao Yu is so considerate, Suyi smiled and shook his head. It's fine, just give me the red on the other side. I need to suppress Meng Qi online. It's not that easy without red. Jiao Yu replied. Alright, if brother, you want to BUFF, just let me know, I'll reserve both buffs for you. Suyi held back his laughter and nodded. Sure, if I need it, I'll let you know. No need to be polite. Have I agreed to this? Don't take matters into your own hands, okay? Ling Meng asked. Is it understandable for Lianpa to take the red, but taking the blue is too much? Faced with the soul-piercing questions from Xiao Dou and Ling Meng, Jiao Yu merely snorted in a spoiled manner, not caring about their opinions. In Jiao Yu's heart, no one is more deserving of a buff than Yi Dai, and he himself was no exception. After this wave, TTG clearly changed their tactics and strategies. Although Zhao Yun, who was not as strong, would often slide into the opposing lane, he was always cautious, while doing so even if Su Yi and Lianpa rushed in to clear his face. The two acted as if they hadn't seen anything and just turned away. Seeing that the rhythm couldn't be established online, Su Yi also started to roam. With Su Yi leading the counter jungle, the 2 red buffs at the back were also controlled. The match time reached 6 minutes and neither side had erupted in conflict. However, with XYG continuously counter-jungling and controlling dragons, the economic gap between the two sides grew larger, directly reaching 3,000. TTG's top and bottom towers were both pushed down. In the end, TTG let Xiancheng's Marco Polo switch lanes to the opposing lane, allowing Marco to face Su Yes Lianpu, while Qing went to the bottom lane to withstand pressure. Seeing Marco come to the top lane, Su Yi decisively let the lane go and roamed to catch people, allowing Jiao Yu and Yuning to farm alone at the top. The match time reached 7 minutes. The second Tyrant Lord refreshed. A first wave of 5v5 team battle erupted in the middle lane. The brothers charged forward at Su Yes command. Shi He and Sun Bin activated their second skill to speed up and launch their ultimate. Su Yes Lianpa directly used his first skill into his ultimate, charging hard into the TTG crowd. He managed to knock up Bing Chen's Gue Guzi and Qing Qing's Meng Qi. The brothers followed up with their damage. Bing Chen's Gue Guzi was instantly focused down. Qing Qing's Meng Qi was left with almost no health. Meanwhile, Zhao Yun from the side entered with his ultimate, knocking up both Su Yi and Jiu Yu. However, no one could follow up with damage, and Jiu Yu's combo countered back, completing a revenge kill with Liao Yuan by Zhan. Then they pressured the tower in the middle lane. Qing Qing seemed to be confused by Su Yi's attacks, not recalling home with low health and wandering around to guard the lane. Xiao Dou coordinated with Sun Bin to accelerate, and another wave of shots took down Qing Qing's Meng Qi. At 7 minutes and 30 seconds, the kill score was 7-0. The dragon was taken, and both the blue zone and red zone were secured. A team fight resulting in 0-3 directly added to TTG's woes. Outside, XYG fans cheered and shouted, rallying for the brothers. Then, while pressuring the top lane's second tower, another team fight broke out, with Su Yi initiating the battle. Though he killed Bing Chen's Gue Guzi, he was also taken down by Qian Cheng's Marco. The kill score reached 8-1. At this point, Su Yi realized that it was because they hadn't dealt with Qian Cheng's Marco that he was growing well. Moreover, with Su Yi's Lian Pei still building semi-tank, although Sun Bin and BNK were providing healing, he was still somewhat unable to hold his ground. Su Yi began to reflect on himself, knowing that there was a Gue Guzi on the opposing side. With their own Sun Bin and BNK present, they could continuously heal, and they just needed to play defensively, without the need to initiate battles. Seeing they had the advantage, but were unable to expand it, the brothers started to become a bit anxious. Both their tactics and positioning began to waver. Su Yi quickly spoke up to stabilize the morale. "Don't rush, let's continue to drag it out. The more BNK stays back, the more healing he provides." On the opposing side, there's only one Zhao Jun who can deal with nightmares, which is of little use. "I won't initiate battles, I'll just help draw fire, attracting enemy attacks, interrupting their skills, simply pushing against the opponent." Hearing Su Yi's words, the brothers quickly calmed down. Their composition was originally leaning towards late game, and dragging it out only gave them an edge. Now the opposing team was certainly the most anxious, they just needed to play steadily and secure the match. Subsequently, Su Yi indeed stopped initiating battles and focused on drawing fire. At 10 minutes, the dragon battle commenced. Bing Chen's Gue Guzi along with Zhao Yun wrapped around from the red zone. Su Yi directly interrupted Gue Guzi's pull. This disrupted TTG's offensive rhythm. They directly traded 1 for 2. Ping Zi said. With the presence of the early dawn, Lian Pe Gue Guzi couldn't even enter the fight. As soon as he showed up, it was a combo. Chi Chi added, "That's right, the early dawn initiation is strong, and the protection is even stronger." Every time he knocked up, it was right at the moment Gue Guzi was about to pull people. The timing was perfect for drawing fire. After this wave, they secured the Black Dragon, and TTG's outer towers on all 3 lanes were destroyed. Following that, the 5 of them steadily took down the Shadow Lord and continued pressuring high ground. Seeing that the dragon was gone, TTG changed their tactics, with Zhao Yun going to split push and distract. The other 4 defended the high ground. The match time reached 12 minutes. Taking advantage of XYG's 5 pushing the mid and lower high ground, Zhao Yun led the top lane minion wave to take down XYG's top tower. After destroying the tower, Zhao Yun did not retreat, but continued to push the lane. Jiu Yu and Yuning were forced to return to defend and clear the wave. After Jiu Yu was restrained and had to return home, TTG swiftly launched a surprise attack aiming to take advantage of their numbers. Ping Zi said, "Zhao Yun is splitting the lane to distract. Jiu Yu has to deal with the minion wave. Watch out for Bing Chen's position. He's going to wrap around again. XYG hasn't noticed yet. It feels like something's about to happen." Chi Chi exclaimed, "Zhao Yun is coming 5 against 4, what now?" On the big screen, while Su Yi's 4 were pushing down the lower high ground. Bing Chen's Gue Guzi made a wide arc, unexpectedly wrapping around from the middle lane to the blue zone, appearing right behind the 4 of XYG. At the same time, Zhao Yun had already returned to the city and was rushing towards the front line. This wave formed a situation of 5 encircling 4 for TTG. TTG's 5 players became active. As the lower lane minions were cleared, XYG's 4 retreated towards the blue zone. Su Yi noticed Qian Cheng's Marco repeatedly rushing in with his first skill. The high ground guardian Wang, Zhao Jun, also came out. With his full-level awareness, he immediately sensed that something was wrong. Su Yi spoke rapidly. "Gue Guzi is wrapping around. Be careful behind you. He'll hold the front. Pull back a bit. We can win this fight." With a nearly 6,000 gold lead, and having Sun Bin and BNK, as long as they weren't caught off guard by the opposing team's perfect initiation, even 4 against 5 could be won. As soon as Su Yi finished speaking, the brothers didn't have time to react. Bing Chen's Gue Guzi charged in from the Dragon Pit River towards the blue zone. They saw Bing Chen's Gue Guzi speeding in with the Wind Bell emblem and swift boots, quickly reaching the XYG crowd. With a second skill, he directly pulled 2, bringing both Xiao Dou and Ling Meng together. Seeing this scene, Xian's expression changed. "Not good. Something's about to happen. Without Jiu Yue, we can't fight." However, in the next second, Dacian put on a different face for the viewers in the live stream. Bingchen's Guguzi had indeed pulled two opponents. However, Su Yeslien directly executed a 121 combo, knocking up both Qiancheng's Marco Polo and Zhuwei's Wang Xiaojun. A burst of consecutive skills blasted both of them down to half health. Qiancheng retaliated with his first skill, while Zhuwei's Xiaojun cast her freezing second skill. Yet Su Yeslien dodged them all with agile footwork. Immediately after, Su Yi activated his ultimate, reducing Qiancheng's Marco Polo to critical health with 2 punches. He even forced Qiancheng to use his ultimate. As the third strike of his ultimate landed, Zhuwei's Wang Xiaojun was sent airborne. Both carry positions were blocked. No one could follow up with damage. Qingqing's Mingqi was about to launch his ultimate when Bingchen's Guguzi was focused down to critical health. Although it was a 5 vs for engagement, Su Yi single-handedly held off 2 opponents. Bingchen's Guguzi was eliminated first, turning the fight into a 3 vs 12. We can't win this. Qingqing shook his head, repeatedly retreating after using his ultimate to circle away. Bu Ran's Zhao Yun also restrained himself from diving in with his ultimate. They abandoned Bingchen's Guguzi. Witnessing this, the audience erupted in cheers. Pingzi Guguzi pulled 3, but no one could follow up. Poxio's Lien Pa almost killed Marco Polo with a combo. That's insane. Chi-Chi, this reminds me of a saying: the best protection for the backline is to kill all the enemies. Poxio's Lien Pa truly embodies that spirit. Listening to the caster's banter, Daxian shook his head and couldn't help but remark, it has to be Yi Bao. He single-handedly blocked both carries. No one could follow up with damage. Pulling 3 with Guguzi was useless. His team fight strategy is incredibly clear. Can they take the high ground directly? On the field with Bingchen's Guguzi eliminated, the mid and bottom lane minion waves advanced together. Following Su Yes commands, his teammates first pushed the mid-high ground tower to half health, baiting out Zhejian's ultimate. Then they pushed the bottom high ground tower, destroying it. During the push, Qiancheng's Marco Polo was reduced to half health by Zayuda's Mengya missiles and Zai Sunbin. Su Yi positioned himself in front of the minion wave to protect it as it entered the crystal. Feigning a push on the crystal, he instead unleashed a 121 combo, followed by his ultimate charging at Qiancheng's Marco Polo. A precise burst of skills. Su Yes Lien Pu with Black Cleaver in hand hammered Qiancheng's Marco Polo to death with the damage from his ultimate, even though Marco had activated his own ultimate. After eliminating Qiancheng's Marco Polo, the strength of the Sun Bin and BNK combination became apparent. With Lingming's BNK constantly healing Su Yi and Zai's Sun Bin continuously, using his second skill to restore health. Su Yes Lien Pa directly tanked the damage from both the crystal and the high ground tower, relentlessly attacking Bu Ran and Qingqing. The two focused their fire desperately. They finally managed to reduce Su Yes Lien Pa to critical health. Just as he seemed about to be eliminated, Lingming activated BNK's ultimate. Sun Bin's second skill time reversal instantly restored nearly half of Su Yes Lien Pa's health. What the A? The 5 TTG players were stunned. Su Yes Lien Pa, tanking the tower, danced on TTG's high ground, then turned to chase down Zhuwei's Wang Xiaojun. Zhuyu's Yuning landed a long-range 100 blazing strikes, reducing Zhuwei to critical health. Su Yes Lien Pa finished her off with a 121 combo. Double kill. The audience erupted in cheers at the sight. Pingzi exclaimed excitedly, "Oh my god. Xiao. He tanked the high ground tower's damage and killed TTG's dual carries. Is this the power of the Sun Bin and BNK combo? It's terrifying. Dancing on the high ground while tanking the tower and crystal damage. He's unkillable. Simply unkillable." Chi-Chi shouted with excitement. BNK is the meta-defining hero. The mid-lane minion wave is pushing the high ground. There's a chance to end the game. Daxian's eyes widened, fists clenched. We can do this. What a great initiation, my precious. The mid-lane minion wave is here. Let's end it. As Daxian's words faded on the big screen, Zhiyu's Yuning brought the mid-lane minion wave to the high ground. The 5 of them directly destroyed the mid-high ground tower, which was at half health, and then, without waiting for the minion wave to enter the crystal, Su Yes Lien Pa charged forward. He interrupted Bingchen's Guguzi's advance. His teammates focused fire and instantly eliminated Guguzi. The minion wave entered the crystal. Bu Ran's Zhao Yun leaped in to clear the wave. Zhuyu's Yuning countered with her ultimate, stunning and focusing him down. Although the wave was eventually cleared, the bottom lane minion wave had arrived. Qingqing's Mingqi used his ultimate to charge in and trade, but against the combined fire of 5, a single cannon minion survived with critical health. Daxian jumped up from the sofa in excitement. The cannon minion. The cannon minion. Protect that cannon minion. It is my avatar. Charge with me, my brothers. As Daxian shouted excitedly, Su Yes Lien Pa tanked the crystal. His teammates, as if they had never won before, furiously attacked the crystal. Finally, they successfully destroyed TTG's crystal. Both casters shouted in unison, "There are still over 10 seconds until respawn. It's too late. Let's congratulate XYG. 3-2, they've reached match point." They successfully completed a reverse sweep. Chi-Chi, this is astonishing. XYG against all expectations won 3 consecutive rounds. A reverse sweep. In the pre-match predictions, only 2 out of 18 streamers and casters favored them. Despite that, XYG unleashed their full team potential. Pingzi, XYG has truly made a stunning. Facing the KPL runner-up team, they withstood the pressure. And in this match, they used 2 heroes, a new hero, and a meta-defining one. Yun Ying's debut was a victory. Juyu's Yun Ying performed flawlessly, establishing a viable direction for the jungle Yun Ying. Chi-Chi, the Sun Bin and BNK combo paired with Poxio's Lien Pa created a truly immortal war god. Poxio's Lien Pa rampaged across the high ground. No one could kill him. They'd barely reduce him to critical health, and then a heal and a health boost would bring him back to half. How do you deal with that? Both casters continuously praised XYG, marveling at their formidable strength. On the field, all 5 XYG members walked towards the rest area chatting and laughing. Each of them wore expressions of confidence, as if this victory was within their expectations. In the rest area, coach Pu Tao Tang and Kuxi embraced each other excitedly, also celebrating the matches. In contrast, the morale of Guangzhou TTG's 5 members had plummeted to its lowest point. Every one of them walked back to the rest area with their heads down, silent and avoiding the cameras. Chi-Chi, now the pressure is on TTG. After winning 2 consecutive games, they've lost 3 in a row. They must quickly adjust their mentality and form. XYG had taken the match point, first 21. One more victory, and they would triumph over TTG, advancing to the main event of the World Champion Cup. They would be contending for the 21 million prize pool and the supreme honor of the Champion Cup, as a tournament on par with the KPL League. Its championship title held great prestige comparable to that of the KPL League champion. The FMVP would even receive a custom-designed FMVP skin. Their personalized skin would be etched into the game, forever immortalized in the history of Honor of Kings. If TTG lost, they would have to face strong teams in a BO1 round-robin to fight for a spot in the main event. Even advancing would be a challenge. As the decisive match loomed, the pressure on both sides was immense. Coaches and players alike had shed all traces of levity. They were all reviewing the previous game's replays while preparing their bans and picks for the next match. Inside the XYG lounge, Coach Grape was rapidly explaining, clutching his ban and pick analysis notebook. The tactical effect has been achieved. This decisive match is the most critical one. If we win, we succeed. Well, enter the main event directly. But with that, Coach Grape's tone shift. If we lose this match and it goes to a peak showdown, then both teams will be back on equal footing. In a peak showdown with identical lineups, it all comes down to skill and strategy. So, this match, we must win, not lose. Do you? Have the confidence? As Coach Grape shouted, the younger players roared in unison, yes. Seeing their high morale and unwavering confidence, Coach Grape nodded approvingly. Good. That's the spirit. Don't worry for this final ban and pick round. I've still got something up my sleeve. Hearing that, Coach Grape had another trick. The younger players' eyes lit up. It was already impressive to have cornered TTG with a strategy akin to using an inferior horse to beat a superior one. To think there was yet another hidden move. September asked curiously, what is it? Spill it, coach, don't keep us in suspense. Yeah. Coach Grape smiled mysteriously. I can pretty much guess what lineup they'll pick this round. If I remember correctly, Yi Bao, you can play all the solo lane heroes, right? Su Yi shook his head no. At his denial, Coach Grape and the younger players' expressions shifted. Before they could say anything, Su Yi snickered. I can play every hero, not just solo lane ones. Tisk. Showing off again. Yi guess at it again. This sudden flex made Coach Grape and the younger players roll their eyes. Coach nodded. Good. Next round, I'll give you Xiangyu. Think you can carry. If your Xiangyu gameplay is just as fierce, this round should be secure. Hearing Coach's words, Su Yi raised an eyebrow, already guessing what lineup TTG would use next. What lineup could Xiangyu counter? Naturally the Deqiao system, or even the Deqiao and Fuzi system. Guan Yu was the best counter to Deqiao, but TTG would never let him through. So choosing Xiangyu was the best option. Although Xiangyu as a solo laner was rare in professional play, if used well against the Deqiao lineup, it could be remarkably effective. After discussing tactics, Su Yi nonchalantly lay back on the sofa to rest. The other younger players anxiously watched the big screen. Beads of sweat dotted each of their foreheads, and their hands trembled slightly unconsciously. In such a critical match, it would be a lie to say they weren't nervous. Sensing their tension, Su Yi cleared his throat. Ahem. My throat's a bit dry. Hearing his cough, the younger players looked bewildered. Xiao Dou pursed his lips. If it's dry, get some water yourself. You've got hands, don't you? Su Yi didn't even lift an eyelid. Well, seems no one's willing to get me water when we're on stage. If I'm too thirsty to protect the Marksman. That would be understandable, right? Hearing this blatant threat, Xiao Dou's expression changed. He quickly stood up, poured a glass of water, and handed it over. Yiga looked such a trivial task as pouring water shouldn't be done by you. Is the temperature right? Seeing Xiaodo's understanding, Su Yi nodded contentedly. He'll definitely protect you on stage. After drinking, Su Yi cleared his throat again. Ahem. My shoulders are a bit sore. The other younger players except Xiaodo all looked at Su Yi. Su Yi rolled his neck. If shoulder soreness affects my performance, it wouldn't be good if I can't help the jungler guard the jungle. September widened his eyes. What the? Seeing Su Yi's infuriating demeanor, September wished he could unleash a lightning-fast 5-chain whip. But remembering how much he needed Su Yi's help guarding the jungle during the match, September gritted his teeth, strode quickly behind Su Yi, and began massaging his shoulders. How's this, ego? Is the pressure right? Su Yi nodded comfortably. Comfortable. Fruit. Ling Ming raised his hand. Ego, I'm on it. My legs are a bit sore. Shihi sighed, coming Ego. The next second, Shihi's face changed dramatically as he shouted in indignation. Damn it, Ego, don't take off your shoes. I know there's no smell, but you can't do this in public. What if some pervert covets your good looks? Su Yi. The younger players in the lounge quickly busied themselves. And in this flurry, none of them noticed that they had completely forgotten their nervousness. On the big screen, the director was very meticulous. They keenly captured the scene unfolding in the XYG lounge, zooming the camera in on Su Yi. On the screen, Su Yi was seen with his eyes tightly shut, resting on the sofa. The 4 younger players surrounded him, serving tea, water, and fruit, massaging his shoulders, tapping his back, and pressing his legs. Seeing this, the audience burst into laughter. The 3 commentators in the middle of their analysis were utterly taken. Decian also widened his eyes. What's this? How have all the younger players turned into serving boys? To be honest, Yibao's treatment is just too good. I haven't even enjoyed such treatment yet. They'll have to arrange it sometime. The barrage in the stream was buzzing with comments. I'm dying of laughter. He's truly the team bully. Bro, Yi is so mischievous, I love it. Is this the treatment for being the team's ace? Letting pro players serve you attentively. So jealous, I want to be served like this by the boys too. Bro, yes, feet are so fair and smooth, I want to lick them. The person above is so twisted. Wait, aren't you a guy? You're suspicious. In the Guangzhou TTG, those who were seriously discussing tactics and bans after glancing at the big screen all had their morale shattered. While everyone here was preparing for battle, as if facing a great enemy, the opponents had already arranged a foot-washing service. Jiawei widened his eyes. What the hell does this mean? Qianqing looked furious. Is this disrespecting us? Bingjian clenched his fists, unbearable. All of them looked indignantly at Qingqing, wanting him to join in. Qingqing's expression was one of shock, which then turned into envy. This is way too comfortable, right? When can I ever enjoy such treatment? As he spoke, Qingqing turned to look at his 4 old teammates. Seeing that Qingqing's focus was different from theirs, the 4 felt utterly speechless. Get lost. After both teams finished their rest and adjustments, the 6th game officially began. A match point. Both teams entered and took their seats. The casters were ready. Pingzi, here it is. Here it is. Finally, the match point. This game will decide the fate of both teams. Who will directly enter the main and secure the first world championship spot? It all comes down to this game. Chi-Chi, that's right. The second stage, BO1, has too much uncertainty and unpredictability. Stable happiness is better. Without further ado, let's get into it. The BP phase. XYG's bans and picks in these 3 games have been outstanding. Looking forward to their performance in this game. As Kiki's voice fell, the big screen displayed the BP interface. The camera panned between the coaches and players of both sides. Blue side XYG, red side Guangzhou TTG. First round of bans. Coach Puteo's voice echoed through the voice channel. Mirror Guanyu. Upon hearing the ban on Guanyu, Su Yi raised an eyebrow. Good heavens. Coach Tang, you're too ruthless. Su Yi initially thought Coach Putao would leave to Xiao for TTG and TTG would ban Guanyu. Unexpectedly, he directly helped TTG ban Guanyu, the hero most effective against the Dai Qiao composition. He was setting a trap for TTG to fall into. Hearing Su Yi's teasing, Putao just smiled without a word. XYG banned Mirror and Guanyu, while TTG banned Huowu and Lu banned Master. First round of hero picks. XYG directly took Nakaruru, Jiangxia, and Xiangyu. Meanwhile, TTG, as Coach Putao had predicted, picked Lao Fuzi, Zhouyu, and Deqiao. Pingzio. Here we go. Nakaruru hadn't been picked, and September grabbed it first. TTG is bringing out the Xiaofu split push combo. It seems TTG plans to focus on split pushing and rotation this game. Chi-Chi indeed. In the previous 3 games, XYG showed their strength in landing and team fights. To beat XYG, you need to exploit their weakness in rotation. This Xiangyu. It's uncertain, he could be a support or a side laner. Second round of bans. XYG banned Agu Duo and Pangu. They then picked Di Renjia and Kai Wenji. TTG banned Dongwang Tai Yi and Zhang Fei, then picked Li Yuanfang and Yang Jian. Pingzio, Kai Wenji, and Di Renjia. So Xiangyu is for Pixiao as a side laner. This is interesting. Poxio Xiangyu against the Dai Qiao composition, he must have prepared for this. Chi-Chi Baran here picked Yang Jian for the jungle. A move born of necessity. With 3 jungle heroes banned in a row and 5 already picked, there aren't many viable junglers left on the board. This is why those one-trick ponies can't go pro. Pro players need deep hero pools. Under the global ban system, used heroes can't be used again. Without a deep hero pool, being targeted means retirement on the spot. The lineups were set. Blue side XYG top lane, XYG. Pixiao. Xiangyu Flash. Jungle XYG. September. Nakaruru Punish. Mid lane, XYG. Lingmeng. Jiangxia Flash. Gold lane, XYG. Xiudo. D Rinjia Flash. Rome, XYG. Shiha. Kaiwenji Interference. Red side, Guangzhou TG top, lane, Guangzhou TTG. Qingqing. Lao Fuzi Flash. Jungle Guangzhou TTG. Baron. Yangjin Punish. Mid lane, Guangzhou TTG. Jiwei. Zhouyu Flash. Gold lane, Guangzhou TTG. Qianqing. Li Yuanfang Flash. Rome Guangzhou TTG. Bingjian. Deqiao Interference. The two casters analyzed both teams' compositions. Pingzi, XYG's lineup in this game doesn't have any particular combo or system. In contrast, Guangzhou TTG has Deqiao, Lao Fuzi, Li Yuanfang, and Zhouyu. All are part of a fast-push composition. Zhouyu lays down fire under the tower. Deqiao provides the elevator, Lao Fuzi tanks up front, and Li Yuanfang just keeps destroying towers. Chi-Chi, that's right. From a composition perspective, TTG's lineup is really good. Much better than XYG's. Now TTG needs to quickly adjust their mindset and state. Qingqing, as the captain and in-game leader, needs to step up now. It would be best if he could pull off a flashy play to boost morale. Hearing the caster's analysis, Daxian raised the half-lemon in his hand and nodded. Its match point morale is crucial. Let's see if Yi Bao can boost the morale. Brothers charge. Let's go straight to the main tournament, and let me After a brief loading screen, the game officially began. Fans of both sides cheered for their respective teams. XYG victory is certain. XYG. Victory is certain. Guangzhou TTG, soar to the peak. Guangzhou TTG, soar to the peak. Because it was match point, the fans' cheers were exceptionally fervent. All 5 members of XYG went to their Guangzhou TTG chose to lane swap at the start. Since Li Yuanfang struggles against D Rinjia TTG, swapped the gold laner Qianqiang with the top laner Qingqing. They sent Li Yuanfang to the top lane and Lao Fuzi to the gold lane. Another benefit was that Qingqing no longer had to face Su Yi, relieving him of immense pressure. In the previous games, Qingqing was either solo killed or suppressed. His mentality was now somewhat shattered. Last game's Mengqi was particularly lackluster. So they wanted Qingqing to lane against Xiudo to relax and adjust his state. Both sides went online normally as the mid lane minions clashed. Zhuwei's Zhouyu, thanks to his wave-clearing speed, could clear the minions with 2 fires and reach level 2. With mid lane priority secured, Bu Ran's Yang Jian played aggressively, and Qianqing's Li Yuanfang in coordination chose to invade XYG's blue buff area. However, Su Yes Xiangyu was well prepared. He was already waiting in the blue buff bush. As soon as the blue buff spawned, Bu Ran and Qianqing began. Su Yes Xiangyu pushed the blue buff away, resetting its aggro and buying time. This prevented Bu Ran's Yang Jian and Qianqing's Li Yuanfang from taking the blue immediately. Seeing Su Yi thwart his plans again, Bu Ran couldn't help but curse. Damn it. He'll still invade. I don't believe he can keep pushing. Just kill it quickly. Thanks to Li Yuanfang's passive dealing bonus damage to monsters, with Qianqing's Li Yuanfang present, the jungle clear speed was very fast. They could kill the blue before Xiang Yes' first skill cooldown ended. After the blue buff returned to its position, Bu Ran and Qianqing resumed attacking it. Watching them persist in stealing the blue, Su Yi did not harass them further. He stood nearby watching coldly. Isn't this just handing over first blood? Pingzi exclaimed. Guangzhou TTG is playing very aggressively. Having lost 3 consecutive games, they plan to gain an early advantage through jungle invasion. Chi-Chi added. Yes, Yang Yes push was useless. Huh. Wait. Look at September. Nakaruru. She's inside TTG's red buff area. While Bu Ran and Qianqing were both invading the blue buff on the minimap, a blue that was quietly sneaking into TTG's red buff area. It was September's Nakaruru. As Kiki's exclamation rang out, the director switched the camera from XYG's blue area to TTG's red area. September's Nakaruru had somehow circled through the top lane into TTG's red area. She was now attacking the red buff, which had already lost half its health. Qingqing's Fuzi was guarding the blue area. The 4 other TTG members were still focused on invading the blue, completely unaware of September's movements. Seeing September's position, the audience began to cheer. Daxian exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, nice. Let him take the blue. September stealing the red is fine. Take it freely. Wait. Does it feel like we can surround them here?" While Qianqing and Bu Ran were attacking the blue, the other teammates were not idle. Shihi's Kai Yin used her second skill, Harp Melody, sending a green sound wave toward Bu Ran's Yang Jian. The sound wave then bounced between the blue buff Bu Ran and Qianqing, continuously stunning them and disrupting their jungle clear speed. Combined with the damage from the harp melody, the blue buff's attacks, and Su Yes Xiang Yes basic attacks, Bu Ran's Yang Jian lost a third of his health. As Qian Cheng's Li Yuanfang's first skill exploded, Bu Ran's Yang Jian used a smite to secure the blue buff. After taking the blue, they immediately turned to retreat. Qian Cheng's Li Yuanfang headed toward the top lane to clear the minions and reach level 2, while Bu Ran's Yang Jian, under the cover of Bing Chen's De Qiao and Zhuai's Zhouyu, retreated toward their own red area. He intended to go back and farm the red buff. However, think you can leave after taking the blue. Su Yes Xiangyu had been following Bu Ran's Yang Jian, closely sticking to him like a shadow. Seeing Xiangyu trailing behind, Bu Ran sneered, satisfied. Got it. What's the point of following me? Hit me if you dare, idiot. Come on. Huh, really? Bu Ran's words were cut short as Ling Meng's Zhang Zia, having cleared the mid-wave, approached. He used his first and second skills to knock Bu Ran's Yang Jian onto the pit wall, reducing his health to below. After being slowed by Zhang Zia, Su Yi used Xiang Yes' first skill to charge forward. He pushed both Bu Ran's Yang Jian and Bing Chen's De Qiao toward the entrance of TTG's red area. After a fearless charge, Bu Ran's Yang Jian's health dropped to a third. Seeing Xiangyu still in pursuit, Bu Ran grumbled, damn, still chasing. Go ahead and kill me. What the? Bu Ran's words were again cut short, turning into a cry of despair. A slender figure charged out from the depths of the red area. Arigato Mamaha. Nakaru's line echoed. September's level 2 Nakaru rushed in, using her first skill, Flying Eagle attack, to precisely hit Bu Ran's Yang Jian. Then with her second skill, Wind Blade Dash, she lunged at Yang Jian, reducing him to a sliver of health. A basic attack landed, and Bu Ran's Yang Jian's health bar emptied. First blood. First blood was drawn. Seeing this, the audience erupted in cheers. Daxian's eyes widened. Hey, September. My September. Good, good, good. Nice. First blood secured. The blue buff is transferred. This is a huge gain. Pingzi shouted excitedly. Zhang Ziya's first and second skills landed. Paxio's Xiang Yes' first skill hit Yang Jian. September's Nakaruru cleared the red and reached level 2. She came around a flank. A full combo took down Bu Ran's Yang Jian. First blood secured. Chi-Chi couldn't help but marvel. What a brilliant opening deployment from XYG. Paxio Xiang Yu kept chasing, anticipating that Bu Ran would head straight back to the red area. They wore him down in advance. September came to flank a pincer attack, and they secured first blood. I can only say XYG's decision-making was flawless. On the field, Su Yi and his two teammates turned to focus fire on Bing Chen's De Qiao. Zhuai's Zhouyu used his skill to blow them back, allowing Bing Chen to escape with a sliver of health. On TG's side, Bu Ran slammed the armrest of his chair. Damn it. How did that Nakaruru come out of my red? I don't get it. Hearing Bu Ran's existential question, the other TTG members were equally baffled. Who the hell would have thought? This is ridiculous. This hurts. TTG had finally managed to steal the blue and gain an advantage in the early game, their morale just starting to rise, only to be hit with a crushing blow. It stunned all 5 of them. In XYG's voice chat, September was laughing uncontrollably. Ha! Thanks, Brother Yi. It was all thanks to your opening call. It was brilliant. As he spoke, September freed one hand to give Su Yi a thumbs up. Before the game started, Su Yi, with his max-level game sense, had predicted the enemy would invade the blue. So he had instructed September to steal the red in advance, while the other teammates harassed and chipped away at their health. This was all for the pincer ambush. Hearing September's praise, Su Yi simply smiled faintly, and just like that, the advantage is ours. The match continued. After their failed invasion, Guangzhou TTG settled down to farm and develop, abandoning any more tricky strategies. Su Yes Xiangyu returned to the top lane to face Qian Cheng's Li Yuanfang. During the landing phase, Su Yi clearly noticed that Qian Cheng's Li Yuanfang was playing very arrogantly. He kept trying to show off and trade health. Su Yi grinned. Looks like he hasn't been taught a lesson by society yet. Let me give you one.